near water. This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks play baseball today. Yep, they will return from the All-Star break tonight against the team they're chasing in the wild card, the St. Louis Cardinals. Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 10th win of the season, and here is Pfaadt on the baseball that's in front of this team.
I think we have a good weekend. We have a good road trip. I think we can make those 5.5 games up pretty quickly and hopefully put ourselves in a good spot. There's a lot of baseball left in the season, and I think we have the talent to do that.
First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports at 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, as the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal chapter has ended, reports are swirling that the Suns might have interest in restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga. Now, will they have the assets and finances to pull it off? That remains to be seen. And school is no longer in session, but ESPN has given the Phoenix Mercury's first half of the season an A as they head to their All-Star break with the WNBA's second best record. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome to Friday. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. Tim Ring completing his week of fill-in duty, and then it's off to afternoon duty for you next week, correct?
Yeah, Burnsy's now going to get some time off, so Gambo and I will be in this here studio next week. I get to hear about Gambo's vacation.
Oh, lucky you.
Vinny, that was a compliment. Nobody takes vacations quite
I
like
said
Gambo.
lucky you.
Yeah.
Tell me all about it, because I won't be listening.
It's been a good week, though. It's been a good week. Right, tell me.
Yeah. It's been a fun week. Some fun segments. Also, a little more news than normal on a dead sports week.
We had the AZs yesterday.
The tremendous
prestigious.
success.
It was the red carpet and the after party.
Well, that was
I don't know how long you stuck around the after party, but it got wild.
the Vanity Fair.
Yep.
Caitlin Clark was wasted at our AZ.
That's the
after
real reason
party.
why she's not playing in the WNBA All-Star game. So this Coldplay CEO cheating story, it continues to get good. Now, everybody, of course, when something like this happens, you are at the mercy of the internet. They're digging into this guy's finances. They dug into the fact that his wife has already removed her last name from her Facebook profile.
Yes. Apparently, he put out a statement yesterday, and apparently it wasn't his statement. Somebody just actually concocted a statement where he blamed Coldplay.
Yeah.
It sounded ridiculous, and then you find out it was not really his statement.
All they had to do
was
nothing.
Nothing.
Because
I had the first time I saw the clip, I didn't see it with sound, and then I saw it again with sound after the show yesterday, and I didn't have any idea that Chris Martin actually said, "Wow, either they're really shy or they're having an affair."
Yeah,
they could not have acted more guilty if they tried to.
And I guess it was just pure instinct.
It was.
Seeing herself on the jumbotron, oh crap, we're caught. Because all they had to do was nothing. Because nobody would have, how many thousand people were at the concert would have seen it, but they would have thought nothing of it.
They would have thought nothing of it.
And it never would have gone viral. It never would have gotten to the internet. Their spouses never would have seen it.
Unless their spouses had friends at the concert that saw
which
it.
is possible. I mean, in a crowd like that, if you're a prominent figure, he's the CEO of he's worth a lot of money. Somebody's going to see it.
He was worth a lot of money.
He's worth roughly half that amount of money today. And everybody on the internet is just ruthless with the jokes. The best tweet I saw yesterday was, "I feel so sorry for that astronomer CEO's wife. Imagine finding out that your husband was at a
Coldplay concert."
Never mind.
Damn it! That was my second joke on the kebab today.
No.
All right.
You can recycle it.
All right.
You recycle most of the jokes on the kebab.
I didn't see that
It's
one.
like 4 hours away, Jared. Nobody.
So
people are half
true.
asleep now anyway. But there's also now
I had two people step on my punchline.
there's
I didn't want it to get out because I had a version of that.
There's the inevitable memes coming out now where people are having fun, especially now with AI. It's like, let's go back to a Coldplay concert in 1998, and they have the exact same picture, kind of, but it's Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky holding each other, watching them on the big screen.
Social media. It is.
There's breaking live coverage of news, and this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Are the two best things for social media.
Pretty
much the only good things anymore.
Yeah.
To use like Twitter anymore.
That video went like off the charts viral, like 50 million views at one point.
There's the old adage, every day Twitter has a main character. Your goal in life, don't ever be the main character. She spun and then he ducked and is like.
And then the third person who was also with them was just laughing. She
like,
knew.
well,
No, she did. And then she was nudging her like, this is bad.
But as any married man with kids that you presume love, and you love your home life in terms of what it represents, and your kids obviously, when he ducked down, it was like, in that moment he's like, my life as I know it is now over.
That is true. Jared, start this thing.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs back at it to start the post-All-Star break portion of their schedule. The St. Louis Cardinals visiting Chase Field for a 3-game series. And surprise, surprise, it'll be Brandon Pfaadt getting the start for the Diamondbacks against Cardinals right-hander Andre Palante. First pitch, 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with pregame coverage starting at 6 o'clock. We'll get into how Torey Lovello set the rotation during today's show. Also, thank goodness baseball's back. I mean, yesterday we kind of commented after the show with the creation of the AZs. We had a jam-packed show on maybe the deadest day on the sports calendar. Yesterday's probably it.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I don't think there's even a maybe. There's only 2 days a year where there's nothing.
Yeah, I was out and about, and like the TVs at the sports bars, they didn't have any sports to show. So it was like Summer League basketball or that new professional softball league. That was it.
It was like every other night at an Arizona sports bar?
Yes, but they weren't doing anything wrong last night. D-backs manager Torey Lovello also had positive news on 3 relief pitchers Thursday night, saying that Jalen Beeks, Ryan Thompson, and Shelby Miller are all ramping up throwing programs as they work their way back from injuries. Suns Summer League team will play their final game in Vegas, a consolation round game Saturday against the Portland Trailblazers. Suns 1-3 in Sin City with a league opening win over the Washington Wizards last Friday, then consecutive losses to the Hawks, Kings, and Timberwolves. Tomorrow night's game gets started at 6:30 at the Pavilion, and you can catch it on NBA TV if you really want to. Another year, another summer, Tim, and another non-championship summer league season for the Suns? When is this going to end?
Changes. There have to be changes.
Have to be big changes with the summer league.
Kevin
team.
Durant was laughing about it on Twitter yesterday. Laughing about our 1-3 record.
Damian Lillard headed back to Rip City. The 9-time All-Star has agreed to a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Portland Trailblazers. Lillard's deal expected to include a player option for 27-28 and a no-trade clause. He's taken the place of Bradley Beal with the NTC. Lillard suffered a ruptured Achilles tendon in Milwaukee's playoff loss to the Indiana Pacers, and the Bucks waived and stretched the remaining $113 million on his contract, making him a free agent. Portland originally traded Lillard to Milwaukee in the three-way deal that also sent DeAndre Ayton from the Suns to the Blazers in September of 2023, but now returns to the franchise for which he is the all-time leading scorer. Interesting move.
Kind of surprising.
He's basically going to make close to $15 million this season for not playing. Yeah. It's good work if you can get it.
Plus his
more than that. Plus the buyout.
Plus the wave and stretch with the Bucks.
Because he didn't even take a pay cut. Like they stretched the full amount.
And this could not work out better for Portland. They traded him, got all those assets, had sort of a reset year, got him back for much cheaper.
Yeah. In the NFL, the Pittsburgh Steelers have agreed to a 3-year contract extension with T.J. Watt that is worth $123 million, $108 million guaranteed.
What?
He is now the highest-paid non-quarterback in league history, average annual value of $41 million. Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice sentenced to 30 days of jail time and 5 years probation for his role in a multi-car crash in Texas last year. He pleaded guilty in district court to 2 third-degree felony charges. He's also paid over $115,000 in restitution to the victims of the crash for their medical expenses. He can serve the 30 days at any time during his 5-year probationary period. Mike Williams, the wide receiver from the Chargers, retiring after an 8-year career. He spent the first 7 years of that career with the Chargers, but was released prior to last season. Split time between the Jets, where Aaron Rodgers threw him under the bus on a national radio program. And then he ended the season with the Steelers. He re-signed with the Chargers on a 1-year deal back in March. Second-round action at the Open Championship at Royal Portrush underway. A group of 5 golfers, including American Harris English, shot 4 under 67s in Thursday's first round. Scotty Scheffler began today just 1 stroke off the pace. Brian Harmon is having himself a day. 5 under through 16. He's your leader right now at 7 under par. Robert McIntyre also 5 under for the day. He is 2 strokes off the pace. And Scheffler yet to tee off. He's going to tee off in about an hour.
He'll be your winner.
And exactly. WNBA All-Star Weekend happening in Indianapolis. Mercury forward Satu Sabally, one of 2 Phoenix players who earned All-Star honors, will not play in the game. Sabally was supposed to start for Team Clark, a team captained by Indiana star Caitlin Clark, but she'll miss the game due to an ankle injury. Clark herself won't play. She got blottoed at the AZ's after party yesterday. She's out with a groin injury.
There's video of it online. You can find it. She was having a good old time. It may not have been the AZ's
no,
party,
it was.
But
we were just out of frame.
You think you think we slept?
Actually, AI, go to work.
Yes.
Let's see Caitlin Clark partying at the AZ's with Tim, Jarrett, Vinny, and Sammy.
WNBA All-Star Game tomorrow at 5 o'clock on ABC. There you go. There is your splash for this Friday, July 18th. Coming up next, everyone's still reacting to the Suns parting ways with Bradley Beal. We'll get into some of that reaction straight ahead on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring sitting in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
To be in this position, still waiting to see. Are you a buyer? Are you a seller? And we can't really proclaim what we are yet. I think going through the end of the first half, we didn't give ourselves much of a reason to say we are definitely buyers as much as we want to be. I mean, we still want to buy, but we have to be realistic.
The D-backs begin a 6-game homestand tonight versus St. Louis. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and we all know what summer means in Arizona. Triple-digit temperatures, hours and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, help prevent breakdowns, and it'll give you the peace of mind you need, because the last thing you want is to find your AC isn't working during the heat of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their techs are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call, because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this: if that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Arizona Sports.
When they entered the offseason, they knew they wanted to make sure their franchise player was locked up, especially as they were preparing to trade Kevin Durant. Booker decided he was going to take it at that time, and I know this because he's been involved with the major decision-making in the franchise in the offseason.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
The delay had everything to do with Brad just really taking his time and trying to make the right decision for him and his family and looking at the options and trying to see, different teams had different money, right? The Clippers had less money, but other teams had more money, and just weighing the options and going over with it. I'm sure the Suns felt like it was going to get done quicker, like a week to 10 days quicker, but it didn't, and it dragged itself out a little bit. I don't think there was any harm or intent by Brad to drag it out anymore, and it absolutely had nothing to do with this Mark Stein deadline date of July 15th because, like I said, it was already done on July 1st. The NBA already had that's the rules. Like by once July 1st came around, they had to pay him, so it wasn't going to matter what day they agreed to a buyout. So I think it was just him taking his time and trying to make the right decision for him and his family.
That's our very own John Gambadoro yesterday on Burns and Gambo. Everybody fighting yesterday. John Gambadoro versus Mark Stein.
The Twitter streets were violent.
They were violent.
Filled with
people
blood.
Choosing violence
Rage.
yesterday. Kevin Durant against Eric Ruby. Damian Lee against everyone. Can't we just calm down, people?
It was great.
Not exactly a super card. I'll tell you that, though. In those
we had media on media. We had player on media. We had player on fan on player.
Look, one of the things that we talked about at the very end of yesterday's show was the reaction. I still, most of the time when athletes are reacting to something in their passive-aggressive, cryptic ways by using emojis, my old brain can't figure out what was going on. Yesterday certainly fell into that category. Bradley Beal on several different platforms had posted 4 pictures of himself in a Suns uniform, including one where he's doing the peace sign.
Peace out.
And then he's got the peace out emoji. No words, just that. Everybody around the league found that very funny. Due to according to the use of the laughing, crying emojis, including Kevin Durant, who then used the rest of his free time yesterday to fight with Suns fans again. And we'll have more on that a little bit later. The question I have is, what's so damn funny?
There's nothing funny about the situation.
No, there's not.
There's nothing funny about paying a team upwards into the second apron and winning 36 games. I know Suns fans don't think it's funny. So for Bradley Beal, when Kevin Durant officially left for Houston, sent a very nice note out to Suns Nation. Bradley Beal, as is his right, I guess, basically sent Suns fans the peace out.
Yeah.
I'm out. I'm done. Goodbye. So I don't know why other players thought that was funny. Suns fans didn't think it was funny. It just, when Durant gives the laughing the laughing emoji,
to me it kind of smacked of, hey, we got out of that place.
Yeah, we're out.
Or is he laughing at Beal for reacting that way? How could that be the way you're reacting? Beal, you were the reason this didn't work.
It could be.
I don't
think so.
I don't think so. I don't think so either.
Do you think Beal has any right to be sort of upset at the Suns or upset at anything that happened at all?
What? Let's get into that a little bit because Brian Windhorst did a deep dive, and from my experience in this stupid, crazy business for 3+ decades, it seems like Windhorst got a lot of his information from Mark Bartelstein and the Beal side of things, and it was very interesting to me here. The Suns probably without quite. I know there was. Again, this is when you talk to one side, everything's obviously skewed towards the player and that particular side. And there was a lot of talk about how the Suns were thinking about keeping him if a Durant to Minnesota trade came through. But then Brad said, you know what, it's best for me to Brad decided it was best for him to move on.
Yeah.
Give me a break. The Suns desperately want. There's a reason why Gambo months ago was 0% chance.
Yeah, because the Suns had made up. I was kind of shocked at that bit of reporting as well. That maybe the stance changed a little bit with Jordan Knott and with, as you mentioned, this rumored or discussed deal with Minnesota, which, by the way, would have been a pretty good deal for the Suns.
It would have been a good deal.
Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, Terrence Shannon Jr. and number 17, but they played ball with Kevin Durant and allowed him to say where he wasn't going to go, and he didn't want to go to Minnesota. Well, so they settled for.
So that's two trades now that someone
deal.
with a no trade clause prevented the Suns from making.
Right, but to be fair though, it's not like the Suns were just trying to appease Durant. If Durant did not agree to a long-term deal with the Wolves, that deal from the Wolves' standpoint was off the table. Otherwise, the Suns would have just done it. I'm pretty sure.
But I don't think they would have, because if they would have just done a deal to appease them and themselves only, he would have been gone at the deadline last year to Golden State. They wouldn't have run it by him.
I know, but if Durant doesn't agree to a long-term deal, they're not offering Gobert and DiVincenzo in the 17th pick. That deal, they pulled that deal back, unless KD agrees to be more than a one-year rental. So Durant did have some power in that regard. We've seen this time and time again. But it's not really about that, I guess. I mean, it's again, the picture being painted by the Beal camp that he was misused here and it didn't work out and it was on the Suns. And, boy, from where I sit, I don't, except for Beal occasionally playing the one, he was handed the shooting guard job when he got here. Booker's the one that got misused. Beal was given every opportunity to play at a high level here, and he never did it.
Mark Bartlestein, the agent for Bradley Beal, was on NBA radio yesterday on Sirius XM and talked about the sacrifices his client made while he was in Phoenix.
He had an awesome year last year. You know, he averaged 17 points a game on basically 50, 40, 90. And I think that is not understood by a lot of people. On the other hand, because he's a guy who's averaged 30 points a game and he averaged 17, he got away from being who he is, which is a big-time dynamic scorer. And the reason that happened was he made a lot of sacrifices. He made a lot of sacrifices to try to make it work with Booker and Durant, and it didn't work out for the team. We wanted to make sure that Brad could get back to being in a position where he could be the best version of himself. As good as he was last year, I don't think he was true to himself in terms of everything that he can do on the basketball court.
There is so much to pick apart in that 44-second soundbite.
It's unbelievable.
First of all, he didn't have an awesome year. Secondly, sure, look at the raw numbers. And if you don't watch any of the games and are just looking at numbers on a page, yeah, those are pretty good numbers. There was no impact at all in those numbers. None.
Zero impact in winning basketball games.
And what's more important to Bradley Beal? Now, in the Brian Windhorst piece, Bartlestein has a quote that says, "We couldn't take the chance of another lost year. This decision was about basketball. Bradley wants to play in big games and big moments." He said right there, they want him to get him back to being a 30-point scorer. So what is it? What's more important to you, winning basketball games and contributing to a team that's chasing something, or putting up empty cosmetic numbers for a bad basketball team?
Like he did in Washington his entire career. I don't like that. Also, Mark's doing his job. Let's understand that. He conveniently left out the fact that Bradley Beal never played.
No.
And he was
58
completely
games over two years. He was out of serious injury.
He was completely unreliable. And I take exception to the fact that he was misused because, again, like I said a few minutes ago here, he was handed the shooting guard job when he got here. He was given every opportunity to play, to succeed, and to help his team win, and he never did it.
Yep. We'll have a lot more on the Bradley Beal situation and some Kevin Durant reaction as well. You join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. D-backs against the Astros. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to purchase lower-level tickets for half off. That's half, H-A-L-F, to 620-620. Coming up next, the second half of the season begins tonight, and it's now or never for this year's version of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings on this Friday. Tim Ring in for Bick, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The one word I would use to describe the last 2 years of our lives following the Suns basketball team is wasteful. An incredible waste of resources to get to where we are right now. And not just what you gave up in the Kevin Durant trade, and not even so much the Bradley Beal trade necessarily, but just all of the money, all of the cap space, all of the apron stuff, all of the things you couldn't do. Every single way you took resources and wasted them. I don't know if there's ever been a more wasteful period of time in the history of the Phoenix Suns than the 2 years that we just experienced right now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and give in everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata letting you know the summer savings are rolling on at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. You can save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you're looking for an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on the brand new 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals will not last for long. All offers require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end August 4th, 2025. Stop in person. They're right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard in Mesa, or complete your entire buying process online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up, or when you store. Start with Stable.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements. Nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone, available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com, or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some good news for Diamondback fans today, as Jalen Beeks, Ryan Thompson, and Shelby Miller have all started their throwing programs en route to returning to the bullpen this season. Eugenio Suarez has seemed to dodge a bullet with negative x-rays on his hand, and not to mention the Snakes are back on the diamond tonight. Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball at Chase Field tonight at 6:40, and you can listen right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And now that the Phoenix Suns are under the second apron and might have some flexibility moving forward, what might be the next move for Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Luke. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks absolutely have to sweep the St. Louis Cardinals this weekend to stay in the race? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
To be in this position, still waiting to see, are you a buyer, are you a seller? And we can't really proclaim what we are yet. I think going through the end of the first half, we didn't give ourselves much of a reason to say we are definitely buyers as much as we want to be. I mean, we still want to buy, but we have to be realistic. Our record doesn't scream for it. Where we are standing-wise doesn't scream for it. We got to softer parts of the schedule that we always circled, and we didn't perform. I mean, we under 500 is not admirable. It's been a disappointment. I don't think anybody's had as high of expectations as myself. And so I've been really disappointed and underwhelmed. So, I don't know. I think it changes, to be honest, Tim, it changes day after day. I mean, Mike and Ken and I talk about this every day.
That's Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, his weekly visit yesterday here on Arizona Sports, reacting to a question asked by The Ringer about what they're going to do at the deadline. But you hear terms like underwhelmed and disappointed, and Derek Hall has not held his tongue on that. But I do believe that there's a lot of evaluation still going on. And I think it's interesting that the second half of the season, post-All-Star break, Tim, begins tonight against a team that is above the Diamondbacks in the standings. Now, we talked earlier in the week about 12 games between now and the trade deadline. It might not take all 12 to finally crystallize what they're going to do. It might be this series. If this doesn't go well against the Cardinals and you lose more ground to a team that is above you in the wild card standings, I mean, that might set the tone for what is to happen.
You listen to Derek Hall, you listen to Chris Garagiola, they are certainly heading down a path right now. The way this looks right now, just listen to what they're saying. They are heading down a path. Now, can they change course and go down a different path? Technically, yes, because there are games remaining before they have to make some ultimate difficult decisions. But the phrase I used yesterday, too, was like, are we in the Hail Mary territory? Like, do you need to go 8-0 out of the break to change that course? Do you need to go 7-1? Is that, and even if you did, would that change the course? These are questions that only Mike Hazen and Derek Hall and Ken Kendrick and to a certain extent Torey Lovello can answer. But it begins tonight against St. Louis, and they're going to give the ball to Brandon Pfaadt.
Yes. The rotation was set last night. Torey Lovello met with the media after the optional workout at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt, interestingly enough, gets the ball tonight. He's been less than stellar recently and for most of the year. Ryan Nelson goes Saturday, Merrill Kelly Sunday, going with Zach Gallen in the opener Monday against Houston, and then Eduardo Rodriguez. Why set the rotation like that, Torey Lovello?
The projection of now and building it out piece by piece by piece, we got to chase down a few teams. It's not just the Cardinals. And they're a good baseball team. We looked at the direct matchups right now. We looked at the matchups for Houston. We looked at it well beyond that. And a lot of time was spent in this area. And this is just how it lined up for us.
I mean, it's an interesting decision. There was talk before the All-Star break. Jody Jackson had asked Torey Lovello, one of the games in either San Diego or Anaheim, hey, is there going to be some tweaking of the rotation when you get to the break? And he kind of laughed. He's like, yeah, we've been talking about that. How did you know? Everybody assumed it would be, okay, you're moving off Zach Gallen. He's not going to get the ball in the opener. But didn't Merrill Kelly make the most sense? If you really need to set a tone, aren't you throwing your best guy out there in game one? Matchups aside.
Can I give you a theory?
Sure.
And I don't have the analytics about the matchups with the particular the opposing batters. The Diamondbacks, it almost has been the defining point of this season. They don't close out series. They have a chance to sweep series against teams they should sweep. They don't do it. They have a chance to win a series against a tough team at home or a good team on the road. They don't do it. Maybe Torey Lovello wants to hand the ball in Game 3 on Sunday to Merrill Kelly, so if he's in a position to win a series or sweep a series, he has his best and most consistent and effective starter for the most part this season taking the baseball. And then you go on, not on the road, but you go on to play Houston at Chase, arguably one of the best teams in Major League Baseball, and you begin that series by handing the baseball to your proverbial ace in Zach Gallen. That's a theory. I have no idea if Torey Lovello's thinking it in those terms, but a chance to win a series potentially on Sunday, you feel really good with Merrill Kelly out there as opposed to maybe everybody else besides Zach Gallen. So I don't know.
Yeah.
That's my theory.
Pfaadt did not pitch in the series in St. Louis that the Cardinals swept. So this will be their first look at him. Maybe that was factored into the decision-making as well. Torey Lovello also talked about their last series before the break in Anaheim where they lost 2 of 3 to the Angels. Something happened with the team, and he explains what.
We know what's ahead of us. I said a couple things to them before we left Anaheim. We had a player stand up and echo some of the things that I was saying, and he let him know how he felt, what our standard is and what we got to get to. So I think everybody had a chance to decompress, and we got to turn up the volume here a little bit and go out and play our baseball. Anything's possible. We can go back. It's 2 years ago. We can go back last year. Whatever it is, there's plenty of examples of where we've been and how far we went. But we can't play that game anymore. We got to go out and take care of today. We got to take care of what we can every single day, and the best outcome will be waiting for us if we do our job. But that's where I'm at. I want us to know that we've got a heartbeat because we got good players, and they make me feel better every single day that I come into this ballpark. So let's go out there and play baseball. That's going to be my mindset.
All right, turning up the volume kind of flies in the face of what we saw prior to the All-Star break, and people will point to it. And heck, I'm pointing to it right now. The days off policy, which gets talked about a lot with the Arizona Diamondbacks, especially when you're underachieving to the level that they are. Does turning up the volume mean, all right, guys,
everybody
buckle it
plays.
Up. You're playing. If you can play, you're playing. No more of this, hey, I need a rest day. I wonder if that's the consistent message that's being sent right there.
If you literally need to win every single game, like this particular season hangs in the balance, and you have to win every single game coming out of the gate before the trade deadline strikes, everybody plays.
Mm-hmm.
There's no rest. Ketel Marte, you're out there every game. Anybody else? Now you want to make a lineup change because of matchups, lefty righty, or this guy performs well against this particular pitcher, of course. But I know what you're saying. In general, the idea of resting players, I think, has to be put on the back burner when every game coming out of the gate here is a must-win.
Yeah,
is that fair? I don't know if they think that way. That would seem logical, reasonable.
It also seems like quite a departure from how the last couple seasons have gone, in terms of philosophy. Sunday in Anaheim was also a must-win, and Ketel Marte sat. Now, I know he's coming off that groin and whatnot. And the D-backs won that game. And they won the game. You don't think there was a little exhale from Torey Lovullo that they won that game after making that decision? Or collectively making that decision? I think there was. Anyway, Torey Lovullo, when he says anything's possible, you know what he's talking about there. This team rallied from a very mediocre start to win 24 out of 30 in the second half of the season to put themselves in a position to earn a wild card spot, one that they probably really should have ultimately had. We saw the previous year where they just had a horrendous stretch of baseball for 6 weeks and ended up in the World Series. So, I mean, again, Torey should think like that. That's a positive way to look at it because basically there's still bullets left in the chamber here. And as long as we have that, we have an opportunity to go out there and play baseball and win games. Just this season's history tells us, Vinny, that it's not going to happen. Yep. Series begins tonight at Chase Field. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports, 6:40 first pitch pregame coverage at 6 o'clock. Coming up next, the money keeps flowing during the NFL offseason with another record contract that won't stand for much longer if one Dallas Cowboy gets his way. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Timmering in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Gino Suarez, there he was minding his own business, having the time of his life, right? Here I am at the All-Star game, living my best life. Life is good, and then BAM!
I don't know if they know if they're going to move him or not. Just the fact the option could have been taken away from him and the Diamondbacks because he gets hit in the hand in the All-Star game and breaks something in the All-Star game. Thank goodness, Basinonians. The X-rays were negative.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, the age of your house, and then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that proved my windows are shot, which is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, Arizona's premier window replacement company, where they treat customers like friendships, where they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. That's because there's no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it specifically for our clients. climate, they install it, and then they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently offering a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you get a $2,500 discount. $2,500 off. So do what I did. Call today, beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of running out of hot water? Right now at Precision Air and Plumbing, get 25% off a tankless or hybrid water heater. Systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-IKE.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
There are rookies for NFL teams reporting to training camp as early as today. It's here. It's here, Tim Ring.
The Hall of Fame teams are already on the field.
Who's playing in that? Is Cleveland playing in that
Don't
team?
put me on the spot.
I just did.
Jared, get on it.
I'll look it up real quick. The Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio, preseason, week 1 is, well, that's not it. There we go. Chargers and Lions on July 31st. That's even early for the Hall of Fame game, isn't it?
July football.
When was the last time an NFL game was played in July, even a preseason game?
It's not the last time. I was covering the Packers one year, Vinny, and it was the year they actually won the Super Bowl. So it was the summer of '96.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody can look this up. They actually had 2 preseason games before August. They had one on July 26th and July 31st, and I'm like, that's gotta be a first, and maybe a last. 2 preseason games in July.
Yeah, normally is that like toward the end of the first week of August, but even the season starts earlier this year. The regular season starts on September 4th, isn't it?
No, is it?
Week 1. Thursday, September 4th.
Oh, there you go.
Cowboys Eagles, yeah.
Okay.
And normally it's like right around 9/11 as it's stood for the last few years. So things getting started early. And one player that's going to hit training camp with a fat new contract is T.J. Watt of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He becomes, for the second time in his career, the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the NFL. 3-year deal, $123 million, $108 million fully guaranteed, and the $41 million average per year tops the $40.25 average salary given to Jamar Chase and Myles Garrett earlier this offseason. So the arms race for the richest non-quarterback in football continues. And T.J. Watt is going to be 31 in October. It was curious to me why, again, this took so long from Pittsburgh's standpoint. He's kind of the heart and soul of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But now the spotlight turns west to the Dallas Cowboys because they've got a pretty unhappy star defensive player who's calling out his own organization for dragging their feet on contract extensions, and that's Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons is a very outspoken guy with a popular podcast and a big platform. But it seems like it's par for the course with Dallas. Everything takes longer in Dallas.
Can I say this, though? Micah Parsons should be thrilled that this is dragged out, right? If they would have done this last year,
yeah,
it would have been somewhere around $35 million a year.
And
now,
that deal would have been obsolete already.
Right. Now his agent is like, all right, if you wait, this is what's going to happen. Because T.J. Watt is, as you mentioned, going to be 31 years of age. Micah Parsons is 26. Micah Parsons is as much of a dominant game wrecker as T.J. Watt. Some might even say he's a little more than T.J. Watt. So if you're Micah Parsons, thank you, Jerry Jones, for not doing this last year.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's pay me my money. And they'll do it unless they deal him for a couple of first-round picks, which I don't think is going to happen.
Well, that would be, I mean,
a lot of Cowboy fans think they should do that. Like, this team's going nowhere.
Well,
don't pay this guy. Trade him, get a bunch of picks, and rebuild.
I mean, honestly speaking, the Dallas Cowboys should never be in a situation where they're, before the season starts, even their fans saying, we're not going anywhere this year, let's just replenish our draft picks. They're the Dallas Cowboys. They also haven't won a Super Bowl in 30 years. By the way, ESPN Research put this out. The 5 contracts given to non-quarterback contracts have all been signed this offseason. T.J. Watt, $41 million. Jamar Chase, $40.25. Myles Garrett, $40 million. Danielle Hunter got a deal from the Texans back in March, $35.6 million. And Max Crosby from Vegas, $35.5 million.
So is that a sign that there's just more money being spent, or is it a sign that teams are sort of realizing the importance of non-quarterback stars?
Well, they're all, I mean, all those are at impact positions. So edge rusher, you're going to see maybe some corners bleed into that territory. What was the deal that just got signed from a corner? It was a big deal. It escapes me. Edge rushers are going to get this, but I think it's just...
It's also a rising tide lifts all boats,
yes,
Jared. I mean,
exactly.
Everybody's going to get paid more respective to their particular positions and their impact on the games. It's interesting that 4 of the 5 guys that now have the highest paid non-quarterback salaries are on the defensive side of the ball and all defensive linemen. Outside of Jamar Chase, it's Watt, Garrett, Hunter, and Crosby. Those are the top 5 guys right now.
Yeah.
It was Sauce Gardner.
Sauce Gardner, that's right, yeah. He's the highest paid corner in league history now. But he didn't. It didn't crack that top 5 list. A lot.
Oh, guys, go ahead.
No.
I was going to say, you talk about T.J. Watt and what the Steelers are doing. They're clearly, and we're going to push all our chips to the table. Yeah, Watt's up there in age. I think I read that in his first 8 seasons in the history of the game, only Reggie White and DeMarcus Ware have more sacks. So his impact on the game is undeniable. Hasn't had an impact on winning in the postseason because they obviously haven't done it. But when you go out and you get a Jalen Ramsey, you go out and you get an Aaron Rodgers, you go out and you get a DK Metcalf, you certainly aren't going to let T.J. Watt float away. Like you are in it to win it now, as the Steelers have had enough of this non-playoff competitive nonsense. The standard is the standard in Pittsburgh, Vinny.
In terms of Watt versus Watt,
What?
Is TJ's resume threatening the resume of his older brother?
From an individual stat standpoint, yeah.
Stats and accomplishments. I mean, J.J. Watt.
We're already pretty close, I would say, right now,
I mean,
right?
J.J. Watt or T.J. Watt has one Defensive Player of the Year award. I think that came in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't J.J. have 3?
I believe he's got 3. That's the big, yeah.
You're putting me on the spot.
No, 3-time. He won it in 2012, 2014, and 2015. He's almost caught him in sacks already. He's only 6.5 sacks behind his brother.
Let me ask you this. Vince Morata is the GM of a football team. You have a choice of J.J. Watt or T.J. Watt, both in their absolute prime. Who are you taking?
I'm probably still going J.J.
I think I am too.
Me too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think I am too. And that's
because that's
splitting hairs, but
that stretch from 2012 to 2015 is arguably one of the most dominant 4-year stretches for any defensive player. I mean, it's Aaron Donald-esque. It's Lawrence Taylor-esque. I think J.J. Watt has been more steady throughout his 8 years, and J.J. had some injury issues in there too. But when it's all said and done, he plays 5 more years. He might blow away those numbers at least. I don't know if there's another Defensive Player of the Year in the future for T.J. Watt.
Are they that now? Who's the better siblings, them or the Manning brothers, in NFL history?
I still think it's the Manning.
I mean,
because of the
a lot
Super
of
Bowls.
Yeah, a lot of rings there.
Yeah,
well, not a lot, but enough.
4.
4.
Yeah.
Peyton's won 2 MVPs.
He won 4 or 5 MVPs.
Oh, see, yeah, there, yeah.
Well, that's Peyton. Yes, I know, but this is I get it because Eli won the 2 Super Bowls, but these are 2 all-time greats, the Watt brothers.
Yeah.
So now we're going to get into the conversation: is Eli Manning an all-time great? I mean, that's where that conversation ultimately goes.
That's becoming the new. Should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Cardinals going to training camp next week. Of course, we'll have full coverage here on Arizona Sports. Coming up, why didn't Bradley Beal work out with the Suns? We'll hear from both Matt Ishbia and Beal's agent on that subject and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell half gallons, $7.99 each at your local Bash's supermarket now through July 22nd.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks play baseball today. Yep, they will return from the All-Star break tonight against a team they're currently chasing in the wild card in the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch from Brandon Pfaadt will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports. And here is Brandon Pfaadt on what baseball is in front of this team.
I think we have a good weekend. We have a good road trip. I think we can make those 5.5 games up pretty quickly and hopefully put ourselves in a good spot. There's a lot of baseball left in the season, and I think we have the talent to do that.
Meanwhile, as the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal chapter has ended, reports are swirling that the Suns might have interest in restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga. Now, will they have the assets and finances to pull it off? That remains to be seen. And school is no longer in session, but ESPN has given the Phoenix Mercury's first half of the season an A as they head to their All-Star break with the WNBA's second best record. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Remodeling your home from cabinets to countertops and everything in between. The Window Depot has everything you need in stock and ready to go. Browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Marotta.
Brian Gregory's done a great job so far, and, we're completely aligned with what we're trying to do. And so we wanted to get younger. We wanted to get out of the aprons. We wanted to build around Devin Booker. We wanted to put pieces together that we think fit. We also were I think we're the shortest, or we were the second oldest team, and one of the shortest, as in from a length and height perspective, one of the low. And now we've flipped around. I think from a height perspective, we're number 1 or number 2 right now. From the age, we're more middle of the pack, a little bit on the younger side. We flipped that in 45 days now, right? And so When I had a press conference at the end of the season, I said, listen, we're disappointed. We're embarrassed. We are going to make significant change. And I think, to be honest, I think we've done better than I expected, quicker than I expected. I'm really happy with where we're at. Does that mean we're winning championships tomorrow? No, it doesn't necessarily, but it means we're going in the right direction now from where we finished the season, which obviously was a poor season across the board.
That is Matt Ishbia, owner of the Phoenix Suns, on NBA radio yesterday, talking about the quick turnaround of this team under Brian Gregory. 45 days was the time frame that he outlined. When it comes to Matt Ishbia, the question is, how much of this experience with Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant mixed in, they're both gone now, how much of it does he look back now and say, we're not doing that again? Because he's on record not long ago, last year, in an article that was written by Baxter Holmes and ESPN saying 99 times, I'm not talking about 99 times out of 100 times out of 100, we're making these trades and I would do it again. But now, since things went completely south with Bradley Beal and he's on the books for 5 more years, how much of a learning experience is this for him? That is the big question, big picture.
I was going to say, I think when Matt said that to Holmes last year,
there was still hope of the season.
He was still viewing the previous season through the prism of this was Frank Vogel's fault. Mm-hmm. And you remember the press conference, right? Like, we're close. 30 teams would like to be where we are. And they really thought that just bringing in a different voice and a different mind, especially on the offensive side, would kind of clean up everything that ailed that 49-win team, and they would be off and running the following year. I don't think Matt Ishbia will ever change his aggressiveness and his willingness to spend money to bring guys in that he believes can help them win championships. I think he's going to pay more attention to positional fit.
Yes.
Hopefully, and that the Jalen Green acquisition flies in the face of that, but I don't think the Suns had a particular choice in the matter, given Kevin Durant's ability to kind of orchestrate where he was going to go and where he wanted to go. Mm-hmm. So I still have every bit of faith in Matt Ishbia to spend, but it's the unwise, reckless spending, the star collecting. Like, yeah, okay, this guy's a 3-time All-Star. He's a scoring champ, former scoring champ. He could put up 30 a night. But we already have a guy that plays that position. Mm-hmm. We're not going to do that. I hope going forward there's more care into the team building aspect as opposed to the name on the back of the jersey.
I would agree. Mark Bartelstein, the agent for Bradley Beal, also was on NBA radio on Sirius XM yesterday, and he said a lot of stuff in defense of his client, including the Suns misusing Bradley Beal.
Not only did Brad not fight it, he tried to do everything he could to make it work. He sacrificed so much of his game. What he does best is score the basketball. I mean, he is a prolific scorer, and yet, he had to bring the ball up the court. He had to initiate offense. The offense had to initiate that offense and then kind of go to the corner and, do for spacing for Book and Durant. He had to play in a way that he had never played before. And it was hard, but he tried to make it work because he wanted it to work. He wanted to win games. But, I've often said this in regard, imagine being the best in the world, one of the best in the world at what you do, and then being told, okay, we don't want you to do that anymore. We're going to have you try and do it a different way. That's hard. It's really hard to do. I think the intentions were all in the right place, but there was a lot of sacrifices he tried to make, and it just didn't work for the Suns, and it didn't allow Brad to be the best version of himself.
All right, reaction to that?
All right, first of all, Devin Booker was asked to do something for the most part of the Big Three era that he necessarily wasn't his best skill set. Mm-hmm. Did Bradley Beal bring the ball up once in a while? Absolutely. Did Bradley Beal mostly just play the shooting guard position that he was playing his entire career? Absolutely. So this notion that Bradley Beal was asked essentially to play point guard upon arrival is just revisionist history. And the other thing is, I get it. Nobody has a crystal ball. But Mark Bartelstein and Bradley Beal orchestrated the Suns trade. Bradley Beal had a no-trade clause. Yes. He waived it to go to Phoenix. Yes. They basically put him in Phoenix.
And did they expect him to be the number one option on a team with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant?
And they knew Durant and Booker were here.
That was one of the questions people asked in real time. Even people that were for the trade were asking, how does this work? How do you take a guy who's a 1 and ask him to be a 3? It's not the easiest thing to do. We saw that for 2 seasons. It wasn't easy from a personal standpoint for Bradley Beal. And obviously, when you mix in the injuries, it didn't work at all. But what did they expect to happen?
And they're completely glossing over his inability to stay on the court. And it wasn't just, Bradley Beal's out. He's got an injury. He's going to be out for 3 weeks. I mean, it was constantly in and out of the lineup, back and forth, in and out. And that disrupted chemistry and cohesion.
Here's more from Bartelstein talking about bad injury luck with Beal and the effect it had on his client.
The mental anguish that he's gone through the last 2 years, it's hard for me to kind of put into words. It started, day one of training camp, his first, year one in Phoenix. He's just had a bunch of freak things that have happened, and there's no explanation for it, but it happened, and hopefully it's behind us. But, I mean, people want to criticize him for missing time and not playing as many games as they would like. Nobody struggled with that more than Brad did. It was torture for him to experience what he went through the last 2 years. There's been so much unfair criticism of him, people that don't really know what goes on behind the scenes, people that don't understand the sacrifices or the injuries he's tried to play with.
Again, I think a lot of this is revisionist history. He talks about bad luck and freak things from day one in Phoenix. The last 2 years in Washington, he missed 42 games, he missed 32 games, then he missed 29 and 29. When it happens all the time, it's no longer a freak thing. It's no longer bad luck. It is who you are as a player. It is who you are as a physical being.
And I think it's fair.
This was not a 2-year phenomenon. The Suns, again, knew this going into this trade. Bradley Beal's got an extensive injury history. And one of the first things I did after that trade, because I was looking for reasons not to like it, because I was for the trade, I went through game by game in his last 2 years, or 3 years, in Washington, and all the reasons he missed time. He had COVID like 3 times. I think he led the league in COVID. I mean, it's always different stuff. It was a litany of things. So this is not, these 2 years were not the anomaly.
And let me just say,
it's the norm.
Mark Bartelstein is not an NBA analyst. He's not a member of the media. He's literally paid to paint his client in the best possible light. He's paid to almost revise history. And that's what he's doing. So to be fair to Mark, I mean, you're gonna put an agent on. You're gonna put an agent on the air like that, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. That's good radio.
Yeah.
But just know you're getting a very filtered view of the situation. I'm sure, and not that Matt or James Jones would ever do this, but I'm sure if you got them on a radio show and they were very candid about the Suns side and the locker room side of the Bradley Beal era, you probably would get a little bit of a different picture. All we know is, as observers and media members and fans, is Bradley Beal wasn't on the court nearly enough.
No.
And Bradley Beal had every opportunity at the shooting guard position to help his team win basketball games, and he didn't do it. Bradley Beal had the opportunity to go out there and play well in the postseason, and he didn't do it. In fact, he was the exact opposite of playing well. He was awful. So this is all great to hear now and fantastic, and I'm glad it was all the Suns' fault that Bradley Beal didn't work out here.
Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Houston Astros. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to purchase lower-level tickets for half off. Once again, that's HALF. Text that to 620-620. Coming up next, did Kevin Durant kill the Suns' culture? Or was there even any culture to kill? That is next here on the Friday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Tim Ring sitting in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YREFI34. That's 888-YREFI34. Or go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone, available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com, or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and Gambo is back, and he's going to tell you what to expect next in the Phoenix Suns offseason. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring has been kind enough to sit in for the vacationing Dan Bickley all week. Bick will be back with his fire wig on Monday morning.
Firewig!
And Tim will make his way to the afternoon show, filling in for Bernsey with John Gambadoro next week. And just being around town since the Bradley Beal thing finally came to a conclusion, there is, among a lot of Suns fans, just kind of an exhale, kind of a feeling of a clean slate. I don't think it's necessarily optimism, like, hey, we're back on the track to chase down a championship. Just the change seems like it's a good thing for a lot of people. And I have to mention this because I got a huge kick. We mentioned it earlier in the show. Everybody was fighting on social media yesterday.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
About the Phoenix Suns. And Kevin Durant got into the fray.
Really?
Yeah. Eric Ruby works for PHNX. Eric used to work here at this radio station.
Big Booty Ruby.
Big Booty Ruby. That's what you called him. And
that's
you
right.
never really caught
No,
on.
he didn't care for it.
So Eric just tweeted out, man, I'm so glad Durant and Beal are off the Suns. If you told me 2 years ago I'd feel that way, I would have laughed at you, but it's clear that keeping either of them was unsustainable for the culture. Never been more ready for a new era of basketball in Phoenix.
Well, guess who responded?
You put that out on Twitter, you know you're getting a response from Kevin Durant. The response was, what culture is that? Eric Ruby responded, to be honest, once I sent this, I realized you would respond, which kind of plays into my whole point. Enjoy your off season of responding to people on Twitter. I wish nothing bad against you as a person. Hope you find whatever happiness you're looking for. Kevin Durant responded to that. Cut the bleep, Eric. Most of y'all in Phoenix want me off the team because of the toxic experience it was online for you while you live tweeted games. KD stans got most of Phoenix pissed. It ain't about nothing but that. LOL. But I want to go back to the original point and the original response from Kevin Durant, where what culture is that? Saying again, there was no, kind of insinuating, there was no culture to ruin. I'd like to take you back to Kevin Durant's introductory press conference, pep rally. The first question asked by Dwayne Rankin of Arizona, the Arizona Republic, was, what made you want to come to Phoenix? Listen to the answer.
They experienced a lot the last couple years. You see the growth in this team. When Monty took over, when James came here, I see the culture started to change. The way they played on the floor, the energy they played with started to change. And I always loved playing here in Phoenix. The fans always showed love to, just good basketball in general. They always cheer their fans on, but they show love to the opposing team as well. So I knew this would be a great place to play and a great place to continue to get better as a player. You got somebody like Devin, Chris Paul, and DeAndre Ayton, guys that work, and I wanted to be a part of that. So I'm excited I'm here. I'm looking forward to trying to add as much as I can to the group already. Like I said, they've built themselves up and built the structure and the infrastructure up for themselves already, and I'm looking forward to adding to it.
I mean, in the first 10 seconds, he talks about the culture. Now, when that press conference happened,
they did have good culture.
They did have good culture.
Yeah.
What changed? Well, a lot changed. The vibes around Monty Williams changed. They went through 2 more head coaches. That changed. They had front office restructuring. That changed. But when you're in the situation while the culture is changing, you can't ask the question, what culture did they have? And you can't throw your hands up and say, well, it's not my fault. You can't be the best player on the team that woefully underachieves and then moonwalk away from any responsibility for those failings.
Well, that's what
Kevin Durant earlier in this season, or earlier in the offseason, made some sort of comment on social media like, it ain't tennis, it's not an individual sport. That tells you everything you need to know.
And then he'll always be quick to point out his individual stats and achievement. And he did. He put up numbers. There's no doubt about it. His first year here, it was out of the gate. No Suns player put the ball in the basket more than Kevin Durant. I mean, he was on a record pace scoring the basketball in that first year. But you talk about impacting winning. I know he didn't do it because clearly they didn't do it. And certainly didn't do it enough. And they fell far short of expectations, not only in year 1, but obviously in year 2. I wish when Kevin Durant said that coming in about the culture, the Suns were a year and a half away from making the finals. But how about the names he mentioned? He mentioned Chris Paul. He mentioned Monty Williams. Mm-hmm. He mentioned James Jones. He mentioned DeAndre Ayton. Obviously, that's debatable whether DeAndre Ayton was a positive influence on the culture. But one by one, systematically, all those guys were removed from the equation. True. And they were left with a new culture to grow and cultivate. And it went the other way. And maybe Frank Vogel and Mike Budenholzer were not great hires. Maybe some players they brought in did not increase the culture. But Durant, it is on you. Like, you are the leader. You and Book are the leader of this team, the leaders of this team. So when the culture goes south, and you just can't, to your point, Vinny, you just can't sit there, whether you're talking to Eric Ruby or anybody else, and be like, well, what culture? Like, if the culture was bad, you're in part to blame for it.
And again, this is not a 100% finger-pointing attack on Kevin Durant. It's his responsibility. Doesn't go all to Bradley Beal. We said it all last year when it became clear that this team was basically rudderless at every turn, it's everybody's responsibility. And in terms of building the culture, the fact that, and we all had chuckles about it with the use of the term alignment, and Matt Ishbia used it a couple times yesterday in his NBA radio interview on Sirius XM. That is an admission that they let the culture, which was strong when Matt Ishbia took over, they let it slip through their fingers. And he's taking responsibility for it. And that is apparently very important to them.
I have said a zillion times, it's on everybody. Everybody needs to be accountable. But I will also say in the same breath, the culture of that locker room and on-court performance is a lot more on Kevin Durant than it is on Damian Lee and Grayson Allen and Mason Plumlee. So when it goes south and it doesn't work and it's toxic and you have the aftermath of this fighting and bickering, I'm sorry, your leaders have to be held a little more accountable than some of the other guys on that roster. That's just the way I see it. I mean, I don't know if you feel differently. No. We're going to put this on Mason Plumlee? No. Or are we going to look at Kevin Durant and Devin Booker?
You're going to put the requisite amount of responsibility based on their roles on the teams. If you're a 14th man, you're not playing very much. You know, this wasn't a failure because Ty Washington wasn't very good.
And I do put a lot on the Mike Budenholzer era.
Absolutely.
I think we were all underwhelmed by the Frank Vogel era, but then I think we saw the other side of the coin, and obviously it got a lot worse. And everything Mike Budenholzer was brought in to fix, he not only didn't fix it, he made it worse.
Yeah. My favorite part of that exchange, though, was Kevin Durant basically admitted that his super fans are super annoying.
Calls them KD stans. I mean, speaking of Damian Lee, we had Damian Lee fighting with a fan yesterday as well because Lee posted the laughing emoji after the Bradley Beal thing. Had Gambo and Mark Stein going back and forth. The street's alive. Secret debts are paid.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app on arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, the big stories on this Friday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot with Sammy Sabalka. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Tim Ring sitting in for Bick here on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
To be in this position, still waiting to see. You know, are you a buyer? Are you a seller? And we can't really proclaim what we are yet. I think going through the end of the first half, we didn't give ourselves much of a reason to say we are definitely buyers as much as we want to be. I mean, we still want to buy, but we have to be realistic.
The D-backs begin a 6-game homestand tonight versus St. Louis. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I'm Diamond Dave, and I've been doing this for over 35 years and my family for 4 generations. A lot has changed since 1990. Our marketing, our teams, even many of our sources. But one thing hasn't changed. Our commitment to offering the absolute best quality at the lowest prices possible. People ask why we don't do weekends, why we don't have 40 feet of showcases, why we work by appointment only. Simple. We're not a jewelry store. We're world-class importers, designers, and wholesalers. To give you elite quality at wholesale pricing, we have to do things differently. Think a high-end showroom where thousands of rings on display makes it better? It doesn't. It just makes it more expensive and a lot less personal. Come to Diamond Dave's and buy the smart way with insider access, wholesale prices, and zero pressure.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
It isn't just any Ford dealer, it is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and 0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on the road to recovery because their better future begins with our help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Rates are Berkelot. Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some good news for Diamondback fans today, as Jalen Beeks, Ryan Thompson, and Shelby Miller all have started their throwing programs en route to them returning to the bullpen this season. And Eugenio Suarez has seemed to dodge a bullet with some negative x-rays on his hand. And not to mention, the Snakes are back on the diamond tonight. Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball at Chase Field tonight at 6:40 against the St. Louis Cardinals. And you can listen right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Now that the Phoenix Suns are under the second apron and might have some flexibility moving forward, what might be the next move for Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. And round 2 of the Open Championship at Royal Portrush is underway. Brian Harmon is currently your leader. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy your life again.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Barada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Oh, good morning and happy Friday. It is 7:31. It is the Rush Hour Reboot for the top stories in all the sports that happened yesterday. Yesterday is one of the calendar days where there's no major professional sport games. I think it might be the only one.
I think it's the day.
Monday, right?
Monday, Wednesday, and then yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so just before we jump into...
Did they always not start games again until Friday?
No. They used to start them up on Thursday.
Longer and longer. These all-star breaks for all the sports, it feels like, are longer and longer.
And before we jump in real quick, the YouTube chat today has been going on and on about sports or celebrity doppelgangers. And if they have any, have you guys ever been told you look like a professional athlete or celebrity?
Tom Brady, Brad Pitt.
Professional athlete. I once got compared to former Oklahoma State and Suns guard, the late Brooks Thompson. I was told I looked like him.
Oh, okay.
And in the
you
sports,
say the late? He's dead?
Brooks Thompson passed away. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You remember him, right?
Sorry to break it to you, Tom.
Yeah. And I got told a story. Somebody at a wedding told me that they were at the same wedding as Dan Graziano from ESPN, and came up on them and thought it was me and started talking to them like they were.
No way.
I was like, I didn't think I looked like him.
That's
but
kind of
there is a resemblance.
I get it all the time. Anytime there's a player with a hairy player with a long face.
Vasa Micic.
Yeah. Frank Kaminsky.
I've always
said.
Jarrett Carlin walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Hey, why the long face?"
Right, why the long face? I've always thought Kaminsky with you. I don't get it a lot. I was joking, obviously, but what I said
Who do you
earlier,
get, Sammy?
I get a ton of Zach Wilson.
Oh yeah, I see
yeah.
And then recently, I think since he's kind of burst more onto the scene, I get a lot of Bo Nix.
Okay, I can see that too.
Okay. If anybody listening has one for me, I'm
You have just
all
like
eyes and ears.
Don't take this the wrong way, but you have a very just like generic looking face.
Thank you. Yes, one of one.
Well, you know what I mean, though. It's just like
Everyman,
you have the everyman face.
Everyman face.
Don't take this the wrong way.
No offense.
Boys, that's one of those ones that like anything.
No matter what comes
after that, it's gonna not be good.
Having said that,
I do want to start off the reboot.
Look, he's a great guy, but.
Are we gonna let Sammy talk?
Oh, sorry. That's right. He told me he was a little late today, so.
Well, I brought this up, but I do want to thank Matt Ishbia, not only for the lower drink prices and the hot dogs, but for giving us something to talk about today, and that is the pressure or lack thereof to win to keep Devin Booker around. He said this.
I don't feel any pressure to win to keep Devin happy. Devin's going to be happy because we're going to try to win. We're going to do things and be aligned with the vision and the identity that he agrees with 1,000%. I don't need any external pressure to try to win. We want to win every single day. We want to get better every single day. But the expectations have changed. You know, when you have Kevin, Devin, and Brad, people think championship or bust, and we unfortunately busted 2 years.
So what are your thoughts on that? Just open blank.
On whether or not feeling pressure to keep. I mean, I kind of agree.
At what point do you feel that pressure that you need to win, or Booker's going to be unhappy?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, but I also think that Matt Ishbia is not blowing smoke when he says they do want to win, and I think Devin Booker is subscribing to that right now. I mean, is it going to shock me if this thing goes not well for the next couple of years that Devin Booker might want to go elsewhere? It won't shock me at all. But I don't. That's certainly not even in the equation right now, despite a lot of Suns fans thinking that they should trade Devin Booker.
Why would you not want to win when you don't have lottery picks anyway?
Yeah.
I mean, the philosophy is like we're going to take a step back and kind of build this thing through the draft. That's not a possibility.
No.
Yeah, it really isn't. And the only thing that kind of jarred me backwards is that Ishbia is talking about the pressure to win with Devin Booker, and like he doesn't see a world in which Devin Booker's not on this team. And to Vince's point of, if this does go south in 3 years, like what's he gonna do with that? I don't know what's gonna happen.
Well, let's ask Matt Ishbia 15 months ago if he could see a world where Kevin Durant is not on the basketball team. Guess what he would have said
exactly
back then.
Yeah.
So you just don't know what the future holds.
I mean, this time last year they were talking about a Kevin Durant contract extension in Phoenix.
Yeah,
that's how poorly things went this past year.
And speaking of Durant, we just talked a decent amount about his social media presence and how we're not really going to miss that on his way to Houston. But aside from his just automatic lethal scoring ability. Will there be anything else you miss from Kevin Durant?
Oh, absolutely. I find Kevin Durant to be a fascinating personality, and to listen to him, well, actually to experience him in basketball conversations, even with other people. He listens at a rare level when he's asked a question, and he'll actually engage in a conversation. Listening to Kevin Durant talk about basketball to me is fascinating. And look, you can still get it now with the internet. It just won't be in our own backyard. But I always enjoyed that about him.
I will 100% miss Kevin Durant, the basketball player, if that's the question, Sammy. I mean, what was their record without him last year?
Not good.
Rather dismal. Plus, you're talking about one of the top players to ever play this game. So to be able to watch him play each and every night for your team was a great experience. And I'll say this. When Kevin Durant was on the court, obviously it didn't work out this way because look at the record. But I always felt like we had a chance to win every and any game. Because Kevin Durant was out there on the court, and a 50-burger was always a possibility. Never really got that here, but you always kind of felt that.
Yeah.
That when Kevin Durant was on the court, you had a chance.
Yeah.
And we're not going to have that anymore, and I'm going to miss that era from that standpoint.
Yeah. So we'll wrap it up. After a much-needed timeout, the bingo card is back. I don't know, Tim, if you're... I mean, we've done it before, but...
I don't know if I am.
There hasn't been a lot of success with us and our predictions over the sporting events over the weekend, but we bring it back. We've got 3 important games with the Cardinals, a major championship, a big UFC fight, Suns offseason. You know, we're starting back up. So I'll start with you, Tim. What are 2 things in the sports where you can take it anywhere you want that you think will happen this weekend?
Could be bold or it could be obvious. Just 2 predictions for this weekend in the sports world.
Boy, if I had to predict this weekend, wow. Okay, given their track record, I'm going to say the D-backs actually win 2 of 3 against the Cardinals. And I'll extend that and say they'll lose 2 of 3 then in the following series against the Astros. And it'll be very Diamondback-y.
But we're just sticking with the weekend. So you're saying 2 of 3.
2 of 3 from the Cardinals, yeah.
Okay.
And WNBA All-Star ratings will plummet with Caitlin Clark not playing in the game.
That is the least bold prediction ever made on this show. So we're still working out the rules and the parameters for the bingo card. Can I go Diamondbacks related?
Yes, you can. You just, theoretically, you wouldn't take Diamondbacks get swept, Diamondbacks sweep, like, because the Diamondbacks 2 of 3 is taken. So, like, now we can go, like, within the Diamondback games, like, what might happen.
Oh, because I can't say they're going to lose 2 out of 3?
No.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Let's see. Who's going to hit more than 1 home run this weekend? I'm going to go Corbin Carroll. Multiple long balls for Corbin Carroll. And I'll leave the golf for you, Sammy, because there's a real obvious one there that you already gave. I got to think about my second one. There's so little going on.
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
Jarrett?
I will. They're allowed to make moves right now. The Suns, trades and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The Suns will make a trade this weekend.
A trade or a signing?
A roster move?
Yeah. The Suns will make a roster move.
There you go. That's probably more.
And one of the 3 Diamondbacks pitchers will pitch more than 7 innings.
I like that. Okay.
They almost have to.
I know. Well, hopefully they'll step up.
What do you got, Sammy?
So I have, it's actually kind of a big UFC fight. Max Holloway and Dustin Poirier, they get together for the 3rd time. And I think Max Holloway is going to defend his BMF.
Former Cardinals quarterback Max Holloway? I'm joking.
BMF?
That is
blank, I see.
Blank. That's like what they call that division. I think he'll get it done. And then I prefaced it early, but I think on Sunday in Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy and Scottie Scheffler are going to finally have their moment where they kind of go back and forth, little shot for shot.
Okay.
But Scottie Scheffler, with America watching back home, will outduel the Irishman in his home country.
Ooh. So you like combat sports. Do you like pro wrestling? Not a sport, obviously, but do you like professional wrestling at all, Sammy?
I I can't say I've ever gotten into it.
Because your boy, Jelly Roll, is now becoming a professional wrestler.
Wow.
I thought that was your guy. I thought you liked those kind of
I do like
acts.
I like country music. I like Jelly Roll.
You like gladiator movies, Sammy?
You like Jelly Roll?
Jelly Roll, a cup of coffee. Oh, delicious.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6. We have 6 right now. We need to get to 8, but we can fill it out as the show goes on.
Well, it's slim pickings.
It's
this
slim
week.
pickings,
Yeah.
but I like where we're at right now.
Yeah,
I
do too.
can't lie. So that was maybe not a reboot, a reboost for the weekend.
I like it. Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks start the second half tonight with a high-pressure series. And their number 4 starter on the mound to start the series? We'll get into that and more Diamondbacks talk next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Kevin Durant's in Houston. Bradley Beal's going to the Clippers. That era officially ends the second Bradley Beal's leaving for another team.
Yes.
So how do you remember that era? Collectively.
We're going to look and say that it was nice to have Kevin Durant, but we didn't achieve more with him than we did without him before.
No. Which is going to be the great mystery to me.
Yeah, because it's going to be the whole what could have been, right?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
These days, there's no nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Luke, do the Arizona Diamondbacks absolutely have to sweep the St. Louis Cardinals this weekend to stay in the race? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yes. The rotation is Fott, Nelson, Kelly over the next 3 days. Gallon will go after Kelly, yes.
Torey Lovello setting the rotation post All-Star break tonight, going with Brandon Fott in the opener against the St. Louis Cardinals. Why that rotation, Torey Lovello?
The projection of now and building it out piece by piece by piece, we got to chase down a few teams. It's not just the Cardinals. And they're a good baseball team. We looked at the direct matchups right now. We looked at the matchups for Houston. We looked at it well beyond that. And a lot of time was spent in this area. And this is just how it lined up for us.
Look, and we talked about this earlier. The rotation as it's set, it doesn't make perfect sense to me with Brandon Fott getting the ball in setting the tone for a must-win stretch of games. But the bottom line is this: their starting pitching has to be better than it has been to a man, 1 through 5, for them to even have a chance to keep their hopes alive in getting back into the postseason picture. So it starts tonight. This is a big start for Brandon Fott. Obviously, the Cardinals, one of the teams you're chasing. The Cardinals swept the Diamondbacks earlier this season in St. Louis. And this could be a very, very telling 3 days for the Diamondbacks. It might not take that full 12-game stretch, Tim, to determine what Mike Hazen and company are going to do at the deadline. They might have a very clear picture of this Monday morning.
I think the picture is clear right now. The question is, can the team do anything at this point to change the direction
muddy it up
in which this is heading? You listen between the lines to Derek Hall yesterday. We had him here on Bickley and Murata. And it's just clear how they feel this is trending and what they're going to have to do. They don't like it. They're disappointed. Mm-hmm. It sucks. You're waving a white flag no matter what they'll say publicly post-trade deadline.
Well,
but can they go? I said real quick, Spain, but I was going to finish it up with, can they? Is there anything they can do? Does a 6-0 start change the calculus?
Yeah.
Does a 7-1 start change the calculus? I get it. What they've shown this year tells you that's not going to happen anyway, but there's opportunities to perhaps change the calculus still.
Well, what he said yesterday that I found really interesting, and if you're a fan, you had to hear this, is if they give them a reason to sell, or even if it's close, they would be irresponsible not to, or irresponsible not to make the decisions that they need to then help themselves for the next year, i.e., Zach Gallen, if you know you're not going to be able to sign him, you use him as the asset to then get things in return for him. You hear that a lot in the NBA of like expiring contracts. You would rather maybe trade them to get things in return as opposed to just letting them walk for nothing.
Yeah. In terms of the confidence level of this team coming off the break, several players spoke to the media last night too. The mindset is there. The confidence is there. Here's Randall Grichuk.
Yeah, most definitely. I think, obviously, everyone understands that the next 2 weeks are kind of crucial for us to figure out where we're going and what direction we're going. But, I'll say it like probably a number of the guys have said it, we believe in the talent in the clubhouse. And, last year we did the same thing, struggled in the first half a little bit and came out on fire in the second half. So we know we have the talent to do it. And, we're looking forward to the opportunity.
Similar thoughts from tonight's starter and Brandon Fott.
I think we have a good weekend. We have a good road trip. I think we can make those 5.5 games up pretty quickly and hopefully put ourselves in a good spot. There's a lot of baseball left in the season, and I think we have the talent to do that.
And to Grichuk's point, this team was disappointing at the All-Star break last year. Second half of the season, they kicked it into gear. Still fell a bit short, 40-25 in their final 65 games. So, yeah, those stretches are possible. The biggest difference, though, is in the health of the team. The bullpen, there was some good news, not immediate good news, but trending good news about the bullpen from Torey Lovullo, that Shelby Miller and Jalen Beeks and Ryan Thompson are all progressing towards returning. That bullpen becomes, serviceable with those three guys there. You got to just stop taking on water in terms of the bullpen this weekend to make any potential impact possible.
I can appreciate Grichuk's and Brandon Fott's thoughts there. Somebody sticks a microphone in their face and ask them if they're still confident. Of course. I mean, what are they going to say? So you hear that kind of stuff, and not to
going through the motions.
Well, right, yeah, this thing's over. But hey, we're getting paid a lot of money to play a game.
We've squandered our opportunity.
But I mean, the talk is cheap. I hear about this as a crucial homestand coming up. Well, you know what? The road trip before the All-Star game was crucial.
Yeah.
And you lost 3 out of 4 to end it. The homestand before that road trip was crucial. You went 3 of 7.
All the games count the same. That's the one thing.
That is true.
It's been a common theme with this team and those who talk about this team. Well, the next series is big. Well, this road trip coming up is big. This homestand coming up is big. We're going to know all we need to know about this team, and they keep basically going 500. So we keep kicking the can down the road about what's big and what will be big and what will be crucial.
Mm-hmm.
They got a 6-game homestand, Vinny. They'll probably go 3-3.
Probably. I mean, that's. I'm not a betting man. Seems like a safe bet. Torey Lovullo also had another injury update, not as positive on catcher Gabby Moreno.
Gabby, everything's been pushed back a little bit on Gabby, as I explained to you guys. We started to slow play it because he had the discomfort with the last imaging that he had. Still shows a fracture, and he'll have some CT scanning next week to update that. And once we get him asymptomatic, we'll get him back out there participating and getting back into full baseball activity. But we're not there yet.
Kind of a puzzling injury. When that initially happened in that Cincinnati series, that was on June 6th. So we are 5 weeks, almost 6 weeks into this.
5+ weeks, yeah.
It wasn't an immediate, hey, we're putting Gabby on the injured list. Remember, he tried to play through it. And then after further testing, it revealed the fracture. It's been a real strange injury for Gabby Moreno, and it looks like he's not coming back anytime soon.
You hope he didn't have a setback.
Yeah.
At this point.
Because that was on his throwing hand, his right hand, where he took that pitch off that hand behind the plate, too. That was such malfeasance by that umpiring crew that night, the rainy night in Cincinnati. They should not have been playing baseball when that happened. But par for the course for this year's Diamondbacks.
Well, and it goes back to, does this team have a chance to go on an epic run here? They just may not have the horses.
No.
But from a bullpen standpoint, Moreno out, just across the board.
Mm-hmm.
And the inconsistencies then in the starting rotation just leads you to believe that they're heading down a path, and it's going to be Steve Gilbert had a really good point. They're probably not going to trade Gallen and Kelly because they
need pitchers.
Somebody to pitch.
They need somebody to pitch. They may not trade Suarez and Naylor. Might just be Suarez. Might just be Gallen.
I could see.
If I was a betting man, it'd probably be those two.
Yeah.
They'll keep the other two.
And it wouldn't shock me to see another deal that people weren't thinking about as a possibility made by Mike Hazen, because that's kind of how he rolls at the deadline.
And the one bright side about a potential Moreno setback is we do get to see
Del Castillo, Adrian.
Yeah, that's the rumors that ADC is on his way back up to the big club for some left-handed hitting designated hitter action. Coming up, the Arizona Cardinals have actual expectations on them this season. Do they have the talent to meet those expectations? We'll dive into that straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick on this Friday here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovullo. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Oh, it's heating up, Acenonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks play baseball today. Yep, they will return from the All-Star break tonight against the team they're currently chasing in the wild card. The St. Louis Cardinals are in town, and Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 10th win of the season. And here is Pfaadt on the baseball in front of this team right now?
I think we have a good weekend. We have a good road trip. I think we can make those 5.5 games up pretty quickly and hopefully put ourselves in a good spot. There's a lot of baseball left in the season, and I think we have the talent to do that.
First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, as the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal chapter has ended, reports are swirling that the Suns might have interest in restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga. Now, will they have the assets and finances to pull it off? That remains to be seen. And school is no longer in session, but ESPN has given the Phoenix Mercury's first half of the season an A as they head into their All-Star break with the WNBA's second best record. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Luke. How can Marvin Harrison Jr. be a top 10 receiver in the NFL by the end of the 2025 season? We'll talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I'm one of those that continues to have that upward trajectory in mind for the Cardinals and what Gannon and Monty Austin-Ford have built. I think they'll continue to climb. I think from a national standpoint, the bad taste in the mouth of that second half collapse, going into the bye week with the sole possession of the NFC West and then, fading out of the playoff picture entirely kind of leads that bad taste.
Omar Ruiz from NFL Network. He joined us earlier this week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings talking about his optimistic viewpoint of the Arizona Cardinals. I think the Cardinals, as we get closer to the beginning of the season, we'll graduate from list season, which is wrapping up right now in the NFL.
List season, that's a great way to put it.
To prediction season. But I want to focus on one of the lists and how optimistic should people be about the Arizona Cardinals, because it comes down in the NFL. You can't win without good players. Do the Cardinals have the requisite talent to make a challenge for the postseason? And I think the answer is still out there. We don't know the answer to that question. But ESPN wrapped up its list, its ranking of top 10 players at each position. And these are determined by interviewing executives, scouts, and coaches around the league. And last year in the Cardinal season, going into the Cardinal season, ESPN did the same thing. And the Cardinals had one top 10 player at a position last year, one got honorable mention, and 3 received votes. The same 5 players are on these lists in various form this year. So last year it was Budda Baker was a top 10 safety on the list.
So Trey McBride was not a top 10 tight end last year.
He was an honorable mention pick. He's number 4 this year on that list.
Okay.
So he's elevated. Kyler Murray, James Conner, Paris Johnson are the 3 players that had honorable mention last year and are honorable mention this year. Even Josh Sweat, who they added to the roster in a free agent acquisition, didn't even garner honorable mention as an edge rusher. So if the Cardinals are going to make that jump, they're going to have to count on individual players stepping up and getting better. And it was perfect timing, Luke previewing what they're going to talk about on Wolf and Luke today. Can Marvin Harrison Jr. be the impact player by the end of the season? That's what needs to happen, is several players for the Cardinals, and they have their candidates, have to elevate their games individually to be on this list. Because you look at the teams that have the most top 10 players at position. The Philadelphia Eagles have 10 top 10 players. That's ridiculous. Oh, by the way, they're the defending Super Bowl champions. The Baltimore Ravens have 8. The Kansas City Chiefs have 7. The Detroit Lions have 8. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have 6. These are the teams that are going to be competing for the Super Bowl. It's not saying that the Cardinals can't get it done, but they need elevation from individuals.
Knowing how many were on these lists for the Eagles last year? I don't know the answer to that, but I
have that right in front of me. They had 6 top 10 players last year.
Okay, so it went up by 4. So 4 guys elevated, and you win a Super Bowl, certainly everybody gets elevated to a certain extent. I will say this. There's a jump that Trey McBride made last year. We thought Trey McBride was good prior to last year. But,
yes.
But the country didn't. Okay, so he burst onto the, quote, national scene with his performance last year. Now I think he's regarded, even though he's 4 on this list, I think he's certainly a top 3 tight end in the National Football League, and he's only getting better. There's just so many candidates, Vinny, and if you win and you make the playoffs and maybe win a game in the playoffs, guys certainly have to step up their games, and maybe they'll be on these lists next summer. And I'm talking about guys like Garrett Williams, like Max Melton. Maybe Josh Sweat can be a guy, even though he's not exactly a younger player at this point. Walter Nolan, how much can the rookie give them? Darius Robinson. See, Robinson and Ojulari are interesting to me, right? These guys are a former first-round pick and a second-round pick.
Yes.
They basically, for different reasons, haven't played. They haven't been in the lineup to make an impact for any amount of time that would lend you to believe that they could make an impact. So, yeah, the Cardinals are adding guys like Will Johnson and Walter Nolan, these rookies into the mix, and Max Melton, a second-year player, and Garrett Williams, a third-year player. But also it's like you're almost adding Darius Robinson and B.J. Ojulari, a first-round pick and a second-round pick, into the mix. So these are the candidates that I'm talking about that could potentially not only put the Cardinals in a good place in terms of division championships and the postseason, but obviously individually can take those steps up. So when the ESPNs of the world do these lists next summer, they got a chance to appear on it. Because you go by the list this year right now, and you're like, do the Cardinals even have enough talent to win the division, let alone win a couple of playoff games?
I think you hit on a very good list, a very complete list of who those candidates are. The individuals that have the capability of elevating their individual games and thus, rising the whole program. It starts with Marvin Harrison Jr. And when this list came out for wide receivers, Jarrett brought up the point. You had 3 receivers from the rookie class last year, one of whom, Malik Neighbors, cracked the top 10 after his rookie season. Brian Thomas from Jacksonville and Ladd McConkey were in the honorable mentions. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s got to get there. He's that important to this offense. He is certainly a candidate. Paris Johnson Jr., I think, at left tackle. Going into his third year? This is a big year for him. And he's been honorable mention the last 2 years. I think he can be a top 10 tackle in this league. Elsewhere, offensively, that's probably about it. Kyler Murray could be that guy.
We should also give the disclaimer, just because ESPN puts this out, and I know they talk to people.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that Paris Johnson Jr. right now is not a top 5 tackle or top 10 tackle in the league. It's just the perception from around the league and a bunch of different opinions and biases and all that kind of stuff. But it's not like this. It's not like this is the gospel. I mean, clearly this is a springboard for a conversation for us, and it's great content for the readers and the fans in the summertime. But I think Paris Johnson Jr. is going to be absolutely a mainstay at that position for a long time, and a very good left tackle in the league. Whether he's the 6th best or the 7th best or the 3rd best, don't care. Just get the job done.
Yeah, and your list on defense, I think, was complete as well. Darius Robinson, Josh Sweat, Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, and Garrett Williams. Those are the guys that I think have this ceiling for elevation to join these lists in the future. In terms of the talent, where the Cardinals stand in terms of top 10 players in the division, with all the rankings in, the Cardinals and Rams each had 2 top 10 players. Seattle had 3. San Francisco had 5, down from 9 last year. That's how much San Francisco, I think they're still good. I think they're the class of the division at this point.
You do, really? Not,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I still think it's the most even top to bottom division in football. But I think I would favor the 49ers and Rams over the Seahawks and Cardinals right now.
Would you agree with me that the division is there for the taking for any team, including the Cardinals? Sure. It is every year.
Yeah.
But more so this year than perhaps it's been cosmetically, at least the optics of it, heading into previous seasons.
Yes, because I don't see, again, top to bottom, I think it's pretty equal.
Yeah.
I don't see a 13, 14 win team in this division.
No, I think it's there for the taking.
I think 11 wins might be, the top end number for any of these teams' capabilities.
And you look at the Cardinals' schedule early on in the season, there's a runway there to put them in a position to win 11 games and win this division. I'd almost be disappointed right now at this point if they didn't.
Coming up next, we will Explore the fit of Bradley Beal, but not in Phoenix. In L.A. with the Clippers, Law Murray, who covers the Clippers for The Athletic, will join us straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Shelby Miller resumes throwing and the D-backs dodged a bullet with Eugenio Suarez. The Diamondbacks shake up their rotation order entering the second half. And Bradley Beal's agent says the guard got away from his identity with the Suns. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with some great advice for sports fans. If you are looking to upgrade your viewing experience, stay away from the big box stores and head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance. And here's why. Waltz will give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and all the major name brands you are looking for. And you will not pay a premium for all that because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. To prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Arizona sports.
The KD trade was a bust for them. They took back, I'll say nickels on the dollar. I won't say pennies on the dollar. They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that their all-in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, earlier this offseason, Suns move away from Kevin Durant, traded to Houston. They are now out of the Bradley Beal business as they buy him out, waive and stretch him. He's going to sign a deal with the LA Clippers, and here to explore the fit with the Clippers for Brad Beal and more. He covers the Clippers and the NBA for The Athletic. Law Murray, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Law, thanks for making time for us today. We appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Good morning out there.
Let's just jump right in. Let's talk about the fit. Obviously, it's a different picture with Bradley Beal because the no-trade clause isn't coming with him. The exorbitant salary is not coming with him. But from a basketball standpoint, how do you think Brad Beal fits in with this particular crew of LA Clippers, Law?
Well, the most important part of this for Brad is the player who is outgoing, and that's Norman Powell. He had a near all-star season for the LA Clippers. He played incredibly well, especially before Kawhi Leonard was able to get back to the star form that we know that Kawhi is capable of. Brad is slotting pretty seamlessly into the role that Norman Powell has vacated when the Clippers traded him to Miami as part of a 3-team deal that allowed the Clippers to get bigger in John Collins, getting him from the Utah Jazz. And the biggest upgrade that Beal represents over Norman Powell is the ability to be a playmaker and a ball handler. The Clippers needed that. They needed 3 things as far as improvement this offseason based off of last year's roster. Those 3 things were shooting, front court size, and ball handling. And Beal's a pretty good shooter. I don't believe he's as good a shooter as Norman Powell, especially the Powell that we saw last year. That dude, Norman Powell, was in a 3-point shootout for crying out loud. Like, his shooting, if Beal can match that in any way, then the Clippers should be thrilled. But Norman, for all the things he does well, he's one of the worst ball handlers at his position. And Bradley is a guy who should be able to make plays, to be a secondary ball handler, a guy who can run some pick and rolls. That kind of thing is going to be huge for the Clippers. It allows Brad to start next to James Harden, and it allows Chris Dunn to be in a role that is probably a lesser role overall, but it also gives the Clippers a chance to just put a guy out there next to James who can not just handle the ball, but shoot confidently, get his own. Chris Dunn, for all the things he did well last year, I think that got exposed in the playoffs against the Denver Nuggets. The fact that Chris had to play next to James, who's a turnover machine, and then you had all this spacing concerns because teams didn't respect Chris. They're not going to guard Bradley Beal like that.
Yeah, true.
Law, the availability issue with Bradley Beal, you guys go through this with Kawhi Leonard, who has averaged, I think, about 53 games a season in his 5 years in a Clippers uniform. The Suns knew Bradley Beal's injury history with Washington, but they kind of overlooked it and thought that, well, when he gets here and he's in a better situation, we expect him to be durable and we expect him to be on the court. That clearly didn't happen here. He played about 53 games a season as a member of the Phoenix Suns. Whether it's you talking to the Clippers brass who have decided to go with Bradley Beal, or just your own personal opinion, Beal's lack of availability, how much of a concern is that, or should it be, for the Clippers going forward?
It should be the biggest concern that they have overall, the biggest. And I hate it when, we pick and choose, like, who we think are valuable and who is all of a sudden going to, be a problem every year. Like, Brad's going to be hurt, man. Like, we've seen it. The last 4 years, he's averaged 33 missed games a year. Like, if you get 60 games out of Bradley Beal, that would represent, I think, a 5 or 6 year high or something like that. Yeah. And guess what? That's how many games you got out of Norman Powell. People are concerned about Norman Powell's durability. I mean, Norman Powell picking up back-to-back injuries after the All-Star break is kind of what derailed his season, got him off track a little bit. And so if you're the Clippers, I think the Clippers had a really good year from a, player, not necessarily player availability, but like
preventing injuries and maintaining and getting guys healthy and getting guys back on the floor. I think the Clippers had a really good year in that regard. That's going to be critical. The Clippers have someone on their medical staff, Jesse Phillips, a guy who I've gotten to know pretty well over the last few years. And Brad is familiar with Jesse because Jesse was in Washington with Brad. He was in Washington with John Wall. John Wall played for the Clippers for a year, 3 years ago. So I think that's going to be really important to have a guy who's familiar with Brad and able to treat him, prevent him, get him stronger, all of those things. But if you're the Clippers, whether it's Kawhi, whether it's a guy you're bringing in that's new, you need to account for the fact that guys are going to miss time. And that's the big thing here. The Suns had Bradley Beal on that contract. The Clippers have Bradley Beal on a deal that allows them to be deeper because you're not paying them as much.
Sure.
And when Brad misses time, just like when Norm missed time after the All-Star break, that's why I think a guy like Bogdan Bogdanovic is critical, because Bogdan Bogdanovic, maybe he doesn't play as much when the team's fully healthy, but when a guy like Brad misses time, you know that you can start Bogdan Bogdanovic and not have a severe drop-off.
Law Murray covers the Clippers and the NBA for The Athletic. He is our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Obviously, the Clippers, they were busy. You mentioned the Powell deal. They bring in Beal. They get Brook Lopez. They get John Collins in that three-way deal. How much confidence is there in the Clippers being improved, and where do you think they are in the pecking order in the Western Conference on paper right now, Law?
Man, the Western Conference, we be talking about the Western Conference crazy. But I still think it's Thunder versus everybody else. That's what it was last year. Yeah. Everyone gets excited about the West because on a nightly basis, those teams are really competitive, especially to start the season. That doesn't mean those teams are actually playing at an elite level. You saw unserious basketball throughout the season. We just didn't mention it like that because the floor is higher in the West for baseline decent play. Also, you had some terrible teams in the West. Utah Jazz looking in your direction, right? The East has some really bad teams, but I thought the East had teams that were more threatening. They had higher quality of teams over there. Like you had 2 60-win teams in Boston and Cleveland, and neither one of those teams actually made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. You saw the Knicks and the Pacers get there. The West has a bunch of teams below the Thunder that they can be good, but they're not great. And the Clippers, honestly, they should be in that second tier of teams that can threaten to, hunt for the 2 seed. I think the Rockets just happen to be the best team, of that morass of teams in the middle of the playoff picture in the West. And you saw what good that got. They got eliminated on their home floor in a game 7 to the 7 seed. The Lakers were the 3 seed last year. They only won 1 playoff game. And so I think with the Clippers, they're going to be in the mix there with the Nuggets, with the Timberwolves, certainly with the Rockets. And, I don't want to disrespect the Lakers, but they're not going to be. People are going to be excited to play the Lakers. That's how it is every year. So I think it's Thunder versus everybody, but the Clippers should definitely have a case, especially if they can get off to a good start, which I think will be critical with all these guys in that second tier in the West.
Well, Law, thanks so much for giving us some insight on the Clippers and Brad Beal's fit. We appreciate the time.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you. Law Murray covers the Clippers for The Athletic and the NBA. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, many believe the Diamondbacks will control this year's MLB trade deadline and have several in-demand players. So would it be almost irresponsible if they don't make a major move? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday with Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Gino Suarez, there he was minding his own business, having the time of his life, right? Here I am at the All-Star game, living my best life. Life is good, and then BAM!
I don't know if they know if they're going to move him or not. Just the fact the option could have been taken away from him and the Diamondbacks because he gets hit in the hand in the All-Star game and breaks something in the All-Star game. Thank goodness, Basinonians. The X-rays were negative.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a great price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. My friends at Chapman BMW will check every one of those boxes for you. Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. This family-run business for 58 years. Chapman BMW, different in the very best of ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and proof that the Chapman family cares as much about their people as they do their clients. And at Chapman BMW, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He ensures that every one of our listeners will get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some good news for the Diamondbacks fans today as Jalen Beeks, Ryan Thompson, and Shelby Miller have all started their throwing programs en route to returning to the bullpen this season. And Eugenio Suarez has seemed to dodge a bullet with negative x-rays on his hand. And not to mention the Snakes are back on the diamond tonight. Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball against the St. Louis Cardinals at Chase Field at 6:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Now that the Phoenix Suns are under the second apron and have some flexibility moving forward, what might be the next move for Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns? Head to ArizonaSports.com to find out. And round 2 of the Open Championship in Royal Portrush is underway, and this report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Luke. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks absolutely have to sweep the St. Louis Cardinals this weekend to stay in the race? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Well, there comes a point at which almost too many teams are in contention in order for it to be chaotic, because those 8 teams that aren't within 5.5 games aren't within 5.5 games because they don't have a whole lot of talent, right? So the supply is not going to be great unless some of those 22 teams in that position decide to, okay, let's take advantage of this seller's market. And so you look at a Cleveland, you look at a Minnesota, you look, you look at the Arizona Diamondbacks especially, and they may just look at it like, hey, we got talent, we've hung in there, but we are not playoff teams at this point.
That's Jeff Passan from ESPN, kind of previewing what the trade deadline could look like. It's coming up on July 31st. The Diamondbacks start their post-All-Star break schedule tonight with a 3-game series in St. Louis. 12 games between now and the deadline. Tim, you've been pretty clear all week long. You think that the path is already marked out for the Diamondbacks, that they will be making trades and some important players. But when you consider the fact that they have 4 attractive assets at very in-demand positions that are all free agents to be, they could be the team that controls it. I don't know if we're going to see a total 4-person trade-off. I don't think Naylor, Suarez, Gallen, and Kelly all go, but I could see 2 of them going. And the points you made earlier about the pitching especially, Zach Gallen's probably, even if he was pitching well, I don't think he would be back next year via free agency with the Diamondbacks. I think he's more likely to go. But Eugenio Suarez is a real popular player and might be on his way out, and somebody might be getting, quite simply, the guy who's been one of the top hitters in baseball since the second half of last season.
Like on pace with like Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani.
Yes, that's how good he's been.
And in a market where there's way more buyers than sellers, and when you're the D-backs have like 4 of the top 6 or 7 attractive targets, that's why I tease it that way. It's almost like you might be getting offers that are too good to refuse, even if you don't want to sell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're selling water in the desert. I mean, you have exactly what teams want at this point. You have a power hitter and you have a starting pitcher who at times has been Cy Young Award caliber.
Not this year, but
not this year. At times,
yeah.
I mean, he's a guy that's proven he's done it on the highest level.
Look, two seasons ago, to put the Zach Gallen, trajectory in place. 2 seasons ago, Zach Gallen was the opening day starter for the Diamondbacks, was the starting pitcher for the National League in the All-Star game, and started Game 1 of the World Series for the Diamondbacks. Not a lot of pitchers can make that claim,
and that's what I
mean.
mean.
That was just 2 years ago,
right? So he's done it at a high level, very, very, very recently. So he's exactly the kind of guy you're looking for. I mean,
the guy we think is probably least likely to be traded, Merrill Kelly, actually is having a good year.
Yes.
Like if anybody was, wanted to trade him for a stretch, he might actually be the most effective one.
I'm sure the Diamondbacks feel they have a far greater chance to re-sign Merrill Kelly in the offseason than they would Zach Gallen. There's 16 teams right now, theoretically, including the Diamondbacks, still in the wild card race. The American League is a total logjam when it comes to playoff positioning. So to Jared's point, right, this is it's a seller's market. Right, everybody's teams are looking.
There's more buyers than sellers.
And if the Diamondbacks do decide to go down the road of Eugenio and Zach Gallen, like maybe we do think they will, that still doesn't mean, again, the chances are slim, but we've seen in the MLB, teams sell at the deadline and still go on a run and make the playoffs. So to sit here and say the Diamondbacks' season's going to be over if they make moves at the deadline isn't necessarily the whole case.
Well, I think that falls under, I mean, with all due respect, I think that falls under the anything is possible category.
Yes.
It would make no sense for that to happen.
No.
You're not going to trade Gallen and Suarez and then make the playoffs.
It also doesn't.
I'm pretty confident in saying that.
Well, with more specifically, probably with Naylor and Merrill Kelly, it's not impossible that they could trade those guys and then re-sign both of them in the offseason.
Yeah, I know in theory people talk about that. It just in reality, though, I mean, how often does that actually
Yeah, I know,
happen?
very rarely. But if of those four, I think those would be the two most likely that the D-backs would still go after in the offseason.
Yep. David Schoenfield from ESPN is also breaking down the trade deadline and the activity that could be coming for the Diamondbacks. And when it comes to Gino Suarez, he says the perfect fit in the Bronx.
It does look like a perfect match. The Yankees, they just moved Jazz Chisholm back to second base, right before the break. They released DJ LeMahieu. So they kind of have a gaping hole at third base. And like I just said, I think they want to improve that offense because they're not sure what they're going to get from some of their second-tier players. So Suarez, he might be a 45-homer guy. You put him behind Aaron Judge in that lineup, suddenly that lineup looks a lot stronger.
Yeah, no kidding. Imagine Judge and Suarez back-to-back in that lineup. There's been a lot of noise coming out of New York for months now at their lack of production from the third base spot, and they are in that logjam, and they're only 2 games behind the Blue Jays, getting back to action tonight in the AL East, but they do need a boost. Their offense, a lot of times for the Yankees, becomes Aaron Judge or nothing. If he's not hitting, they got shut out 3 consecutive games in one stretch this year. So that might be a team that the Diamondbacks can maybe take a little bit of advantage of.
And to Sammy's point about them potentially making a run if they make a trade, and you want to talk about lack of production at third base, if they trade Suarez, most likely he will then be replaced by Jordan Lawler. And you can't have more lack of production than he's had in the major leagues this year.
That is true.
Literally doesn't have a hit. So you're really kind of hoping and praying if you trade some of these guys.
And it goes back to Jared's point, though, that when it's a seller's market like this, yeah, the Yankees might desperately want Gino Suarez. Well, use that to your advantage to get the best deal possible, if not from the Yankees, from another team that can potentially outbid the Yankees, because this is not a Kevin Durant situation where the player can dictate where he's going to go. You take the best deal. Send him anywhere for the best deal and the best prospects in return.
Well, and I think that's why it's still important that these next 3 to 6 games are important for the Diamondbacks. Like if they go 1-5 in the next 6, the rest of the teams know that they were probably going to be sellers, and then not to say the market becomes a little easier for them to manipulate, but if we go 4-2, they're not going to know what we're doing, so they might throw a little more to offer for a Gallen. Or
you have to go into it saying like, well, we don't want to move these guys, but blow us away, and we'll see. We could potentially give up Gino if you blow us away.
Or blow away the Yankees, blow away the Cubs, blow away any other team.
But the fact of the matter is, yes, there's desperation, there's competition, there's a lot of teams going after these guys. But when you have rentals, and everybody knows when there's no team control left, it lessens what you're getting back. You're probably not getting top 10 prospects from any team.
It lessens what you get back, but you still can, within that framework, you can still create a bidding war to get the best deal possible. And I think that's what's hopefully going to happen for Mike Hazen and the D-backs.
The other thing to consider, and we had Derek Hall on yesterday, and the fact that the Diamondbacks are going into 2020, regardless of what happens for the rest of this season, they know going into 2026 they are shorthanded from a pitching standpoint because Corbin Burns won't be with the team for a good portion of the season, if not all of the season. And 2 of your top relievers in A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez are also in that injury boat. So how much does that reality affect their dealings at the trade deadline? Here was Derek Hall on that.
Well, it's definitely a factor for sure. We still think, Vince, the core is there. When you have that core that we've been building around and the young players that are, knock on wood, still healthy right now, and the young pitchers that are healthy and continue to develop, we should be very competitive. So we could make a case that we can improve for next year and have a chance to compete next year and not have to wait just for 27. But we do have some significant pieces on the shelf, and that is concerning. So it does factor in. However, we're always going to try and improve the team for not only, the end of the regular season this year, but also for next year. We're not just thinking 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road. But let's face it, we have not been in a position to sell for quite a few years.
Yeah, it's true. It's and we've seen, and Derek Hall made reference to this too. Mike Hazen is pretty creative in terms of comboing selling and buying at the trade deadline. So they're going to be active. How active remains the question. It's going to be an interesting 12 days. There's no doubt about that.
I just can't imagine a scenario in 2026 if Zach Gallen and Corbin Burns are not in this rotation that this team in the division that they're in against the LA Dodgers will have a chance to be competitive and make the postseason. And Ken Kendrick, bless his heart, for spending all this money on starting pitching the last several years. Is he going to be all that eager to go out and do it again next offseason to try to replace the void that Burns and Gallen have left in the rotation?
For an owner that's not used to playing in the high rent district, who did go down that road, to his credit, when it doesn't work out, I mean, I don't think Ken Kendrick has a lot of Matt Ishbia tendencies. And this is foreign territory for this organization.
Just real quick, look at his ROI. This is different reasons. Obviously, his ROI on Rodriguez, Burns, and Jordan Montgomery this year alone, in terms of how many millions of dollars spent and how many wins have come from it. You're, like the old Moneyball thing, you're not buying players, you're buying wins.
Yeah.
Well, all that money on those three guys hasn't bought a lot of wins.
Yeah, and that was $300 million in investments. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Houston Astros. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to purchase your lower level tickets for half off. That's half, H-A-L-F, to 620-620. We'll talk some Suns basketball and NBA offseason. Kellen Olson joins us next here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings with Tim Ring on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Just getting Bradley Beal out of the room. I mean, forget about the financial benefits to it. Is there a benefit to just getting Bradley Beal out of the Phoenix Suns room? I think that's a question a lot of Suns fans are asking themselves.
How much of just being freed of not only Brad, but everything that went wrong with Kevin as well, being freed of that is going to help this team next year?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hobick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hobick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to
put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket, tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
This has nothing to do with, too many stars and all that. Sometimes things fit and sometimes things don't. And I think you can do one of two things in your life. You can bang your head against the wall when something's not working and just keep banging your head against the wall to make it work. Or you can say, you know what? I have to take a look at where I'm at and let me go see if there's a place that might be a much better fit for me where I can get back to having great joy and do what I love to do and be the best version of myself. And that's ultimately what this came down to.
That's Mark Bartelstein, the agent for Bradley Beal on NBA radio on Sirius XM, talking about Bradley Beal leaving the Suns to refine his joy. He's going to end up with the LA Clippers here to talk about that. And Suns offseason, the man, the myth, the legend, back from Vegas, Kellen Olson joining us in studio. KO, how's it going, man?
What's up, man? Wow, that guy's doing quite the media tour, huh? Where's he going to be next? Is he going to be on the Colbert farewell? What's going on?
It really is. I mean, the quote in the Brian Windhorst article about Brad wants to be in playoff games and play in big games, that got a reaction. There was this yesterday. There was the Matt Ishbia thing. What did you make of all the reaction, especially to Bradley Beal's social media post with the chiming in from a lot of NBA players, including Kevin Durant?
Yeah, it was a 2 years to forget from Brad's perspective, to say the least. I can't speak to his entire experience dealing with the fan base, but we know the story of like him and his family dealing with some fans that one game. So that was obviously an incredibly negative experience for him. And then obviously he had been the target of the most of anyone on the team the last 2 years on social media as well. So for him to, instead of go with a heartfelt goodbye and all that kind of stuff, just throw up the deuces on the way out, I somewhat understand where he's coming from. At the same time, you kind of know exactly what you're doing. You're embracing the troll aspect of it.
Sure.
At that point, and a lot of people found it funny across the league.
Yeah, and it's one thing for Bradley Beal to do it, Kellen, but for Kevin Durant then to weigh in with the laughing emoji and then now going back and forth at it with fans and media members. What did you make of Durant's response? And Damian Lee responded as well with a laughing emoji.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think too much into it at all, guys. I thought it was just them being entertained by what Brad did, and that was it. I didn't read it as some big looking down point on the organization. Damian Lee and Ish Wainwright both had to tweet later on about how I was just laughing at Brad's joke. I didn't mean to besmirch the Suns organization with the use of an emoji. At the same time, when you're only communicating with emojis, you're purposefully leaving things open to interpretation sometimes.
Yes, very good point.
There's the double-sided sword of that. You know what I'm stoked about, guys? Not to talk about emojis anymore, not to talk about franchises and organizations. I'm ready to talk about basketball, and thank goodness that that part of that element is going to be gone, and hopefully Jalen Green or Mark Williams doesn't do anything that irks this type of or inspires this type of conversation because I am so ready to be done with this era of Suns basketball.
Yeah, I am with you, and I think that was kind of an exhale among the fan base when the Beal thing got wrapped up. So let's talk about basketball and what might be next. I mean, Gambo's been reporting for a while now that once the Beal situation did get taken care of, and it has been, that they will be adding something. We've heard the rumblings about Jonathan Kuminga. Whether or not that's possible remains to be seen. But what makes sense for a Suns acquisition at this point? Next, Kellen.
They really need to rebalance out their roster. They made 2 trades. Their 2 biggest trades were the Kevin Durant trade, the Mark Williams trade. Those were 2 trades that then required them to make more trades because it made their roster even more imbalanced. There are elements of each trade to like, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, it sets you up in a position where you have to make more trades now to balance out your roster because I think this Suns roster is actually quite talented. Like if you put it all together, the talent that it has the talent of a 35 to 40 win team, but practically none of it blends together. Just about none of it blends together into the type of basketball team that could win that many games. And I don't think it has to do with a win total as much as it does the development of those young players. Like you need to set up Jalen Green, Mark Williams, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, Kobe Bray, whoever else you want to include, Ryan Dunn, Sugadaro. You have to set them up for success in order to develop properly. And you need to put them in a situation where things fit together. If things fit together well and it's the talent of a 25-win team, that's a lot better than things that don't fit together on a 36-win team like we saw last year. So you need everything to sort of blend together. And the hope, I think, for them would be that with this newfound flexibility that they got from the Beal wave and stretch, that they're able to rebalance out their roster a little bit. I think that the timing was rough for them. I expected this when we were talking about it a couple months ago. I was wondering if it was going to happen in May. I was wondering if it was going to happen in June. I did not have the 3rd week of July down, and that turned out to be just a consequence of doing it, I guess, or like a reality of having to do it that way. But they have more work to do, and if they go into training camp with this roster looking this way, it just adds a lot of questions as to how everything is going to fit together, and that's the last thing you need after we spent 2 straight years talking about how does everything fit together.
You and Bernsey had a really good conversation about this topic a couple of days ago. I'm going to have you revisit it real quickly. It was about balancing the development of the players you just mentioned, whether it's Malawach, Ryan Dunn, Oso, Jalen Green, Kobe Brea, as opposed to also maybe giving yourself the best chance to win a basketball game each and every night, and how Jordan Ott and the organization is going to balance that in terms of getting guys experience over guys that may, in the immediate, give you a better chance to win. Your thoughts on that and that dynamic setting up this year?
Yeah, the reality is, Tim, the Suns don't like the word rebuild. Guess what? You're rebuilding. Rebuild, 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 rebuild. Get used to the word. You're rebuilding. That's what you're doing right now. And they have to come to a realization that that's the position that they're in, because we remember all of the reports that came in. It was from so many different places. So you get reports and sourcing from so many different areas and so many different parts of the country that it's undeniable that everyone reporting that the Suns wanted to turn around this Kevin Durant trade and try and win games. So we know the motivation for them was to win next year. Okay, win 35 games, win 37. Is there really a difference between 37 and 28 or 37 and 24? I don't really understand the motivation there. And you look at the Mark Williams trade as one specifically where I think they're trying to play both lanes. I think they're trying to make a move for a player that they feel is really good right now and they can get even better. Mm-hmm. And instead, it's okay, but you acquired him at a position where, and there's so many questions with Mark Williams as well, where I just think that they're trying to play 2 lanes. And we've watched the most successful organizations with loads of cap room, with loads of flexibility, with tons of stuff to trade, try to do the 2 lanes at once thing and it not work. The Suns are not in a position to try that anyway. They have to accept their fate. They have to accept that at least for this year alone, you are in a rebuild. You're going to win less than 30 games. It's totally fine. Develop your young talent. See where you're at next summer. That's when you can start to use your flexibility. You'll have more money, things like that. But they just need to accept where they're at right now. And that doesn't really have to do with a Kuminga trade or anything like that. It's just you have to understand that you're in a rebuild right now and that's okay. I think the fan base is okay with that.
Yeah. Real quick before we let you go, we know you were up in Vegas for Summer League for a couple of the games. And if you watch them in total, it can be a tough watch in Summer League. But when you look for individual things, what did you find most encouraging from what you saw from the Suns in the Summer League?
Thought the rookies were encouraging, but I was the most encouraged by the year 2 guys. I think Ryan and Oso clearly took the points of improvement and the maybe not weaknesses in their game, but what they had to improve on the next couple of years from their rookie year, their debriefs or whatever, and clearly worked on it for the last 3 months and are going to continue to this summer. Both of them were incredibly aggressive about getting to the basket, and I think that those are two guys specifically, again, when we go to the conversation we were just talking about, Ryan Dunn needs to play 30 minutes a game next year. Oso needs to be in the rotation. Would I like him to be at the 5 instead of the 4? Yes, but if he has to play at the 4 in order to get minutes, that's fine. Play him. You need to let these young guys develop, especially the ones that are ready for playing time. If Kaman Malowich doesn't play right away because he's not ready and the minutes are just going to hurt him and he's going to be out of place all the time and there's not really going to be anything for him to develop from, that's okay. But you need to have the young guys in a position where they can play and develop.
Kellen, great stuff. Thanks for joining us. You can hear more of Kellen today starting at 10, sitting in with Luke Lipinski on Wolf and Luke. More Kellen all the time.
Kellen Radio.
Kellen Olson joining us in studio. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, shade, shade. Call All Pro Shade, shade, shade.
A summer
It can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks play baseball today. Yep, they will return from the All-Star break tonight against a team they're chasing in the wild card, the St. Louis Cardinals. Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 10th win of the season, and here's Pfaadt on the baseball in front of this team.
I think we have a good weekend. We have a good road trip. I think we can make those 5.5 games up pretty quickly and hopefully put ourselves in a good spot. There's a lot of baseball left in the season, and I think we have the talent to do that.
First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, as the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal chapter has ended, reports are swirling that the Suns might have interest in restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga. Now, will they have the assets and finances to pull it off? That remains to be seen. And school is no longer in session, but the ESPN has given the Phoenix Mercury's first half of the season an A as they head to their All-Star break with the WNBA's second best record. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is upon us on a Friday. What better way to kick it off than with some social studies? Here's Sammy to take us through it.
Yep, the start of the home stretch for us on the week. Be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata. That's where we post our questions on the daily. We're at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. But we start with the Diamondbacks. They return to the Diamond tonight, but the biggest question remains of will they be buyers, sellers, the deadline's coming up. So we asked, who would you least want to see the team trade at the deadline and why? Is it Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor, or Eugenio Suarez?
It's a tough question.
It is.
For a number of reasons, and I'm not basing it solely just on performance. I'm a big Zach Gallen fan, even though he's underachieved this year. He's been great for this organization. He is one of the most accessible athletes to the media and to the fans that we have in this market. To see him go would be pretty rough. From a performance and personality standpoint, getting rid of Gino.
Performance, yeah, it's Suarez.
Yeah, absolutely.
Certainly the last 12 months.
And Merrill Kelly's an Arizona native. Went to high school here, went to college here, has pitched for no other major league team than the Diamondbacks. So, but I think Suarez is the answer.
Tim, same?
Yeah, I'll go Suarez just because of the production. And I just think he's been obviously a great fit after a very, very rough start. Yeah, Merrill Kelly, local guy. Go Desert Mountain.
Yeah, DM. Wow. The results.
The Wolves, right?
The Wolves.
Yeah, the Wolves. The results are pretty interesting. So 41% of the vote actually is going to Merrill Kelly. 34% of the vote, Eugenio Suarez. 13 Josh Naylor, and 11.5 to Zach Gallen. So kind of a little bit of what you were talking about, but also on the flip side, not a ton of love for Zach Gallen. Brian says, seriously, I don't want any of them gone. For some reason, I will say Naylor, though. He's been quietly consistent, and they need his bat in the middle of the order. Next would be Kelly. He's been the most stable of the starters. Zach and Gino, he thinks, are as good as gone at this point, which he does kind of make a good point. Daylight Film says Josh Naylor. He's the youngest, and it would be Goldie to Walker and then Walker to Naylor at the position. Plus, he thinks he brings some dog to that clubhouse. It does. We have been spoiled over the years at first base. It's gone Goldie and then Christian Walker, and he wants Josh Naylor to kind of be that next guy. Our next question, we've talked a lot about over the last couple of weeks how we will remember the likes of Kevin Durant, and now Bradley Beal is gone. And so we've talked about how we will remember him. So we asked the question, how will you remember Bradley Beal's time with Phoenix and why?
There's no other way for me to look at it other than it coincided with two of the most frustrating seasons any Suns fan have ever gone through. Underachievement, disappointment, whatever term you want to use, that will always be the adjective or adjectives used to describe this Bradley Beal experiment. Ill-conceived.
I'll go with, how about this? Annoying. I mean,
That's a really good
the
word.
inconsistencies in playing time and performance, and obviously the ultimate goal of winning basketball games, totally annoying.
Yeah, there's a couple of GIFs, one of which is Steve Urkel saying, "It's my time off," and he's dancing. And then there's from Wolf of Wall Street, they're around the table, and it's a PTO. Some actual responses, let's see, Wookie, this one's funny. I'll always have this bobblehead that they gave away at the final home game of the season, that was a wild decision in and of its own. Let's see, Matt Handel says, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. The classic parent right there. Steven Ruiz says, before yesterday's peace out tweet, I thought he was a good guy, but it put us in a hopeless situation. Now, I feel like he grifted us. And then lastly, one response says, I'm sure the retail stores in Scottsdale will miss him. He probably spent more time in there shopping for street clothes than he did putting up shots for the Phoenix Suns. Great player, just wrong fit.
Larry's response, too. The Suns will have to reupholster the seat he sat on in the last two seasons. I like Bradley Beal. I think he's a good guy. This was a terrible marriage. It's like the couple that they get divorced after 18 months and say, wow, we should have never got together. Well,
right.
These two sides should have never got together.
Yeah. Our last question on social studies, it was started by the viral Coldplay incident that's been circulating social media. And so we asked the simple question, what is your favorite viral moment, video, meme, news event on social media of all time? That's a loaded one. And why? It can be all time or your favorite recent one, maybe.
Mine's easy, and I think I've mentioned it somewhat recently. About 12 years ago, there was the news report that interviewed a woman named Sweet Brown.
Yes.
I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that. I've watched that video. Sometimes I just go back and watch it still to this day. It is so funny.
Dead giveaway. That's a good one.
That is.
I like that one. Somebody brought this up in the answers, and I agree. One of the funniest. I'm not sure it's really it's not a meme, but like in terms of a viral moment, when somebody called up the television station KTVU in San Francisco after the plane crash. Not a joking matter, but gave 4 pilot names that were a joke.
Were obviously not real.
Obviously not real, and somehow it made it all the way to the actual newscast, complete with graphics being typed up.
Yeah.
Some Ting Wong.
Yes.
We too
yes.
low.
Yes, that is hilarious. Andy Bryant, and this has been mentioned a couple times. I'm a man, I'm 40, Mike Gundy.
That was good.
It was really all time. Let's see.
That was pre-Twitter, though, wasn't it? That was like 2007.
It was pre-Twitter.
Yeah.
Tom Foss just he replied, seeing that white Ford Bronco on the freeway in that slow pursuit. Still remember what I was doing. It was such a huge news story than the trial. If this happened today, it would have been a viral video with billions of views. And it's funny he mentioned this. My brother's watching the OJ doc right now, and so it was on. And granted, I was not alive, so I asked my dad all these questions about the OJ incident. The way he describes it, it would have been the biggest thing that could happen today. Like if that were to happen today.
It was the biggest,
it was then.
It was the biggest thing
Yeah.
back then, Sammy.
Yeah.
Not only was
Dominated American culture for years.
Not only was OJ pre-Twitter, it was actually pre-internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for the most part.
The internet was around.
It
but
was around,
It
but-
wasn't widely used.
Yeah, nobody really used it. It technically was there. Yeah, but Sammy, that was if you lived through it, I mean, it was it was about as big as you can get.
And then the last one, very Valley-centric, when Pedro Gomez tweeted about the baboon, at Rangers at Diamondbacks, delayed in downtown Phoenix because a baboon went through the town and overloaded the grid, knocking some lights out. He meant to say monsoon.
Yes, that was hilarious.
That is a good one. But some good responses. Keep those coming. And
I think he meant to say haboob.
Yeah, haboob.
Oh, haboob, not baboon.
Baboon.
Yeah, he meant it said baboon. That's right. I forgot about that.
Stephen Ruiz with a shout out to the Boom Goes the Dynamite kid.
That was like the first YouTube viral
Yes.
thing I can remember.
Yes, and it's
tremendous.
So cringy to watch. I feel so horrible for that guy.
The best part is like halfway through, after he screws up like 10 times, he's just silent for about 10 seconds and he goes, "Oh no."
And there's one point where the words don't even come out, but his mouth just says, "I'm sorry."
Passes it to the man.
Passes it to the man. You're the other man.
Thanks, Sammy. That's social studies at Bickley_Murata. Coming up next, a couple of emojis set Suns fans off yesterday. The question is, are we being too sensitive about it? We'll get into that and more next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries, just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ready!
Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top-flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Arizona sports.
When they entered the offseason, they knew they wanted to make sure their franchise player was locked up, especially as they were preparing to trade Kevin Durant. Booker decided he was going to take it at that time, and I know this because he's been involved with the major decision-making in the franchise in the offseason.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, well, Brad's a great guy, and Mark Bartelson's a great agent. They did great things, and we know we all had a vision, an idea that we thought would work, and it didn't work. And you can point to different things. You can point to games played. You can point to injuries. You can point to fit. You can point to not playing as well as we thought people would play. You point to a lot of things. You can just say, hey, listen, it didn't work. We're going to move on. We wish Brad nothing but the best. Hopefully he does well in his career. He's a great guy, just not a fit for Phoenix Suns going forward. And we told him that. We made that decision. We let them know that we wanted to move forward without him. It doesn't mean he's a bad guy. It doesn't mean he's a bad player. He's going to do great things next year, hopefully. I expect that from him. He's a great player. But for Phoenix and what we're doing now, it wasn't a fit, and we moved on, and we had to make those decisions.
You think Matt Ishbia uses voice text? And if so, what do you think the results on accuracy are?
Slow down. Please slow down. Hey, that's,
I was going to say, nobody gives a better 2-minute soundbite in 30 seconds than Matt Ishbia.
That was Matt Ishbia yesterday.
He's fired up all the time.
On Sirius XM NBA radio on why they moved on from Bradley Beal. It is now a done deal. We know what happened, waived, stretched. It's going to be on the books for the next 5 years, but it does give the Suns some future flexibility. He's landing with the Clippers. We talked to Law Murray earlier. Look, there's people that believe Brad Beal is going to be a good fit for the Clippers. Law Murray had a pretty optimistic view on it, that he gives some things that Norman Powell didn't give the Clippers as he moves on to Miami. Others, Kendrick Perkins says this does nothing for the Clippers. You know, if you were wondering, and Mark Bartelstein's comments, the agent of Bradley Beal, saying, yeah, he was misused by the Suns. He was a scorer first and foremost, and he was asked to do different things.
Nonsense.
He's going to a team where he's most likely the fourth offensive option.
Not nonsense coming out of Mark was just doing his job.
Yes,
absolutely ridiculous revisionist history.
You couldn't blend with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, but now you're being asked to James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, and Ivica Zubac is one of the most underrated players in the league.
Harden, I guess Harden is more of a point guard than Booker was in that sense, even though Harden does shoot a lot. But he is more of a, he averages more assists, more of a point. At least he used to be. I don't know about the current system.
Yeah. I mean, he was an All-NBA player this year.
Chances are Beal and Kawhi Leonard don't have to worry about playing together because they'll probably never play together.
That'll be the next duo that is tracked. And the Suns' results with the big three, they didn't play that many times together, and it didn't work out. But it's a thing of the past now. Bradley Beal on his way out yesterday had a social media post. Got a lot of reaction. A lot of reaction from fans, a lot of reaction from other players. And it was a simple post of 4 pictures of him in a Suns uniform in various poses. And just no words, just the peace out emoji.
Kevin Durant wrote a very nice post on social media for Suns fans when that trade finally became official. After the league year began, Bradley Beal chose not to go that route. Maybe this has to do with him being the centerpiece of the blame game with Suns fans. There was the incident in the crowd.
I think that's definitely it.
Like, in other words, peace out. The problem, which whether or not Suns fans like that or not, whatever. I think Suns fans really took issue with Kevin Durant laughing at it because now it's like, oh, the two of you guys are laughing on your way out the door. Like the implication was that we're laughing as we're getting out of a miserable situation. And Suns fans obviously took umbrage with that because a big reason why the situation was miserable the last couple of years was because of you two. And that's the perception of Suns fans. So when Beal is laughing and peacing out and Durant is laughing at Beal laughing, it didn't sit right.
Yeah.
And a social media war erupted with Durant going back and forth with fans and media. Jared, I wish Durant wouldn't do this. I don't know why he chooses to do it, but it's obviously his decision. I just think it's beneath him.
And when you were saying that, I was thinking like, all right, do Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal really have a reason to be mad at the Suns and the Suns fans? And you were saying like, well, they were a big reason why it didn't work. With Bradley Beal, you could directly see that he was injured so much we could never get any flow with the big three. When he did play, he was okay, but he wasn't great. With Kevin Durant, when he played, he was very good. And I still can't quite figure out why it didn't work at all with him for 2.5 years with Kevin Durant.
Well, you could break down the games. I mean, if Durant, you just look at the scoring.
Was it just
average.
like non-impactful stats?
It turned out to be that.
Sometimes you got to make some winning plays that don't show up in the box score, and
Yeah.
I think everybody on this team was a little void of that. I mean, little things like, I hate to say it, I don't mean to nitpick, but when's the last time you saw Durant battle in traffic for an offensive rebound and get a stick back? It just didn't. Those kind of things.
His
didn't
offensive
happen.
rebounding numbers, Vince has repeatedly pointed out.
22 offensive rebounds last year.
All year.
Colin Gillespie had like 21.
I mean, if you just stand out on the perimeter and shoot and don't stick your nose in there, And those are plays oftentimes that can make the difference between winning and losing. So it's great to score 27 a game, but if you're not doing the little things to help your team win, you're not doing the little things to help your team win.
Yeah, I mean, those are all valid, but it was just more of an overall malaise that you can't pin on one person. We thought it was bad 2 years ago under Frank Vogel. I mean, last year, it was very rare to. I mean, I'm not going to sit here with a straight face and say nobody played hard on the Suns, but generally speaking, they didn't play that hard.
No, the opposition had a layup line to the basket. They didn't protect the rim.
50-50 balls. I would love to see the stats on those.
Defending people to the highest level in terms of intensity.
How many times did we say they got punched in the mouth, whether literally or just, a team went on a run, and that was it.
Yeah.
Done.
Winning was important to them. It didn't appear to be important enough. And when the leaders of the team get roasted by 45 points and book says chilling, like that doesn't sit well.
Yeah.
Durant, his MO his entire career is I just want to hoop, talks about the coach as the leader of the team. That's it. So there was such a lack of intensity, especially after the All-Star break. Man, when they couldn't get Beal to waive his no-trade clause and at least try to bring Jimmy Butler here in a 3-team deal, it's like the entire air.
Oh, and Kevin Durant got dragged into trade rumors,
when they
too.
pivoted to Kevin Durant, I think it wasn't salvageable in my opinion at that point, but any air that was in the balloon came out. And Kevin Durant, to his credit, he played Kevin Durant basketball after the All-Star break. And after those trade rumors, and he was going to be an All-NBA player had he met the criteria for games. That late injury cost him All-NBA honors. So I don't think it affected his play, but it affected the psyche and the morale of that team, if there was anything resembling morale to begin with.
No, I think they were dead man walking. I think the head coach was dead man walking. I think the players knew the head coach was dead man walking, and there was no chance to salvage this thing and be a playoff team that had any chance to win a playoff series. And I think they played like it down the stretch. It was just such a tough year. And again, not to defend Kevin Durant, but what he brings to the table on the basketball court is fantastic to a certain extent in terms of scoring, in terms of being a lethal one-on-one bucket getter. So you can still, the Rockets can still win at a high level. You just need other guys to do the dirty stuff and make impact winning plays around him. And I think in the right situation, that can still be very, very effective in terms of the ultimate goal, which, of course, is to win the basketball game. I don't think the Suns had enough of those guys around Kevin Durant to make it work here. I think you can win with Durant scoring 27 points and just standing out there on the perimeter.
I agree.
But if you don't have anybody else who's going to get an offensive rebound, then his lack of abilities there show.
I also think what I'm fascinated to see in Houston is Kevin Durant is thought of as the final piece in Houston to put them over the top for a championship, correct? Otherwise, they don't make this deal. He was thought to be that in Phoenix. Otherwise, they don't make that deal. He was thought to be that in combo with other players in Brooklyn. He's got his 2 championships in Golden State. Strong arguments can be made that the Warriors were going to win those 2 championships if Kevin Durant gone elsewhere and never gone to Golden State. So these teams that are waiting for this Kevin Durant championship boost yet, we've yet to see it. And he's not. Nobody's getting any younger. He certainly isn't. I'm curious to see how this works.
Yeah. Durant was really, really good in those finals again for the Warriors.
Oh, he was.
I mean,
he was at a different
the MVP.
He was at a different level. But
I know what you're saying.
My point
I know what you're saying.
Had he never gone there, they were one of the favorites to win those 2 titles anyway.
Yeah.
They won 73 games before he got there.
They won 73 games the year before.
Yeah. Coming up next, Jared's got the return of the sports. Oh, you did it last week.
I did.
I wasn't.
Tim
here.
was here though.
Yeah.
2 in a row for Tim.
Wow, you 2 kebabs in a row. How are you going to handle this, Tim? The sports kebab with Jared Carlin is next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know all about Game Changers, and all over the valley, that's what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing. They are changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find, and you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants. New Life Dental Implant Center uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. Each new smile is digitally designed so you heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. So heads up to all denture wearers, veterans, anyone tired of dealing with dental issues, listen up. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800. With
restrictions. 24 monthly bill credits. New line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement. $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some good news for the Diamondbacks fans today as Jalen Beeks, Ryan Thompson, and Shelby Miller have all started their throwing programs en route to returning to the bullpen this year, and Eugenio Suarez has seemed to dodge a bullet with negative X-ray on his hand. And not to mention the Snakes are back on the diamond tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals. Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball at 6:40 at Chase Field, and you can listen right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Now that the Phoenix Suns are under the second apron and might have some flexibility moving forward, what might be the next move for Matt Ishbia and the Suns? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is: what was really to blame for Bradley Beal's failed Suns tenure? Was it his lost identity as a player? Was it just injuries, or was it just the wrong fit?
Of those three, to me, it boils down to, I know people want to react more hysterically about it. It was bad roster construction. That's where it started, and that was the reality the whole time. They tried to run it with those three guys. So I'm going to say bad fit.
And it never got enough time to come together as the right fit because he wasn't on the court enough.
Mm-hmm.
So it all ties in together.
Sure.
Yeah, so the results, 60% say wrong fit, 34% are in the injury boat, and only 5% say that he lost his identity as a player. Yeah.
That's pretty deep. He lost his
I
identity
know.
as
It's
a
like,
player. Going through some existential crisis.
Got to find the joy again.
That's today's Anderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
I had a weird thing happen a couple weeks ago. I looked out on my front porch and I spotted a coyote. And it was kind of my fault because I'd ordered a package from Acme. You have to be a certain age to get that joke.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
That is a good joke.
Gary Goldman, that's one of my favorite comedians also.
Oh, that was Gary Goldman?
I think so, yeah,
Oh,
over the
okay.
last 20 years.
I do like Gary
He's
Goldman.
very funny. His bit on the state abbreviations, is that what it is?
Yes.
Classic.
Yes.
All right. This is the Sports Kebab, guys, and we did it. We got through the slowest sports week of the year. Man,
We're not there yet.
Oh, okay. 26 more minutes. But I felt it last night, man, because all I wanted to do was watch some sports, a D-backs game, something. And it was extra painful that there was nothing on because I actually had the TV at home all to myself last night because my wife was out of the house. Yeah, she said she was meeting up with a work friend at a Coldplay concert or something. I'm sure she had fun. No, I'm kidding because everyone's talking about the viral clip where the astronomer CEO was shown on the Jumbotron at a Coldplay concert having an affair. Can you imagine how humiliating that must have been? Millions of people seeing you get caught on camera enjoying Coldplay? See, that's why I cut you off, bro. And getting caught at having an affair where the Coldplay lead singer Chris Martin calls you out? That's crazy. The irony is that when they broke up, Martin and then wife Gwyneth Paltrow, remember this? Coined the phrase consciously uncoupling. And by catching this guy secretly on camera, the CEO just got unconsciously uncoupled. Chris Martin, what are you doing? Goodness gracious, I haven't seen someone take down a CEO like that since Luigi Mangione.
Too soon.
Too soon, sorry. But he might have ended this guy's marriage. Usually the only thing Coldplay ruins is the Super Bowl halftime show. Now, the CEO's name was Andy Byron, and you could just see the guilt because when that camera hit him, man, he dove on the floor like Piston-era Dennis Rodman getting a loose ball. I'm not saying he was startled, panicked, and nervous, but it was fitting he was at a Coldplay concert because when he got caught, his pants were all yellow. He peed himself as well. But this was huge news, though. I mean, this week, it dominated social media. In fact, my Twitter was so filled with this story that
How filled was it?
At one point, I could barely even find a tweet from Kevin Durant acting like a baby on my feed. It was so... Man, goodness gracious. Kevin Durant is just relentless on social media. He's so sensitive. He's so defensive. I mean, that guy has more petty posts than a Heartbreakers fan.
Hey!
Petty. Now,
petty.
The weird thing is he doesn't care who he gets into it with, right? He's just as likely to argue with Shams Charania or Brian Windhorst as he is to argue with some dork with 12 followers named Fart King 42069. Although I think that might actually be Windhorst's burner, but... The thing is, Durant's no longer Phoenix's problem, right? And neither is Bradley Beal. Yeah, the Suns finally reached an agreement with Beal to waive and stretch him, where Phoenix will continue to pay him around $19 million a year for the next 5 years. Imagine that. The Suns are going to pay Bradley Beal to not play for them for the next 5 years. Though, to be fair, they essentially just paid Bradley Beal to not play for them for the last 2 years. I mean, that guy was hurt all the time. Most of his box scores were emptier than next year's CBS's late-night talk show schedule.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
And Beal kind of provoked the Suns fans base a little. We talked about this on his way out by posting a picture and an emoji holding up 2 fingers. Now, many think this represented a peace sign or peace out, you know. I actually think the 2 fingers was Brad telling everyone how many games per week on average he would miss with Phoenix. Yeah, so now Beal goes off to the Clippers, where he will make up a new big 3 with Kawhi Leonard and James Harden. And I have to say, that's pretty intriguing. I mean, imagine 82 games of Beal, Harden, and Kawhi. I mean, 82 games combined, but still could be good.
I was going to say, over how many years?
Well, that's it, though. Bill, Kawhi, and Harden. That's someone who can't get healthy, someone who can't stay healthy, and someone who can't eat healthy. All right, that might be a little unfair to Harden because he actually looks good in recent pictures I've seen of him. I don't know what it's with NBA players. They suddenly look in shape in pictures during the offseason. Like Luka. Have you seen pics of Luka lately?
I have.
He's cut. I mean, I don't get it. During the offseason, he looks more like Superman. During the season, he looks like he's more soup than man. Seriously, Luka. Have you seen Luka?
No.
Luka in the office. His body fluctuates between looking like a fit boxer to looking like a fat comedian. He's Sugar Shane Gillis. Anyway, on a conclusion here, on a slow news week, I have to conclude with something that was actually pretty cool this week. The ending to the All-Star game. It was a tie after 9 innings, so the AL and NL had a swing-off home run derby. Now, experts say that it was the first swing-off in baseball since Fritz Peterson and Mike Kekich.
Knew that was coming.
There you go. That's a sports football. If you don't know that story, Sammy, that was well before your time.
I have no idea.
One of the craziest stories in sports, I would say.
There were two teammates with the New York Yankees in the 70s who actually swapped wives.
And families.
Yeah, and families. Half of our audience, when you delivered the joke the way you did, laughed hysterically, and half of them just went to Google.
Well, either way.
You got a reaction.
Yeah.
Well, the eat healthy, stay healthy, get healthy. Very good. That's a good joke. Good joke. Are you done?
Good stuff.
That's it. That's
okay.
it. That was the conclusion. You always conclude on a Kekich joke. That's what that's
like Kekich stuff kills.
Rule in comedy.
That's the Sports Kebab with Jarrett Carlin every Friday at 9:30. You can follow Jarrett on social media on X at JarrettGC. Coming up next, some final thoughts heading into the weekend. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
To be in this position, still waiting to see. Are you a buyer? Are you a seller? And we can't really proclaim what we are yet. I think going through the end of the first half, we didn't give ourselves much of a reason to say we are definitely buyers as much as we want to be. I mean, we still want to buy, but we have to be realistic.
The D-backs begin a 6-game homestand tonight versus St. Louis. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and having and maintaining a grass lawn can be very hard to do in Arizona and very costly. I tried it once and it was an unmitigated disaster, and this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters can give you a great alternative. Turf Monsters is a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, the mess, the hassles, and the water bills. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. They look fantastic. And Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance, making sure the turf is always looking great, smelling great, and free of debris. Remember, Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, and their customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and their finished products. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Oh, it's heating up, Aceronians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, 4th of July is here, and there's great savings all month at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. 4th of July is here. You can lease a new train right now for just $299 a month or purchase with $4,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2025 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily, so it's a great time to get a truck or SUV.
For the best 4th of July deals, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
It was always this song, I guess.
Cold-blooded.
The camera's on us. Can you turn that camera off, please? I don't want to be seen canoodling with Tim Ring.
Yeah. We could have gone for a great joke coming out of the break, but I just can't bring myself to do that.
Oh. It's also just like the boldness of having an affair and going to such a major event in public, even if they wouldn't have gotten caught.
The hubris, Jared.
What? Yeah. In my day, affairs were in seedy motels and.
To be fair, like, he's the CEO of a large company, but he's not like an A-list celebrity.
True.
No, but your
how about,
your friends and colleagues could potentially bump into you there.
I don't know if it was just in the name of comedy, but how about Jarrett blaming Chris Martin for breaking up the marriage?
I mean, you know.
You sound like Mark Bartelstein over there. Yes. Yeah. Andy was just, it wasn't the right fit in the suite. He did everything he was asked to do. That darn Chris Martin.
They misused him.
You know what he should have done? Like because he was caught sort of like getting friendly, canoodling with the woman, sort of like swaying with her with his arms around her.
He should have pretended she was choking.
He should have pretended that that's just how he dances. And he should have just found like another guy and another girl and just got up to them and just done that with each one of them.
Just shifted into the Heimlich.
Yeah, I think Tim's got a better alibi right there.
You know those situations in life where you have an interaction with somebody and maybe it's not the most pleasant interaction and you walk away and you're like, I wish I would have said this.
Yeah.
And it just eats at you.
Man. He is.
Jerk store.
That guy is feeling that times a million. It's a little Coldplay going out to Andy Byron, the world's most famous CEO, or infamous. Coldplay with Viva La Vida, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Tim just told me something during the last break. What is the anniversary of the debut of the television show Entourage?
21 years ago.
That show's old enough to drink now?
Show's old enough to drink.
Goodness gracious.
I mean, so Kevin Dillon's got to be like 60.
Yeah.
I think he was 60 when the show started.
Victory!
I can't believe they did a movie, right?
Yes, they did.
Where
Turtle dates Ronda Rousey. Because that made sense.
The movie was...
I can't believe they haven't done a reboot. Because I think everyone involved in that show would be up for it. I don't know that the public is craving it, but...
I mean, do you want to, you could do a total reboot with a new cast.
Well, yeah. I mean, I that was a show, I've talked about this before. I loved it when it started.
Yeah.
By the end of it, I was watching out of obligation.
It was the last couple seasons.
Really bad. And then I went and I treated the movie the same way and actually went and saw it in the theaters. But you bring up an interesting point. And one of the reasons why I disliked the show so much is because it was the constant roller coaster. It was one season, Vince was up here, he was an A-lister, and then he was down in the dumps, and it just kept going on
and he
on.
had a drug problem. That's the problem when a show...
But
there was also like no real consequences ever.
No, but there's another show that followed that on HBO, Silicon Valley, which I'm watching over, and I loved it from start to finish, but it was the same thing. From episode to episode, it was they're in a good spot. Now they're in a bad spot. Now they're going out of business. Now they're, I mean.
The other weird thing about Entourage, for a hit show, it's very rare to see a hit show where nobody from the show becomes successful after. The closest one was Piven, but he already kind of had a career before, and he kind of fell off.
Well, his career before kind of mirrors his career after.
Right.
Right? Like, just great actor.
Like, you think of, like, almost all, like, big shows, 1 or 2 or 3 cast members went on to, like...
That is a good point.
Like, from that same era, look at, like, The Office or Parks and Recreation.
But the reality of it was Adrian Grenier was basically his character in the show, a good-looking guy who couldn't act.
Right.
Also, once you're typecast, I mean, could Jerry Ferrara be any other character, or every time you would see him, you'd be like,
Jerry Ferrara is doing a podcast with Matt Leinart.
Good call.
Yikes. We didn't get to it in social studies. The Mock My World update from yesterday.
Yeah.
I
can't believe it either.
I'm like,
believe it, you
This
three.
was a subject that got a lot of attention and a lot of reaction. In fact, I had a buddy text me yesterday and said he sent the topic to his friends on text thread, and it was a very heated discussion.
Dave Burns called it the hardest one he's ever had to vote in.
Really?
Who do you vote for?
So it was the best comedy movies from the last 25 years. Tim Ring running away with the voting. 44%. Very strong team of The Hangover, Old School, Where the Millers, and not cost that much by the Meet the Parents pick.
Meet
That was a popular show.
Meet the Parents was a mega hit when it came out.
The Hangover is carrying.
22.6% for me in second. Sammy, 22.2%. Jared, only 11.1%.
Get it.
Very strong team.
I thought I had like all the different kind of categories of comedy
If I have, since it can't really reflect your personal choices in Mock My World because it's a draft.
Right.
I might put out my top 25 list, my own personal
Do
list.
it.
Yeah.
Just of the 25 years.
My top 25 favorite comedy movies of the last 25 years.
Tropic Thunder was the one I think we got most that we missed.
And Superbad.
Superbad, yes.
Superbad was a total error on our part. That is going to do it for us today. Tim?
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Tim Ring, you the man.
Enjoyed the week.
Get him a cold one, he's a freak.
Tim, who hits a home run this weekend? I need 2 more bingo card things.
I was thinking about one.
It can be anybody in the MLB.
Jose Herrera hit by a pitch on the hand.
Okay.
Josh Naylor.
There we go.
Bang.
Thanks to Kellen Olson and Law Murray. Have a great weekend. We're back Monday. Bick's back too. Wolf and Luke are up next. There's an average of 2.5 players on every team that have undergone Tommy John surgery since January 1st.
Feel bad for that half player. Imagine only being the top half of a player and you still get injured with your arm. We now join this highlight in progress.
Kyler Murray played good
Calamari, what are you?
Calamari.
You in the mood for some seafood?
We had a cruise planned for about a year.
That's a long cruise.
Skewed. I got a lot of sources. I got a lot of info. I got people talking. Like, people talk to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill you.
Oh my God, they killed Kenny.
Hey, it's the other guys.
Monday Night Baseball. Gee whiz.
Yeah, it sure did.
I married a mermaid.
At number 10.
At number 10.
Now, on with the countdown.
You suck, you jackass.
You cannot be serious. Yes, we are serious. That ball was out.
How does it feel to be the first person to ever hit 3 home runs in an All-Star game?
How about that?
This train stops in Transylvania.
We can go out and drink old style anytime. It's not every day. The Knicks played a Bulls. The Bulls. The big dumper. You did this.
This is on you. Look
Blood
at us
on your
now.
hands, Katie.
Look at us now. Look at us. Look at us.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play.
Hey, Schmucko.
We got to compete. Let's go.
You didn't get the towel off, Rihanna.
Who's going to do it? You, Lieutenant Weinberg?
I think I learned my lesson after the 3rd hot oil.
I got more all-star trivia for you dopes.
What a honk.
Not bad, Eminem.
AI, you don't got me yet.
Maybe I should start making a bigger deal of my birthday because I only have a few left.
Showcase our personalities.
Oh, boy.
Well, bye.
You
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Do you feel strapped financially? Credit card debt growing, car payments looming, and 25 years of mortgage payments left? Then the Life Changer loan may be the answer you're looking for. 5 years is the average time it takes our clients to not only pay off their home, but all of their debt. With an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau and nothing but 5-star reviews on Google, maybe you should check out what all the buzz is about. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures such as the clear lens exchange and the Evo ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Murata and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks play baseball today. Yep, they will return from the All-Star break tonight against a team they're currently chasing in the wild card. The St. Louis Cardinals are in town, and Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 10th win of the season. And here is Pfaadt on the baseball that's in front of this team.
I think we have a good weekend. We have a good road trip. I think we can make those 5.5 games up pretty quickly and hopefully put ourselves in a good spot. There's a lot of baseball left in the season, and I think we have the talent to do that.
First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, as the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal chapter has ended, reports are swirling that the Suns might have some interest in restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga. Now, will they have the assets and finances to pull it off? That remains to be seen. And school is no longer in session, but ESPN has given the Phoenix Mercury's first half of the season an A as they head to their All-Star break with the WNBA's second best record. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Friday morning, it's Wolf and Luke, and Kellen Olson is in for Wolf today. What is up, Kellen?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You got me? Okay.
You clearly aren't
I was
Wolf. You have
moving
your
the
mic turned
unit
on.
and pushed buttons I've never pushed before, but I think we're good. I didn't do a Gambo or anything. I think I'm okay.
You are fully audible right now.
Jesse does not look
you.
concerned. He looks very in control of the situation. He gives me the double thumbs up. We're good.
The double thumbs up this early in the show is a good sign.
Go O's, buddy.
Yeah, go O's.
For people that don't know, whenever I see Jesse in the office, I just give him a go O's for his Baltimore Orioles, who are not having a good year. It was more of like a joke a couple of years ago when the Orioles were a joke, and then they briefly turned out to be pretty darn good at baseball, and now they're back to being
bad.
A joke.
A joke, yeah.
Your enthusiasm level. Like, you could probably, if somebody hadn't watched baseball all season, could probably gauge their record based on your response to go O's.
I follow the two most disappointing baseball teams in Major League Baseball this year.
That's a fun place to start the show.
But I'm going to the game tonight. D-backs, Cardinals.
There you go. All right. Should be a good one tonight. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. Let's start there. Yes. No, my drumming was off. Sorry, I was one.
You all right,
off.
buddy?
No.
Count to five.
Well, I was thrown off because the Max's daughter, Max Starks, was in here yesterday. She took like a picture on one of those little camera things and put it up in the studio. And so I looked over and you can see it. Like she said she was going to, but I didn't know that she actually had put it
Look
right
at
there.
that.
So that apparently throws off my drumming to Beastie Boys songs. I'm finding out a lot about myself today. The Diamondbacks are back tonight, Kellen. Jody Jackson's going to join us in the 11 o'clock hour. Kevin Zimmerman, you know him. He's joining us in the 1 o'clock hour.
I don't know why we're having him on. He doesn't know what he's talking about, but all right.
Well, that'll be fun. Diamondbacks, though, start tonight, and there were some injury updates from Torey Lovello. He had media availability yesterday. In fact, let's start with some updates because these might actually be seen as positive finally.
A couple things have changed and are pushing along in a very good way. Beeks is throwing, has begun and continued to do his throwing program. He's going to get ready to throw a bullpen. When that day is yet to be determined. Ryan Thompson has begun his throwing program. Probably the best news of them all is Shelby Miller started to up his throwing program as well. So, whatever the diagnosis was, it was all pushed back to the point where Shelby, the doctors all decided that he can go out there and begin a throwing program and get back on the mound. So I had hope for this news. I was trying to remain as optimistic as possible. It's probably the best news we could have hoped for in the situation we were dealing with Shelby.
Now, as you would imagine with the Diamondbacks, Kellen, there were a lot of injury updates. We'll just kind of work them in throughout the show, but starting there with some bullpen help in a series that you and I think both agree. A lot of people have written them off already, but they haven't sold any players off yet, so these are essentially must-win games at this point.
Especially these next three, because they are not in a battle with just themselves. This is not last year. At this time last year, the third-place spot in the wild card that they were hunting for in the NL, the team there was just a couple of games over 500. That is not the case anymore. The Milwaukee Brewers have been on an absolute tear the last 6 weeks. They're now atop the NL wildcard standing, 16 games over 500. We always knew that the second best team from the NL East was going to take up one of these spots too, whether it was the Mets, Phillies, or the Braves. Right now, that is the Mets. And then that third spot, that's where the San Francisco Giants, 6 weeks into the season, we were patting them on. They'd be like, "Oh, it's so cute. You're off to a good start. That's great. Let's see if you keep it up." They've kept it up.
Yeah.
They've added Devers. The Padres were a team that just had a really wide range of how their year could go. They've still remained very competitive as well. The Reds were not one of the biggest disappointments in baseball, but they were a minor disappointment. I think some people were pegging them as a team that could win 85 to 90 games. They're back on that trajectory as well. And the Cardinals were like the Giants, where they were expected to be the team everyone was talking about right now. And what I mean by that is they had so many players across their roster where if they were going to be sellers at the deadline, they were going to be extremely active. They waited. They saw how their season went, and they're a couple of games over 500 and have a chance to make the playoffs. So you're facing one of those teams. You need to move these teams out of the way while you move up, and you need to do it right now.
Yeah, there is no. There's always that like sense of urgency, especially when you're doing like sports talk, but there's no hyperbole here. You have to win these games right now because the trade deadline is 12 games away, and these are the only games you're going to play before the trade deadline that are against an opponent significant to your potential playoff push. You've got Houston for 3 after this. Houston's always tough, but they're obviously in the American League. You got the Pirates for 3. You may or may not catch Paul Skeens in that series, but they're the Pirates. They're not a playoff contender. And then you've got Detroit for 3. Then the trade deadline hits. I was at least somewhat encouraged, I will say. When Wolf and I did the show and they were going into the All-Star break, it's like, man, okay, like you're in a bad spot and you don't play for 4 days. So it's possible a trade might happen, a sell trade might happen in these 4 days. And just by virtue of who those players would be that you would sell, on some level, it would be waving the white flag. They didn't sell yet, which to me means if you go out there and could somehow sweep St. Louis, I know that's a big if. They got swept by St. Louis the first time they played them. They haven't swept a team in over a month, the Diamondbacks. But if you could, you're still in this. So this is, I don't think it's overstating it. It's the biggest series of the year because it's kind of your last shot.
Yeah, and the problem is just inspiring belief that if that sweep was to come, that there would be a certain level of consistency, because all we've seen is inconsistency from this team all year. They have not been afraid to say it themselves. You look back to the start of April, they won 7 of 8. They took 2 out of 3 against Jesse's O's. They took 2 out of 3 against the Brewers, and then they swept the Marlins. They won 7 of 8 there. And then you got to keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and going really all the way to June, where they won 4 in a row, but then they got swept by the Reds. You'll remember that. And then they swept the Mariners, took 2 out of 3 from the Padres, but then they started losing some more games again right after that and weren't really able to channel anything. So there's been 2 pockets of the first half of the season where they've ripped off some wins, but they have been immediately followed by serious lows.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, can you win 9 of 11 here and then remain consistent? Can you avoid getting swept in the next series? Can you avoid dropping 5 of 6 following that up? Because that has been the trap that they have continued to sort of fall in. And really looking at just, even you can look back on like the last week of baseball that we've watched, it would be one thing if they were losing games, but the way that they continue to lose games where it doesn't feel like their opponent is outplaying them too often, it's just they're their own worst enemy. And until that changes, it's hard to, again, bring a lot of belief here. And I think we would also be talking about this a whole lot differently, Luke, if they weren't in a position to dictate the entire trade deadline and have a bunch of guys on expirings when, by the way, and this is something that Bernsey and I talked about earlier in the week, their payroll was $70 million less than it was, $70 million more than it was 2 years ago when Ken Kendrick responded to the winning, responded to the expectations, and wanting to contend. I would expect for it to go down a little bit next year. So that's another element of this. There are a lot of elements at hand. It just doesn't have to do with how they're playing as a team right now. It's a lot of the deadline stuff around as well.
And that last point is a frustrating one if you're a Diamondbacks fan, because you don't often see teams in baseball raise their payroll to the point where they're viewed as a different type team. Like, yeah, you're okay, you're a mid-market team, but you're investing in the winning, as you should. But a lot of teams, when they can win on the cheap, they're just like, well, we'll just stay cheap. The Diamondbacks won on the cheap a couple years ago, not because they were being cheap, because it was just such a young team. But in doing that, Ken Kendrick looked and Mike Hazen, the front office, looked and they're like, now's the time to invest. And they were 100% right. You'd like to see that get rewarded. But unfortunately, in terms of the guys they invested in, you've had injuries. You've had guys severely underperform. The one guy that they went out and really invested in that has absolutely produced is Gino. And you could get a lot for him here in the next 2 weeks at the trade deadline.
We just saw the All-Star game, and there's one guy that played in the All-Star game that's going to be available at the trade deadline. It's Gino.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, big changes were promised at the end of the Suns season by Matt Ishbia, and they've made a lot of changes. So have we seen all of them, or are there still more on the horizon? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
To be in this position, still waiting to see. Are you a buyer? Are you a seller? And we can't really proclaim what we are yet. I think going through the end of the first half, we didn't give ourselves much of a reason to say we are definitely buyers as much as we want to be. I mean, we still want to buy, but we have to be realistic.
The D-backs begin a 6-game homestand tonight versus St. Louis. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth, they help me and the Warrior Queen understand the importance of growth through tactical investments and having insights tailored to our risk tolerance. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to just one line of products or portfolios. That is so important right there, Basinonians. They are not trying to sell you one product. They have the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. It's one of the reasons why you need to pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about these strategies. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Sit tight, I'm gonna need you to keep time. Come on, just snap, snap, snap your fingers for me. Good, good, now we're making some progress. Come on, just
Hey everybody,
tap,
it's
tap,
Bernsey,
tap your
and
toes.
Gambo is back. And he's going to tell you what to expect next in the Phoenix Suns offseason. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports. Yeah, actually, on that note, Matt Ishbia joining Burns and Gambo today at 4. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf right now. I'm looking over at Kellen Olson. How's it going, Kellen?
You remember MySpace?
Okay.
That was my song on MySpace.
Wow.
Panic at the Disco, baby.
Didn't they like
Panic at the Disco.
Panic at the Disco.
You left out the exclamation point.
Panic at the
Nothing
Disco.
bothers
You got to
Rick
say it
more.
right.
Is that how they're introduced when they come out live? Coming out live! Panic at the Disco.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you got to do it, because that's how it's stylized.
Wow. Okay. We're all about proper grammar on this show, if nothing else. So, yes, that's a very weird way of saying Matt Ishbia is on with Burns and Gambo at 4 o'clock today. Kellen,
They
you
should
know.
ask him about Panic at the Disco.
It's probably they will open with Panic at the Disco questions.
He was born in 1978, so he probably is aware. He would be like 25, 26 when they were really big.
Aware of how to pronounce their name, or just aware of who they are?
Who they are and their
okay.
music.
They're everywhere. I feel like it's impossible to avoid Panic at the Disco.
Panic at the Disco.
Kellen, the big changes that Matt Ishbia talked about at the end of the season. At first, the first big change was moving Brian Gregory to GM. Didn't seem like a huge change. I mean, you changed GMs, but it was a guy that was already here. But since then, they have changed head coaches. They have traded away Kevin Durant. They have brought in draft picks, and they have made draft picks, and they've moved around in the draft. They've added Jalen Green. They have now gotten off Bradley Beal's contract. These have been significant changes. Do you foresee any more? They're not going to be this big, obviously, but do you foresee many more notable changes this offseason, or was this it? And if so, was it enough?
Foresee is a tough word, but do I think they're done? No, I don't think they're done. I don't think they're ever done. I think that they're always going to explore other potential possibilities to upgrade their team. I'm sure that's what Matt Ishbia is going to say at 4 o'clock when he is asked like this specific kind of question. They're always going to be looking around. So like when the Jonathan Kuminga situation is lingering a bit and it's not really going in a positive direction yet for the Warriors and bringing him back, and there's no other trade that's happened yet, a guy that they've had interest before in the past, I'm sure they're going to check in there and see if there's something that they can do to get Kuminga specifically. So I don't think that they're done just yet, but I think the more important differentiation here is they need to be not done. And what I mean by that is you look at their roster and it's just an imbalanced roster right now. It is going to be a challenge to find guys playing time. That is a compliment to the amount of talent that they have left on the team for sure. But at the same time, it's more of the problem you were dealing with last year and 2 years ago that is multiplied. And something that they ran into, and a tough trick that they ran into, is they made 2 big trades. They made the Kevin Durant trade and they made the Mark Williams trade. Both of those trades set them up to have to make more trades, and they have not made the more trades. Like, you have one too many centers. Can Oso Ighodaro play the 4? Yes. What's his best position? It's the 5.
Yeah.
He should play the 5. He should play minutes next year. You should develop him next year. You've got Kaman Malawach, who there's this balance, I think, that's going to be something we talk about a lot, where if he's not ready for minutes, that's okay. But if he's ready enough for minutes where he's making mistakes and he's going to be able to learn from them, great. Sometimes rookies go out there and they're just making so many mistakes they can't really learn from it. It depends on what stage he's at in his development and the choice for them to make there. But like Nick Richards is a guy who just seems redundant on this team. He's I guess the theory here is he's nice insurance to have in case Mark Williams gets hurt, but now you have to have 2 roster spots for Mark Williams. Like that is a poor use of assets.
Also, you're using like Charlotte Hornets logic.
And exactly. And why do you need Nick Richards when you just have Oso Ighodaro anyway? Like, I know that maybe Nick Richards is a better overall NBA player than Oso Ighodaro is right now. Why does that matter? You are rebuilding. I know that there was a pivot and reload mindset for them a couple of months ago, but look at their team. Look at how young it is. Look at where they are in the Western Conference. They are rebuilding. Now, for this year alone, they can be rebuilding, and that's fine. See how the young guys progress. If you get some steps forward, Jordan Knott instills everything you want. Everything Gregory talks about, everything Ishbia talks about is actually instilled, and you see a nice style of play, a culture, and identity. Okay, next summer, be aggressive. Maybe go try and make the playoffs. That's totally fine. I get that. But for this year, you are developing young talent, and you are rebuilding. And there is just a mix of 2 things they're trying to do at the same time when I look at their offseason in totality that got in the way of just building a cohesive basketball team. Like, you know what we've done the last 2 years? Watch 2 teams that are not cohesive.
Yeah.
So you can be like a 25-win talent team, and you can still be a better fit and just a better overall team than a team that has 55-win talent like the last 2 did. And you can still win 36 games and be just in this like toxic mess of a basketball system. So they need to figure that part out.
I'm glad you brought that up because that feels like something that has bogged this team down beyond just this era, even pre-Matt Ishbia. You know, what you're saying about Oso. Okay, can he play the 4? Yeah, probably, but he's better at the 5. I mean, how many times have we seen, we're going to see it again, Devin Booker. Can he play point guard? Yeah, he can. It's not really his natural position. He can do it.
He is set up to be Steve Nash on this team, basically. Like, he has to make everyone else better and help everyone else develop. Like, that is not the best way to use Devin Booker. He's got to make those guys better, but, like, come on.
And that's the right way to say it. Can he do it? Yeah, he can do it, but it's not the best way to use him. How do we get back to the point? And maybe it's just because this is a transitive offseason where you are trying to go from an older team, an established team that just didn't fit together to you are rebuilding. I don't think there's negative connotations for that. If we're still saying it in 3 years, there's negative connotations. I can get behind a rebuild. I think a lot of Suns fans can get behind a rebuild as long as you're seeing the young players develop and it's not a yearly thing. I mean, how many years? I worked for the Coyotes, and they say, yeah, we're just rebuilding for 5 years. You can't rebuild for 5 years. It's 2025. Like, get it done in a year or two. But I don't know how you get or when you get back to the point where you have everybody playing their optimal positions and in their optimal roles so they can play their best version of basketball.
Yeah, like we're going to see 3-guard lineups. We're probably going to see like 4-guard lineups, depending on what positions you think Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal play. Like, can Royce play the 4? Yes. But should he be playing the 4? No, he should not. Are you going to go to Royce O'Neal in November and be like, hey, Royce, we like what we've seen from you for the first couple of games, but Rasheer is playing really well in practice, and we're going to give him some run for the next couple of weeks. How is Royce going to respond to that? He's probably not going to respond very well. Now, the problem, apparently, from what it seems, is I don't know how hard they're trying to trade Grayson Allen or how hard they're trying to trade Royce O'Neal. I'm guessing there's not a lot of interest based on the fact that both those guys are still on this basketball team right now. Maybe the aggregating and stuff will help them move those guys, and I do think that their value should be a lot higher than what it seems to be. What would help is attaching assets to get rid of them, but you attached 2 first-round picks to a deal to get Mark Williams, who you didn't really need in the first place, who has all of his own problems to go with. The counter to the Mark Williams argument. You need a good center. You need 48 minutes of good center play. Like, if Malawach is here and he's playing a good 15 minutes, great. You need the other 33. Why does that matter right now? You are rebuilding. It does not matter right now. It does not matter.
That, as we get further from that move, and you and I were both on the draft show that night, as we get further from the move, the 2 things, and you said certainly at least one of these that night, it's not that the first-round picks were late first-round picks. They're still first-round picks. They're still trade assets you could use somewhere else. But secondly, that was a move that you make if you're trying to still go for it next year. It's not like an all-in, hey, we're going to win the title move, but that's a move you make if you plan on contending next year.
And he's 23. He's going to develop and get better. Like, Jalen Green is 23. He's going to develop and get better. But those are 2 guys where it seems like part of why they are here is to be productive and really help this team win some basketball games this year. And again, I don't think the win total really matters next year. I don't think so. And there's this really negative connotation around the word rebuilding, where I'm talking about like tanking and you don't have your draft pick, so why should it matter how many games you win? Your draft pick shouldn't matter anyway. Your feelings shouldn't be hurt. Guess what? There's a decent chance you're going to give up a top 4 pick in the next 5 years. It's probably going to happen. You just need to get over it. It's your own mistake. Get over it. Show some patience.
You've already taken your medicine all summer with some of these moves you knew you had to make that you didn't want to make.
You just need to accept that it is going to happen. None of what you should be doing over the next 3 years should be about your draft pick potentially not landing in the lottery or not landing in the top 4. It doesn't matter. It's already done. It's already done. It doesn't affect you anymore. It just doesn't.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, we were talking about this on the show yesterday, and Max Starks was in here. This summer is like going to the dentist if you're the Suns, and you knew it, and to their credit, they've done it. They made the Durant trade. They are eating a ton of money on Bradley Beal, and that's going to still hurt in a couple years, but it may not hurt as much as people are thinking right at the moment, but it's still a problem. But you knew back in, I don't know, when do you think they knew? Probably January. They knew they were going to have to face this summer, and they're facing it. So just face it all so you can turn the corner.
And before we go to break, I do want to say, you and I are both very excited to watch this team next year, and we want to include that in the conversation here because of like the turn that it took over the last couple of minutes. We're very excited to watch this team. I myself am just showing some of the frustration that I have because I think it was fairly like simple what they needed to do, but I think they overcomplicated it with the goals that they have in mind right now, the two things that they are trying to do at the same time. Like, I'm really excited to see the jump that Ryan Oso taking year 2. I'm really excited to see Jalen Green on his second team and Mark Williams on his second team. I'm excited to see how Devin Booker looks. There are a lot of reasons to be I am much more excited about this team than at any point I was like after the Game 12, Game 13.
Yeah, would they start 8-1, and then you were like, that 8-1 feels like a distant memory pretty quickly.
So there are reasons to be excited about the team, to be clear. Like, I totally understand that, and if you're feeling good about the team, I understand. But, like, just the team-building principles, again, just seem to get in the way that seem pretty simple to me.
Well, and I think if you're excited about the team, you're probably excited about it through the lens of, okay, here we go. Let's see what we have. We've got some young talent now with the thought of it's going to get better and better, not that you're going to win a title next year. Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, are the Diamondbacks ready to wave the white flag on their season, or is there still a chance to turn this around? It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jonathan Gannon said multiple times coming out of the OTAs, friction. There's going to be more friction in camp. What does that mean? Are there going to be more fights? Is it going to be more physical?
Yeah.
Is it going to be more intense? Is he going to dial it up? Is he going to ask them to dial it up? If we're talking specifically what we're looking forward to watching at a camp, it's that. What does friction look like in a training camp for Jonathan Gannon?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. You find your dream home. You just move in right away. None of that monotonous waiting around to sell your old place first. It sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Find the new home you want. Buy it now. Sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on everyone else's schedule. It's the worst. You just have to plan everything around a bunch of strangers who just walk through your house, decide if they like it or not. Then after that, the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation, see what you have to work with. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the Snakes. And Phoenix Suns and Mercury owner Matt Ishbia will join Burns and Gambo today at 4, so make sure you tune in for that. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Shelby Miller resumes throwing and the D-backs dodged a bullet with Eugenio Suarez. The Diamondbacks shake up their rotation order entering the second half. And Bradley Beal's agent says the guard got away from his identity with the Suns. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, Kellen Olson is in today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. This is supposed to be the week where things are calm, kind of like your reset week in the sports calendar, Kellen. That's really not the case here this year with all the Bradley Beal stuff, with training camp obviously starting up next week. That's why things ramp back up. But then the Diamondbacks starting back up tonight, and you said this earlier, this would be less of a story if they weren't like the linchpin for everything at the trade deadline around baseball. If they didn't have any like huge assets that were on essentially expiring contracts, you would just kind of wait it out and see what's coming up. But they have such valuable assets that either need to be playing for a contender here or be dealt to a contender for more assets within the next 2 weeks that it's really raised the stakes here around the deadline.
It really has. And I think that they're in a position right now where I'm really fascinated to see the choices here because I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, Gallen and Naylor are the 2 of the 4 expiring guys, not counting Gino and Merrill Kelly, where there's compensatory picks that would follow if they sign somewhere else. So if Zach Gallen doesn't get moved, if Josh Naylor doesn't get moved, that means that they would still be getting something back if they did not re-sign. I think the main thing that I'm watching for, and something I talked about with Bernsey a little bit yesterday, is the maximum of these 4 guys that you can get nothing for is 1. I think that's it. You need to get something back for at least 3 of these 4 guys. So let's say you keep Merrill Kelly. He gets a crazy, insane offer from like the Mets or the Yankees, and it's just like, okay, what can you do? You were never going to be able to compete with that. It's
You
just
mean like after the season?
in the offseason,
Okay.
free agency, he just gets like this nuclear offer no one would have expected, and the Diamondbacks are gobsmacked by, and he goes there, understandably so. Like, that's okay. Let's say you traded Gino, you got something back from him, great. Let's say you traded Gallen, great. And let's say you tried to re-sign Naylor, but he signed somewhere else, you get the compensatory picks, great. I think like that is like the median sort of outcome that we're looking for here for them in terms of going into next season. I think it's really interesting, and I would love to like talk to Hazen for a few minutes specifically about what his expectations are for next year, where he expects the things to get back to normal, I guess is kind of the way, like things to sort of get back on schedule. Because, like, Luke, we can do, like, the Corbin Burns is out thing and all that kind of stuff, but it's still, like, Ryan Nelson, Brandon Pfaadt, Eduardo Rodriguez. If Eduardo is the one D-back to watch the rest of the season, because if he gets back on track, that top 3 isn't terrible. Now, it's not, like, one of the best in the majors. It's not one of the top 15 or whatever, but if you add 2 more solid depth guys around that, like, that is a serviceable starting rotation.
Corbin Burns should come back next season. You're just not going to have him for a while.
Yeah, exactly. So you're in a position from a rotational standpoint to overcome potentially both those guys not being here. And then in the lineup, like there are younger players that you're expecting to get better. I think that Jordan Lawler is really the one guy going into next year where if he is, to steal the line from Game of Thrones, if he is the prince that was promised, because it feels like we've watched so many like significant Diamondbacks prospects over our time being here in the Valley that have had a certain level of hype to them. If he meets that hype like Corbin Carroll did, then this team is in business next year. They're really going to be in business next year. But with all that being said, they're still in a position where they can be that team while at the same time really taking advantage of the position they're in right now, because I guarantee no one's phone is going to be busier over the next 2 weeks than Hazen's.
Yeah, there was a story on ESPN. They were just doing best trade fits for each team, and for the Mariners, they had Josh Naylor. For the Yankees, they had Gino. For the Giants, they had Merrill Kelly, and for the Mets, they had Zach Gallen. I mean, those are 4 of the more prominent teams right now in baseball, and their best fits for each of those teams was a current Diamondback who is not signed beyond this season. This is just kind of my opinion, just based on what I've seen and kind of, reading between the lines with talking to Mike Hazen and hearing Mike Hazen talk. I got to think if they trade some of these guys, they're obviously going to try and get young pitchers back. That's been reported. I got to think with Hazen, those aren't like AA pitchers. There might be some. It might be a high-end prospect that's a couple years away. But I got to think if Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly get traded away, somewhere in there a pitcher is going to come back that they intend to have in their rotation next year. You know what I mean? Maybe even as soon as this year. I'm going to play this cut from Todd Walsh. He was on with us yesterday, and I think he really nailed where a lot of people are with this team this year. You don't want to move pieces because this team at the start of the season felt like the sort of team that was not only going to make the playoffs, was going to do some damage in the playoffs, but at the same time, and this is a tough position the Diamondbacks front office is in right now, they have to deal with the reality around them, whether it's fair or not.
As hard as it is for me to say this, that I just think it's the fiscally responsible thing to do, to look at this and look at the pieces that they have that are unbelievable high-end commodities, as I heard Chris Garagiola just say, and do the right thing. And I think the right thing is trying to get as much back as you can and just try to let as many people play and find their way the rest of the way and see where the chips fall moving forward. The one thing that bugs me, and it'll never escape me, is that this was a group that suffered the indignity of going out and practicing the day after the season ended and had their bags packed, and the indignity of walking away knowing they had no control of their playoff fate. And they know how they played that last week leading up. It's a long answer to a very difficult question, but that's how I'm finding my way through this. Something's missing.
Yeah.
So you've got these pawns that you never had before in this franchise's history. Make the best of all of that. And I say that, and it breaks my heart to see Gino Suarez walk out the door.
There's definitely a way they can do this where it's going to suck in the moment. Like if they really – look, just go out there and sweep the Cardinals, and this conversation goes away for a little bit at least. Not permanently. I mean, you have to keep winning. But it would suck if they got to this point where they had to trade Geno or they had to trade Gallen because of what it signifies, Kellen. But there is a way to do it, and I think most D-backs fans trust Mike Hazen, of all people, to figure out a way to do it, where this is not a rebuild or even really a reset. It's these are going to be assets that just evaporate if we don't make the playoffs. Let's get a ton back for them and then keep this going because most of your young core is still here next year.
It's honestly what it should be because how many teams in baseball have two guys on their team that could be up for MVP any year? That's Ketel and that's Corbin Carroll. They have that great, tremendous luxury that they have going into next year because Ketel has been in sensational form the last 2 years. It's been a tremendous bounce back year for Corbin Carroll as well. Both those guys showed out in the All-Star games in the All-Star game in the way that we expected. And that is like something that you are really going to be able to rely on going into next year. Like Geraldo Perdomo is having a much better offensive season and has just been this overall really great player this year. Gabby was the one guy I was excited to see the most this year in terms of the progress that he could make. That's been stalled by injury again for him, but he's a guy to keep in mind next year as someone who can get younger. And I'm just really excited to see what they get done here in terms of, like you said, is there the Jazz Chisholm type of trade where you're trading someone and getting someone back who is like either right on the doorstep of the major leagues or they just recently got into the major leagues?
Because your timeline is you should still be trying to win next year.
Yeah.
And not in a reckless way, but ideally, and you hold a lot of the chips at the deadline, you can trade for guys that are going to hit their stride next year, that maybe a contender. I mean, the Yankees usually have some pretty good prospects. The Mariners do have some good prospects. A lot of these teams that we're talking about that have been linked to these guys have guys that maybe aren't quite helping them as much as a Geno would help them right now, and they're going for it, but they know they're going to have to pay a hefty price for a guy that might come back to bite them a year from now. And if you're the Diamondbacks, obviously, that's exactly what you're looking for. All right, we come back. One guy on the Cardinals, the Arizona Cardinals. We're done talking about the St. Louis Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals that we're all excited to see this season isn't signed yet. So how concerning is that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson, and for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The app. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice? You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi? Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
You know, we need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. I mean, no wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438042.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, this is Jared, and Cardinals training camp starts next week. And you know what? Maybe I'll head out there Thursday. I'll have some free time then because my wife told me she'll be busy. She said she's meeting up with a work friend at a Coldplay concert. No! Tune in at 6 a.m. to Bickley and Marotta mornings.
To the sound of a heartbeat pounding away.
All right, the rookie report date for the Cardinals is July 22nd. First of all, Callan, let's all just enjoy that. That is next Tuesday. Training camp, at least, for in terms of us being out there for shows, we'll be out there starting Thursday, and we'll be out there a lot.
Yay, football!
Football is back! Yay!
Football!
Was that the intensity of Ron Wolfley? Did I fill in there for him admirably? Does he normally just go, yay, football?
The blood sport.
Normally he runs through that door,
Okay.
which is a very heavy, expensive door, which is probably why it doesn't close, but it doesn't matter because it's all about football. Will Johnson. Would you say you're excited about Will Johnson on the Cardinals, Kellen? Because I can safely say that's one of the players I'm most interested in watching throughout camp and potentially for a long time here as a member of the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
He is still unsigned. Now, before you panic if you didn't know that, and you're like, oh my God, Will Johnson's unsigned. What are they doing? They're 19 second-round picks out of the 32 around the NFL are unsigned. So it's not, I don't know, it's not nothing, but I wouldn't say it's a huge deal just yet. If there was like 2 unsigned second-round picks, or if this was like a Shamar Stewart situation in Cincinnati where there's only 1 unsigned first-round pick, and that's already a weird situation.
Did you see that the Texas A&M head football coach was asked if Shamar Stewart could potentially come back to Texas A&M?
Probably make more there, really.
That's insane.
Well, this is the world we live in now.
Shamar Stewart's like, I can do that?
Yeah, he's like, wait a minute, what?
He would have to petition to come back, but that would be maybe the craziest story
That would
of
be
all
the
time.
most Bengals thing of a long,
Yes.
of ever. To draft a guy in the first round, he just goes back to college. Anyway, Kellen, Will Johnson is unsigned. Your thoughts?
Not worried. Not even a little bit. We'll wait and see if he continues to be on the list as more and more second-round picks signed. We'll see if he misses that. Can you give me that date one more time?
The rookie report date's the 22nd.
Okay, so if it's the night of the 21st, and I haven't heard news yet, that is when I will start to be concerned. Until then, I'm good. Let me ask you a question about him. Do you think that this is his job to lose the starting spot opposite Max Melton, or do you think Star Thomas showed enough and improved enough last year to be holding that spot at the start of camp?
See, it's a tough question because it's Gannon and it's Rollis, right? My instinct would say it's Will Johnson's job to lose, but Star Thomas has done it in the NFL, and that just seems to mean, and it makes sense, mean a lot to guys like Nick Rollis and Jonathan Gannon. I would say this, as much as I like Will Johnson and as much as I was hoping the Cardinals would get him in the first round before all the injury stuff came out, and they got him in the second round, and I was ecstatic, he is still a rookie. So when you say, yeah, I'll get nervous on the night of the 21st, I'm right there with you. Right now it just feels like posturing time, which is kind of not supposed to be a thing in the NFL. Like, your picks are kind of like, okay, you got drafted here, you're getting paid this, but it obviously has become a thing, especially in the second round. So whatever, this is posturing time. But if we get to the point where he starts missing rookie things, then I think, yeah, you start behind Star Thomas, because Star Thomas has already played and he'll have a head start on you this year too.
Yeah, the rookies are really I think the way that I'll say it is, if the rookies are in a position to be important on this defense, I think that that's a bad omen. Now, unfortunately, the Sean Murphy-Bunting injury launched them into it, but I thought Star Thomas was probably the most underrated player on the team last year.
Yeah. And
Like
at a certain point, I only care what you're doing in the NFL, not where you went to college or what you did in college.
You and I did a lot of these shows around this time of year. We were talking about our expectations, and you'll remember my stance on the defense was, I'm scared that the quarterback is going to have all day to throw, and I'm scared that everyone is going to be open that he is throwing the ball to. They did have all day to throw. The guys weren't as open as I expected them to be. I remember going to multiple games and just watching the secondary and coverage, and I was really impressed every time that I did that. Like, look, they weren't one of the best secondaries in the NFL. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they held up a lot better than what their pedigree suggested that they would be capable of doing. So I don't necessarily think that Will is in a situation where he has to be this breakout rookie in order for the Cardinals defense to succeed, but he needs to show up on time. He needs to show up on time, and that's a really important thing that can't get lost in translation here. Like, B.J. Ojulari is a guy where he was like a little nicked up earlier in this process as well, and it's like, come on, man. Like, you really need, like, if anyone on this team needed this stuff from a couple of months ago, it was you, man. Like, come on, let's go. We need you this year. And it's that type of thing where with Will, it's about not missing time and then remaining healthy, because like, he's going to pop up on the injury report at some point. We're all going to freak out, and it's probably justified in us freaking out. But for the time being, when he is healthy, he needs to be out there and he needs to get stuff like this taken care of.
Yeah, it's, when you look at this era with Monty Ossenfort over the last couple of years now, what is it? This is the third draft. The first two drafts, it's not like he's hit on every pick, but so far he's hit on a lot of picks. Like, if he just hit on this percentage of picks every year, this team's going to get really good in the not too distant future and stay really good, because that's how you build stability, is if you're hitting on multiple picks in your draft, not just the first and the second rounder. But when you look at these drafts, the guys that have struggled a little bit are the guys that have been hurt, like B.J. Ojulari, or the guys that, didn't get to start the way they wanted because they were hurt or missed time as a rookie. Like, I'll always remember Garrett Williams. One of the first things he said to us last year when we talked to him before the interview even started was how fired up he was to go into camp last year healthy. For him, it wasn't that he was unsigned. It was just that he wasn't healthy as a rookie to start things off. And then you saw what he did last year, and you're like, man, he was right. Like, it makes a huge difference. Going from year one to year two is huge, but also just being able to start when everybody else starts, especially when you're a rookie. So I'm with you. If Will Johnson is just kind of this year, does that mean the Cardinals defense is bad? No, I don't think so. You've already got a great setup with the safeties, and you've got an intriguing setup with your corners, and you're going to have a pass rush this year. But this is a guy that could potentially be a really good player on your defense for a long time. You don't want to see him starting slow over a contract dispute.
Can I ask you an overall rookies question?
Yes.
How many of these guys are starting by the end of the year?
Oh, by the end of the year.
Yeah, not the start of the year, the end of the year.
So I'm just going to focus on defense. I know Wolf is.
Well, there's only one guy on offense. Don't worry
but
about
Wolf
that.
loves that guy.
He loves Hayden Conner.
He does.
Big Hayden Conner guy.
He is a big
That's
Hayden
his new
Conner
tip,
guy.
Ryman.
Yeah, not quite to that level. Nothing will ever reach that level.
It's good to have the tiers understood. Yeah, how many of these guys are starting at the end of the year?
Okay, so Nolan, he's going to be part of that rotation, so I'm just going to say yes, that counts if he's playing a ton of snaps. I do think Will Johnson is I just think that talent is, assuming injuries don't play too big of a role this year, I think it's him.
Do you want to go there with Cody Simon?
That's the one I was thinking about. It's like they seem to kind of, by the end of the year, how about this? I'll say 2, and that Cody Simon will be starting next year. How about that? What about you?
I like that as well. I also think that for where this defense was at from a talent perspective at the time this guy was picked, like, they must see something in Jordan Birch, because like, he's a guy where it's like he's not going to get cut because he just got picked in the 3rd round. But if he wasn't a recent 3rd round selection, he'd be like the guy on the chopping block essentially. But he's not going anywhere. The only reason I wouldn't say him is just because like Josh Sweat is going to get a whole lot of snaps. Zaven Collins is going to get a whole lot of snaps, and Baron Browning is going to get a whole lot of snaps. I didn't even mention B.J. Ojulari yet, so he's going to have a lot of work to do to get on the field, but he's going to be the guy that I watch for, like when we're at the games and we watch like the changes happen and the substitutions happen. Whenever he's on the field, I'm going to watch him because, again, they had to have seen something in him because, yes, edge was a position of need for sure, but at the same time, like at that time in the draft, they could have gone a whole lot of different directions. Receiver was one we wanted to see, but with him, I'm very intrigued to watch him this year.
If I set the over-under on Jordan Birch sacks at 2.5, would you take the over or the under?
Over, yeah. Over? That's kind of my pitch is like I think he's going to be like the guy who plays 15 to 20% of the snaps this year, but is very productive. Not quite to the Gardeck level, but like kind of like that version of that guy.
Because they did not, I mean, their leading sack guy last year had 5, Zaven Collins. They had a bunch of guys with between 3, basically with 3. I mean, but...
Well, my bold prediction with Burns earlier this week is double-digit sacks for Baron Browning. That's where I'm going.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm sticking with the bold prediction of just 50 sacks or more as a team.
I would like that too. I don't care who gets them.
Yeah, that's I can't look at this team right now and tell you who's going to get them.
Two-way. Go for it, Kyler. Get to the quarterback.
Whatever
He's got the speed.
Whoever, yeah, that'd be a nice little throw-off move right there. All right, when we come back, do the Diamondbacks have to sweep the St. Louis Cardinals? How ironic they have to go through the Cardinals to keep their season going. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olsen's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number 1, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start for the Snakes, and Phoenix Suns and Mercury owner Matt Ishbia will join Burns and Gambo today at 4, so make sure to tune in for that. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. That Bickley guy will be back in studio, and we'll go over how the D-backs fared in their big weekend series against the Cardinals. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Well, that big weekend series starts tonight. Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound, so Torrey did move the pitching rotation around a little bit, which is not unusual coming out of the All-Star break. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf today. It'll be Brandon Pfaadt tonight. It'll be Ryan Nelson tomorrow, and it'll be Merrill Kelly on Sunday. So you might be looking at that saying, wait, no, Zach Gallen. Gallen is set to start the opener against Houston on Monday. But, you know, these three games coming up, Kellen, the games beyond this series are going to matter a lot or not so much in the standings, depending on what happens in this series. So that in itself is kind of interesting that I think most outsiders would look at this, and by outsiders I really just mean not Torrey, would look at this and say you have to at least win, probably sweep this series to even have a conversation about still having a chance. And Zach Gallen is not scheduled to start any of the three games.
The Cardinals are sort of not a perfect opponent, I won't put it that way, but they're entirely beatable. Like, you look at them as a team that's ahead of you in the standings and might think that they're superior to the Diamondbacks. They're really not. They were 14-19 on May 2nd, and then they won 13 of 15, and they've remained in this position of like 5 to 7 games, 3 games over 500 since then. They've just more been about consistency than inconsistency, and they've just been winning enough games to remain relevant at this point. Their calling card the entire season has been defense, which is an interesting juxtaposition because I looked up the stats going into the All-Star break, and the Diamondbacks, when you look at their team rankings for a couple of categories we were going to watch going into the year, it was like, okay, can they remain an elite offensive team? OPS, they've dropped from second to third, so they're still one of the best offensive teams in the league there. We were curious about first base OPS in terms of the production. Christian Walker, to Josh Naylor thought Walker's offense was always underrated. They went from 4th to 13th, which is fine. You would have taken that when Walker left for sure. DH OPS is really interesting because that's Jock Peterson. He's one of the best DHs in all of baseball. They dropped from 3rd to 4th.
Yeah.
They've actually been really good there. It's been less about Pavin Smith and more about the other guys who have platooned in. Starter ERA was abhorrent last year. It was 27th. It's dropped to 24th this year. Now, it's still not good, but it's dropped a little bit.
I'm going to celebrate.
Remember, this was an 89-win team. Bullpen ERA, it dropped from 25th to 27th. That was a whole half decimal, though, from a 4.4 to a 4.9. That's a big drop, but here's the big one. Outs above average, the analytic that a lot of people rely on to reliably tell you fielding and how good a team is on defense. They were tied for first in outs above average with 34 last year. They are 12th this year with 1. So they're on pace for 2 when they had 34 last year. And that is where the Cardinals, from like an execution standpoint, like they just do enough in the little areas and they field excellently. And that's how they win baseball games. That has not been the key for the Diamondbacks. They need to get back to being that baseball team if they're going to have a chance.
It is. I mean, they are the Cardinals. They kind of are. They're not that the Diamondbacks need a measuring stick at this point, but they are the like slightly above average team. You're going to have to finish ahead of the Cardinals if you're going to make the playoffs. If you're still entertaining that notion, you are the more talented team, the Diamondbacks on paper. But you and I were talking about this during the break. It seems to be St. Louis and or San Francisco most times, but there's always a team or two in baseball seemingly every year that you look at them on paper, and they're not a bad team on paper, but they're nothing special, but they just do all the little things right. And over the course of 162 games, all of a sudden they're in the playoffs at the end of the year. And we've seen some of those teams go all the way to the World Series in the past. It seems like St. Louis and San Francisco trade years where every other year it's one of those two teams that does this. They're both doing it this year. There's still 65 games left, though. I mean, if you said this earlier as well, if you're the Diamondbacks, you need to start removing some of those teams. Get them out of your way. St. Louis needs to be one of those teams. You get out of your way, and they are. They're in this. They've earned that, St. Louis has, but a lot of it was because of that one run earlier this year, and then they just haven't had a huge drop. So we'll see what the Diamondbacks can do, but it's going to be really hard to believe much as possible beyond this series if they don't look amazing in this series, or at least, I mean, I think you have to sweep. I don't even know if 2 out of 3 is really going to be enough because the trade deadline's so close.
No, and it is time for these guys to step up in a multitude of ways, but the one being, like, I know the bullpen's in a really rough spot right now from a health standpoint, from who's available, from the runs, from the leads they have surrendered, from the games they have blown. Look back at all of those games that the Diamondbacks lost because of their bullpen and tell me if there were any missed opportunities on offense or a play on defense that they did not make when they had the opportunity to make it. And for most of those games, you will find that situation. So this is the thing that's holding them back. Right now, their closer on at least Fangraphs' closer depth chart is Kevin Ginkel. Their setup men are Kendall Graveman and Kyle Backus. And then their middle relievers are Andrew Saalfrank, John Curtis, Juan Murillo, Jake Woodford, and then Anthony DeSclafani is in long relief. It's an uphill task to win a lot of baseball games with that bullpen. But when I was saying that about the offense and the defense,
only one of those guys was even on the team. It started
right.
Coming at by the end of last year and then going into
and
this
yet,
year.
When I was saying that about the offense and the defense and then the starting pitching to some extent, you didn't look at me like I was crazy because you know this team is talented enough to overcome a bullpen that is in this situation. So it's time to see it.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there are teams right now that are in playoff spots or closer to a playoff spot that don't have the talent the Diamondbacks even currently have, even with all the injuries. You know, again, you can look at the injuries and you could say, okay, that lowers their ceiling of what they're ultimately capable of this season. To me, I thought they were capable of almost anything this season. But when you lose, let's say 2 closers, because that was an optimistic update from Torey Lovello on Shelby Miller. So you lose 2 closers for the season. You lose your number 1 starter for the season. You lose other guys for good chunks of the season. And you have lost Shelby Miller for, a decent chunk here too. That probably caps how deep you could go in the playoffs. But you should still be able to find a way to be a playoff team just with this offense. If Zach Gallen and Brandon Pfaadt and Merrill Kelly are all pitching their potential, right now Merrill Kelly is pitching to his potential.
It's 12 games till the deadline. Let's say they rip off 10 of 12. Are you saying yes to a great offer for any of those 4 guys, or are you keeping everyone?
I think I think they would keep them. I don't think Hazen wants to sell. I think if you go back to the 18 games before the trade deadline or the All-Star break where they went 6-12, that started with them being 3 games above 500 and a chance to really put some distance between yourself and 500. On June 24th, they were 41-38. They had a game against the White Sox coming up, and then 3 against the Marlins, and they proceeded to lose the next 4 games. And then they won the first 2 against the Giants. So, okay, you're back above 500. Here's a chance to go on a run, and they lost the next 3. If they were even just 9-9 in that stretch, I don't think they'd be selling. So, to your point going forward, if they go on some crazy run here, I think it's going to reinforce the belief of we've got such a good offense that if our pitchers pitch to their potential, we can go add a couple relievers.
But it was Hazen who spoke with Nick Picoro of AZ Central a couple of days ago and basically said he didn't declare, but he said, like, I've been waiting.
Yeah.
Like, show me a reason not to sell. I've been waiting.
And they haven't.
And we're just about out of time. And it wasn't like a now or never declaration from him, but it was like, as of right now, I've been asking to see it, and I haven't seen it yet. And I think something that he didn't hit on specifically, but you could tell that he was referring to is some of the stuff we just talked about, where it's like, this was a lot easier to do when we were an excellent defensive team. This was a lot easier to do when we had other parts of like our overall team dynamic and team execution that were getting better, just like our execution with runners in scoring position, like little things like that add up for really good baseball teams where, you know me, like I'll say like really stupid, simple stuff. And it's like, you see a good baseball team, they do good baseball teams. All this team has done all year is bad baseball things, bad baseball team things. That's all they've done. And I don't want to sit here and say they're a bad baseball team, but that's all they've been all year so far, unfortunately.
I mean, you have to have the conversation right now because you know the Diamondbacks front office is. I mean, that's a pretty honest thing from Hazen right there of give me a reason. Give me a reason to reinvest in this. You could look at a team that's beat up by injuries and they could be in this exact position. They could have this exact same record, but the eye test could be telling you, yeah, but they're getting a little unlucky and they're going to go on a run. They haven't really shown that. And so, I mean, at a certain point, what other options do you have? Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Just text half to 620-620. We will send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. That's half to 620-620. Again, text half to 620-620. All right, we come back over to basketball. Jonathan Kuminga's name continues to be linked to the Suns. Is that the type of player Phoenix should be looking for? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and Gambo is back for today's Burns and Gambo show. We've got a lot to talk about. Suns owner Matt Ishbia will join us at 4 o'clock today. It's the Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports. All right, Kellen Olson's in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke. Back to Suns. And a name that continues to be linked loosely, I would say, to the Phoenix Suns. Not like they're like close to getting a deal done for him, but a name that keeps popping up, Kellen, is Jonathan Kuminga. And that's a guy that the Suns have been interested in for a while. And it makes a lot of sense on some levels. Let's just start here. What is in your mind? I'll play this cut from Gambo too, but I want to get your thoughts on it first. Just the realistic chances they would even be able to go out and get Kuminga, because it's not like they are overflowing with trade assets right now.
I don't know, Luke, honestly, because I don't understand what his trade value is.
It's a tough one to figure out.
Because when the reporting came out from Jake Fisher and like his the league-wide gossip essentially was that like the Suns wouldn't have the draft pick capital, and I was like, Jonathan Kuminga's going for a lot of draft pick capital? Like I like the potential of Jonathan Kuminga, and what's going to come up in this conversation for me a lot is like I like the theory of getting someone like Jonathan Kuminga. I just don't think that it is like the best fit here. It is kind of a similar-ish situation to Jalen Green a little bit, where you're the second team for a guy. You're the one paying him to figure out if he can untap his upside a bit. He's a score-first player, and that is why it has always been difficult for him to work it out in Golden State. Look, you can have your opinions about the Warriors and their dynasty or whatever. Steve Kerr appears to know what he is doing.
Seems like he has a decent grasp on it.
Seems like he is one of the best head coaches that we've seen in the NBA in quite a long time. For him to continuously look at this guy and not be interested in playing him, you can look at it like maybe there's like some personal stuff there or whatever, or maybe you can just look at it for the basketball thing, which I would assume, based on like, with all due respect, guys like Guy Santos and others playing over Jonathan Kuminga with how immensely talented he is, you assume that there is a lack of inclination from him to accept like the type of role that he would have to play on a team like the Warriors, or let's be honest, a team like the Suns. Here's what Jonathan Kuminga is. He's 6'8", he's super explosive, he's strong, He's fast. You know who needs those guys? The Suns.
Yeah.
They need guys like that. You know who they need? Guys who get to the rim and shoot 70% at the rim. That's Jonathan Kuminga. Now, there's just the fit issue I have where, again, like you're asking Devin Booker to be Steve Nash. The best way to help Jalen Green and Jonathan Kuminga, who's only 22 years old, was taken 7th overall in 2021. The best way to develop those guys, get them the ball. So is Devin Booker going to just average like 11 assists a game? Like what are we doing with Book exactly?
I would like Book to still be able to shoot.
That is your best player. So I would love for you to develop young talent, but at the same time have Book in a position to play his best basketball, and that would just not be doing so for him. Also, this is the type of move where I would assume Green and Brooks are still starting alongside Booker, so now Ryan Dunn's going to the bench. I want Ryan Dunn playing 30 minutes a game next year.
Yeah.
So there's just a couple of different reasons where I don't think that this is the best fit for them, but at the same time, if you can get him for a relatively low price and you can figure out a multi-team deal or something like that where you just give up Grayson Allen and Nick Richards, or you just give up Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal and clear up that logjam while bringing in someone like him on a affordable, decent contract. Do not do this to pay him $30 million a year because he's a restricted free agent right now. It'd be some type of sign and trade. Don't do this to pay him $25 million a year. You can bring him in on a somewhat affordable deal that couldn't come back to bite you. Then yeah, but I have added a lot of qualifiers already, which means that I don't really agree with this and think it should happen.
Yeah, and so, I mean, the last part you said there too, where if you could move off of Grayson Allen and or Royce O'Neal or whatever and bring him in, then that's giving you two potential ways you win the trade, because you're clearing out a lot of cap space now. To your point, if you turn around and spend it all on Jonathan Kuminga, you're paying for potential, which is dicey. I mean, that's a risky move. When you say it might not be the best fit, though, it sounds like you're saying specifically Kuminga, not the concept of going out and taking on a player where this is their second team and they have upside.
This is what you need to do.
Yeah, I don't know if they have any other options.
This is what you do on the margins. Look at the Indiana Pacers and then making the NBA Finals. They developed Miles Turner for a very long time, but they were the second team for Tyrese Haliburton. That was a very lucky example where it was the only thing that the Kings wanted was Domantas Sabonis, apparently.
Yeah, that
and
helped.
They had Domantas Sabonis.
You
so
knew
Haliburton
Haliburton was good, at least.
Neesmith was just a throw-in in the Malcolm Brogdon deal, and he turns out to just be this awesome rotation caliber, starting caliber wing. Nembhard is a guy that you take at the beginning of the second round. TJ McConnell is a guy who just kind of bounced around. You found him and got him in the role and playing the best basketball of his career. Teams always find a way to nail the margins like this, and the Suns have mostly struggled with it over the last 2 years. So, for example, if Mark Williams turns out to be a top 5, top 10 center in the league, that would be an example of this kind of happening. If you were to just get Jonathan Kuminga for a relatively low price, and then he turns out to be a 20, 25 point per game guy who's a very good NBA player, that is the type of move that they need to make. So I understand the aggression in seeking that out, but it's got to be the right move, and it's all got to fit together. And you've already got a bunch of stuff that doesn't fit together in the first place. There are easier moves to make, but at the same time, gambling on talent right now with where they're at, having the talent, having the young upside is something they didn't have a year ago. They've got a lot of it now in the last couple of months, and adding another one, I would understand what they're going for. I just wouldn't agree with it.
It's tough too, because they're in a position where you almost have to play that lottery game where you're gonna gamble on talent, and hopefully some of it's gonna hit, and then then you have something to start to build around. But it's like buying a scratch ticket, but it's not like they can go buy 20 scratch tickets. If you set that move up and here we go, and you've chosen this Jonathan Kuminga, then Jonathan Kuminga needs to be the right guy, because it's not like you can go try it again in 3 months with somebody else. Okay, well, that wasn't it. We'll just try this and we'll try this. They're still pretty limited in what they're able to do. And this, at a certain point, is where, you are paying Bradley Beal nearly $20 million a year for the next 5 years comes into play. You can go out and you can play the lottery a little bit, but you have to win it. Otherwise, you can't keep playing it. And so they need a player like that was highly talented and was highly regarded coming into the draft that just hasn't hit on his first team. It's just, you better make sure you get the right one.
Yeah, but if you got him for the price that we're talking about, where it's just two of your rotation caliber players who you don't really have a role for, it is the type of situation I talk about a lot where how many other teams in the league are looking to pay Jonathan Kuminga and give him a role? And can you take advantage of the lack of a market for him for a guy that is incredibly talented? Like, there is like a narrow sort of threading the needle situation here where if you don't have to give up too much to get him, I actually would like the move, but it all depends on the price. The good news here is we kind of know what the price is going to be because they only have a second-round pick left to trade, and that's it. They don't really have anything else in terms of first-rounders that they can trade right now, at least. And you look up and down their roster, like this isn't the type of move to include any of your young players in. You shouldn't include your young players really in any of the moves that you're making.
At this point, keep the young players.
Unless you're getting someone who is like seriously on the up and up, and I don't know if Kuminga's in that position right now.
Here's Gambo on Burns and Gambo yesterday talking about the possibility of Jonathan Kuminga being a member of the Phoenix Suns.
The other thing that's interesting that's out there is the Kuminga thing. Now, I don't think it's going to happen. I still think it's likely not going to happen. But the Suns have always had some interest in Kuminga. From back when they were going to trade Durant at the deadline to Golden State, Kuminga was going to be a big piece coming back. So I'm not going to say no, they don't like him. But it's low chance. It's a low chance that they would be able to do a deal like that.
Yeah, I mean, right now everything I would say is relatively low chance. I would say the important part of what Gambo just said and what we've been talking about, it's not something that's not going to happen because the Suns aren't interested. The Suns are interested, so there's always a chance that it happens. It's kind of like what you were saying. You probably need to get other teams involved, and so then you're trying to orchestrate a trade with a bunch of NBA GMs.
And as an example of a situation right now with the contracts they have, it's like, okay, is there a market for Jalen Green? Is there a market for Grayson Allen? Is there a market for Royce O'Neal? Is there a market for Dylan Brooks? Like, there's a lot of names I just named.
Yeah, it feels like you'd like to be able to make moves now that aren't contingent on you making additional moves. You'd like to just be able to make clear-cut moves here going forward. That's why I think everybody was so fired up for the draft, because you drafted Kamal Malawach. There's not like and that means we have to do this and that or whatever. All right, when we come back, last year after the All-Star break, the Diamondbacks ripped off a 40-25 record to get back into contention. Can they do that again? We're going to ask D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Bradley Beal had a lot of leverage. He gives up $13.9 million basically to get the Suns under the waive and stretch threshold. This was the best of a bad situation. Instead of feeling the crunch of Bradley Beal for 3 years, he will have an effect on this team for 7 years. He's going to get heat and hatred and vitriol from Suns fans moving forward for the next 5 years. I don't think it's that deserved. He shouldn't have waived the no-trade clause. Why should he have? Something he earned. I'm not bending over backwards to help out a team that wanted to get rid of me either.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, Aria is led by Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is super cool, man. Has a wide hawk. I call it the wide hawk. He shaves the sides of his head right there down to a point. This is what I had earlier, but with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-on-4. I've got the wide hawk also and the All-on-4. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker Parker & Sons.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the Snakes. And Phoenix Suns and Mercury owner Matt Ishbia will join Burns and Gambo today at 4, so make sure to tune in for that. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, Jody Jackson is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf as we get ready for the second part of the Major League Baseball season and the way the schedule fell. All of a sudden, a very important series coming right out of the All-Star break against the St. Louis Cardinals. Thanks, Jody. What's going on?
Not much, guys. Little refreshed, I guess you could say, after the All-Star break, and but I always don't know what to do when there's not a baseball game on, so it is a little weird. I think I'm not alone in that, right?
Yeah, no, I think I remember years of that with hockey. If the Coyotes didn't have a game for like a week, I'd be like, wait a minute, what am I doing with my life? Well, okay, let's start with the series that begins tonight, and Torey Lovullo shuffling the rotation up a little bit. Brandon Pfaadt goes tonight, Ryan Nelson tomorrow, Merrill Kelly on Sunday. Not crazy what he did, but no Zach Gallen in this series that in a lot of people's minds is pretty much a must-win series. What did you make of the pitching moves?
Yeah, I did think it was interesting. I guess part of me thought, that it would be some, Gallen Kelly coming out. I'm interested to hear what Tori has to say. I wasn't out there yesterday, and so looking forward to seeing the rationale behind that. And I do know it does line him up for Game 1 against the Astros in that, another very important series. The Astros, to me, are a loaded team, and it's funny to say that because they lost Kyle Tucker, they lost Alex Bregman, and they have just been pitching really, really well, and the offense doing enough. Jeremy Pena's hurt actually too on that team, but it's focusing on this Cardinals team, a team that I was in St. Louis when they got swept, all one-run games. And so this is, these games are all so important. We can't emphasize that enough. And to not have Zach coming out in it is an interesting move. I don't know. It's clear that everybody with an extra day of rest was really good coming out in that San Diego series. So I don't know how much of it has to do with a little bit of extra rest. Guys have stuff going on that they don't always reveal health-wise. But Zach Gallen is one guy, last year while he was nicked up with that hamstring off and on all year. And this year he hasn't really had anything like that. Actually, I'm blanking. It was a hamstring or calf. There was a leg issue that was in and out right last year for him. And this year he's been healthy, at least as far as I know. So it is interesting to see what this is going to look like coming out here, because these, contrary to popular belief from what I'm hearing on social media from fans, is like, the Diamondbacks have been trying to win every one of these games. It isn't just like, oh, they came out flat against Anaheim or any, no, I think they've been trying really hard to win these games. And that's what's probably more concerning, is that they haven't either had the horses pitching wise, or they just had a rare offensive night down. So they have to put it all. That's what it's about for me, is putting it all together for 9 innings, or if it's 10 or 11, how do they do that starting tonight?
Jody, whether it's the injuries or the inconsistency, in your experience, how much can the All-Star break help in just having a little bit of time away from everyone and just coming back feeling a little bit refreshed? Because it seems like this baseball team, maybe more than any other in the league, could have needed it.
I think you're exactly right, Kellen, because as much as we hear about injury updates each and every day, there are guys battling little things that we don't even know about, that the trainers are monitoring. I can't talk today, apparently. I've been have to get the mouth in gear again. And then, Torey Lovullo is monitoring those things. And so, when you come back, and I think it's for some guys, it's physical. Like talking to Kevin Ginkel the other day, he was having a little something that just needed a little rest. And he pitched in that final game and he was good. And I think that, he's a guy that is one that I look at. I think all the guys that use their legs a lot to run, everyone could use a little break there. I know the All-Stars didn't get that much of a break, but even for Ketel Marte, for that groin injury, hopefully he comes back better than he did missing that final game. And then the mental break. I think the other thing, Helen, that, you alluded to is just being able to reset mentally after what was a very grinding first half. I know the record doesn't look good to anybody, but it still takes a lot of energy and a lot of your attention to win 47 games, even though we all hoped, of course, the D-backs would be in the 50-something range. It still has taken a lot out of these guys, so hopefully they are refreshed tonight.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, as you well know, after the All-Star break last year, this team went 40-25. And to be fair, a lot of that was fueled by Corbin Carroll with a huge second-half turnaround and Gino with that just absurdly, almost historic second-half turnaround. But a lot of the guys that were a part of that last year are still here, at least right now. Do you think in any way that experience last year gives them some belief that they can go on a run? And, it probably would take something similar to that, where you go 15 games above 500 in the second half of the season, but they've done it recently.
I know this, Luke, anything's possible in this crazy game of baseball. We've seen crazy things through the years, whether it's the Rockies 20 years ago, the Braves a couple of years ago, and the Diamondbacks last year. I don't think anyone really expected that from them. And it was almost, 40-25 is hard to imagine, as is having to see your playoff hopes dwindle on a Monday, after the season. So there are wild things that happen in this game. And then for that to happen, I do know this, I think this trade deadline is going to be interesting because, look, this team needs some pitching help for now and for next year with all the injuries. And does that mean sacrificing a little bit of offense? Maybe. And does it mean sacrificing some of your star players? Maybe. But I know with these guys, primarily healthy, the guys that are on the team and are available for trade that are high I guess pawns, chips, whatever you want to call it, highly coveted, you still have this record, right? So you need pitching on the back end, and I think that's got to get better for them to go on a run. Even last year, when Paul Sewald was struggling, they added AJ Puck, and how big was that? It was huge. And so to hear yesterday that Shelby Miller is going to be back, I don't know how quickly that could happen. We don't want to rush it, of course, but that to me was huge. And how can you, if you're going to go on a run, what kind of pitching changes can you make? What can you add? And then even on the offensive side, because you can always use more offense. Adrian Del Castillo is coming up, and can he add that kind of spark, that kind of kapow that he did last year with the amazing moments, walk-offs, grand slams, all of that? Is it a lot to ask a young guy? Maybe, but I think that can only help too. So it's hard to say what it'll take to go on that type of a run, because again, it's everything coming together. It's not going to be one guy. It's not going to, but I know the pitching has to get better, and that's the starters, and those include the guys coming out of the pen.
Jody, you read my mind. I was going to ask you about Del Castillo next. He was so exciting to watch last year that it was like, can we play this guy first? Can we play him at DH? I know he's the catcher and Gabby's there, but it was such an exciting offensive year for him. Had some injuries this year, but to see him back, what do you expect him to bring and expect from him just as sort of a developing bat in the system for them right now?
Yeah, this is a kid. I got to visit with his family down in Miami, obviously very familiar with that area. And we had a lot of things to talk about. But, this is a kid that could hit from the time he was a little kid, just could hit from the left side, could hit homers, extra base hits. And that is what we saw in the big leagues. And I think, Kellen, that's number one, is when you see a guy come up and really he had a little slump after that initial, entry to the big leagues. But this kid can hit in the big leagues. It's just a matter of, where. And right now with Pavin Smith out, I think that's a perfect spot. And so I haven't seen the lineup yet, but I expect him to probably be in it today. And it was good news to see Suarez is going to be in it as well, as Torey Lovullo spoke about already. So I think he can make an impact for sure. Now, if he's behind the plate, it'll be interesting. That arm is healthy now. He had to get healthy, dealing with an arm issue. And then after that, hampered by missed some time, I believe, with a leg injury too. So that was the area he really needed to work on, and we'll see, how much better he's gotten in that area. But I think it can only help. He's definitely part of that 40 and 25. And as much as, sometimes he did struggle in some areas, maybe, defensively, but what he added offensively gave this team a big boost.
Jody, it's always great to talk to you. Hopefully we talk to you next week after a big series for the Diamondbacks. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back over to football, how much will the Arizona Cardinals be able to lean on their defense for wins in 2025? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
On Friday, September 5th, enjoy a post-game concert featuring Flo Rida, presented by Coors Light Bird's Nest. Get your tickets and VIP field passes today at dbacks.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water, but you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, this is Jared, and Cardinals training camp starts next week. And you know what? Maybe I'll head out there Thursday. I'll have some free time then, because my wife told me she'll be busy. She said she's meeting up with a work friend at a Coldplay concert. Ew. Tune in at 6 a.m. to Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Walked out there during a break, and Jarrett was editing his face onto a photo of not really a couple, but the people at the Coldplay concert. So just be ready, if that's not already out on the internet, to see that picture with Jarrett's face on it. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf today. Kellen, how many times have you seen a random picture with Jarrett's face photoshopped onto it? Too many?
I wish I had them all erased from my memory, but sadly I do not. If you find the technology, like you have the Men in Black thing, I need that.
I think that's actually why that was invented, and they just didn't realize it yet. Or like in the Matrix, where you can just forget everything, and that's they're going to need that for all the photos you have seen with Jarrett Carlin's face photoshopped onto them, and you're going to see another one today. The defense for the Arizona Cardinals, Kellen, you know this. That's the part of this season that I am the most fired up for, is to see what this team can do defensively. Jalen Thompson joined the show in May, and we asked him about that. This is what he said.
This is going to be a defensive-led team, in my opinion. I kind of just think that it's one of those things where like we were talking about a little bit earlier, we were kind of in a lot of games last year with the defense, and we could have won those games if we had a little more, I feel like. So this year it should be a little bit different. Like you said, we got the D-line, some new guys in the D-line. We got some new guys in the DB room that's all ready to go. They're intentional. They come to practice. They're consistent. And, I think that should be good for us.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, look, first of all, it's a defensive guy, so he's gonna be more prone to say this will be a defense-led team. I get that. But the way this team is constructed, what they were able to do with kind of a stripped-down defense last season, and what they've added this offseason, how they've approached things this offseason, at least looks like they are a team that can win games evenly leaning on the defense. I would say I'm more confident in the defense than the offense right now.
So my pitch with Bernsey a couple of days ago is, if this is a successful season for the Arizona Cardinals, it means that Nick Rawls is a head coach next year. That is my pitch. Now, you are digesting a lot of emotions there in a short amount of time with that reaction, Luke, but what I will say is, first of all, Nick Rawls sucks at his job. I would never want to hire him as a head coach.
Nobody should pay attention
severely
to Nick.
Underqualified for that position, but if I see like an 11-win Cardinals team that wins a playoff game, I really don't think it's going to be because Kyler Murray has like a breakout year, top 3. I don't think it's because Marvin Harrison has 1,400 yards and 12 touchdowns. I don't think it's because James Conner is an all-pro running back. I think it's because his defense is really good.
I'm with you.
And if there are two guys that I trust to get the most out of it, and when we listen to incredibly smart football people like Mina Kimes, like Dan Orlovsky, like Marcus Spears, like all of these super in-depth people, they always tell us how weird and unique this defense is and the benefits that come with it.
Yeah.
They have been getting those benefits from pretty much nothing. 2 years ago, this was not an NFL caliber defense in terms of talent. Like, not even like, there were maybe teams in Canada that had more talent than that team on defense. Let's be completely honest. That's what it was.
Like Edmonton?
It was to the point where those smart people were like, are the Cardinals like tanking? Like, are they tanking? Remember those whole talks.
Yeah.
Last year, big jump, but still like not where you wanted the talent. This year, they have legitimately the talent to be a top 10 defense in the league, in my opinion, if they get the jumps from their young guys, if the rookies contribute the way that they can. And those are the two guys that I really trust to make it happen. So while I'm on the lower side of expectations for what the Cardinals are going to be next year, I think that the recipe to be that team that everyone wants them to be is there because of the defense. And I really do believe that identity shift is happening right now.
Yeah, whether it's intentional or not. I mean, I remember asking Monty Austinfort about this. I think it was after the draft. And he said that's just kind of the way it looks. That's not necessarily what I'm trying to do. That's just kind of the way the offseason has worked out so far up to this point. But that is the way the offseason worked out. And, yeah, I understand they addressed offense more a year ago and even 2 years ago. But the defense now is in place, to your point with Nick Rawls, to really be able to win them some games. You're not going to go 11-6 because your defense was historically dominant. I'm not expecting that. But it's not a real hard jump to see this defense being a really good unit, like relative to the rest of the league, to being one of the best in the NFL by the end of the season. To your point on Nick Rawls, yeah, you're probably right. I don't know that he would get a head coaching job next year. He could, but I think he would definitely be on a lot of people's radars, much more so than he is right now. Were you here when we had the list? I think Paul was in here. The Pro Football Network list where they ranked all the defensive coordinators in the NFL, and Rawls was 28th, I think, or 26th. It was 26th, 20. And I thought to myself,
fifth worst in the league.
Yeah, maybe Kellen wrote this list to try to make sure the word doesn't get out on Nick Rawls.
Something under the table, a little some to that writer, you know. Made sure I did what. But there was that point like 6-7 weeks into the year, 8 weeks into the year, where they kept having these like stops in the red zone and like stop at the goal line stands, and it was like, okay, like this is like regression, like it's going to go back to the mean at some point. This is, I don't call it lucky, but it's lucky. And then it just kept happening, and I was like, oh, this is maybe just who this defense is. And can you imagine that type of resistance that they showed, but with the talent that they have right now? And again, like that's culture. That's the type of stuff we've been talking about with Austin Fort and Gannon for 2 years now. That's the type of stuff that can carry over into this year as well. Like there's just so many guys on that unit that I'm excited to watch, where I think we could have gone into last year, and I think we talked about last year, like not having Darius Robinson was just a huge blow to them because they needed him to be a game changer. They've got a lot of guys on that defense now that have the potential to be game changers, to really affect games in the way that was sorely missing from them. The top headliner, of course, is Josh Sweat. I think they've got a couple of edge rushers who have that potential as well. You've got Darius, you've got Dalvin Tomlinson and what he's done over the course of his career. You've got Walter Nolan. Will Johnson is the type of guy who could just shut anyone down on any day.
All guys that weren't on the team last year.
Garrett Williams is one of the best nickel corners in all of football. You know who I didn't mention yet? Buda Baker.
Pretty decent.
Who is one of the best safeties of his generation. So I think this defense has a lot that I'm really excited to watch all year.
It does hinge a lot on your belief in Nick Rawls. And you know how fans are, right? I mean, how we all are watching these games on Sundays. If there's any reason to criticize especially a coach or a defensive or an offensive coordinator over the course of a frustrating game or a frustrating stretch of the season, you're going to hear it. You're going to see it online. you really don't see much of that in terms of Nick Rallis. And that's because of the job he's doing. Look, you have a defensive-minded head coach in Jonathan Gannon. You have a guy that worked with him in Philly that is also evolving as a coach in Nick Rallis. When you look at a lot of those names that you just rattled off, Josh Sweat, Walter Nolan, Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, Will Johnson, all these guys that weren't on the team last year, and you add them into some guys that are healthier now this season, the only hesitation would be, okay, well, maybe you can't fit these guys all together quickly enough. That's where the confidence in Nick Rallis comes into play. Nick Rallis isn't going to look at this and be like, well, how do I fit all these guys together? By the way, Darius Robinson and B.J. Ojulari really weren't here last year either. He's probably looking at this like jackpot. Like, I can build 2 defenses out of this.
The way that I think about that luxury as well is like one guy on the team last year who showed flashes and I think is going to be even better this year. I'm super excited to watch him this year is Rabbit.
Yeah.
Because Rabbit Taylor Demerson could be...
You smell something, Rabbit? Fear.
He could be buried behind these 2 safeties in a way where he didn't really get much time to show it last year. Some injuries helped him out and allowed him to have the opportunity. But he will find his mad scientist way to utilize all of the talented guys. Like I mentioned Jordan Birch earlier. If they want to get Birch snaps, they'll find a way to get him snaps with all the unique, weird stuff they do where sometimes there's one down defensive lineman that's even there. Like they do a bunch of really odd, quirky things. And he does so not in like a, from my understanding, again, very elementary compared to like all the brainiacs of the world that watch tape every week, is he does it in a way that benefits, like it's not gimmicky is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like there is real intent and purpose behind what he's doing. Yes, it creates confusion. Yes, it creates a different look, but there is real purpose behind it. And within that comes like the individual purpose of getting other guys on the field as well. All of that sounds like someone who knows what they're doing, to be clear, but the guy's completely clueless. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, I forgot. This is Kellen's push to make sure nobody notices him. You talk about Nick Rallis as if the GM of another team is just driving through town and flip the radio on, and you want to make sure they don't know about him.
I'm just going to attend every Cardinals home game this year and go to wherever the opposing press box is and wherever the GM is and just like distract him in very like Home Alone 4 ways and just figure out a way when his offense is on the field that he's not watching the Cardinals defense.
Not even Home Alone 1, Home Alone 4.
I was just thinking of like the sequel that I'm a part of, you know, like the ones that don't. There's probably been like 7 Home Alones.
There's probably
I've
like
never heard
a
of
bunch of ones that don't have
9.
real actors in it.
Home Alone 4 is incredible, let me tell you.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
There's gadgets. The gadgets in that movie are so cool.
Did there?
I had the over-under on Jesse's first horrible take of the show at 11:37, so cash those over tickets.
You took the over? Or you were just setting the line?
I took the under, but a lot of people took the over, so they can cash their tickets right now if they want.
The gadgets are cool. I'm sorry.
The Nick you don't even seem that passionate about it. You seem like you're being forced to say
Well,
this.
I mean, it's not one of the classic Home Alones, but it's also
Is your family okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, it's not one of the classic Home Alones, but I did enjoy like the cool house they were in.
Hostage delivery a little bit. It's still like
I hesitate to even say what I was going to say because it was actually about the Cardinals defense, so we're just going to go to break. But I like the defense, and I think a lot of people do, and it sets you up. Nick Rallis is like that guy who's really good with puzzles, and you're like, hey, build this puzzle. But the last 2 years, you gave him a puzzle that was missing a bunch of pieces, but he still kind of like bent the pieces together, and it was like, yeah, that was supposed to be like a boat. It looks like something, though. Good job. And now you're giving him a puzzle that has like extra pieces. Like this defense is going to be fine. What that means for their record remains to be seen, but the defense is going to be solid. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Yeah, we are the Wu Fang Clan. We like to say, I am Santan Ford. This isn't just any Ford dealership, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and $0 down. Yeah, I'm talking about $0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. Think about that, man. $399 a month and $0 down on the 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even the Ford Bronco Sport. It's just a sign and drive with a payment real folks can actually afford. Listen, Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee, but you got that covered. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start the second half of the season tonight at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, as well as the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the Snakes after a shuffling of the rotation. And Phoenix Suns and Mercury owner Matt Ishbia will join Burns and Gambo today at 4, so make sure to stay tuned for that. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's Friday and it's noon. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick,
What's up?
what's up?
The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight at home against the St. Louis Cardinals. Do they need to sweep the Cardinals this weekend?
I just can't imagine. I can't imagine they don't sell at least some pieces off if they don't. Yeah, it feels like they have to sweep. I'm trying to talk myself into if you take 2 of 3. You take 2 of 3, you're still like in it, big picture for the season. You still have 62 games left at that point. But because the trade deadline is now, after that, 9 games away, you're going to end up selling pieces because it's not enough to tread water right now. You have to make a move.
Also, I think that there's a real argument to be made that even if they rip off a bunch of wins here, that if the right offer comes in or just like a Godfather offer comes in for Geno Suarez or one of these guys, that you should still take it because you would be relying on 2 weeks over 3.5 months in terms of the sample size that you're working with. I think ultimately it's going to come down to the offers that Hazen gets, not what he wants to do, but the offers that he gets. And the good news, if you're a Diamondbacks fan who wants them to sell and get a lot in return, is that this is a wide open race right now in Major League Baseball. We had John Morosi on Burns and Gambo yesterday, and something that he talked about and agreed with was he went through the AL and was like, yeah, American League's wide open. Then, yeah, actually the NL is pretty wide open too. So there are tons of teams at the top that could think they are a Geno away, a Zach Gallen away from being the team to beat.
Whether you want to trade Geno or not, you're going to get a lot of crazy offers for Geno as we get closer to the 30.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
All right. Over to the Phoenix Suns. Bradley Beal and the Suns parted ways earlier this week, which takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. It asks, what was really to blame for Bradley Beal's failed Suns tenure? Lost his identity as a player, injuries, or wrong fit?
I thought you were going to say the web team was just completely trolling the audience, and it was going to be like, that brings us to our Sanderson Ford poll question: should the Suns try to reacquire Bradley Beal or something like that, just to see how everybody reacted? What was really to blame for his failed Suns tenure? Wrong fit is vague, but I'm going to say wrong fit because, to me, the contract was the biggest part of the issue. So I'll go with wrong fit. I mean, injuries you could easily say, too.
When you trade for him, you're committing to a backcourt with Devin Booker for the next 4 years of that contract. That's just what you're doing. And for them to bail on it in a year and sign Tyus Jones told you everything you need to know about their thoughts on that backcourt. So it was the wrong fit, but more so the read by the Suns on how they fit together at the time of the trade.
All right, I'll go wrong fit as well. Wrong fit, 60% injuries, 35%, and 5% say lost his identity as a player.
And that's just his agent clicking that option over and over again.
NFL.com says the Seattle Seahawks have the best defense in the NFC West. Are they correct? And where do you rank the Arizona Cardinals defense among the rest of the defenses in the division?
I think by the end of this season, most metrics, you know, there's a billion different ways to measure defense, right? But I think Cardinals fans will be happy with this defense by the end of the season. And I think by most metrics, they'll be a top 10 defense. That's obviously relative to the whole league. Within the division, Kellen, I mean, the Rams have a good young defense. San Francisco,
is it a defense first division? I was just thinking about that.
I think
like
it
every
is.
team is their defense better than their offense, and I think you can make that case for just about everyone.
Yeah, because San Francisco's defense is always good.
They lost Debo too, so
yeah. Seattle's defense is good.
That's their identity. That is their identity around their coach, and the reason why they made that push in the second half of the year was their defense.
So, and I think the Cardinals' defense, look, the Cardinals have Trey McBride and James Conner. I'm not writing that off, but I just trust collectively their defense more. So, yeah, I think it's a defense-first division right now, and I don't know that I think Seattle has the best defense in the division, but they got a good one.
Is it the Rams? I think it might be the Rams.
I think it's got to be the Rams.
Yeah.
And I think by the end of the year, you'll be able to make the case for any of the four, honestly.
I think it's Rams, Niners if they're healthy, then push on the last two. Like they're like Cardinals, Seahawks. I feel like are neck and neck as far as that goes. But they're all good. Like I think they're all good. I think they could all end up in the top 10.
Probably collectively the best division for defense on paper right now.
Fun. I love defense.
Yeah, there you go.
According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Damian Lillard is headed back to the Portland Trailblazers on a 3-year, $42 million contract. Here's Shams yesterday.
Being home in Portland, being back with his 3 kids was by far the biggest, most important factor in Damian Lillard deciding to return and re-sign with the Trailblazers. He was going to spend the year rehabbing his Achilles tear in the Portland area anyways. So returning to the Blazers franchise, even though he requested a trade just 2 years ago, was something he deeply cared about. And Boston, Minnesota, dozens of other teams had minimum and mid-level exception offers out to Damian Lillard in the last several weeks. But I'm told Lillard, as well as Joe Cronin, the Blazers GM, head coach Chauncey Billups, they all met at Damian Lillard's home in recent weeks and figured out how they were going to bond and reunite and move forward on a deal. 3 years, $42 million. He has a player option in the 3rd year as well.
What do you guys make of Dame going back to Portland?
I think it's a cool story. I don't know how you feel. I think I have a pretty good idea how you feel about him, Kellen. He's one of my favorite players that's never been a Sun. You know what I mean? Like he's a guy that when he's at his best, it's kind of easy to root for, and he's a fun basketball player to have at his best, and he's probably never going to win a title, but, I mean, not everybody wins a title.
I love it. Portland was quietly, and maybe not so quietly to us, because remember we were watching that play-in race, and it felt like Portland was playing the best basketball of anyone in that race. In the last 3 months of the season, they were one of the best defensive teams in the league. I know Drew Holiday is in his mid-30s. Guess who is a better defender than most guys in their mid-30s? Drew Holiday.
Yeah.
He is going to help them shift that identity even more. Donovan Clingan in his 2nd year. Obviously, Tumani Kamara is involved in that. Denny Avdia had a huge breakout last couple of months as well. And then you add Dame to the mix, just what he will provide to the room. I think that really does matter for them next year. But I just love Dame in general. Just all of this talk about ring culture, I hate it. It's like as soon as OKC won a title, it was like, how does this change how we view SGA with 1 championship? It's like, I don't know. He's in his mid-20s. Ask me in 10 years when his career's over. Why does it matter right now? Why do we care? Dame doesn't care. He just wants to go to where he's beloved, where he's comfortable, where his family is, and maybe Portland develops into something in a couple of years. But even if they do, having Dame and Drew around as leaders and teaching your young core how to win is worth that price. I know it's a combined nearly $50 million in salary between those 2 guys, but that experience for their young guards and their young team in general is going to go a really long way, similar to how we saw Ricky Rubio and other guys help the Suns in 2019.
Do we get the narrative that Dame has loser mentality because he's being loyal, the way that narrative seems to come out for Devin Booker nationally when people are like, wait, why would he stay with the team that drafted him where he lives and he's part of the community? Like, that doesn't...
Well, I mean, he did leave and go, try to win. So
yeah, but
I guess that's why it's different.
He stayed for like 2 years, way too long.
For sure.
He wanted Portland to figure it out, and then eventually Portland was in a position where they wanted to trade him, and he was okay with. He still wanted to stay. He never wanted to leave.
My favorite part about this is that they traded Dame, and they had Drew Holiday for a little bit and traded him, and got these young guys back, and now they still have the young guys. And except for DA, they still have Tumani Kamara, and then they bring back Drew Holiday and Damian Lillard. So to me, it's like excellent front office work.
My favorite part of this is reportedly Mike Budenholzer wanted Bradley Beal to be the Suns' Drew Holiday, and I would, in retrospect, have loved it if Bradley Beal was the Suns' Drew Holiday. We wouldn't be in the position we're in right now.
Ty Lue's just got to be careful what he asks him to be when in that bench role. Just don't ask him to be Drew Holiday, even though you know what he probably should be for that team.
Maybe like a Drew Holiday.
Probably like a Drew Holiday, yeah.
That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, do you feel any better about the Diamondbacks' chances here coming out of the All-Star break after some surprisingly positive injury updates? We'll get you those updates next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
To be in this position, still waiting to see. Are you a buyer? Are you a seller? And we can't really proclaim what we are yet. I think going through the end of the first half, we didn't give ourselves much of a reason to say we are definitely buyers as much as we want to be. I mean, we still want to buy, but we have to be realistic.
The D-backs begin a 6-game homestand tonight versus St. Louis. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the Valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Nobody pray for me. It been a day for me. Yeah, yeah. Hey, I remember syrup sandwiches and crime allowances, finessing on them with some.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Gambo is back, and so are the Arizona Diamondbacks. So how important is it for them to start the second half strong? We'll ask the manager, Tori Lavello, at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show. All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf today. Well, Kellen, I was looking forward to playing all this injury update audio. And now the computer has just shut down all of our audio.
So you got locked out, Jesse got locked out. I'll see if I got locked out. Ooh, so much responsibility.
I've got 16 question marks on my screen. You see this? It just popped up a bunch of question marks and nothing else. So I don't know that I can give you those injury updates I wanted to play for you. I'm going to try on the air to find a different way to play some of them, but that's going to be...
I can play that, or I can read them from the ArizonaSports.com article.
Let me at least try this first, okay? The positive.
I'm scared of the sound that could be playing.
Yeah,
take off my headphones.
anything. Let me take my headphones off too. This is Torey Lavello on the potentially positive updates for the bullpen.
A couple things have changed and are pushing along in a very good way. Beeks is throwing. Has begun and continued to do his throwing program. He's going to get ready to throw a bullpen. When that day is yet to be determined. Ryan Thompson has begun his throwing program. Probably the best news of them all is Shelby Miller started up his throwing program as well. So, whatever the diagnosis was, it was all pushed back to the point where Shelby, the doctors all decided that he can go out there and begin a throwing program and get back on the mound. So I had hoped for this news. I was trying to remain as optimistic as possible. It's probably the best news we could have hoped for in the situation we were dealing with Shelby.
And they went a little bit more into detail in terms of Shelby Miller specifically.
No, I don't. Hopefully he continues that throwing program and he continues to just march forward and feel as good as he's feeling right now, and get him back up on the bump as soon as possible, throwing a bullpen. So I don't know what the timing is, but I was told that the catch today was very aggressive.
The no at the beginning of that cut was in response to the question of if he expects Miller to have a long buildup before he comes back. So, Kellen, it's a weird time to talk about this baseball team because half the people listening are like, you should be talking about what they can get in trades. And the other half is like, they're still in this, and I want to know if they have a bullpen coming out of the All-Star break. Shelby Miller, at times this season, has been their bullpen. So until they start selling guys off, they're still in this as far as I'm concerned, and that is potentially really good news because for the most part, every time a significant pitcher has gone down this year, they're just out for 12 months. It doesn't sound like that's the case with him at all.
And with you covering that element of it, I will choose to cover the trade deadline element.
Fair enough.
Because I do think that John Morosi was on Burns and Gambo earlier this week with us, and he made a really good point of how, like, let's say you're in a heated bit of negotiations for Zach Gallen. You got a lot of offers on the table, and there's one offer specifically, let's say it's from the Yankees or the Cubs or whoever, right? And they're saying, we're here, we just need a little bit more from you. They have got a lot of what I'll call like sprinkles. They've got a lot of guys where it's like, okay, do you want a young outfielder? Do you want Alec Thomas or Jake McCarthy? How about Lourdes Gurriel Jr.? He's got a player option next year. He's probably going to pick it up, but veteran bat, has been around, has some know-how. Do you want someone else out of the bullpen? Do you want Shelby Miller to have a nice year? Do you want Jalen Beeks as a lefty? Like, they can offer a lot to teams beyond those top four guys, and I think that's a really important thing.
And Miller's a free agent.
Shelby's back, and Miller is a restricted or unrestricted free agent, as well. So it is a situation where the timing of this really does help them, and I really do think that the chances are pretty solid that when we do see the Diamondbacks make a trade, they're going to make a trade, that it's not just one guy in a deal, like a multiplayer trade with multiple Diamondbacks going the other way. I think that has a pretty good chance of happening.
Yeah, and Miller was a guy that, he's not on that tier with Gino or Josh Naylor or Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly in terms of, teams lining up specifically for him. But when you see those places list out all of the top potential trade candidates for the deadline, that ESPN list had 4 Diamondbacks in the top 9 a couple weeks ago. Shelby Miller was on the list too. He just wasn't in that range. And then Shelby Miller got hurt, so you figure, okay, he's not an option to be traded. Either way, it's good news that he's avoided the long-term injury because either they will trade him and get something back, or he'll complete a deal, or they're going to have a guy that can close if they hang around in this race. As far as guys though that nearly got injured, I mean, this was so 2025 Arizona Diamondbacks. In the All-Star game, Gino gets hit with a pitch, and you're like, wait, can they not trade him now because he just got hurt at the All-Star game? Torey talked about that.
Gino, I was corresponding with Gino. Credit to the National League doctors. The way they jumped on it, Ryan DePanfilo saw it happen. He was immediately on it. I wasn't watching the game, and I started getting some text chain and involved in that text chain. And when I saw that something had happened, I started to pay very close attention to what was going on. At that point, he was in very good hands, and they evaluated him, and it's just a contusion. I've been in contact with Gino via text. He's not going to come in here for the workout. I asked him to stay away to spend a little bit of free time with his family, which he'll do. And he said he's fine, ready to play, excited to be back in the lineup tomorrow, but feels like we dodged the bullet.
Can you imagine Torey Lovello getting those texts? By the way, I know it's just the All-Star game, and everybody's totally fine, except your player got hit right on the hand, and it looks like it could be bad.
I would have been very afraid and nervous, to sort of say the least. All right, I got some numbers for you.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
This year, we're talking about third baseman, and they've played at least like 75% of their games at third base. So they are everyday third baseman here in Major League Baseball this year.
Okay.
Gino Suarez has 31 home runs. That is 8 more than the guy in second. That is 12 more than the guy in third. So there are only 2 guys, again, playing at least 75% of their games at third base this year who are mainly playing that position and that position alone. That is the number. RBIs, he's got 18 more than any of those other guys that you're looking at. His OPS sits at 889. Only Alex Bregman is ahead of him, who has played in half the games. He's played in 53 as well. Gino's got 18 more total bases than someone like Manny Machado. Luke, the guys he's ahead of, Manny Machado, Jose Ramirez, ever heard of him?
Decent.
Austin Riley.
Pretty good.
Isaac Paredes is pretty darn good. Nolan Arenado, Max Muncy, Bregman, Matt Chapman. He has been the best offensive third baseman in baseball by a wide margin. So there is going to be a ginormous market for him, and something that we're going to play earlier or a little bit later in the show. Jeff Passan said as much, that there's a lot of interest in him. Yeah, because he's the best player at his position offensively, and he showed in the All-Star game that he can defend a little bit too.
Yeah, it was nice playing the All-Star game. And it was nice because I think that was after he got hit in the hand. So it was like, oh, okay, good. still doing all right over there. Not only is he way ahead of all those guys in most of the categories, those guys aren't available. Maybe one of them. Bregman, I guess maybe. He might be the one other guy that might be available. But by and large, most of those guys you just rattled off are locked in on their teams. If you're a contender and you're looking for a power hitter, or you're looking for a third baseman, or you're looking for a power-hitting third baseman, as a lot of contenders often are, I mean, you could not script it any better if you're one of those teams. I will say this. Wolf has brought this up a few times, and he's talked about, maybe you need to trade Gino because you're selling high right now. He's been a streaky hitter throughout his career. I don't know at this point, Kellen. I mean, it's been 12 months of this. He started to take off right around the beginning of July. I think it was the 7th. He started to take off last year. So we're over 12 months now of him being one of the best hitters in all of baseball. I don't know. If he goes to Seattle, is he going to hit as well there? But if he stays here the rest of the season, I think he's just going to keep producing like this the rest of the season here, because he has found his spot where it just works for him.
But he wants to stay here. He said as much. He wants to stay in Arizona. Can they afford to spend with the big dogs? Because guess what costs a lot more than it did last year?
Yeah.
Gino is going to have a huge market in free agency as well.
If you could have one past this year, Gino or Josh Naylor, who would you take?
I would take Naylor just because it's more about the next 3 to 5 years than it is next year. I want the Diamondbacks to contend next year. Don't get me wrong, but just nailing down first base for the next couple of years. Naylor's just been a rock. He fits in perfectly with what the D-backs are trying to do. He's awesome.
And I don't really know. They don't have like a clear answer at first if Naylor goes. Not that they have one at third right now either with Lawler. Because he hasn't shown it yet. You
can move him to second, play Cattell at DH every day if that's something he's interested in. But for now, you have the answer figured out, right?
Yeah. If you subscribe to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast, subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, how much of a hit did the Suns' reputation take with the Kevin Durant exit and the Bradley Beal exit, among other players around the NBA? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 the app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Or hybrid water heater. Systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-IKE.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Golf fans, join Bunker to Bunker the Golf Show this Saturday live from 7 till 9 a.m. from the Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler for the Open Championship. There's giveaways from Shady Ray sunglasses, gift cards, and epic swag. Come enjoy tasty breakfast tacos and drink specials while catching all the action on Trophy Bar's massive 16-foot video wall on their misted patio. The Trophy Bar, your Open Championship headquarters, and Bunker to Bunker's favorite hang for every PGA major this season. Powered by Santan Ford.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, as well as the Arizona Sports app. Brendan Pfaadt gets the start for the Snakes. And Phoenix Suns and Mercury owner Matt Ishbia will join Burns and Gambo today at 4, so make sure you stay tuned for that. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, everybody. It's Burnsy, and Gambo is back for today's Burns and Gambo show. And we've got a lot to talk about. Suns owner Matt Ishbia will join us at 4 o'clock today. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Well, you just heard Dave Burns say it. Matt Ishbia will be on with Burns and Gambo at 4 o'clock today.
You an Angels and Airwaves guy?
Yeah.
I love it.
Pretty much anything Blink related.
Exactly. It's not Blink per se. As Aaron walks into the studio, by the way,
probably she could. Maybe she heard
Angels
the
and
song.
Airwaves. Yes. Yay. Nay. She's not even listening. Yes. Everything's magic. Beautiful song. The first album they came out with, this one is awesome.
Yeah. But
this is the second one, actually. The first two albums are awesome.
It did take me a little time to adjust because it's like, oh, you want it to be Blink, and then it isn't quite Blink, but it is closer than anything else. It's the Blink. So, yeah, I'm in.
Shout out Tom. What a weird guy.
Yeah, but good weird.
Yeah, good weird. Oh, good weird.
Aaron says it's better than plus 44.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. That's where you worry and you get a little bit nervous, right? But the first album specifically is awesome. Has one of my favorite songs ever. It's called Start the Machine. Listen to it if you haven't listened to it already. Okay, anyway.
Now, this will be interesting to see if Rick plays that as a rejoin, because generally if we say...
It's not a good rejoin song. But it's very slow.
If we say we don't like a song, he definitely is going to play that as a rejoin.
Oh, okay.
But
don't play plus
for
44,
you
then.
to say you like it, we're going to learn a lot about Rick and you. You did. You just heard Dave Burns mention, though, that Matt Ishbia is going to be on with Burns and Gambo today at 4. And Kellen, you and I think we briefly talked about this the other day when you were a guest on the show, but now that you're on the show, we can get into it. You see Bradley Beal as he's leaving on Instagram, just had the post with the peace sign emoji, and Katie respond with just the laughing, crying emoji.
Can I say a controversial thing?
You can.
After the way his family was treated at that one game, fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
I don't think.
After being in trade rumors for months and months and months, fair.
I don't know. This is a weird situation because it wasn't horribly contentious. It's not like Bradley Beal's leaving, I hate the Suns. And it's not like the Suns we hate Beal.
I would place a safe amount of money that he reached out to everyone within the organization that he had connections with and said thank you and appreciate the time and everything. Brad is a great guy by all accounts.
Every time I've met him, no complaints. Seems like a great dude. I understand his contract was hindering the Suns. Again, that's on the Suns. It's not like that contract suddenly changed out of nowhere in the last year or whatever.
Well, people were super chill to him on social media the last 2 years, too. I should include that as well. Everyone was super nice to him.
I'm sure. I get Suns fans wanting him to leave. I get that. He did. At least it was the peace emoji. It wasn't a different emoji. But,
Suns fans did respond with the emoji you're thinking of, to be clear, to, again, further enunciate the point.
Well, so I guess that kind of leads into where I'm going with this. Did the organization's reputation take a hit around the NBA just in terms of players? Because you're talking about Bradley Beal, but you're also talking about Kevin Durant. And again, with Kevin Durant, it's not like it left on some, contentious level. I think the Suns were smart enough to we don't need to build that horrible reputation. We ran Katie out of there, and Katie's classy enough where it didn't get outwardly ugly.
Didn't run him out of town, but when he spoke with Kay Adams the day he got traded, it was I'm happy to be where I'm wanted thing, which is very tongue-in-cheek.
That's the thing. It wasn't openly horrible, but it clearly wasn't good either.
You know what they shouldn't have done? Tried to trade him without him knowing, and then him finding out, and then him shutting down the trade. That is how that thing can tend to happen. To answer your question,
that wasn't great.
I think that in the last 2 years, it has undeniably taken a hit. I don't want to act like they are now the laughing stock of the league and no players will ever sign in Phoenix because of the way they treated Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. But it takes a hit. You look at the situation that they were in just a couple of years ago, how much work it took to get them back to a well-respected organization after what they had went through previously. But at the same time, it's a really good example of it was a ton of work, but it also happened very quickly.
Yeah.
If you win games, build the right way, it'll happen fast. We just brought up Portland earlier in the show with the Damian Lillard thing. That Dame thing was a mess. They should have traded him 2 years earlier. Everything they were trying to do the next couple of years, it didn't seem like it was going too well. All of a sudden, they start winning a couple of games. They extend Chauncey Billups. They build up this defense-first mentality. They bring in some veterans. All of a sudden, it's they're back to being the Blazers that they were for much of the last 15 years or so during Dame's tenure. So with that being said, the Suns can get back there. But, the league was members of the league were laughing along with Brad, like at the Suns, however you want to read it. Like Damian Lee and Ish Wainwright had to go on Twitter and be like, I'm not laughing at the Suns.
Yeah.
I don't mean to besmirch the organization when I post a laughing emoji. At the same time, when you just post an emoji, it's vague on purpose, so it leaves everything open to interpretation. And one thing you can interpret from that is, are they laughing at the Suns? Is Bam Adebayo laughing at the Suns? Is Trae Young laughing at the Suns? I don't think they were laughing at the Suns. That's my interpretation of it. I think they were just laughing along with Brad, and Brad going the troll route with his goodbye, which again, like, I think in some parts is fair for the experience that he had here. And you know what I also understand is how much it pissed off Suns fans. Like, I get it. I totally understand that and think that part of it is justified as well. They have work to do. I'll put it that way. They have work to do to restore their image and restore how seriously they are taking players, because if they do go the star route again, which will happen at some point in the next like 10 to 15 years, you'll eventually like acquire star talent or look to acquire star talent. They'll look back at the last time it happened and be like, okay, this is how you treated Bradley Beal, and this is how you treated Kevin Durant. And you can look at how they treated them. Again, Brad was in trade rumors all year. He got benched. A lot of this was his fault as well, but that's how he was treated. And then you tried to trade Kevin behind his back.
Durant's the big one because, you know, with all due respect to Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant is NBA royalty. I know it doesn't feel like that here right now, but around the NBA he is. And I'm not talking about, you know, people commenting back to him on X to see if he'll respond. I'm talking about like players around the NBA. And that's really all I care about here for the purposes of this conversation. Like, people talk. You talk to people you work with about stuff. You talk about stuff that's going on around your office. You talk about stuff that's going on around your company. NBA players talk, too, a ton. And you said it, I think, the best way. They have work to do. It's not like they have some horrible image now around the league. It didn't get that bad. They worked with KD to try to get him to a team that he wanted to be on, you know, for the when they ultimately did trade him. But at the same time, yeah, you were trying to do the best thing for your team, as it turned out, maybe, but you were also trying to pull the rug out from under an NBA legend without him knowing. And people don't respond well to having the rug pulled out from under them.
And when you get in the star business, you have to understand that's how it works.
That's a different world.
You have to treat them differently because they are different, and they are going to continue to be treated that way. Now, you can look at the way Brad's career has, I guess, for lack of a better word, devolved. And, like, is he a star? Does he deserve to be treated like a star? He was paid like a star. He was paid over $50 million. So, again, how much you're paying him, that matters too.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, you're probably not going after anybody of that caliber anytime soon because you really can't. But at the same time, you got to be aware of it. You know, we don't bring it up as like, oh, this is some terrible spot that they're in, but it's just like, you got to deal with the reality of it. You probably took a little bit of a hit there. On top of the fact that if you're a player in the NBA that is looking for somewhere to land, you probably wonder how Chris Paul left. I mean, that's NBA royalty. And you're looking at a team that changes head coaches every year right now. If I'm a player, if I'm a really good NBA player, I'm like, well, are they going to keep the same guys? Or are they going to flip everything next year? So
they've treated Book very well, and how they treat him over the next couple of years will determine how much work they have left to do or good faith that they have restored.
Yeah. Join us for the Arizona Sports Half Day Club Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Just text half to 620-620. We will send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. That's half to 620-620. Again, text half to 620-620. If the Arizona Diamondbacks do become sellers in the next week and a half, who is the first domino to fall? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olsen's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The one word I would use to describe the last 2 years of our lives following the Suns basketball team is wasteful. An incredible waste of resources to get to where we are right now. And not just what you gave up in the Kevin Durant trade, and not even so much the Bradley Beal trade necessarily, but just all of the money, all of the cap space, all of the apron stuff, all of the things you couldn't do. Every single way you took resources and wasted them. I don't know if there's ever been a more wasteful period of time in the history of the Phoenix Suns than the 2 years that we just experienced right now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Kids Free Weekend is back. When the St. Louis Cardinals visit Chase Field starting on July 18th, kids get in free courtesy of Wendy's. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com/kidsfree.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. That Bickley guy will be back in studio, and we'll go over how the D-backs fared in their big weekend series against the Cardinals. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
This is not the Angels in any way song, to be clear. You played, I'm guessing this is plus 44? Is that who it is?
Yep.
Oh my God, you're the worst. Respectfully.
You're
Thank you.
respectfully the worst.
I love
That's not a
doing
bad
that, like
rejoin, though.
just like talking down to someone and then just saying respectfully.
Because then it's just like, then
it's
what do you
totally
do?
fine what I just
Wow.
did.
I mean,
I
even
called
if
Jesse the worst, but I did so respectfully.
even if it's not totally fine, it's such a confusing like turn that the person's just like, what am I? I just said it respectfully. What am I?
It's the
supposed to do?
consequence of my own action. Everyone told me what would happen, and then I said that, and then you played it. Like I
Yeah.
have no one to blame but myself.
I do it every time.
He's consistent with this, except the one time we brought up SR-71. You didn't play that as a rejoin. Oh, that might be good.
I did.
I
believe I did.
I don't know how many words you can get into that song where you have to
going to
cut
again
it off.
anyway.
I don't. Well, then make sure you have the dump button ready. Jeff Passan on SportsCenter today. That's how hot this is. This is from within the last since our show started.
It was during Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It was like within the last hour.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Talked about the market around Major League Baseball for Eugenio Suarez specifically.
The Diamondbacks have been disappointing this season, and they could trade Josh Naylor and Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen and others, but Suarez is the one who makes the most sense because they have a ready-made replacement in Jordan Lawler at AAA, and they have an enormous market for Suarez. The New York Yankees need a third baseman. The Chicago Cubs could use a third baseman. The Seattle Mariners would love to have a full-time third baseman, and they've had Suarez in the past. They've seen his power. They know that he's one of the best clubhouse guys in the big leagues, and the market there is going to be enormous, and Suarez should go before July 31st, Shay.
You know, Kellen, the first part of what he said there, the first part was that the Diamondbacks are a disappointment. Thank you for the reminder. Every time anybody talks about the potential trade offers the D-backs can make, they have to remind us all they were a disappointment so far. But the second part that he talked about right there, where the Diamondbacks do have a replacement for him, this is something, again, that Wolf was talking about a few weeks ago of like, could you trade Gino because his stock is so high and not wave the white flag? Because if you trade Josh Naylor, you're waving the white flag. If you trade Zach Gallen, I wrestle with this because if you still had Corbin Burns, you wouldn't be waving the white flag. He hasn't been consistent this year. If you trade Zach Gallen and you got back a young pitcher, but a guy that can pitch right now, you might not even totally be waving the white flag because that guy, even if he's not as good as Zach Gallen, might be more productive the final couple months of the season or as productive. Gino, it's like you could trade him and you can just put Jordan Lawler in, but Lawler didn't show anything last time, so it's hard to feel confident that he just steps in. He's not going to be Gino right away. Gino's hitting like an MVP, but can he produce? That's like the one guy maybe you could justify it.
Yeah, you can, and I also just think you have to, like, there's no excuses for next year. Jordan Lawler has to be an everyday player next year. Like, next year is the time to find out, and maybe it'll be these last 2 to 3 months of the season when we'll ultimately find out. Two things from Passan that really stood out to me there. One, and we haven't talked about it enough, I've been talking about Gino all week as a trade candidate, haven't mentioned this at all. I just completely blanked on it, but he's totally right. Like, the clubhouse guy he is matters. He is beloved across baseball, and that is part of the value that he brings.
Seattle knows it because they had him.
And then here's the other value as well. He has the Diamondbacks, this year from their third baseman have an 848 OPS. That is the best mark in baseball. Did you know the team that leads the league in OPS? It is the New York Yankees. They're at 791, but from their third baseman this year, they have a 652 OPS. So you're talking about the best offensive team in baseball that has a clear, definitive weakness at third base, and they can add the most productive guy there. Like, that is the enormous market that Passan is talking about. A team he didn't bring up was the Milwaukee Brewers, who were in the middle of something. They're 26th in OPS from their third baseman. It's 619. So there is just this giant need that is there as well. I've seen Cubs fans mention him as well. They're dead last. A 531 OPS for them.
That's
from
crazy.
Their third baseman. That is 300 points lower than what the Diamondbacks are getting mostly from an everyday Gino Suarez. Like, it's single-digit plate appearances for everyone else who has played third base for the Diamondbacks this year. Gino's made 381 plate appearances with an 866 OPS at third base this year. Like, there are really great teams. Like, the Cubs have a chance to win the World Series. The Yankees do as well, and the Brewers, are getting in the hunt as well. So you're telling me that kind of guy is available for that big of a weakness? They could get a haul here. Like, they really could. I know he's a rental, but they could get a lot for a rental. They really could.
It just feels like Gino, among all of them, is the one that's like, I don't want to say he's gone, because, again, if you go out there and you sweep the Cardinals and all of a sudden, okay, you come out and you look good against the Astros the first two games, it's like, okay, well, we don't want to give up on the season. So I don't want to say he's gone yet. But if you told me definitively one guy off the Diamondbacks, one of those four is getting traded, Gino, Josh Naylor, Zach Gallen, or Merrill Kelly, it feels like it's Gino. because, and it's tough because you just read off those numbers of contending teams that are having a really hard time finding a good hitting everyday third baseman. The second the Diamondbacks trade him, they don't have him next year either. You can try to re-sign him. I know that's always a thought. Hey, he loves it here. He said he wants to be here. But the second he goes to the Yankees and he's playing in the World Series or whatever, it gets a lot harder to convince him to come back. So the second you trade him, you just have to assume he's gone. I think a lot of it probably internally hinges on how they feel about Lawler in terms of if he is ready next year, because the plan is to compete next year still. If you're the Diamondbacks, the plan at this exact second, I'm sure, is to still compete this year. But if that slips away in the next few days, the plan is still to compete next year. And you can't do that without a third baseman. And especially if you trade Josh Naylor, you can't do it without a third baseman or a first baseman. Like, where are you getting your power from the corners if you don't have either one of those guys?
Yeah, and this is why even if the Diamondbacks rip off some wins here, like, I still believe that, like, a team is going to meet the price for Geno.
Geno in particular,
they're going to have to trade him. Like I mentioned, the Yankees, the Cubs are 4th in OPS right now, so they're getting a 531 OPS from their third baseman. They're at 771 as a team. So if they add Geno, they are then the best offensive team in baseball. It's that much of a difference for them. There's another team that's like pretty ranked high up here with Seattle, who was mentioned. They're 7th in OPS this year, and they don't really sit particularly well. 16th. It's a 671 OPS from their third baseman. So they're only like
I can also tell you too, as somebody who knows a lot of Mariners fans, grew up around a lot. That organization has done nothing in decades. They have a chance to do something this year. They're not going to just sit around and wait. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they have been sort of like something Bernsey talked about yesterday with the Watt News was like the Steelers, where they've kind of been like middling around like 500 or sort of making the playoffs or not making the playoffs. Like, they want to make a big push this year, which they should, because they have arguably the best pitching staff in baseball. They just need more pop in their lineup, and the best pop available on the market by far, I think, is Geno.
Here's David Schoenfeld yesterday talking about Geno as well.
It does look like a perfect match. The Yankees, they just moved Jazz Chisholm back to second base, right before the break. They released DJ LeMahieu. So they kind of have a gaping hole at third base. And like I just said, I think they want to improve that offense because they're not sure what they're going to get from some of their second-tier players. So Suarez, he might be a 45-homer guy. You put him behind Aaron Judge in that lineup, suddenly that lineup looks a lot stronger.
I mean, you're pretty spot on here, Kellen, in terms of they're going to get an offer for Geno that even if they're still in it, like let's say they go on a little bit of a run, they'll get an offer for Merrill, and it might be like, yeah, okay, but we're within a game and a half of a wild card spot. We don't want to give up. They're going to get offers for Naylor, and they're going to get offers even for Zach Gallen, certainly. But for Geno, with what you just read off, you're talking about contending teams. You're talking about contending teams that aren't afraid to spend either. I mean, Milwaukee maybe, but the Yankees, they'll give you whatever they need and they don't care if it's a rental because they're going to win a World Series this year. And the Cubs are such a good team this year that why would they hesitate? The bidding war that's going to come up, and that's not even accounting for some random wild card team that jumps in there that thinks they can get them. You're going to get offers for Geno where you would need to be 4 games up in the wild card race to be able to turn them down.
I'm going to take your bid here as we're just about to go to break and ask you a difficult question.
Okay. I deserve this.
Could you root for Geno on the Yankees?
Oh, on the Yankees. Well, obviously the Orioles fan of us could not.
Yeah.
I could.
He's that great, right? It's just like, he's just so happy-go-lucky. He's an awesome baseball player. He was awesome here. Like, I cannot express enough the mental fortitude it took for him to bounce back last year the way that he did.
Mid-season.
Like, there are not many, like, humans capable of that. Like, I'll really go that far with how deep he was in the hole and the career crossroads he was about to head towards and probably getting cut within a day or two, according to DeGambo. And for him to bounce back that way, it was special.
And it was always available after games when he was struggling in that first half last year. It's not like he suddenly became available to his teammates or the media or the fans when he was on that tear in the second half. In the first part of the season when the team was struggling and he specifically was struggling, he was still accountable and always out there talking and been like, look, I know I'm struggling here. And he didn't really have, it's not like he had a track record with the Diamondbacks that people could point to and be like, oh, he's going to be fine. Yeah, he's such an easy dude to root for. I don't know that I'd be rooting for the Yankees per se, but when he came up to bat, I'd still be rooting
With
for him.
that said, step up Seattle or Chicago.
Yeah, somebody
not
don't
Yankees,
put us
please.
in that position. All right, when we come back, is it possible the Arizona Cardinals could have a top 10 offense in the NFL this season, or have we kind of moved on from that sort of optimism for that side of the football? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
The Lund team prides ourselves on getting pre-approved before you buy. This makes you a stronger buyer with a stronger offer. The good news is the full pre-approval is free of charge. No upfront application fee. Some companies will charge an application fee to suck you in. At Lund, we have no hidden cost and no surprises. Just straight talk, and we walk you through the process and provide a clear path to your new home purchase. Give the Lund team a call today, where you're always treated like family. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch for that one is at 6:40. You can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, as well as the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will toe the rubber for the Snakes. And Phoenix Suns and Mercury owner Matt Ishbia will join Burns and Gambo today at 4, so make sure to tune in for that. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey, this is Jared, and Cardinals training camp starts next week. And you know what? Maybe I'll head out there Thursday. I'll have some free time then because my wife told me she'll be busy. She said she's meeting up with a work friend at a Coldplay concert. No. Tune in at 6 a.m. to pick Leah Marotta mornings.
All right. Final hour of the show. I got to go through some of these messages on the YouTube chat. Okay, Kellen, I'm going to throw some of these out so we can react to them. Okay.
I'm scared.
Gray Mantle said, charge fourth. Trade Geno, sell high. And then he also said, I'd like to see Geno go to the Cubs. Much easier to root for him there than the Yankees, which I think most people would agree with. Let's see. Roger says, get a new pitching coach, for goodness sake. That's also a thought that has been out there.
Might just be the pitchers at this point, Roger.
Well, you never know. AJ said Boxcar Racer was better than both, which no, I can't find.
I told Aaron in the break that there are people who believe that, and there is one of those people. And you know what? Subjective. It's music, baby. Whatever you feel, sure.
Is AJ saying better than Blink too, or is he just saying better than Angels and Airwaves? Well, that's.
I think he could just be saying, well, we did mention plus 44 too, so he could be saying Boxcar Racer is the best Blink breakoff, and with that, I can see the argument for sure. I'm more of an Angels and Airwaves guy, like I said, but whatever.
Okay, but that's more of a subjective opinion thing.
There are people that believe that Boxcar Racer is better than Blink, though, which is crazy.
The
way you threw your pen down in disgust just now,
it was disbelief.
Gosh, the most emotion I've ever seen from you.
I didn't know what to expect. You never know what you're going to see in the YouTube live chat, which is why I love it so much. All right, Kellen, let's get back into football. And a question you posed in your pre-show email, which got me thinking, which is tough to do on a Friday. Is this a Cardinals team that could still have a top 10 offense? Is that an expectation? Is that a hope? Is it a realistic expectation? Is it even still something people hope for?
Could they? Yes.
Well, anything could happen.
Will they be? I don't think so. I do not think so. I am very much in the stage of the Cardinals offense, and by default, Kyler Murray, a believe it when I see it person. I don't mean to sound so dismissive. I tried to not sound dismissive yesterday and was still very dismissive of Kyler Murray and just kind of being like, okay, this is year 4, year 5 of hearing like this is a new Kyler that all been working really hard. He's been doing this. He's changed this. He's more of a leader this year, all that kind of stuff. We have done those talks a long time with him. We have gone around the laps on the race. We have taken a lot of laps on this now. And this is the year
7.
This is the year where he is either going to be Kyler Murray, which is what he has been so far, which is that he is going to be excellent and show his full potential in 2, 3, 4, 5 games, somewhere around that range, right? He's going to struggle in 2, 3, 4, 5 games. And then for the chunk of the year, he is going to be the big chunk of the year. He's just going to be fine. He's just going to be okay. And this year, the Cardinals, if they get that again, are just going to have to decide if that's okay enough for them. And if that is the Kyler Murray that we see again, then they can't be a top 10 offense. I think an underlying thing here that I want to talk about, though, and not make this a Kyler conversation because you're going to have 8,349 of those in the next 6 months, and I want to make it 8,348 for you instead.
That's huge.
I think the most underrated and underdiscussed part of this offense is the offensive line and if it can take another step next year. Because 2 years ago, it was like this huge surprise. We didn't expect them to be as productive and solid and just reliable as they were. Last year, I thought they were just as good, which didn't make sense to me. I didn't really see it coming, especially with the Jonah Williams injury. I didn't see it coming. But you've got another year of Paris getting better. You've got another year of Brown and Froholt getting better. I know they're more old than Paris and like have less potential than someone like Paris, for example. Right guard, Isaiah Adams is the big one, where if he's the guy that you drafted and you saw in the draft with what he can do in the run game, that is someone who could really change the outlook of where you run on the interior at least. And then, of course, a full year of Jonah Williams, figuring out his health status, where exactly he is at, because the most important thing about that line getting better has nothing to do with Kyler. It's the run game, because a year ago they were pretty good, but 2 years ago, remember going into like the amount of talks you and I had last summer about like, can't wait to see the Cardinals rushing attack. They were one of the best in football, especially towards the end of the year. We're expecting them to be top 3, maybe even the best running team in the league. It didn't really quite get to those heights, and I think a lot of that could come down to an offensive line that was like pretty decimated by the end of the year, and they're coming in fresh and rejuvenated this year.
Isaiah Adams is a guy I would put, oddly enough, in like the same group with Jordan Lawler. I know I'm crossing sports here, but essentially if this guy's ready to take the next step, man, that makes things a lot easier on his team. If Isaiah Adams is ready to just be the starting right guard and a good one at that, and based on their lack of attention to that position this offseason, I have to believe that that's what they believe, because they were so aggressive with other moves this offseason. I can't believe they would just leave right guard as a position where they're just crossing their fingers and hoping. I think they believe that he is ready to take that next step. If he's able to do it, that opens up a lot of doors for this offense, certainly. It's funny because when you talk about them being a top 10 offense, certainly there will be weeks this season where you're like, man, it looks like the best offense in football. One of the best 3 or 4 offenses in football. But there are going to be other weeks where it's like, hey, they put up 6 on Seattle when they needed to win this game. With that inconsistency, when you originally wrote out the question of, can this still be a top 10 offense in football? It's like, no, absolutely not. But then you think about it, it's like, that was the expectation for a long time. It really was like, okay, you've invested a number 1 overall pick in this quarterback. You've invested a top 5 pick in this receiver who is, by all accounts, when they drafted him, supposed to be a generational talent. You've got a steady running back, about as steady as it gets in James Conner. You've got one of the best tight ends in football in Trey McBride. You've got a decent offensive line when they're healthy. Why can't it be a top 10 offense? But it was just my initial reaction, my honest reaction when I saw you put that in the notes was like, no, probably not. Like, why is that even a thought?
Well, my concern with the offense is that they are going to become too overly reliant on Trey McBride. That is maybe my biggest concern. They certainly were last year.
Yeah.
And if you have an average to above average running game, you have Marv have a better year too, but it's not what we were promised. Let's be honest, he's a top 5 pick in the draft. Like, we can sit here and say like 900 yards and 8 touchdowns would be nice. No, I want 1,413 touchdowns. Like, that is the guy that I was promised and that this team is supposed to get. And if you don't get him playing to the caliber of being one of the 5 to 10 best receivers in the league, then we know the story elsewhere. Like, you need a lot from Michael Wilson. You need a lot from Greg Dortch. You didn't make any additions there. And I worry that if the run game isn't as good as it needs to be, if Harrison doesn't make the jump that he does, then defenses who are already, what's at the top of the scouting report for the entire Arizona Cardinals team, offense and defense. Trey McBride, number 1, how to stop him by far. That is going to be the thing that every team really focuses on now.
Which is why Marv should be able to take advantage of that, really.
He should be able to take advantage of it, but if he doesn't, another safety is going to come down and feel a little bit more comfortable leaving that part of the field open and instead cutting off down the middle, or a linebacker is going to hang out a lot more where he normally didn't before. And that's what I don't want to see. So it has to be a jump either in the running game or for Marv or a Michael Wilson breakout if I'm getting greedy. Need something like that because this team cannot become one-dimensional on that side of the ball.
You're right, though, on Marv. I mean, a solid rookie year, but you need more now this year because you weren't just promised, if you're the Cardinals, you weren't just promised a number one receiver. You were promised like the number one receiver, like up there. And I'm not saying as a rookie, but like within a year or two being in the category of like Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. That's how he was promoted and hyped up going into the draft. And that's what he looked like in college too. And I'm not saying he can't get there, but he wasn't there last year. All right, when we come back over to basketball, were there any potential downsides to the Suns moving on from Bradley Beal the way that they did? And now what is next? You know what? Kevin Zimmerman is going to join us next, actually. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olsen's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
To be in this position, still waiting to see. Are you a buyer? Are you a seller? And we can't really proclaim what we are yet. I think going through the end of the first half, we didn't give ourselves much of a reason to say we are definitely buyers as much as we want to be. I mean, we still want to buy, but we have to be realistic.
The D-backs begin a 6-game homestand tonight versus St. Louis. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers, through Ford credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, Be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy and Gambo is back for today's Burns and Gambo show. We've got a lot to talk about. Suns owner Matt Ishbia will join us at 4 o'clock today. It's the Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports. Yeah, Kevin Zimmerman, co-host of Empire of the Suns, joining us in studio right now to put a bow on a busy week, as it turned out, for the Suns. They've had a few of these now over the last couple of weeks. Kevin, what's going on, man?
I'm doing well. It's Friday. Congrats to everybody. Yeah. Everybody. I can't even talk. It's Friday. It's fine.
That's the truest sign that it's a Friday is when your speaking skills are gone. I've been there. I might be there right now. All right, let's start actually with Summer League because, well, that's actual basketball. It's not about driving players out of town. So Summer League, just a few games, but a lot of players on this Suns Summer League roster that we are hoping to see on the NBA roster going forward. Anybody in particular you saw where you're like, okay, that they really got the most out of it?
I think Oso Ighodaro would be my guy where, just because of the center draft, the trade for a center, his position is kind of in question going into this whole thing, and then they played him pretty much power forward all the way through, and he also played, by the way, every game so far. So I think him just looking confident, the added muscle, the rebounding production, like the shot apparently is not going to be there this year either, I don't think. But just looking at him play with confidence, getting downhill, using the dribble to set up his passing game, he's just such a unique player. I think I have a lot of questions about how he'll fit in, but also I think he had a really good summer league so far.
Point guard?
Oh,
that's the shortest question in the history of radio.
They don't have one on the summer league team, and they don't have one on the regular league team. This is what our podcast is like, by the way.
I think Kellen is stuck right now.
Do they need another point guard?
If we get back to this point,
is Devin Booker going to play point guard? Point guard?
I think he might have to. Look, okay, you've watched a Little Mercury play, right? Like they have a really talented, unique roster, and they don't have traditional point guard stuff necessarily. Like the Suns have botched it 2 years in a row. The last time we went through this when they were bad, when Book had to do point book stuff, and that was his introduction. That was a growing year for him. But yeah, now we're over it kind of, I think, here. We've seen enough, and we've seen enough failure to not really buy into this. I think there is something to be said, again, I always say this, for guys who can calm people down, who can command the ball, command the pace, and I do think you need that. I think Colin Gillespie is he has a lot to prove as far as being the only quote unquote point guard. Now, can he play enough for that to matter? Can he be in this position where now he has a real contract and yell at Devin Booker and Jalen Green hey, let's do this, run this action? I'm curious about who does that because this is also a leadership thing too. If you had Book or KD being that person to control pace more, I think it would work. Now, I will say, there was so much of, is it Bradley, is it Kevin who's bringing it up, that Book didn't even have that on his plate last year, so maybe he should, and it'll be a little better because I think he does command the game well at times. So, yeah, I'm worried about it too, but it looks like we're kind of stuck there right now.
Yeah, it does. And, I guess, is that their long-term plan? And I don't mean for this season, 2-3 years from now, and I guess only time will tell. Kevin Zimmerman is joining us.
It would be funny if they just signed Tyus Jones next summer. That would be really funny.
That would be funny.
It would be funny.
I don't know what kind of strategy that would be, but it'd be funny. Kevin, when you look ahead to next season, I know stuff can still change, obviously, but it feels like the biggest changes have happened. The initial reaction for a lot of people is just, okay, this team is not going to compete. It's all about developing players, and I'm in that group. But what are your lofty but realistic expectations? What are you hoping for from this team next season? When you go in when the season starts, like, what are you going to be looking for from this team? Because it can't be as simple as like, hey, I hope they win 49 games and make a run in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think there's being able to compete, I think, is different than competing, if that makes sense. Like being able to compete for a playoff spot, I don't know. That would be a really big surprise to me, I think. But I think there's a competing in games. And, you know, if things get tough, you get down 10, do you fight back and you lose in crunch time just because you haven't played together at the start of the year? When we see this team roll out, you know, maybe even in the preseason, do they actually have an identity where Dylan Brooks is rubbing off on other guys and people are diving on the court? Are guys like Ryan Dunn, speaking to development, looking confident all the time, even if you miss a shot, and then he's going and making up for a missed shot by diving on the floor or crashing the glass or whatever, doing energy stuff? One thing in Summer League you saw this is such a minor thing because it's Boogie Ellis and he probably won't make the team. But he's like, if you watched him in college at USC, he was, you know, get your shots up guy, not super efficient. He's more of a 2 guard, but he's going to have to play point in the league. And he was like hounding guys in the backcourt, diving on the floor, disrupting things on defense. And maybe I just didn't watch enough Boogie Ellis because the USC is in the Big Ten now. But it was like, okay, like they got to him, or someone did at least, and said, hey, this is how you can impress us. This is how we set a culture. This is how we set a tone. And yeah, you got to do stuff that you're not known for. But like he was playing all out. And I think that's with the young guys on the Summer League team. If we see that on the NBA squad, where guys, maybe they make mistakes, maybe you turn it over, but are you hustling back? You're not dropping your head, and just those vibes you can tell right away. And I think that's all I'm asking for. And they will be competitive, or at least competing by doing that.
Yeah.
Who's the second best player on this team?
I think it's going to be Jalen Green. I think I'm like pretty open to him maybe getting better. I know there were flaws, and there's like how Houston was built. There's a reason he was their number one scoring option and initiating guy as far as the scoring and aggressiveness. But I'm curious to see like if he's Kelly Oubre. I've been thinking about him lately because he fit alongside Book a lot, and he was pretty aggressive. He'd get up shots, he'd attack the paint, and I know that he's a bigger dude, different positions a little bit than Jalen Green. But if Jalen Green can get downhill, just give that dimension, then that's going to open up the shooting and Book, and they could play off one another well. And like, I see it differently than Beal because the Beal stuff didn't work because he was just in his own head apparently and not being himself. What his agent said, those are his agent's words. So if Jalen Green just becomes himself, remains himself, like I think that it can still work. But again, like the point guard stuff matters, and that's separate, I guess.
As far as Beal, just to kind of wrap this up for ever, actually, Bradley Beal part of it, there is a subset of Suns fans that is upset that this is now money-wise going to drag on for 5 years. There's that group that's like, you should have just eaten it for the next 2 years, basically, or eaten it for 1 year, and then he's an expiring contract, you can move him or whatever. There's a lot of positives to waving and stretching him so you get out of the aprons and all that stuff, but do you see any potential downside to what they did relative to the situation they were in? There was no good solution.
Right. I think we went over this on our podcast last night. There was like 3 options and they were all bad, but I think they picked the best option just because it at least lets you to try to get started right now. And I think whether you ate the money and had to still pay taxes probably, or you moved on in this way where you stretch it out 5 years, you at least now can say, okay, I have a little flexibility to, I can put Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal together in a trade if I want. I couldn't do that before. Like, that stuff's important to move on. And I think this year doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like, they were going to be in a terrible spot. So if you just pick the guys who are going to fit, guys who buy into Jordan Knott, guys who fit with Book and he likes, you're just going to have to keep moving inch by inch toward that improving and getting the roster balanced and that kind of thing into next year.
Kevin, it's always great to talk to you, man. Thank you.
Sorry about not talking well.
You talk just fine.
You've come to the right show.
Yeah.
You talk just fine.
That's Kevin Zimmerman joining us right there. If you subscribe to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast, subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. We come back. Kind of a big game for the Diamondbacks tonight, and Brandon Pfaadt will be on the mound. What do you expect to see from him? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You gotta fight for your right to party!
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Just getting Bradley Beal out of the room. I mean, forget about the financial benefits to it. Is there a benefit to just getting Bradley Beal out of the Phoenix Suns room? I think that's a question a lot of Suns fans are asking themselves.
How much of just being freed of not only Brad, but everything that went wrong with Kevin as well, being freed of that is going to help this team next year?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the Snakes. Phoenix Suns and Mercury owner Matt Ishbia will join Burns and Gambo today at 4, so make sure to tune in for that. And this just in, Arizona State men's basketball will host perennial power Gonzaga at Desert Financial Arena on November 14th. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Gambo is back, and so are the Arizona Diamondbacks. So how important is it for them to start the second half strong? We'll ask the manager, Torey Lovello, at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show. All right, Kellen Olson is in for Wolf today. Boy, what a confusing show sheet. Talking about the Arizona Cardinals. Now we're talking about a matchup with the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, don't do this, dude. Don't do this, dude.
You've got the Diamondbacks mixing their rotation up. I'm going to play some Torey Lovello audio.
Thank you.
Because
I'm not ready to talk yet.
Just to stop me from speaking. No, I'm going to play some Torey Lovello audio because he did have media availability yesterday. Actually, a few of the Diamondbacks did. But I'm going to start with this one, and then I'm going to play a few cuts on what he's doing to the rotation coming out of the All-Star break because it's hard to not read into it a little bit. But first, here's this just on the team's mindset as they come out of the All-Star break.
We know what's ahead of us. I said a couple things to them before we left Anaheim. We had a player stand up and echo some of the things that I was saying, and he let them know how he felt, what our standard is and what we got to get to. So I think everybody had a chance to decompress, and we've got to turn up the volume here a little bit and go out and play our baseball. Anything's possible. We can go back, it's 2 years ago, we can go back last year, whatever it is. There's plenty of examples of where we've been and how far we went, but we can't play that game anymore. We got to go out and take care of today. We got to take care of what we can every single day, and the best outcome will be waiting for us if we do our job. But that's where I'm at. I want us to know that we've got a heartbeat because we got good players, and they make me feel better every single day that I come into this ballpark. So let's go out there and play baseball. That's going to be my mindset.
Don't you want to know who that player was that stood up in the meeting?
Yeah, I do. Who do you think it was?
If I had to guess, I would say it was either Perdomo or Merrill or Gino, which is concerning because two of those guys might not be on the team.
Yeah, those are three good guesses. I really do. All due respect to Corbin, that would be shocking from Corbin. Perdomo? I think I'm going Jerry.
Yeah, I think if you made me nail it down, I would say probably Jerry. But it could easily be Gino or Merrill. I think I would feel pretty confident that it was one of those three. They know what's ahead of them. And, as far as Torey, as far as the players, it's impossible to ignore that the trade deadline's coming up, but it's not like if you trade Gino as a player, you're going to be like, okay, now we're supposed to be in developmental mode. Like, you're still trying to win. You still believe you can win if you're a player. And they haven't traded him or anybody yet. So going into the game tonight, they're still approaching this as they should of you can still make the playoffs this year. You still have one of the best offenses in baseball. You still have a rotation with potential. That rotation is getting jumbled up here, though, coming out of the All-Star break, Kellen, to the point where this series, where you basically need to sweep St. Louis, maybe there's a chance where 2 out of 3 would be okay to prolong things a little bit. Zach Gallen, who could start tonight, is not starting at all in the series. He's starting on Monday against Houston.
I think with Pfaadt going specifically, he's a guy we're talking about for a little bit because I didn't know this until I pulled up his page, but his career ERA right now is 5.08, his career ERA, because you'll remember in 2024, he had a great, fantastic year for them, but a young guy carrying your rotation through so many injuries eventually caught up to him in the second half of the year. Of course, his first year before the playoffs did not go particularly well, and then this year, he's at a 5.16 ERA. The advanced numbers, if you go onto Baseball Savant and look up some of these analytics that they track, they're very concerning. His average exit velo percentiles rank 1 to 100 on this site. Average exit velo is 1. Barrel percentage is 3. So we're talking about the worst average exit velocity rate. So guys are just mashing the ball off of him right now, and they're squaring it up to very often you go to like expected ERA and expecting batting average when it comes to like the probability of like where a ball will land, like defense playing that in. Those are some of the worst numbers here as well. And if you look at it last year where the ERA was around this range, his whip was around this range, all of those numbers were average to below average. So they have gone way down for him specifically. And remember, this is a guy who they paid in the offseason. Like they paid him to be the developmental success story that they had been lacking. You'll remember on our shows last year, 2 years ago, even like 3 years ago, I was like, where is like a homegrown Arizona Diamondback starting pitcher, and can they get here, please?
You were talking about it 3 or 4 months ago still.
And it's here. It's Brandon Pfaadt, and I believe he is going to be that guy, but the level of faith in him being that guy for the next 3 to 5 years has taken a hit this year. So I've mentioned it. Eduardo Rodriguez, I think, is the most interesting Diamondback and the guy to watch the most in the second half of the season. I think Brandon Pfaadt's right behind him, because if he can just have a strong, not even second half of the year, but just have a strong month and look like the guy that we have a lot of faith in still, deservedly so, it would go. But yeah, these numbers are just, they're brutal right now.
His, you mentioned his career ERA, his postseason career ERA. Now, granted, this is from 2 years ago and it's 5 games, but his numbers there: 3.27 ERA and a 1.09 WHIP in 5 postseason games. And the only reason I bring that up is because, again, the magnitude of this series, if you still believe in being able to do anything this season, you're going to have to show it in this series. It can't be like, well, they played well, but they lost 2 out of 3. Like, you need to win games, especially against St. Louis right now. Pfaadt is pitching tonight. And we've seen him pitch in other big games, too, that kind of get lost in that overall career numbers. Because you're right, his career numbers, even last year when he was, pretty solid for this team, his ERA was 4.71, not anything like, amazing. But in big games, we have seen him pitch very well in the past. This is, you could make a case, their biggest game of the season, just because you're kind of on the edge right now if you don't win. Ryan Nelson will pitch tomorrow, who I think is probably the Diamondback starter that a lot of D-backs fans have the most confidence in right now, or him and Merrill Kelly.
And then there's a big drop, yeah.
Yeah, and then Merrill Kelly is pitching Sunday. So the 2 guys that you probably feel the most confident in right now are pitching in this series, and Brandon Pfaadt is coming off that 8-inning performance going into the All-Star break. Here's Torey Lovullo explaining why the rotation is set up the way it is now, because he did mix it up.
The projection of now and building it out piece by piece by piece, we got to chase down a few teams. It's not just the Cardinals. And they're a good baseball team. We looked at the direct matchups right now. We looked at the matchups for Houston. We looked at it well beyond that. And a lot of time was spent in this area. And this is just how it lined up for us.
All right, so here's one more of him just explaining what the rotation is going to be.
Yes, the rotation is Pfaadt, Nelson, Kelly over the next 3 days.
Would Gallen go after Kelly?
Gallen will go after Kelly, yes.
So,
good follow-up, Alex. Attaboy.
So Gallen set up for game 1 against Houston on Monday. I don't want to read something into this that isn't there, Kellen. But if they don't have success against St. Louis, the series against Houston is going to matter less. So do you read anything into the fact that here you go, this series in some ways is your season? It's not like if you sweep St. Louis, you automatically go to the playoffs or you win the World Series or any of that stuff. It doesn't even guarantee you won't be selling at the deadline, but it gives you a jump start coming out of the break, and they are voluntarily not throwing Zach Gallen in that series.
Hadn't considered it. I think that it is something worth mentioning. And you'll remember when Merrill had like just the smallest bit of tightness pop up, it was like you're out of the game immediately.
Yeah.
No, especially with him and the cramping issues and the history there, of course. But Gallen, I think, is going to be under a certain thing where if you're up 2-0 in the 8th and he's at 96 pitches and it looks like he could throw a complete game shot, it's like whatever your pitch count is, we're taking you there and that's it, and you're coming out of the game. Like they have to be very delicate with these 2 guys over the next couple of weeks because, again, they're very close to being in a position to run the trade deadline. They're just bigger priorities for them right now. I know that's not what Diamondbacks fans want to hear, but what you should want is Mike Hazen being able to fully go through his utmost capabilities to get the most out of this deadline, and that's how he would do it. That is interesting. I hadn't thought of that, and I do wonder, again, like this is very much the make or break series. You could have argued it was a couple of weeks ago, but it still is one right now that could change the way they're thinking about using certain guys.
The way it sets up, because they absolutely could have thrown Gallen tonight. He that would have been fine in terms of days off. The way it sets up now, he has 2 starts before the trade deadline. He's got Houston on Monday, and he's got the Pirates the following Sunday. Yeah, are you going to be there for that game?
I'll be there for Friday and Saturday when
so
Ryan and Merrill are pitching. Missing Skeens, which sucks, not for the Diamondbacks, though. They're missing Skeens in that series, yeah.
But so Gallen, again, I know if Torrey were here, he'd be like, no, that's the way it's set up. He's a good matchup against Houston. That's great, but that might be a largely irrelevant start on Monday if things don't go well in the next 3. So I don't know, just something to keep an eye on, because he's obviously a name that's right there at the top of the list of potential trade candidates. And now you're not throwing him at all in this series that you absolutely have to have. When we come back, final segment of the show, final segment with Kellen. So just kind of looking ahead to what the Suns' realistic expectations could be for the upcoming season on the court. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
What do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? Oh, yeah, Macedonians, we all know it's hot outside. I'm talking frying egg on the sidewalk hot. But inside the Wolfley compound, it's cool, real cool. And that's all thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. It's like sleeping on a cloud that's been chilling in the fridge, bruh. And here's the deal. You don't have to suffer through sweaty nights. Right now, during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online now through July 29th. That's mattresses, pillows, sheets, whatever you need to build your sleep sanctuary. They've got 12 locations across the basin. So there's one close by you, Basinonians. Go check them out. And you know what? Tell them Wolf sent you. Don't sleep on this deal unless you're sleeping on a Brooklyn bedding mattress. Then by all means, have at it for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale going on now. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Got unwanted guns at home?
MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and Gambo is back for today's Burns and Gambo show. And we've got a lot to talk about. Suns owner Matt Ishbia will join us at 4 o'clock today. It's the Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Matt Ishbia at 4 o'clock today. That is 2 hours and 13 minutes from now, so you don't want to miss that on Burns and Gambo. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday heading into the weekend, and looking at the Western Conference as it currently stacks up in the NBA, Kellen, because the Suns have really kind of, in a lot of ways, been a dominant storyline around here the last few weeks, more than they were in the regular season. I mean, in the regular season, at a certain point, it just kind of got to this is disappointing. Are they going to flip the switch? Okay, they're not going to flip the switch, so now what does this mean? But now, over the last few weeks, you've had the Durant trade, you've had the drafts, you've had now Bradley Beal moving on, you had Summer League play and everything. I know it's limited in terms of what we know about this team going forward, but we talked about this with Kevin Zimmerman when he was in here about a half hour or so ago. When you stack them up against the rest of the Western Conference, is there any chance they can even contend for a play-in spot this season?
Instead of talking about it hypothetically, Mr. Lipinski, let's just go through a thought exercise.
I thought you were going to say, let's go into the future.
There were 8 teams in the Western Conference that won 48 or more games last year. That is not going to be the Suns team. Now, what they could do is surprise people and finish 40 and 42 like the Kings did to finish 9th, or 39 and 43 like the Mavericks did to finish 10th. Let's go through these teams and figure out where they land. They do not land with the Thunder, Rockets, Lakers, Nuggets, Clippers, or Timberwolves. Can I throw the Warriors in there with Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry? Can I do that?
Go ahead and do that, yeah.
All right, so there's those 7 teams which we feel like will confidently finish ahead of the Phoenix Suns. Do you feel the same about Dallas? Not in that tier per se, but they will be a better basketball team than the Suns.
Boy, that team in particular, it pains me to say, but yeah, Anthony Davis, you'll get 54 games out of him or whatever. You've got Cooper Flagg. Yeah, I mean, that team should finish with a better record than the Suns.
Deep supporting cast that they've got there, too. Sacramento.
If we're talking like best case for the Suns, worst case for these other teams, I think they could. I'm not going to pick the Suns to finish ahead of them, but they could. Okay. I believe they could.
So we've got 8 teams still.
Okay.
Really interesting one here, Memphis. And your inclination is to say no because they sold high on Desmond Bane and traded him. But remember, they've still got Ja Morant, they've still got Jaren Jackson Jr., and they've still got a lot of those really good players, too.
That should be a better team than the Suns. The caveat I would put in there, you never know with Ja if he's just going to be gone for half the season.
Sure.
So, again, that's a team I would put ahead of the Suns. But that is a team much more so than like Golden State or Minnesota that could just implode.
I've got my biggest pick for like biggest surprise in the West this year. I think Memphis. I think everyone's going to expect them to be below 500. I think they're going to be really good.
Okay, so we can put them ahead. That's 8 ahead.
Okay, the Spurs.
Probably, yeah. The Spurs probably ahead of the Suns.
We don't really know how big of a jump Wemby is going to make, but it's a full year of De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
And like they added, I love what they did in the draft. Harper's going to be great. I love Carter Bryant. He's exactly what they need there.
And that team will get better as the season goes. So, I mean, the only way the Suns are getting ahead of San Antonio is if Wembanyama misses a big chunk of the season.
The team that finished with the identical record of 36 and 46 as the Suns last year, the Portland Trailblazers.
The Suns could finish ahead of them, but I like, again, I mean, if you're asking me to pick, I would have Portland ahead of them. I like what Portland's done in a lot of ways.
So you and I, right now, we're not going to do this for the Pelicans. Derek Queen, broke his wrist. He's out 3 months. They're already getting hurt again, and they're going through their own mess with Joe Dumars. The Jazz are going to be horrible again. So we've got 8 teams right now that we feel very confident that will finish ahead of the Suns. After that, there's a few maybe this kind of here. And that kind of depends. Does that change your outlook at all for the season, that there is this outcome where if the Suns exceed expectations and the year doesn't go well for Sacramento or Portland, for example, that they could sneak into a 9 or a 10 seed. They would sneak in, by the way, to be clear, like winning 37 games.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be a huge gap here, but does that make you feel any
It'd be
better or
nice
worse?
if they were in the Eastern Conference. If you told me they were moving to the
That'd be
Eastern Conference, I'd feel a lot better. So the ones we definitely have in ahead of them: Oklahoma City, Houston, Lakers, Denver, Clippers, Minnesota, Golden State, Memphis. Those are the 8, and then probably San Antonio.
Yeah,
but
I would say San Antonio for sure.
So there's 9. I mean, this kind of goes back to like the bubble year, or like even just that kind of era of like, hey, if they just got in and played a play-in game, all of a sudden that would be like a huge thing for this team. I don't know that it makes me feel better, but it does kind of crystallize the idea that, you know what, maybe they could be a team that is at least competing for a while, where the games matter, where you're talking about the standings, and maybe hopefully you're 30, 40 games in, you're like, yeah, you know, we're still kind of paying attention to what Dallas and Portland are doing, because maybe there's a path.
Well, I think the expectation for me is that you have to be definitively better than Utah, and you have to be definitively better than New Orleans. New Orleans is similar-ish, where they've got a ton of talent, but just how it comes together, who knows exactly, so maybe it's unfair to lump New Orleans in there, but I would be very disappointed in the Sun season if they finished 14th or 15th in the West. Like, they've just got too much talent, and you know who Portland doesn't have. Even San Antonio, like, I understand the Wemby hype. You know who New Orleans doesn't have. You know who Utah doesn't have. You know who Sacramento doesn't have. They do not have Devin Booker. And he is a better player than anyone that Memphis has or any of those other teams have as well. So you have to finish somewhere relatively respectable. Now, with that being said, we talked about Dame earlier in the show. Those Portland teams were terrible with him as well, because the supporting cast around him was so rough. So it's not impossible to finish that low with a player as good as Book. But with that being said, like, he is the difference maker when you get down to this part of the standings and this part of the pecking order. The clear outlier is him.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to put Dallas in there too. So now, as I'm kind of recalibrating this, I think realistically with San Antonio, it's not the ultimate best case scenario, but like the realistic best case scenario on paper right now with the current injuries, current rosters, is probably the Suns in 11th. But that still could be a position where you are playing meaningful games, though, in February and March and April. And remember, this is not going to be like 2017, 2018, where it was like, hey, so-and-so TJ Warren twisted his ankle, he's out for 4 months. There's no incentive for them to sit guys and try and get a higher pick, because they don't have the higher pick. So if you could get Kaman Malwatch and Rasheer Fleming and Ryan Dunn playing in games that are at least meaningful into March and April as the first year of this reset or rebuild or whatever you want to call it, there's value to that. To your point, they have to be better than some of these bottom teams in the West.
Yeah, and I think your point on just being competitive is there, because it's something we forget about the bubble year, like 8-0, it was absolutely the spark that lit everything together. But they were a 25-win basketball team going into the bubble. Like, they were only there so Zion could be on TV. Like, that was the only reason that they were really there, respectfully. But they were able to put something together because they were playing competitive, and that's why I've said time after time, like, win-loss total just does not matter to me. It's like, are you playing competitive basketball? Because that was a 25-win Suns team, but they were playing competitive basketball, and it was a huge difference.
We all remember what it felt like in 2017 and 2018 when you got into March or even February in some of those years where it was like, oh, the Suns do have a game tonight. Just don't go down that path. Again, you don't need to, because Devin Booker is a much more evolved player than he was back then, and ideally you have some better pieces around him, or at least guys that are getting better. Kellen, thanks for doing this, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy. Had a blast.
Thanks to Rick behind the glass. For Kellen Olson, I'm Luke Lipinski. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Empire of the Suns with Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Breaking down NBA draft picks and what the Suns got from the Rockets in the KD trade. Get it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel or your usual spot for podcasts. The Empire of the Suns podcast is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with Moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back from the All-Star break, ready to kick things back into action. Tonight, it's the first of a 6-game homestand and a 3-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals. Good news on the injury front. Eugenio Suarez dodged a bullet, per manager Torey Lovello, suffered a hand contusion as a result of getting hit by a pitch in the All-Star game. And then Shelby Miller has begun a throwing program and will avoid surgery on a right flexor strain. Kicking off the second half on the mound, it'll be Brandon Pfaadt. He will be opposed by Andre Palante. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns will have just one more Summer League game. It'll take place tomorrow night in Las Vegas. They'll play the Portland Trailblazers. Tip-off for that one is at 6:30. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro, everybody.
Hi, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. Welcome back.
Good to be back. Good to be back.
Welcome back to the seat that belongs to you.
It was a great trip. I got to spend a lot of time with my family. God, those Italians, like, I swear to God, like, they don't have dinner till like 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and they keep me up until midnight. But I got to see all my cousins in Messina. I got to see all my cousins in Catania. I was there for my aunt's birthday, celebrated that with her, and then they got all the Gambadoro. The last night I was in Sicily, they got all the Gambadoros together, gigantic, rented out a restaurant, had a whole big thing just for me, because a lot of them wanted to meet me for the first time that I hadn't met. And, so that was really special. That was really special to be with my family every single day and have those type of meals. I went to Mount Etna. I went to the top.
Mm-hmm. As high as you could go, right?
As high as I could go.
As high as you're allowed to go.
I went as high as I was allowed to go on Mount Etna, and it was pretty special to be on one of the second most active volcano in the world. Then I went to Germany, Munich. I went to the Dachau concentration camp, the only one that was open from the start of the war to the end of the war. And, man, I'm not going to lie. If you ever do something like that, I don't know. I started bawling about halfway through.
Yeah.
I didn't post any pictures out of respect, but I love history and just learning about that stuff. I went to Eagle's Nest, which is now a restaurant. That was like Hitler's big lair.
It's crazy.
And now it's just a restaurant.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Crazy, but it's a beautiful sight to see. But yeah, I was literally in tears in Dhaka. I had to take a break a couple of times. So I couldn't believe it. Then I went to Hallstatt, which is a bucket list item for me to go see Hallstatt. It's so beautiful. It is just so breathtakingly beautiful that I loved it there. Then I drove to Vienna and spent a couple of days in Vienna. And I got you guys some Mozart chocolates.
Yeah, you have
the original.
Did you have one?
Original.
Turn on your mic so everybody can see it there, Mitch.
Look at these bad boys.
Yeah,
you can't get them anywhere
so,
else.
So you've got the bow still on yours. I've already broken into mine. I mean,
Yes.
it's like it's
the original
I'm not
place. They're
wasting-
over. It's 125 years old. They make this chocolate, but there's only one place you can get the original. And I went there for you guys because everywhere you could buy it, but I went to the original store in Salzburg, Austria, to get it for you guys.
And we appreciate that.
All right,
We're
that's
glad
it.
You're back.
Now I'm done.
Good
night, everybody.
The slideshow is over from the vacation.
I'm so tired.
Well,
the jet lag's killing me.
Just you know what? I for the life of me, I don't even know why you're in work today. You should have just taken.
I took off
Friday
yesterday.
I know, but you
I took off yesterday.
You still could have taken a day off
I
too.
thought it'd be
and just
great to
give
come
yourself
back,
a
do
few
1 day
days.
of work, and then have 2 days off.
Then let's.
And I walk in today, I find out Matt Ishby is coming on the show at 4 o'clock.
Like none of us. It's like, hey, Matt Ishby is going to be on at 4 o'clock. Great, thumbs up.
Nobody told me, but okay.
Fantastic.
There we go.
So let's talk about everything going on in sports because there's a bunch. Let's weigh in our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Matt Ishby is going to be joining us at 4 o'clock, as Gambo just mentioned, but we're going to start with the Arizona Diamondbacks, who resume the post-All-Star portion of the schedule tonight. They're hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. 12 games to go before the trade deadline, and we all know what a hole the Arizona Diamondbacks have dug for themselves. We'll talk a little bit later about, this continuing idea of, are they sellers? What are they going to sell? What could they possibly get if they are sellers? Things like that. But before we get there, there is the matter of a baseball team, and Torey Lovullo meeting with the media yesterday had good news to pass along, not only on some of his pitchers and Shelby Miller, which I'll get to in a minute, but with Eugenio Suarez, who, in the words of Torey Lovullo in that All-Star game on Tuesday night, dodged a bullet.
Gino, I was corresponding with Gino. Credit to the National League doctors, the way they jumped on it. Ryan DePanfilo saw it happen. He was immediately on it. I wasn't watching the game, and I started getting some text chain and involved in that text change. chain. And when I saw that something had happened, I started to pay very close attention to what was going on. At that point, he was in very good hands, and they evaluated him, and it's just a contusion. I've been in contact with Gino via text. He's not going to come in here for the workout. I asked him to stay away to spend a little bit of free time with his family, which he'll do. And he said he's fine, ready to play, excited to be back in the lineup tomorrow, but feels like we dodged a bullet.
Yes, and he will be back in the lineup today. He will be back in the lineup today. And as we're going to talk about Suarez later, there's a lot of teams calling on him. I'll give you the updated information on the trade deadline and where they're at with those things. But he will be in the lineup today. There's some roster moves going down. But the good news is Gino Suarez is expected to play today from what I was hearing.
Yeah, it was a scary moment. He got x-rayed on the site, and he was told x-rays were negative. But the All-Star game, what's supposed to be a great moment for him and the organization, and it was a great moment for the organization. I doubt on vacation you were paying a lot of attention to the All-Star game. But Ketel Marte, the first multi-RBI performance by a Diamondback in All-Star history. Corbin Carroll, the first home run by a Diamondback in All-Star history. Suarez made an unbelievable play in the ninth and that crazy swing off. But obviously, you see Suarez get hit, and I mean, the first thing that's going through my mind is, oh God, his trade value. Oh God, the finger's broken and they can't trade him. They're like it's like the ultimate insult that he gets hurt in the All-Star game. Look, I don't know whether they keep him, whether they trade him. It's essential that he stay fine between now and the deadline so they can make the best decision possible.
Yeah, you almost want to put him in bubble wrap right now until the trade deadline, like every day. I know Jack Summers, who does a great job covering the Diamondbacks, mentioned it. He thought, that maybe it was intentional.
Same guy who hit him from the White Sox.
Yeah, in June.
Same guy, yeah.
That it was up and in, up and in, up and in. Why are you always? It's an all-star game. Why are you pitching up and in?
Right.
Throw the ball over the plate, give it your best shot. They'll give it theirs and be done with it. But coming up and in and hitting a guy. But yeah, I think you're at the point now where, like, it's with all these guys that could be traded, every single game you're just trying to get by without anybody being injured because there's so many guys that the Diamondbacks can trade that you want to make sure that you're able to, and you don't want those guys getting hurt.
It's injury and it's performance too, and we'll talk about this a little bit later with Zach Gallen too. But they rearranged the rotation a little bit. He's going to make his first post All-Star appearance on Monday against the Astros. Like, he had two really good ones and then a very bad one against the Angels. If they're going to deal him in a week or so, week and a half or so, it behooves everybody for him to have the best appearances he possibly can, but that also plays if they're going to try to get back into this thing. The other positive news came from Shelby Miller, and this is Troy Lavello yesterday giving the updates on Jalen Binks, Ryan Thompson, and most importantly, Shelby Miller.
A couple things have changed and are pushing along in a very good way. Beeks is throwing, has begun and continued to do his throwing program. He's going to get ready to throw a bullpen. When that day is yet to be determined. Ryan Thompson has begun his throwing program. Probably the best news of them all is Shelby Miller started up his throwing program as well. So, whatever the diagnosis was, it was all pushed back to the point where Shelby, the doctors all decided that he can go out there and begin a throwing program and get back on the mound. So I had hoped for this news. I was trying to remain as optimistic as possible. It's probably the best news we could have hoped for in the situation we were dealing with Shelby.
No timeline to getting him back on the mound, but he played a very aggressive game of catch on Thursday. I guess now that I'm thinking about it, it was probably the first Monday that you missed when you were on your vacation, when they were in San Diego getting ready to take on the Padres. Yeah, that's right, because Ring was filling in that day. They were in San Diego getting ready to take on the Padres. Ketel Marte was scratched about 45 minutes before the game because he strained his groin or re-injured his groin. And then Shelby Miller was playing catch on the field beforehand and had to leave and walk off the field with a trainer after just playing catch.
Wow.
Had a strained forearm, went to go see a second opinion, and everyone was like, oh, God, elbow. Oh, God, elbow.
Right.
Oh, God, elbow. And for a while there, we were thinking that Shelby Miller was gone, too. So, again, I know you're kind of playing catch-up here a little bit. There was a stretch there where we were thinking Shelby Miller was going to be gone for a long time and maybe even the rest of the season. So you can see why Torey Lavello is very happy that one of his – now, we don't know when he's going to be back, but he's going to be back at some point is the plan.
Yeah,
right
you know,
now.
we thought that with A.J. Puck too, though, right? I mean, we thought A.J. Puck was going to be able to come back, and then he wasn't able to.
It took you 10 minutes to bring us down, man. Like, we were
No,
having such a good day.
I checked in with the D-backs yesterday and today, and obviously just trying to get caught up on everything what's going on. But, I mean, it is good news, throwing program for a lot of these guys, right? Beeks, Thompson, Miller, throwing programs, and hopefully you get these guys back. You know, but where they're at right now, you know, 5.5 out of a wild card, still like from when I left to when I got back, it got worse. It didn't get any better.
No.
You know, with the injuries, with the standings and everything, so they weren't able to make that move to put themselves in a position where it's like, okay, you could be a buyer.
12 games to go before the deadline starting tonight. They're 5.5 out of the last wild card spot, and maybe most importantly, 1, 2, 3, 4 teams in front of them that they need to jump. So we'll get it a little later. We'll get into kind of, you know, your Hail Mary, what they have to do over these next 12 games to avoid being a seller. But there's also a big, hefty dose of reality staring us all in the face that this team very well could be a seller. And like I said, like Gambo says, got some information about that. But on the injury front, at least in that regard, good news for the Arizona Diamondbacks. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show with Gambo back from his vacation, it is good to have him back. Now that the heavy lifting is done, what is next for the Phoenix Suns this offseason? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25. Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
First and foremost, I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Yeah, Burns and Gambo, and today on this Friday, it means Burns and Gambo. We're back. Gambo is back from his jaunt across Europe. It's good to have you back, even if it's just for a day. I'm gone next week, but it's good to be back together, the two of us, talking sports. Some of the things that's new, some of the things that, we'll be looking back on. Gambo getting a chance to react to for the first time. We're going to have Matt Ishbia on the show at 4 o'clock. It was something that kind of came together very much at the last minute. We're very excited to have him on because obviously we've got a lot of questions. Matt has been, I think, kind of doing the rounds a little bit. He did an appearance today on Sirius XM Radio, too. So we'll hear what Matt has to say and obviously have a lot of questions for him. I think now that, and we'll get in, I really want to hear what you have to say about the Beal and all that stuff a little bit later on in the show, because I know you've got a lot that you've been working on this even when you're on vacation, as is per typical view. But I think now your thoughts just kind of turn to what's next. KD got done. Bradley Beal got done. There's a roster spot, maybe two open. There's some rumors out there about Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, there's this idea, like, are we looking at relatively the finished product when it comes to the Phoenix Suns roster? I think as a Suns fan, that's probably the first question I have in my mind. Am I looking at the finished product of the Phoenix Suns roster?
No, they'll be they're going to look at some other moves, but I think the one move that I've alluded to that I actually put this out while I was on vacation, the Suns will sign a guard. It'll be either point guard or a combo guard, but they are looking at guards. So obviously, we play the Reaper here. People are asking me, what about Chris Paul? No Chris Paul. Russell Westbrook? No Russell Westbrook. Malcolm Brogdon? No, it's not going to be Malcolm Brogdon. Recently, people asked me about Ben Simmons. I said, no, it's not going to be Ben Simmons. So, they're looking at a few different guys, and they're probably going to sign somebody that's going to be a point guard or a combo guard. Now, the Kuminga thing is interesting because they've liked him. And, you go back to my reporting on the trade deadline back in February. Kuminga was going to be a big part of that Golden State deal.
Yes.
And we had talked about that.
The one for Kevin Durant.
The one where you
send Kevin Durant out, the one that ultimately he said no to.
Kuminga was going to be a big part of that deal. The Suns like Kuminga, so I can't rule it out, but it's not likely to happen. I think that they'll explore it and they'll look at it. But what I put out, yesterday is just, do they like him? Yes. So I can't say no, but I'm going to put it in the low range. Like the chances are low that they will be able to get Kuminga. But do they like Kuminga? Sure, they do. So I can't say no, there's no chance. I'll just say I believe the chances are in the low range that they'd be able to get him.
And I'm guessing, and I know you said as much yesterday when you popped on for a couple of minutes, I'm guessing the main reason why, and I'm just going to guess here, is really a lack of movable assets to be able to entice Golden State into a sign. Like it's one thing to be willing to pay Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, Matt Ishbia has certainly displayed a willingness to pay, but in order to make this worth Golden State's while, you got to have something to kind of give up, and the Suns just don't have many draft picks left to be able to entice Golden State with, and that's probably the big problem here when it comes to the Suns' ability to get something done here.
They came away with, after all the Utah trade and the Kevin Durant trade and everything, and then all the trades to move up, to get Fleming at the top of the second round, they still came away with like 1 first and 1 second that they had left over. So there was 1 first and 1 second left over. So you're right. They don't have a lot of assets to go make a move like that. So that's why I think the chances are low that they'll do it. But I don't think that the roster's a finished product. I think everybody's like shooting for all these big names: Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook, Malcolm Brogdon. Not that Ben Simmons is a big name, but he's a name. And I don't think that they're going there. So I've ruled those guys out.
But I think that kind of speaks to, okay, I know we're splitting hairs here a little bit, but when I say a finished product, if you're telling me that they're not going to sign anybody of any great significance with that last roster spot, then the roster is basically you know what I mean? Like if the part they're going to add is if it's not a Chris Paul, if it's not a Westbrook, if it's all the guys that you're ruling out, and it's going to be someone who's a little lower on the food chain, couldn't we say that basically this is the roster for the most part outside of one guy they might add, right? Like most of the heavy work is done on the roster.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the Kevin Durant trade obviously brought in, Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green, and then they got Mark Williams, and then they had a terrific draft with the 3 players that they added. I think Grayson Allen is going to stay. A lot of people are like, I'm getting a lot of messages now on Grayson Allen. I'm getting NBA people that are saying to me just now, hey, I've been trying to chase this thing on, heard anything on Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal? What I'm hearing is that the Suns that they're both likely to stay. I expect Grayson is definitely going to stay. They like Grayson Allen a lot. I'm expecting he stays. Royce, I think he'll stay too. I can't rule it out because, any trade might include a player like that. I think it's more likely that they just add the guard to the roster, either a point guard or a combo guard. But I won't rule, because now, with what they've done with Beal, they've opened up a lot of other avenues. So I can't rule out completely that they're not going to do something else and say the roster is set, because there's still a chance that they are looking at other things.
Well, and beyond, when we start talking about assets that they have left, I got 2 thoughts on this. Number one, when we start talking about assets that they have left, you just named the 2 that I think come to mind the most. I mean, you can say what you want about whether those guys are overpaid or maybe paid too much, but they are assets. Grayson Allen is a very good NBA player, and Royce O'Neal is a very good NBA player. And and I know you know this, there's a lot of unbalance on the Suns roster right now, right? Like, there's a lot of guys who are 6'5", 6'6". There's a lot of guys who are 7 feet or taller, and there's not a whole lot in between, And so if you're gonna mold the roster a little bit better, it might make sense to reshape it a little bit by taking a couple of the 6'5" guys, and trying to make a little bit better balance. But I understand that 6'8", 3-and-D guys don't grow on trees either in the NBA. It's maybe the most coveted asset out there. That's number one. Number 2, let's not ever forget that it looked like the Suns roster was done a couple of years ago, to the point where we were watching DeAndre Ayton play for the Bahamas in that international tournament and getting excited about how he was playing, only to see him get moved to Portland about a week before training camp started, right? Like, there's plenty of time to make moves like a Royce O'Neal or a Grayson Allen a week before the season.
Oh, there's no doubt.
If something presents itself like that. It's exactly how it went down a couple of years ago with Ayton. It was like a week before camp.
Yeah. There's no doubt that what happens in June is a lot different sometimes than what happens in September. There's just too much time in between. Like, you may get to June and okay, this is it. This is our roster. We made all our moves. And then something presents itself 3 months later that opens up an avenue. Once Damian Lillard was going to be traded, that opened up Nurkic, and then the Suns were able to make that deal. So you never know what could happen with these other teams. But for now, I would say you can count on the Suns filling a roster spot with a guard. That's not going to be Chris Paul, Malcolm Brogdon, Russell Westbrook, or Ben Simmons, but it'll be somebody. When the time frame for that, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Matt Ishbia, this is a little teaser for when we have him on a little bit later, when he was on NBA radio on Sirius XM, talked about this offseason and being more involved this offseason.
The big thing I learned is that, listen, you got to start and have the vision and identity day one. And I did not do that with the Phoenix Suns. I thought, hey, let's add some money. Let's give them, they've already got a good thing going. Let's untap some resources and it will only get better. And that's not how it works. We have to set an identity. We have to define what we're about here in Phoenix. We have to get those type of players. And I have to be intimately involved with those type of people in our organization, from the front office to the medical staff to the dietitians. Everybody's got to have an alignment of what we're about here in Phoenix. And we didn't do a good enough job. That's on me. I'll take the blame. We are going to do it the right way here in Phoenix for the long term. And the long term could be a year or 2 or 3, or it could be 10. But we are going to build it the right way. We got to make our fans proud. No one's going to question whether I care. I promise you that. And no one's going to question whether I spend. I promise you that. So I'll check those 2 boxes. But it takes more than that to win. And I'm going to try to learn all those things and help lead this organization in the best way possible.
It might be the best comment I've ever heard him make. I mean, right? It might be the best comment. Look, I mean, I take the blame for coming in and trying to win right away, and it didn't work, and we made some mistakes. But you'll never question my willingness to win or my ability to spend money. But it might be 1 year, or 2 years, or 10 years. Like, he's not coming in and saying, I have the best roster and we're going to win a championship right now. They did. They tried to win a championship the first 2.5 years with Matt. And now, look, are the Phoenix Suns going to win the championship next year? No. I know it. You know it. We all know it. Yes. But what they need to do is they need to build a team that the fans can be proud of, because the fans have hated the team the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
Hated the team.
It's been very easy to hate the team the last couple of years, no doubt. Do want to remind you that you can take us, Burns and Gambo, with you wherever you go. If you cannot catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or however you download your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. How can the Diamondbacks get back on the right foot here in the second half? The manager, Troy Lavello, for his weekly visit is next on Burns and Gambo.
Card Scan. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC, plumbing, and electric. And one of the most important things is it's summer, it's hot. A lot of people have their air conditioning units go out. And when yours goes out, I want you to know about Christian Brothers. They've been around in the Valley for a long time, since the early 70s, and they do a great job helping people when it comes to repairing your AC unit. Now, they also offer free second opinions. A lot of companies out there may come out and try to sell you a brand new AC unit. You might be like, my unit's only 8 years old, and they still might try to sell you a new AC unit. Christian Brothers offers free second opinions to make sure that you are getting what you deserve. Now, a lot of times you can have your AC unit fixed, and most people want to do that. You don't want to have to buy a new AC unit. Now, if you do need one, they carry all the major brands, Trane, Goodman, Bryant. But when it comes to repairs, their goal is to get out to you quickly, because they understand the importance. You've got kids, you've got animals, you've got pets. You don't want to wait days to have your AC unit fixed. You want to get it fixed right away. So if you need your AC unit repaired, if you're hearing some noises, if you don't think your house is cooling down the way it should, call Christian Brothers right now at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare. Wow.
With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back from the All-Star break, ready to kick things back into action. Tonight, it's the first of a 6-game homestand and a 3-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals. Good news on the injury front. Eugenio Suarez dodged a bullet, per manager Torey Lovello, suffered a hand contusion as a result of getting hit by a pitch in the All-Star game. And then Shelby Miller has begun a throwing program and will avoid surgery on a right flexor strain. Kicking off the second half on the mound, it'll be Brandon Pfaadt. He will be opposed by Andre Palante. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns will have just one more Summer League game. It'll take place tomorrow night in Las Vegas. They'll play the Portland Trailblazers. Tip-off for that one is at 6:30. And that is what's trending now.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
The All-Star break is over for the Arizona Diamondbacks in Major League Baseball. The Diamondbacks are back home tonight at Chase Field, taking on the St. Louis Cardinals as they start the day 5.5 back, the last wild card spot in the National League. And joining us as he does every Friday at 2:30, it is always a pleasure, and we appreciate especially when he's on the Airstream video. There's Torey Lovello, the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. He says he cannot see us, but we can see him. Hello, Torey. How are you today?
I like it this way. You guys look better when I can't see us. So everything's going great. How are you guys?
We're good. I hope you enjoyed the break, man.
I still think I'm awfully handsome even at my age right now. I don't think there's anything wrong looking at me on video.
Well,
You guys are both easy on the eyes. I'm only kidding.
What's up, Skip? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys? Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Good to be back.
Good.
Let's talk about some of the moves. Let's start off with this. You guys making some roster moves today. Adrian Del Castillo coming up.
Yep.
Trevor Richards also coming up. Any other roster moves besides those two guys?
Sergio Alcantara is going to be joining us. Cattell Marte is asked for a couple personal days, so he's going to step away. He's been put on the restricted list, just dealing with something very personal. So we needed the backup infielder, but we anticipate this to be hopefully a quick resolution within the next couple days. He'll be joining us, but for right now, it'll be the Alcantara addition to the other two that you mentioned.
Go ahead, Gamble. Go ahead.
Okay, so Marte taking some personal days on the restricted list. Sergio Alcantara taking his place on the roster.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Tell me about Adrian Del Castillo and how you envision, assuming that's one of the moves here too, how you envision using him, given kind of he's got a real special skill set, and I got to imagine you're going to want to take advantage of that as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, so, first of all, getting Richards up here, a proven strike thrower, and, these are some roster moves that we feel like are much needed to help this team continue pushing forward. So the ADC situation. We're very well versed on who he is, what and what he's capable of doing. And for this particular time, he's going to be getting some DH at bats. I can plug him in behind the plate if needed. But I love the left-handed at bat in the absence of Pavin Smith. We just felt like this was a really good opportunity for him to come in and help us win some games. He's been swinging a bat really, really well. And it's been a work in progress for him. You know, he got a little bit behind in spring training. Things didn't go well for him from an offensive standpoint. I just think he was playing a little bit of catch up. But once he got grounded and got his feet underneath him, he started to really play good baseball in Reno, and this is a very well-deserved call. And I mentioned also that Richard's going to be joining us. A lot of experience, you know, a fastball, real elite changeup, somebody that we feel like can come into this bullpen and fill up some of the voids.
All your time in baseball, do you ever remember having to carve out an hour every single day for roster moves?
No, I've never been a part of anything like this, right? I've been in this game for 30 years. And you know, you're so conditioned to deal with the highs and lows, but we've taken on a lot of blows this year. But that's the beauty of this ball club, right? We're very resilient. We talk about what it's going to look like when we're taking on water, and these boys just go out and give me everything they have every single day, and I'm very proud of that. We at times feel like we're swimming upstream a little bit, but they don't let that affect them. But I've never, ever seen the assortment and the amount of injuries that we've taken on this year. It could be an arm. It's been backs. It's been legs. It's been broken bones. It just keeps adding up. But it builds character, and that's what we're all about.
You seem convinced that Shelby Miller will be able to pitch at some time soon. I know he's on a throwing program right now. So is Beeks. So is Thompson. Any update that you can give us on those guys and timetables?
Yeah, not really timetable. Shelby's going to test it out with the idea of throwing a bullpen tomorrow to see how he feels. And, you know, you talk about gutting it out and talk about gritty and toughness. And that's what we pride ourselves on here in Arizona. Shelby's going to test his arm and just see what he can take and withstand and go out there and make the best of where he's at. And, you know, we're not totally out of the woods yet with him, but we know that he wants to get on the bump and get back to us as fast as possible. Beeks is almost asymptomatic. He's begun his throwing program, very light pain in the low back. He's going to hopefully throw a bullpen again tomorrow. Both guys, Shelby and Beeks, you know, with an eye on throwing alive later on in the week. And if it all works out, I'm sorry, it's Tuesday and Friday. So Tuesday, I said tomorrow. So Tuesday would be their bullpen with an eye on a Friday live. You know, we need a couple of those arms. And Ryan Thompson, much of the same, a mid-back injury. We feel like he's on the road to recovery. He's throwing out to 60 feet right now. So it's going to take a little bit of time. We know what these guys are dealing with, but we need him back as soon as possible.
The news, Torey Lovello joining us live from his office here on the Airstream video on the Burns and Gambo show. We just got the official release from the organization. Gabby Moreno transferred to the 60-day IL, so obviously that finger fracture that he's dealing with, that was not some of the good news that you were relaying yesterday or today to us. It sounds like it's going to be a little bit while longer until you have Gabby Moreno out there.
Right. So there's the other bucket, right? You have the Pavin Smith bucket, who's still not asymptomatic. You have Gabby Moreno, who's still dealing with his situation. And the thing that stands out to me with Gabby is that, you know, we were trying to push it forward with him. And with a broken bone, he went out there and hit a home run. With a broken bone, he played 4 or 5 games. That's toughness. That's who we are at our core. And then he just got to the point where he couldn't take anymore. And now that this taken a little bit of extra time, he's discovering that the bone has not been healing, and the body takes time, and it's a little bit different for everybody's bone structure. And at the end of the day, he's going to get a CT scan here in the next couple of days and see where we're at. So by the week, we're going to get these updates on Gabby, and we feel like he's getting very, very close. It's been some time down, but a needed time down for him to go out there and heal.
Torey, I listened to your press conference yesterday. So you were not watching the All-Star game when the moment happened with Gino. You were starting to get text message. I see you rolling your eyes a little bit. Like,
yeah. I don't roll my eyes. I only roll my eyes at my brother, and when I do that, I get one upside the head. So I don't roll my eyes at anybody. So.
Well, because you were at your mom's house, right? You were hanging with because I think that's what you said you were going to do.
Yes. Exactly.
So, like, what goes through your mind when you're like, oh, crap. I mean, come on. Seriously? In an All-Star game, my dude's getting hit?
Right. I wasn't watching it. I want to step away a little bit. And I knew that I was getting updates. I was checking on my phone to see what was going on. I was getting a ton of text messages about Cattell getting the big hit and then Corbin going deep. And then clearly when Gabby got hit, it was like, oh no, is he okay? At that point, I started to do a little bit of research, and our medical team and the medical team there in Atlanta, George Poulis, the rest of the doctors there in Atlanta were unbelievable, getting him checked out, getting the information to us. And, he was not surprised at all, forcing his way to stay in the game. Then he was evaluated after the game. There was no break. So we continued to get really good news. So immediately I started to text Gino to find out how he was doing. I knew he was still unavailable to me, but once the game was over, he got right back to me and said that he's fine and he's going to be ready to play on Friday. That's who he is. But yeah, it's the same batter that actually hit him. The same pitcher that actually hit him in Chicago, hit him during the All-Star game. SHIT happens in this game. You don't love it. I was holding my breath, and he deals with it as good as anybody.
Well, and honestly, that's what I thought you were rolling your eyes about. It wasn't trying to imply that you're not watching the All-Star game, but you're rolling your eyes because it's like, seriously, the same guy, right? Like,
yeah.
And that's the part where I wonder about kind of what goes through your head for a moment like that when it's the same guy hitting your guy like that.
Yeah, what's going on?
For a quick second, that's what you think. Like, hey, what's going on here? That guy's got him twice, and it looked like he threw a couple neck balls at different points in time through the outing. And I'm like, I wonder if this ball's getting away from him. The guy's got really good stuff, but you get the same guy hit in about the same place. Your initial reaction is, am I missing something? But when you slow it down, you think about it. This is an All-Star game. There was no way that he was trying to hit him on purpose.
Let's talk about the rotation shuffle. Brandon Pfaadt's going tonight. You moved it around a little bit. Give us the reasons why.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time on this. The front office gives us unbelievable information, and Brian Kaplan and I sat down for a couple of days, and we just talked about what's it going to look like for the next 3 days when we come out of the break, and then 3 days after that, and then 3 or 4 games after that. So we spent a little bit of time doing some research, and it was a group effort that we felt very strongly that if we match it up this way, we're gonna enable our team to go out there and win as many games as possible in the shortest amount of time to determine what direction this team is going to be going at the trade deadline. It's my job to make it as hard as possible on Mike Hazen and saying like, hey, we're going to win. I want him to believe that we're going to win, but he can't be hopeful. He's got to see that. He's got to be able to recognize that we're going to go out there and win games. And at that point, he's got to make some tough decisions. But it was a group effort. We built it out. We built it out to 3 games, but we built it out probably 15 to 18 games beyond that.
Last weekend, before the series against the Angels, you had kind of you put this edict out there about, hey, I want to win every single one of these games. It's very unlike you. Like, we've known you for a long time. There's a very unlike you thing to put it out there like that.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's a number you guys have to hit in the 12 games before the deadline to tell your general manager you're not a seller? Is it 8-4, 10-2? Is there, you put that number out there last weekend, and I'm curious if you've got a similar number in your mind for this stretch before the deadline.
Not really. I mean, of course, yeah. Going 10-2 would be the ultimate, but it's hard to win a lot of baseball games in that amount of time, especially when you say you got to do it. The got to and have to's in this game don't always wind up the way you want to. So I still want to live in the space where I want to say, go out and play a really good game tonight. We've had 4 days off to see how the boys look and get them playing the best way they possibly can, and then group it up and see what happens tomorrow. We got to be somewhere over 500. We got to be north of 500 for me to really say to Mike when he comes in here, what do you think? If we're under 500, I don't know if that's going to be an easy story for me to tell Mike, but I did go outside of my box, outside of the norm a little bit, and said we got to win as many games as possible, and we got to group them up in groups of 3, and we have the potential to do something really special, and I still believe that today.
Skip, leave me with this because a lot of fans just love Ketel Marte. He's been a great Diamondback. The unfortunate situation with the robbery in the house and items and being stolen and things like that, that would shake up anybody. I would imagine that the personal matter has something to do with that. Is he okay? When you've spoken with him, about this incident, is he okay? Will he be okay?
He's okay. I have exchanged texts with him. With him, he's a little bit of a retreater, and I like to give him his space when he wants his space. So, yes, I haven't been barraging him as my instincts would tell me to. but I've just been reaching out to let him know that I'm here and I'm present. And on any level, this organization is going to be here to love and support him. So, yeah, at the end of the day, his family's fine. His wife, his children, he is fine. He's, obviously dealing with something that was very, very invasive. For those of us that have been robbed, it's a tough thing to work through. So we're going to give him the time that he needs.
Tori, we kept you long. We apologize for that, but we appreciate your flexibility. Thanks for coming on. Best of luck this weekend, all right? We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Skip. Tori Lavelle, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and I'm glad you followed up on that. I assumed when we were talking about a personal situation with Cattell, that's what we were referring to, because the night of the All-Star game, his house was burglarized here in Phoenix.
Right.
So that it sounds like it's only going to be a couple of days. They just kind of needs to get right with everything. But that is why you've got the Sergio Alcantara move. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, we'll follow up on what Tori had to say, and then we will turn our attention briefly to Cardinals training camp. Starts next week. We've got questions. Are we going to get answers starting next week? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The next man up philosophy to me is really fascinating when you think about it. The teams that say it are the teams that have been faced with injuries, and they have somebody come in and do the job to an excellent level. There was a year where the Cardinals, you couldn't talk to a member of the Cardinals coaching staff or player without hearing next man up, because the guys that they were elevating were doing the job. When you elevate guys or you get hit with a rash of injuries and your replacements don't perform, nobody's talking about next man up. And nobody's talking about that now with the Diamondbacks.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When I tell you why Berg Simpson is just different from the other law firms that you can hire out there if you've been involved in an accident or you've been involved in an injury, Berg Simpson is different because over 24 of their lawyers have been named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. Over 12 of their lawyers have been named in the Super Lawyers publication. They're consistently listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. Their founder, Michael Berg, is listed as one of the 50 best trial lawyers in the country. There's a different standard. There's a different level. There's a different expectation. It's just different with Berg Simpson. So if you're in that moment, that crossroads moment of, hey, we were in an accident, should we call somebody? Let's do some homework and figure out who we should call. A lot of choices out there. I'm here to tell you, you'll do your homework and you'll find that Berg Simpson is just different. I hope you don't need to make the call, but if you do, call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
A summer
It can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Mitch. He's on the other side of the glass. He's got our poll question today.
Mitch! Mitch, did you have one of those special Mozart chocolates yet?
Not yet,
Okay.
because I'm working my way back to full strength here.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
All right.
I will have one this weekend, and then when I do, I will tell you just how grateful I am.
Bernsey thought it was good, right?
Oh, it was fantastic. I was thinking about when I'm going to
He's already done with all of them.
No,
Oh,
I've eaten.
I'm teasing,
There's
I'm
5 in the bag. I've eaten 1, and I'm contemplating trying to set an over/under in my head of how many I'm going to have before this show is done today.
They're
Is it
very
gonna be all
special.
5? They're very special.
Could save one for that long flight that you're about to embark on as well.
I'll have plenty of snacks on the long flight. It's not as long as a flight as Gambo's, but it is still.
Well, Gambo was sitting pretty. Did you see the seat that he got?
I sure did.
I had the sleeper, man. I laid down for like 10 hours.
I sure
I laid
did.
down the whole. They said that like they have all these meals. So the first meal, I'm like, okay. I'm like, look, when we have a second, I'm like, I don't want the second meal. I'm going to sleep. Leave me alone. I don't want the second meal.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to map out how many movies I'm going to watch for that 5-hour flight to Maine tomorrow. But we're good on that regard.
We'll get 2 in.
I'll get to these are. I was joking with Kellen earlier in the week. These are like 4 coveted spots. 2 movies there, 2 movies back. And it's
you got to earn this.
You have to earn a spot in my rotation, in my movie rotation, when I'm on a plane like that. So it's the auditions are currently underway. What's our poll question today? What do we got?
So poll question has to do with the Diamondbacks. Got 12 games before the deadline, and I'm just curious where you stand in terms of determining factors. So here's how I phrased it. Which of the following is the biggest factor for you when determining whether the Diamondbacks should buy or sell at the trade deadline? 4 options.
Okay.
The record of the team, their place in the standings, the health of the overall roster, or the assets they have to sell.
This is a good question.
This is a really good question.
This is a well thought out question.
The biggest factor in determining whether you should buy or sell, like what's the biggest factor?
Yes.
Where they are in the standings.
Place in the standings for me.
Yeah. Where they are in the
Because
standings.
it's not because if you've got 4 teams ahead of you, that means you have to play better than all 4 of those teams.
Right.
And that's hard to do. 1 team ahead of you, okay, I could buy being 5 games out with 1 team ahead of you. I can't buy being 5 games out with 4 teams ahead of me that I have to pass.
And the audience is there with you guys. 45% say place in the standings is what matters most. Health of the roster coming in second at 28%. 16% are dependent on the team's record, and then just 11% for the assets they have to sell.
And I think if I were choosing a second one, I think I would choose health of the roster. Only because I agree. You have to look at the roster and say, are we even built to get there with our bullpen the way it is? And I think you can look at the roster and say, no, we're not built to get there. And so if you almost have to buy. Like if you're not going to sell, you almost have to buy, right? Because you can't expect to just let it ride and get there with what you've got. Your bullpen is in tatters, absolute tatters. You almost have to add an arm or 2 if you choose not to sell. You know, like I think anyway. That's just me. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. There'll be a lot more coverage about this. We've started to dip our toe a little bit into the training camp waters. The first practice, which I say Gambo will be out at tomorrow, or out at next week, I should say, with Tim Ring, is on Thursday, doing the show live from training camp next week.
Oh, my God. Am I really at training camp next week?
You're really at training camp on Thursday next week.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at lighthouses in Maine. You're going to be you're going to be out there
eating a lobster roll.
Training camp. God, I hope so. If God is willing, I'll be eating a lobster roll every single meal. We don't have a ton of time, but just for you, because we've talked a little bit about camp the last couple of days. What are, off the top of your head, some of the things that you're most interested in seeing or talking about or watching when it comes to training camp in the Arizona Cardinals? What stands out?
The free agents.
Okay.
I want to see Josh Sweat. I want to see what Dalvin Tomlinson can do when, with the new guys. Some of the new guys, I'm really looking forward to seeing those guys. I could say the draft all day long because every year you could say the draft. Mm-hmm. But Monty Ossenfort was very careful the first 2 years not to go crazy in free agency. I'm just going to plug some holes so we could fill the roster. This year, he made some moves to really address an issue that they have. Calais Campbell, Josh Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson. I'm truly looking forward to seeing how these guys mold and shape this defense. Because last year it was a weakness. We went into the season saying it's going to be their weakness. They're going to be better on offense. And now a lot of people think they're going to be better on defense because they used so many roster moves for the defense, including the draft and free agency, that I would say I'm looking forward to seeing how the new guys that they added in free agency adjust.
Yeah, especially because two of the new guys on free agency are defensive linemen, and that room is stacked. I mean, just absolutely stacked. And there are going to be choices that are going to need to be made when it comes to the defensive linemen, and it's going to be based off of how well they practice. I mean, that's, I think, truly the one thing you can really watch at practice, who's standing out on the defensive line, because that is going to be dog eat dog on that defensive line. And guys are going to have to pop right away if they're going to stand out.
Baron Browning, who they like. There's so much competition for playing time on that defensive line in that rotation. Yeah. So, I expect that these guys are really going to go at it in camp.
Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. It's half to 620-620. Again, text half to 620-620. The contentious end of Bradley Beal in Phoenix. How will it impact the Phoenix Suns going forward? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey, it's Vince Murata here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, tell us about your hassle-free sales and service experience.
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy and we want to make vehicle purchase and service as quick and painless as possible. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. Plus, anytime you buy 3 tires, you get a 4th for just $1.
And for 4th of July savings all month long, lease a 2025 GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months. Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back from the All-Star break, ready to kick things back into action. It's a lot of back. Tonight is the first of a 6-game homestand and a 3-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals. Before today's game, there were some roster moves announced. Ketel Marte is going on the restricted list due to personal reasons. It was reported earlier in the week that his home was burglarized while at the All-Star game in Atlanta. Sergio Alcantara is here in his place as a free agent signing. In addition, Adrian Del Castillo and Trevor Richards joined the big league roster. Tristan English was sent down to AAA Reno, and Gabriel Moreno was transferred to the 60-day injured list. Kicking off the second half on the mound is Brandon Pfaadt. He will be opposed by Andre Palante. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns will have one more Summer League game tomorrow night in Las Vegas. They will play the Portland Trailblazers. Tip-off for that one is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
3 o'clock hour Burns and Gambo show, and yes, Gambo is back from his vacation, which gives him an opportunity to comment on all the stuff that went down the last week or so, week and a half with the Suns and Bradley Beal. I'll use this as a Kickstarter for the conversation. It's Mark Bartelstein, who, of course, is Bradley Beal's agent and also the father of Suns CEO and president Josh Bartelstein, on the sacrifices Beal made for Phoenix.
He had an awesome year last year. You know, he averaged 17 points a game on basically 50, 40, 90. And I think that is not understood by a lot of people. On the other hand, because he's a guy who's averaged 30 points a game and he averaged 17, he got away from being who he is, which is a big-time dynamic scorer. And the reason that happened was he made a lot of sacrifices. He made a lot of sacrifices to try to make it work with Booker and Durant, and it didn't work out for the team. We wanted to make sure that Brad could get back to being in a position where he could be the best version of himself. As good as he was last year, I don't think he was true to himself in terms of everything that he can do on the basketball court.
You should see the looks on everybody's faces. Mitch looks like he just ate a piece of bad fish. Gambo is kind of like, wait, what is he saying?
The guy missed like 35% of the games.
Yeah.
Like he missed, he wasn't available for a lot of the games, not the majority. So, you got to remember that. Listen, Bradley Beal's going to be terrific for the Clippers. They're paying him $5 million. When you're paying a guy $50 million and he misses so much time, did he have to make sacrifices? Of course he did. He had to make sacrifices. Chris Bosh had to make sacrifices when he was playing with LeBron and D. Wade. Somebody's got to make a sacrifice when you put a big three together. Okay, somebody does. Beal had to make the sacrifice. But nobody thinks that Bradley Beal's a bad basketball player. In the right system, he can help somebody. But he wasn't a good fit here. He didn't seem to care very much. Everybody, what do you remember about Bradley Beal? Him, Steph Curry hits a three, we're fighting for our freaking lives, and he's laughing about it. There didn't seem to be the commitment to be great and to help the Phoenix Suns be great from Bradley Beal. He just didn't seem to care as much as he should. That doesn't mean he's not a bad basketball player. He's a good basketball player. But when you're paying a guy $50 million, you're expecting a lot more. And he didn't give it to the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, there was, you had a link to it in your email today, and it's something we talked a little bit about yesterday. There was a story from Brian Windhorst that really took a deep dive into kind of how things went down.
Yeah.
And on the record, the parties involved talked about, how intense the conversations were, about how, and this is something we talked about when you were gone, about how you had reported that some of the coaches that were being interviewed for the job were being interviewed with the idea hey, how can you rehab Bradley Beal? How can you make Bradley Beal work, right?
In case they got stuck with him.
Yeah, in case they got stuck. And
they never were going to get stuck with him.
But there was even, as part of that Windhorst report, apparently one of Jordan Ott's first conversation with Bradley Beal was, hey, here's my plan for how this might work with you here. And Beal's like, yeah, I don't want to be here. That's not going to happen. So,
I think there was a thought that based on the trade that they made, if they didn't get back an offensive-minded player, that maybe they could keep Beal. But as I said 3 months ago, there was a 0% chance Bradley Beal was coming back. Now, I went out on a limb. Usually you don't want to go out on a limb like that and say 0%. You want to give yourself a little bit of an out.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't give myself an out.
No, you did not.
Because I truly believed that Bradley Beal was holding this organization hostage and he had to go. And I'm a big believer in addition by subtraction that the Suns will be better off with no Durant and no Bradley Beal because those two guys, I think that they just weighed down on the Phoenix Suns. They weren't impacting winning. They obviously weren't impacting winning. But I was shocked when I spoke with some of the candidates. Look, some of the candidates that interviewed for the job I know. And I had long conversations with them after their interviews. And they did tell me, they asked me about how would you rehabilitate Bradley Beal? What would you do if Bradley Beal was still on his team? And that had me a little like, what's going on here?
Yeah,
like,
me too.
What's going on? Because that's not, I don't believe that Bradley Beal is going to come back. And I never did. I never believed that Bradley Beal was coming back because I don't think that was right for the Phoenix Suns. I mean, I think for the Suns to move forward, I think you've got to get rid of some of that stuff. I think you have to move past those guys. Again, addition by subtraction. And whether Kevin Durant likes it or not, I think the Suns are going to be better off with no Kevin Durant. They're going to be better off with no Bradley Beal because they could start to move forward now.
As part of the article, it had also mentioned that the Suns had hoped to get Beal to leave more money on the table than the $13.9 that he did.
Yeah.
And that the conversations were heated. And that's a quote-unquote, they were heated. There were quote-unquote intense conversations. Here's what Mark Bartelstein, again, the agent and the father of Josh, had to say about how the buyout played out and why it took so long.
It just was incredibly important to me to put Brad in a position, like I said before, to be the best version of himself, to get back to having fun doing what he loves to do. And so, as we went through it, the Suns gave us permission to talk to teams and see if there was the right fit. And we weren't going to do this unless we could find a great fit. That was paramount. We weren't going to just do this to go do it. It had to be something we got really excited about. And so we met with, over the last month, we've met with, a lot of teams, a lot of Zoom visits, a lot of conversations, meeting with coaches, meeting with owners, meeting with star players on different teams, and ultimately got to a point where we got really excited about some of the opportunities that were in front of us, and ultimately got to a spot where we thought there was one in particular that was just the perfect fit. And once we made that determination, we went back to the Suns and agreed that this would be the best course for everyone.
But this is just my opinion now, and I want to hear what you have to think about this because you've got a lot of stuff bottled up about Bradley Beal. If Bradley Beal had a problem with being a third banana on the Suns, isn't that basically the same role he's playing on the LA Clippers behind Harden and Kawhi? It's basically the same thing, right? Like, he's not the main option there. He's not the number 2 option on that team. He is the very clearly number 3 option. You could argue he's the 4th option on that basketball team behind Ivica Zubac. Yeah. Like, it seems to me
Kawhi misses a lot of games.
Yeah, he does, but
there might be opportunities there. But it's L.A. and look, he wasn't going to play here. Like, there was no room, there was no spot for him. Like, we weren't going to do it. You were always going to do it. You just had to pick the right team. Like, they didn't want you. Nobody wants to stay where they're not wanted. The Suns wanted to move on from Kevin Durant. They wanted to move on from Bradley Beal. So it was like, we weren't going to do it. Yes, you were going to do it. You just had to find a team. So the holdup had nothing to do with the reported July 15th date. He was getting the money no matter what on July 15th. Nothing. He was getting the money. Whether he signed with the Clippers on the 9th, the 10th, the 12th, he was getting the money on the 15th. All of it. Like that 25%, he was getting it. That was not an issue. It had no bearing on it at all. It was just he took his time in picking a team. He was looking at a lot of options and trying to figure out what's the best situation for him, and he took a sweet-ass time, which is his prerogative. He had a right to take his time to make sure he's in the right situation. But in the end, he's got a team. The Suns move on, waive him, stretch him over 5 years, and now they unlock all of the, you don't have to worry about being over the apron now.
Nope.
You can aggregate salaries, you could use a mid-level exception. Like, there's so many, and by the way, saves him $175 million.
Which, not for nothing, is a big deal.
Yeah, $175 million.
As long as you have the belief, and I do, and I know you do too, that when presented with the opportunity to spend again, as long as it's responsible, I don't doubt that Matt Ishbia will. Like that cut that we played from Matt earlier. And we're going to have Matt on the show at 4. But that cut we played from Matt earlier, like, fans should know I care. Fans should know that I want to win. Fans should know that I'm going to spend. I do. I believe that when the time is right, he'll spend again. But the time is not right now to waste $175 million on this roster in tax money. It's not the right time to do it. And Bradley Beal at $5 million is a lot more doable than Bradley Beal at $52 million.
Because if he misses 30 games and you make it $5 million, it doesn't affect your roster.
It's a steal for the Clippers. It's an absolute
steal. I mean, it's a free lottery ticket, man. You're not spending any money on a guy, and he's got the ability to go for 25 every night if he's playing a lot of minutes.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, you heard what Torey Lovello had to say earlier about trying to convince Mike Hazen that they're not sellers. If Mike remains unconvinced, how is that seller's market shaping up for the D-backs? That is coming up here on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
To be in this position, still waiting to see. Are you a buyer? Are you a seller? And we can't really proclaim what we are yet. I think going through the end of the first half, we didn't give ourselves much of a reason to say we are definitely buyers as much as we want to be. I mean, we still want to buy, but we have to be realistic.
The D-backs begin a 6-game homestand tonight versus St. Louis. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, ready to help you with your vision correction procedure. No one's done more LASIK surgeries in the Valley than Dr. Jay Schwartz. So if you are looking for a LASIK surgery procedure, Dr. Jay Schwartz is the trusted name in LASIK surgery. I had my LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. 58 and a half years old, and I have absolutely no issues. I don't wear readers. I don't wear glasses or contact lenses. I see great thanks to Dr. Jay Schwartz. He's got locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he can help you and your family with all of your eye care needs. Whether it's dry eye, glaucoma, maybe you need glasses or contact lenses, maybe just somebody in your family just needs an eye exam. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa to take care of you. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen, and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkalot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
D-backs Cardinals live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
They're the key team that'll make this deadline potentially way more interesting because they're fairly hanging in there, but if these last 2 weeks before the deadline, if they don't play well, they have 4 huge free agents. Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen. So if those guys are traded, then the deadline becomes a lot more intriguing.
That was David Schoenfeld yesterday from ESPN. This is Jason Stark on Foul Territory.
From what I'm hearing, they are set up to sell. They're clearly the team to watch here these next 2 weeks. And just think of how the planets are lining up. They have the perfect excuse to sell, don't they? They can just stand there and say, we loved our team. We couldn't stay healthy. We're in a tough division. So we're going to trade these guys and then try to sign them all again as free agents. And I honestly think that's what's going to happen.
The teams that are calling the most about Diamondback players are the Chicago Cubs and the Kansas City Royals have made a lot of conversations.
Okay.
You know, Kansas City, if you look at the wild card standings, 'cause I was looking at Kansas City like, okay, really, Kansas City's making a lot of calls. They're 4.5 out. So they're not in a, you know, they're basically like the Diamondbacks in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
They're 3 games under 500, 4.5 out. So the Cubs and the Royals have made a lot of calls with the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks could trade a lot of their players. They could just cash in lottery tickets for guys like Randall Grichuk and Shelby Miller and Jalen Beeks, or they can make big trades in which they're not just going to go for a lottery ticket. They're going to try to get back top prospects in an organization, and that would be Naylor and Suarez and Gallen and Kelly. So those 4 guys, you're going to look to get more than just a lottery ticket. Grichuk, Miller, Beeks, those type of guys. Okay, I'll trade you this guy, and I'll take that guy in single A that's only 19 years old from the Dominican Republic and hope that he pops.
Mm-hmm.
A few years ago, the Diamondbacks traded one of those guys when they made the trade for Eduardo Escobar. The Twins just took a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
Duran. I mean, he wasn't throwing 99 miles an hour then. It was a lottery ticket. So sometimes you take a lottery ticket on a guy, and that's what they would be doing with Grichuk, Miller, and Beeks. But with these other guys, I expect that they're going to try to get a lot more and try to get guys that are considered like top 10 prospects in their organization.
Sure. Now, there's a conversation to be had about whether the Diamondbacks can avoid that. It's becoming more unrealistic by the day, I think, based off of how things have gone. But, they've had the last week off or so. And Torrey spoke about that, about trying to convince Mike they're not sellers, but understanding that he's running out of time to do that. I tell you what's become interesting to me, and I played that Jason Stark soundbite. And there was somebody else, it was Steve Phillips on, I think, MLB Network Radio, who basically said the same thing. And I'm really intrigued by this idea of the Diamondbacks trading their guys that they can trade and then re-signing all of them in the offseason.
Right.
Right, because Stark, these are good baseball guys, right? Stark is suggesting that. And Steve Phillips is suggesting that. And look, even I've suggested that with Merrill Kelly. Like, yeah, trade Merrill Kelly, and because he likes it here so much, bring him back in the offseason. Why not? But all of them or most of them? Like, is there some world out there where the Diamondbacks can trade 3 of their 4 main pieces and then sign 2 of them back in the offseason and still reap the benefits that you get from trading them in the first place? It seems crazy, but I got guys like Jason Stark and Steve Phillips who are bringing it up. Like, yeah, they can trade all their guys and just sign them all back if they want. Is it that simple?
I mean, it's probably not going to happen, but could they re-sign 1 or 2 of them? Sure. Could you trade Merrill Kelly and then go to Merrill Kelly? I'd love to give you a 2-year deal to come back. Look, the Diamondbacks are going to target starting pitching, okay? Because they feel really good about the reserves they have that could come up and play. Like, they have Blaze Alexander, and they've got Tawa, Del Castillo, they've got Barossa, they've got Lawler. They feel good about those guys being able to fill roles if need be. Their uncertainty at starting pitching makes them want to get back starting pitching. They're going to want to get back starting pitching. It's a lot trickier because of, you're not going to have Corbin Burns next year, most likely. And you might not have Gallen. You might not have Kelly. So that's where they're going to want that starting pitcher. Now, what I can tell you is that they have not engaged talks with other teams on their starting pitchers at this point. Position players, yeah. Have they talked do the Yankees want Suarez? Yep, the Yankees want Suarez. Have the Diamondbacks engaged other teams about Gallen and Kelly? No. To this point, they have not. At some point, I think they will. But to this point, they have not engaged those teams on those 2 guys.
Oh, at some point, they clearly will. It's just a question of, I know you were gone last week, Torrey, not to us, but to the team before the game against the Angels, had said to his players and said to the media, look, I challenge these guys. We need to win all 3 of these games. All right, we need to win all 3 of these games against the Angels. We need to make a statement. We need to make a move. We need to go into the break above 500. They went out and lost that night on Friday. They lost the next day on Saturday when Zach Gallen didn't pitch well. And in the moment, everybody was like, that's a really bold, almost desperate move by Torrey. He never goes big like that. He's always about living in the moment. He's always about, let's just worry about this game.
Right.
Etc. But to set the bar that high and to watch them fall so short of it made a lot of people feel like Torrey's feeling the heat. Not so much for his job, but Torrey's feeling the heat to convince Mike, hey, don't blow this up. Keep us together. Don't go selling everybody. And that's why when we asked Torrey about it, we had him on earlier, I asked him if there was a number that he feels like they have to go in these 12 games before the trade deadline to convince Mike to not be a seller. And he's like, we at least have to go over 500. I think they have to do better than that in these 12 games. And really, Gambo, it's not 12 games. I think it's more like 9. I think they've got about 9 games to do something big and bold and loud to tell Mike, don't sell. Because if they don't, they've got 3 games against the Detroit Tigers, and then it's a trade deadline. By then, you have to know. On that Monday...
Do you have to know right now?
I don't think you have to know right now.
Okay, what's big and bold in 9 games? 8-1?
I think 7-2 is big. And I think if you go 7-2 in your next 9, Mike might go... Because I don't think Mike wants to
The last
sell.
time we wanted them to go 7-2, they went 4-5.
I know.
And that was against
I
3 of
know.
the worst teams in the
Gamble,
league.
I realize what I'm asking for here is... I understand that. I'm just saying, I'm just theorizing on what it might take for Mike Hazen, a guy who I'm guessing probably doesn't want to sell because he's too competitive and he doesn't want to roll over and quit like that, what it's going to take to convince Mike Hazen to not sell. And that's just the number that popped into my head. I think it's 7-2 over the 9.
I think Mike is a really smart GM. And I think he's going to look at this team and he's going to say, listen, it's not just the injuries. We haven't played well. Our defense has been atrocious all year long.
Yeah.
And Mike's going to look at that and he's going to say, this is not just about the injuries. This has been about, we have not played the type of baseball I expect, and I think that Mike is going to trade.
So do you think there is not a number then that would convince him
I
otherwise?
I think 7-2 and 8-1 makes it hard because, like, if the team's going to go out there and play well and win those games for you and get within 2.5 games of a wild card spot, it's hard to look hard to walk into that clubhouse and tell her you're going to trade all these guys. So I do think that there is still a little bit of time left. But, okay, lose 2 out of the next 3? I mean, like, at that point, like, there is a time that you may know earlier than 9 games from now.
And that I agree with it. And there are some who believe that this weekend series against St. Louis is must sweep for that very reason. Like you, if you really want to get back into this and really convince your general manager not to be a seller, you have to sweep the St. Louis Cardinals this weekend. Now, I'll still look at the 9 games and say 7-2 or 8-1, but keep in mind you're doing that against a good St. Louis Cardinals team, a really good Houston Astros team, and then a pretty bad Pittsburgh Pirates team. That's what you have over your next 9. And again, we've done this, to your point, we've done this all season long. We've looked at schedules and said, oh, here's the pocket. Here's the pocket where they're going to win a bunch of games. Here's the pocket where they're going to go on a run. And it
never materialized.
It never happens. No, it never happens. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Arizona State. There's a lot of big ideas floating around ASU and what they could do this year. Is the number 1 pick in the NFL draft one of those ideas? That's coming up on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Bradley Beal had a lot of leverage. He gives up $13.9 million basically to get the Suns under the waive and stretch threshold. This was the best of a bad situation. Instead of feeling the crunch of Bradley Beal for 3 years, he will have an effect on this team for 7 years. He's going to get heat and hatred and vitriol from Suns fans moving forward for the next 5 years. I don't think it's that deserved. He shouldn't have waived the no-trade clause. Why should he have? Something he earned. I'm not bending over backwards to help out a team that wanted to get rid of me either.
Eddie Bickley and Murata. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You know, one of the things I really believe in is making sure that you work with a fiduciary, a financial advisor that has your best interest in hand and is not only going to have a plan for you that's going to help you, with your retirement plan and saving for the future, but a tax plan. Tax plans are very important, and many financial advisors totally ignore them. They don't even tell you about the fact that you're putting all this money away tax deferred, and then at some point you're going to have to pay that tax bill. Well, there are times to pay the taxes, and there are times not to pay them. You want to take advantage of the right windows to pay the taxes because that helps you keep more of your own money. It's why Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax always have a tax plan. They understand that the majority of people are putting money away tax deferred, so they come up with a tax plan for you because their goal is for you to keep more of your money. They always tell me, hey, it's not about how much you make or how much you save. It's about how much of that you're going to be able to keep. They've got offices, 5 of them in the Valley, Gilbert and Goodyear. They've got Peoria, Scottsdale, Tempe. And if you want to work with them the way I do, just call 602-877-PLAN. Set up a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back from the All-Star break, ready to kick things back into high gear. Tonight's the first of a 6-game homestand and a 3-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals. Ketel Marte, he is going on the restricted list due to personal reasons. It was reported earlier in the week that his home was burglarized while he was at the All-Star game in Atlanta. Sergio Alcantara is here in his place as a free agent signing. In addition, Adrian Del Castillo and Trevor Richards joined the big league roster. Tristan English was sent down to AAA Reno, and Gabriel Moreno was transferred to the 60-day injured list. Kicking off the second half on the mound is Brandon Pfaadt. He will be opposed by Andre Palante. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns will have one more Summer League game tomorrow night in Las Vegas. They will play the Portland Trailblazers. Tip-off is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Ketel Marte goes on the restricted list as the D-backs signs Sergio Alcantara for a 6th time. Shelby Miller resumes throwing, and the D-backs dodged a bullet with Eugenio Suarez. And Bradley Beal's agent says the guard got away from his identity with the Suns. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
It's funny, our morning show with Tim Ring filling in for Bick, so it was Vinny and Tim Ring. The ESPYs were this week, and instead of doing the ESPYs, they called them the AZs, so like they were handing out Arizona Sports Awards. A little gimmicky, but whatever. It was fun to listen to. And I went through and I voted on all their categories of these things they were giving awards out on.
Okay.
And then I looked at the results, and I mean, ASU ran away with the thing, right? Like absolutely ran, like best moment, best athlete, best this, best that. Like ASU football right now is hot, hot, hot. While you were gone, they had the Big 12 Media Days. Kenny Dillingham was a rock star at Big 12 Media Days, right? So was Sam Levitt. So are a bunch of the guys. We had Ben Coleman on last week, the Sun Devil starting center. Like, ASU football is hot, hot, hot right now. They're still about a month and a half away from starting. They're going to have a lot more eyeballs and attention on them this year at the beginning than they certainly did a year ago. There's all sorts of accolades, all sorts of preseason predictions and stuff like that coming down. But even this one took me by surprise. There was an ESPN.com writer who was trying to figure out who the number 1 pick in the draft might be. Now, granted, he had a lot of names ahead of Sam Levitt, but he had Sam Levitt on the list.
He had Sam Levitt
as
on
kind
the
of
list.
a long shot, but he had Sam Levitt on the list.
I think about Arizona State, and I think that they've had a pretty good history of quarterbacks that have played in the NFL. Obviously Jake Plummer, who played with the Cardinals, and I mentioned Broncos. You go back, Danny White, who played for the Cowboys, and Andrew Walter and Mark Malone and Mike Pagel, Brock Osweiler, Rudy Carpenter. Like, there's been a lot of guys that were on NFL rosters. Jaden Daniels, if you want to include him, there's been a lot of them. And to think that Sam Levitt's got a chance to be one of the greats, it's got a Big 12 championship, took ASU to the playoffs. Like, the opportunity for him, I even read something while I was away that he passed up like more money in NIL to stay at ASU.
Yeah.
Like somebody offered him like $1 million or something like that to go, and he stayed at ASU. So he's loyal. He's committed to Arizona State, wants to be here. I mean, definitely a kid to root for. He's a terrific quarterback. Is he going to be the top pick in the draft? I don't know. But I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that he could be a first-round pick because, as we know, if it's a good quarterback class, there's going to be 4 or 5 of those guys that go in the first round.
I think first-round pick is probably more realistic. I want to be fair to everybody here because this, and I certainly, to anybody out there listening, I don't want to like oversell this and underdeliver this. They list Sam Levitt as one of the long shots. They have their serious contenders for the number 1 pick as Lenora Sellers, the quarterback out of South Carolina, Clay Kubnik, the quarterback out of Clemson, Drew Allar, the quarterback out of Penn State, Garrett Nussmeier out of LSU. The potential risers, they have Fernando Mendoza, quarterback of Indiana, TJ Parker, edge rusher from Clemson, Arch Manning, the quarterback of Texas. Under the long shots, they call them the out-of-nowhere quarterback. They've got John Mateer, the quarterback at Oklahoma, and then they include Sam Levitt in the long shot out-of-nowhere quarterback, writing how Cam Scadaboo got most of the attention, but Levitt also played a big part, et cetera, et cetera. He's a calm passer who can spread and shred defenses. With Scadaboo off to the NFL, Levitt will be the focal point of the Sun Devils' bid to repeat as Big 12 champions. And I tell you, man, you know who stands to win in this whole game other than just the idea that ASU could have a quarterback who's that good? It's the ultimate winner in Kenny Dillingham. And here's the reason why. Kenny Dillingham has established, but even before he got to ASU, he's established a career as the quarterback whisperer, as a guy who can get the very, very best out of a quarterback. He's done it in all of his stops as an offensive coordinator or as an offensive coach. For him to be able to take Sam Levitt, and this is going to sound disrespectful to Sam, but I don't mean it to be so. Sam Levitt, who wasn't recruited by Oregon, even though he's an Oregon kid, right? Or wasn't recruited heavily by Oregon, even though he's an Oregon kid. Went to Michigan State, wasn't, highly thought of there, right? And to come to ASU and to be coached up like this by Kenny. Now, again, this makes it sound like it was all Kenny and no Sam, and that's not my intention. My intention is just to say when Kenny walks into a quarterback's house, he can look at my resume.
Right.
Hey, you know what? I'm just going to drop this off at the door. You read this, and you let me know what you think.
Get back to me.
Get back to me. Give me a call. Because when it comes to quarterbacks, I'm the man. I'm the man. Like, I know what I'm doing. I'm the man.
Especially if Sam Levitt ends up being a first-round pick.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that selling point.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of selling points, when you have success. One of the things that helps U of A basketball all the time is how many freaking guys they put in the pros, right? So when you're in a situation here and, you could get a Sam Levitt. Now, remember, like, they moved on from Rashada, and, like, he's been on, I can't remember how many teams he's been. I can't even tell you what team he's on right now. He's with somebody else.
I've lost track. I saw a story a couple of months ago about where he was transferring to, and I'm like, God, again? Really?
He transferred again.
Sacramento State.
Is it Sacramento State?
Is that where he's at?
Yeah.
Sacramento
Which would
State?
be full circle if he was Cam Scatterbo.
Yeah,
but he's
Sacramento
not.
State. Yeah. So that's where he is right now. But I think, like, you go back to that Texas game, and everything was about Cam Scatterbo. Sam Levitt threw for 222 yards. He had 10 carries for 69 yards. Like, he didn't play a bad game. He was good. Like, ASU had more yards than Texas, 510 to 375. So Sam Levitt had a lot to do with that, too. Yes, Scatterbo was great. There's no doubt about it. But how many big games did Sam Levitt come through for them? Like, how many games was he great? And Scatterbo deserves so much credit, and I'm happy for him. I'm happy he's on my Giants, and I can't wait. But, man, Levitt was terrific for ASU. They don't get to where they got to without him playing outstanding football all year long.
And he's got a lot of attention on him right now. Sam Levitt was on the Jim Rome show a couple of days ago and was talking about what he has written on his closet.
I got a big whiteboard. It's not really a whiteboard. It's kind of like a closet, but, you can write on it. So it says, how great do you want to be? That's kind of the phrase that I've lived by since probably my sophomore year in high school. And it was really my brother who, originally said it. And then we kind of always said it, and it was every single workout that we'd go into, we'd say that, or when we didn't want to, do our stretching at night, or, when we're going into a game, or, just pushing through certain adversities. And it was a question to ask yourself, how great do you want to be? Because it's not just doing the activity or doing the task, but it's, how much you're going to push yourself. We like to say, people are going to get 1% better. I'm going to get 2% better. It's just kind of the mindset going into it.
Here's one more on the goals he has on his closet.
I got like a list of names of people who just, I want to outperform and out-train and outplay. And then at the bottom, it just says 2025 Heisman.
Wow. 2025 Heisman.
He's got names on his closet of guys like, I'm going to be better than you. And I don't know I don't know what those names are. I can bet that a lot of them are some of the guys whose names I just read to you in terms of who could be the number one pick in the draft. And I'm just hypothesizing here. Arch Manning, probably. Garrett Nussmeier, probably. Drew Allaire, probably. Clay Kubnik or Lenore Sellers, probably.
I would not doubt this kid. I would not bet against Sam Levitt bypassing some of those guys. I would not.
Well, good thing I bet on him then.
Yeah.
Oh, did you throw a little? You are the degenerate gambler of the Burns and Gambo show.
He's also got a list that he's going to be better than you, and he's going to be better than me at his house. He's got one of those written
and
out
at
on
the
his
bottom
closet.
it says Arizona Sports Talk Host.
Yeah, I'm going to be better than Kellen Olson if I'm not already.
On Mitch's closet,
Yeah.
he's got a list.
I'm going to be better than Vince Barada.
I'm coming for you, Vinny. I'm coming for you, Luke. I'm coming for you, Burnsy. You're on my list. You're on my list.
I sleep in a dictionary to chase Bickley's poetic.
That's right. I'm going to use more big words than Bickley does every single day. So you threw a few shekels down on Sam Levitt to win the Heisman? Yeah? What are those odds running right now?
When I grabbed it, it was plus 3,000.
Plus 3,000?
3,000.
So what does that mean?
That means if
you bet $1, you win 3,000.
You bet $1, you win $300 or $30.
You bet 100, you win 3,000.
You bet 100, you win
100, you win 3,000.
Did you bet 100?
No, I only have like $5 to throw on it.
Oh, okay.
It's a long shot.
It's just like, I barely have $100 in my checking account, dude. Yeah, I threw like $5. No, I'm kidding.
It takes me a day here to get $100.
So $5 on. Sure, I mean, it's one of those why not kind of bets. Why not? But I'm trying to imagine a world for a second in which Sam Levitt is the number one pick in the NFL draft. But you know what? Honestly, I had a similar moment with Jaden Daniels, and I know he wasn't at ASU long, but there is no way I could have envisioned a world in which he wasn't the number one pick,
right?
But I never could have envisioned he was the best rookie quarterback of the NFL by far, the best rookie quarterback.
We sit there,
in the
we
NFL.
remember like all the players mocking him when he was gone, like his empty locker, and he ends up being a great pro.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I remind you about our podcast because it's awesome, you can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, and it's brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks have 12 games to convince their general manager not to sell, but the first couple of those are going to be kind of tough because of what's going on with Ketel Marte. We'll talk about the D-backs next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here for V's Barbershop. I was at the one by my house this morning, as a matter of fact. Big vacation coming up. Got to get the haircut before I go. And as always, the experience was perfect. The environment is perfect. The haircut was great. I never worried about it for a second. See, that's the thing. I've been a customer of V's Barbershop, a loyal customer of V's Barbershop for 25 years now. That's how long they've been around, 25 plus years. And never once, and I've been to V's 100, if not 1,000 times, never once have I walked out disappointed. Never once have I walked out and that wasn't what I wanted, or I got a bad haircut. There's a lot of power in that, man, because every time you walk out of a place and you do have a bad haircut, all you can think about is, okay, I got to start wearing my hats, or I can't wait for this to grow out. I've never thought about that at V's. They're the best barbers in town. In some circumstances, they're the best barbers in the country, and they're at V's Barbershop. That and a really cool experience, too. So the next time you need a haircut or a hot lather shave, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Ketel Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP, or 0% APR on their 2024 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. That Bickley guy will be back in studio, and we'll go over how the D-backs fared in their big weekend series against the Cardinals. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
We had Torey Lovello on, as we do every single Friday. And by the way, before I dive too deep into this, once again, let me remind you, if you're listening right now, either on a smart speaker or in the car or on the app or the website, stay with us because in about 12 minutes, Matt Ishbia, Suns and Mercury owner, will be joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. The WNBA, of course, in the All-Star break this weekend. Satu Sabli unfortunately had to withdraw from the game because of an ankle injury, but Alyssa Thomas is there. And then obviously the Phoenix Suns and everything going on with Bradley Beal.
The Mercury, man.
I know. They're just
what a job.
Smoking right now. Just absolutely
Second best record in the WNBA.
Yeah. And with Satu Sabli, who's been hurt for the last week or so, it's pretty impressive. But we're going to have Matt Ishbia on in about 12 minutes or so. So be sure you just keep it right here because obviously we've got a lot to talk to the owner about given what's gone down with Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. In the meantime, we had Torey Lovello on earlier. They got 12 games before the trade deadline, which is Thursday, July 31st, right in the middle of our show, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Is there a number that they need to hit in these 12 games to avoid being a seller?
Not really. I mean, of course, yeah, going 10-2 would be the ultimate. But you know, it's hard to win a lot of baseball games in that amount of time, especially when you say you got to do it. The got to and have tos in this game don't always wind up the way you want to. So I still want to live in the space where I want to say, go out and play a really good game tonight. We've had 4 days off to see how the boys look and get them playing the best way they possibly can, and then group it up and see what happens tomorrow. We got to be somewhere over 500. We got to be north of 500 for me to really say to Mike when he comes in here, what do you think? If we're under 500, I don't know if that's going to be an easy story for me to tell Mike. But I did go outside of my box, outside of the norm a little bit, and said we got to win as many games as possible, and we got to group them up in groups of 3, and we have the potential to do something really special, and I still believe that today.
Gambo, a week ago today, before they were getting ready to play the Angels in the last series before the All-Star break, Torey told the media that he told his team, quote, I want to win all 3 of these games. I normally ask them for 1 day at a time, but I want to be over 500. I think this group is ready to be over 500 and take that next step, close quote. That night, Ryan Nelson got rocked. The Diamondbacks lost in a walk-off when Kyle Backus gave up a run in the 9th. The next night, Zach Gallen did not pitch well. They lost the second game against the Angels, and they had to rally just to win a game in the series before the All-Star break. So clearly, they didn't live up to Torey's mandate there, so I understand why he might be a little gun-shy about setting in kind of a mandate about what they need to do in these 12 games. But obviously, we've reached that Hail Mary desperation point in the season. Like if you're not going to sell, you got to do something borderline miraculous at this point in the season.
No, and they're 3 games under 500. So to say like, and look, even if they're Torey's not going to want them to sell. You're competitive. You want to win. You're hoping you're going to get your guys back. You'll get Thompson and Beeks and Miller back, and you'll have a chance. So it's hard. I don't think Torey could ever look Mike in the face and say, we're not going to have it this year. Sell. It's up to Mike. Mike's got to make the decision. Torey's got to make it hard for him. Mm-hmm. Right now, Mike is very much leaning towards, selling. I mean, I believe Mike is leaning towards selling. And you look at the standings, you look where they're at, and you look at the wild card, and you're like, man, I just don't know. You're 5.5 out. You're 3 behind the Reds. You're so you're 4 behind the Cardinals, and you're 5 behind the Giants, and none of those teams are even in the playoffs. So you've got to pass those 3, and then pass the Padres or the Mets or the Brewers. Like it's a lot to ask. They put themselves in this situation. It is what it is. They haven't played good baseball. They've had a lot of injuries. I mean, I agree. If they could go 8-1 or 7-2, you have some pause. Maybe you try. But the way it's trending right now, I would be very surprised if they're not sellers.
And when that 9-number figure you're giving out there is kind of just my belief that we say 12 games before the deadline. It's really like 9 because They've got 3 against the Cardinals at home, 3 against the Astros at home. Then they go on the road and play the Pirates. And then when they're done with those 9 games, they've got 3 games to go against the Tigers before the deadline. At that point on that Sunday night, depending on how they do in those 9 games, they have to know, right?
Yeah.
Like they have to know where they are, what they are, because that is going to be the week where you mentioned it earlier. Mike has not taken any calls yet about his starting pitching. By that Monday, he will have taken calls about his starting pitching, right? Like there will be conversation probably before then, but that's on that Monday is when things get down to go time, right?
I think teams are calling. They haven't engaged with teams.
Okay.
And I think teams are calling. I don't think anybody's like, I haven't taken any calls on Gallen. They haven't engaged in that. It's like, hey, we're not going to talk about Gallen and Kelly yet. Let's, we still got some time left to see. So I don't think that I could say this. They have not engaged in talks about Gallen or Kelly yet, but you're right. Eventually they will.
Here's the other bad luck portion about this stretch that we're going into now. Ketel Marte, if you missed it, they called up Sergio Alcantara from the majors, or from the minors, I should say. He's on the roster right now. Ketel Marte is going on a list where he can take a couple of days off because, for those who don't know, his house got burglarized on the night of the All-Star game. His family wasn't there. They were all with him in Atlanta. But his house got broken into, and he asked for a couple of days off, and Torrey gave it to him.
He's okay. I have exchanged texts with him. With him, he's a little bit of a retreater, and I like to give him his space when he wants his space. So, yes, I haven't been barraging him as my instincts would tell me to, but I've just been reaching out to let him know that I'm here and I'm present, and on any level, this organization is going to be here to love and support him. So, yeah, at the end of the day, his family's fine. His wife, his children, he is fine. He's obviously dealing with something that was very, very invasive for those of us that have been robbed. It's a tough thing to work through, so we're going to give him the time that he needs.
Torrey thought he would need a couple of days, and then he'd be back. We'll see how they do without him. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, stay with us, because the owner of the Phoenix Suns, Matt Ishbia, on the busy offseason he and the crew have navigated so far. You'll hear from Matt next, right here, exclusively on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high, deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Lund Mortgage Team helping people out every single day. Great time to buy a house right now. It's a great time right before the school year starts. People are looking and moving houses, and this is a good time to buy. And the Lund Mortgage Team can get you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. More houses on the market now. The rates have come down quite a bit. This is a good time to jump in and purchase. Now, the Lund Mortgage Team has the ability to get you pre-approved absolutely free. It doesn't cost you anything. That way you know exactly what type of house you could get, what type of mortgage you can afford, what your payments will be. You get that all down, so that way it's easy. The Lund Mortgage Team has over 30 years of experience right here in Arizona. They're ready to help you with all of your mortgage needs, refinance, new home loan, pre-approved for a mortgage. They truly do it all. It's the only mortgage company I've used since I've moved to the Valley. Call the Lund Mortgage Team at 623-889-0130 or go online for more information at lundmortgage.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. You got Diamondbacks baseball back in action tonight. First game against the Cardinals in a 3-game series. Brandon Pfaadt's on the mound. He will oppose Andre Palante. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And right now, joining Burns and Gambo is the owner of your Phoenix Suns, Matt Ishbia, joining the guys next to talk about all the things that the Suns have done so far this offseason. So don't go anywhere, because the owner of the Phoenix Suns is coming up next.
Four o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show. It is our pleasure on this Friday to have a conversation with the owner of the Phoenix Suns and the owner of the Phoenix Mercury, Matt Ishbia, joining us right now here on the flagship home of the Phoenix Suns and the Burns and Gambo show. Matt, as always, we do very much appreciate the time and the conversation. Thank you for joining us, and happy Friday to you, man. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Excited to be here with you guys.
Yeah, Matt, I got to tell you this great story. I'm in Germany last week, right? And I got this tour guide, and never met the guy before, but he's my tour guide. He's taking me to the castles. He's taking me all over the place. He's the biggest Suns fan in the world. He's like, I have every jersey, and he's showing me pictures of he showed up in a Suns jersey to pick me up at the airport. I'm like, oh my God. Then I get to Austria. I run into this guy, Matthias Schweighofer. He's like, I've watched every Suns game since I moved to Austria in 2004. There are Suns fans everywhere. I'm on vacation in Europe, and I'm running into all these diehard Suns fans.
I love it. I love it. You know, we're going to continue to expand. We're going to take care of all the fans, and I love hearing that about fans across the world cheering the Suns on.
Yeah, so many fans across the world, so many. All right, let's talk about the big decision. Last year, you guys didn't win any playoff games. You decided to stay with the big three, and you brought in a new coach. This year, after not making the playoff, you make the decision to move on from Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, try a reset around Devin Booker. What was it about the way the team played this year that brought you to that decision to move on?
Yeah, I mean, I watched every second of every game like a lot of you guys did, and it wasn't fun to watch. It was a disappointing, embarrassing season. The guys didn't play the way we expected, from the effort to the care factor to the every aspect of what we want to do. And you can take that from the whole organization did not do what we needed to do, and the fans weren't enjoying it, and nobody was really enjoying it. I don't think the players enjoyed it either. So we made a decision to say, listen, that didn't work. When I bought the team, I came in and I wanted to kind of leave the basketball group alone and give them some extra money and say, let's go through the luxury tax. I don't care. Whatever you guys got to do, let's go try to win. We're close. And gave a lot of flexibilities. We did a lot of things, and they didn't work. And you know what? I'm happy we tried, but I learned a lot from it. And now we're going to do it the right way, which is we're going to build around a superstar player, Devin Booker. We're going to get a lot of young players. We're going to have an ascending, fun team to watch. And we're going to have a lot of competition. We're going to go out there and do a lot of things. We're going to play tough. We're going to do a lot of things. And we just didn't have that set up the right way. And you saw it on the court. Unfortunately, play out the way that none of us thought it would happen that way, but it did. So we're pivoting.
Yeah. Let's talk about the most recent decision, the waiving and stretching of Bradley Beal. I totally agree with it. I think it's what you guys needed to do to kind of move forward. It does get you under the apron. It unlocks a lot of options that were not available to you before. Can you talk about those options, how you may benefit from them, and then, why you don't believe that pushing money down the road is going to impact your ability to put together a competitive team?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, it's a big decision we had to make on Brad Beal in general. Brad Beal's a great guy. It just didn't work here in Phoenix, right? And for a lot of reasons, like we want to have an identity of toughness, effort, attitude, all the things, grit, all the things. And so we're building a team that way around Devin Booker. And you saw some of the guys we got in the Durant trade, which I'm sure we can talk about in a minute. But on Brad Beal specifically, it was, hey, he doesn't fit in here. Let's let him go do good things in his career. We wish him nothing but the best. But we're going to build around a different identity here. And Brad Beal was not part of that going forward. With the decision on the wave and stretch versus, people always thought, the no trade clause caused an issue. The no trade clause wasn't an issue with Brad Beal. Brad Beal would have done whatever we needed to do. He's nothing but a good guy across the board. Problem is nobody really wanted to trade for someone, on a $53 million salary that wasn't playing at that level, right? So you can figure that out and understand those details. The truth of the matter is we waived and stretched him. We created all these opportunities for us. We got out of the second apron, which unfreezes future draft picks. We got out of the first apron, which means now we can aggregate salaries, taking a mid-level exception, add to the team. And it's not just for this year, it's for the future as well. And so we had to make that decision. And some people thought, well, if you do that, years 4 and 5 are going to be a problem because you have $19 million of stretched money. Well, $19 million this year versus $19 million in 5 years, it's a huge difference. The cap is 15% of the cap today. It'll be 6% of the cap in 5 years or so. And so it's a very minor amount. And most teams have a $5, $10, $15 million bad contract. Now, we don't want to have another one of those, right? So we're going to have that on our books. But beyond that, it's also 6 or 7% of the salary cap, not of the luxury tax, not of the first apron, and you guys know I'm willing to spend. And so for other teams, it might impact them, but we're willing to go $20 or $30 million over the salary cap anyways. So therefore, we're not putting ourselves in a tougher position. So with all those parts of the decision and understand the flexibilities, the draft picks, and just all the pieces to it, we made that decision, and we know it's the right decision for our long-term and our short-term benefit.
Yeah, I truly believe that, too. All right, clear this one up for me, because there's some national guys that are putting it out there that this July 15th date, the advance payment date, was why it was delayed, why Brad he waited until July 15th so he could get his money. Did this advance payment date of July 15th have anything to do with him delaying the signing with another team?
No, not at all. It was already done, so I don't know what people know about the rules. But once July 1st comes, the advance payment, some players have an advance payment where you actually get a front-loaded amount of, I think Brad's Beals was maybe $14 or $15 million. I don't know the exact number. They get it paid July 15th. But once July 1st hits and they're on our salary, it's already locked in. So if he would have bought out on July 8th, July 9th, we're still paying him that amount. We had to pay him $19 million this year, and so 15 of it's already out, or whatever I don't know the exact numbers to be off the top of my head, but July 15th, people were trying to make Brad Beal look bad, like Brad Beal was trying to take advantage of the Suns. Brad didn't do that. Brad had to find the right team for him and his family. He went out and did it. He met with a bunch of teams. We talked to him about this, the beginning of July or end of June, really. And so he had a couple of weeks to find the right team for his family. He did that. We wish him nothing but the best, but he wasn't stalling to try to get a payment. That's just people don't know what they're talking about.
Suns and Mercury owner Matt Ishbia is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. And again, we do appreciate him coming on. Matt, if I can, I'd like to go back for just a second on the decision with the waive and stretch, because I know some in the fan base were kind of debating back and forth about whether the 5-year versus the 2-year, which option was better, which way of doing this was better in terms of kind of getting it done and being over with in 2 years or stretching it out over 5 years. Was there ever any conversation about making this a 2-year plan and getting rid of him instead of the 5-year plan?
No, it doesn't work that way. First off, Brad gave back $13.9 million because he knew we were going to waive and stretch him. No other player that's been asked to be bought out has given money back. They usually only if the player wants to leave, they'll give a little money back. So Brad did that. We did that with the understanding we're going to waive and stretch him. With that being said, people don't understand 2 years. It's not a 2-year versus 5-year problem. It's a much longer problem if you don't waive and stretch him. Because if I kept him on at $53 million this year and $57 million next year, or even whatever that number would have been, well, we'd be in the second apron both years unless we just traded some players and had to give up assets to get rid of players and got nothing back, which is almost impossible to do with the numbers we were at. And so it wouldn't be. That means our 2033, our 2034 draft picks would be frozen, and our 2032 would go to the back of the draft. All these other things that people don't understand, and then we couldn't aggregate salaries. We couldn't maneuver our team in the next 2 or 3 years, all because you think we're going to have more salary cap in 3 years. It's a ridiculous concept. People just don't understand the details. Salary cap space in 3 years is not the difference between having, it's a $30 million difference or actually a $19 million difference in 3 years. That's not going to get you a superstar player. That's going to be less than mid-level exception at that time. And so we know this is the right decision. But we analyzed it. I got a lot of smart people to analyze all these things, and we debated back and forth. But it was a unanimous 100%. This is the right way to do it.
It was described by some, the conversations with Brad in moving on. The word intense was used. The word, I believe, by his agent, the word heated was used. What was the nature and the tone of those conversations when you were going through this with him?
I'm not going to speak to stuff about the agent. I don't know what they did and how they discussed it. But I'll tell you, I spoke with Brad Buell himself, me personally, and he's nothing but a professional, nothing but appreciative of his time here. Disappointed that it didn't work. Disappointed that he can't stay with the Phoenix Suns. And he handled it like a gentleman and a professional that he is. And we're moving forward. So I look at that as the past now. We're going to move forward. It's no longer part of our organization. It was a decision we made when we traded for Kevin Durant and Brad Beal. Those decisions and putting that team together, it did not work. Yeah. Now, I promise you we're going to take other swings in the future. And if you want a team that doesn't try to win and doesn't take swings and doesn't get aggressive, don't cheer for the Phoenix Suns because we are always going to try to win. And we are going to be aggressive. But the difference is going forward is I'm going to personally be involved. And people thought I was heavily involved. You can think what you want. I personally will be involved in making sure that the players we get are aligned with the vision and identity that I'm talking about. The grit, the toughness, the defensive minded, the offensive rebounding, the things that we believe in, which you're going to see. The things such as just they're going to be cheering your teammates on the bench. I can go through a bunch of them. There's going to be things we do differently in Phoenix. And I promise you we're not going to be trading for players that aren't aligned with that vision anymore. Yeah. And so we're completely going forward with a different look, a different feel, and we're going to get this thing right going forward, not for the short term, for the short term and the long term.
I do love what you guys were able to do this offseason. I think the fans are going to be very excited about the future. You make the Kevin Durant trade. You bring in 2 starting players in their 20s from the Rockets in Green and Brooks. You get the first-round pick, which you use on Malawach, which nobody thought was going to be there. You use the 5 second-rounders to move up and get Fleming and Brea. You've still got a first available, a second available. When you look at the direction the team is in, the infusion of youth and talent and size to the roster, how do you feel like you guys have done this offseason?
Yeah, well, give kudos to Brian Gregory first. Everyone questions whether he knows what he's doing. Like, everyone's seen how great he's done so far. He's done a great job of help turning this team. Obviously, we have people in there that were there before, Josh Bartelstein, but we have Brian Gregory, who's the GM, who's making these decisions, making a lot of these calls. and obviously working closely with me on the vision, the alignment that we believe in, all the way through from owner to GM to new head coach Jordan Ott, who BG did a great job of finding, and to our star player, Devin Booker. And honestly, we had the vision and the ideas of what we wanted to do, and this summer has turned out significantly better than we thought. We were able to turn the roster from an old roster over salary cap with descending players, as in players getting older, which means not going to keep getting better, to a young, up-and-coming, energetic, tough roster with young players. And the Kevin Durant trade turned out to be, I know people want to be skeptical, it was much better than we expected. We didn't expect to get what we got. We got 2 starters from the number 2 team in the West. One is a tough, gritty guy, Dylan Brooks, a leader. Everything we believe in Phoenix is what Dylan Brooks represents, right? And then we got the number 1 scorer, 23-year-old, up-and-coming, ultra-talented, played all 82 games. I think he's actually played 185 straight games in Jalen Green, and like a guy that shows up every night to play. We got both those guys along with an 18-year-old Kaman Malawach, who we were excited that he was there. On top of it, like you talked about Rasheer Fleming, we had a top 15, top 20 guy, and we got him at 31, along with the best shooter in the draft, Kobe Bryant. So we feel great about the outcome and how we were able to turn it so quick. And then also, people don't talk about, but Mark Williams is a huge, huge addition. You know, if we keep Mark Williams healthy, he's one of the top centers in the league, top 10 centers. So how do you want to think about it? I think he's also 23 years old. He's not 33 years old. And so Mark Williams is 23. Jalen Green's 23. Kaman Malawich is 18. Ryan Dunn, 22, 23, right? You think of these guys, and you got Booker and Brooks. We got one of the younger teams in the league, and also we had a size issue last year we talked about. We are now, based on the data, I think we are the longest, as in the biggest team in the NBA right now, with Nick Richards, Oso, Malawich, Mark Williams, but then also Rasheer Fleming, and then just, you know, we don't have any little guys besides Colin Gillespie, and he's a great little guy, by the way, but most of our guys are 6'4", 6'5", 6'7", 6'9". That was a huge problem for us last year. And if you watch the NBA, those are the teams that are winning. A lot of size, a lot of athleticism. We just didn't have that.
Matt Ishby, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. I heard your interview on SiriusXM, and you talked about, hey, if this takes a year, okay. If this takes 2, okay. If this takes 10, okay. How comfortable are you with kind of a different timeline that you're working now as the owner of the Phoenix Suns, in knowing that this might not happen overnight for you guys anymore?
Yeah, well, I don't think anything happens overnight. Anything worthwhile takes a while, right? And so, you know, like I said, once again, when I bought the team, I tried to stay out of a lot of this stuff and say, let's give, like, what do we need? They need to go over the salary cap. They didn't go over the luxury tax before. Let me give them the resources, which I was fine doing. But we didn't build the identity and the vision and what we really believe in. We thought, hey, just like make the team a little bit better, follow the basketball minds on some of this stuff. And by the way, to give credit, like, I didn't disagree with some of those decisions, and I don't think any fan did. When we traded for Kevin Durant, there were some fans like, oh, bad decision. Oh, we traded for Brad Beal. I mean, if you watch all the reactions, everyone thought it was the best. Now, Monday morning quarterback, you can say that stuff didn't work, and we all agree it didn't work. But we were the favorites to win the West when we traded for Grant. We were the favorites to win, compete for the NBA championship the following year. Like, people believed in it. Everybody thought it was going to work. It didn't work. And now I see things differently, which is we're going to have a type of team that's – we're not trying to win it tomorrow. We're going to always try to win, but we're going to try to do it the right way, which means build around Devin Booker, because you have to have a franchise player and a superstar to win an NBA championship, and we have that in Devin Booker. And we saw with Tyrese Halliburton and Shea, but really let's talk about Indiana. He's their star player, and Devin Booker, Tyrese Halliburton's a great player, but Devin Booker is right there, if not above those types of players. And it's like, how do we put Devin Booker with the right people around him? The toughness, the defensive minded, the size to protect around the rim, the lob threats, some shooting. Like, how do we put the right things around him to build a championship caliber team? And does it take 1 year or 2 years or 10? I don't know, but I promise you we're going to go in that direction with that identity, with that vision. And Devin's in for it. Brian Gregory's in for it, Jordan Ott's in for it, and I'm in for it. And the most important thing is I think the fans are going to love it when they see how our team plays.
Yeah, as long as it's a team that's going to play hard every night, right? As long as the team can get down by 10 or 15 and not going to be down by 25. They're going to come back and fight. They're going to dive for loose balls. They're going to do all the little things that make the fans get up and applaud. I mean, that's the type of team the fans want. I've had Gregory on the show. We've had Gregory and Ott on the show. I've been very impressed with both of those guys when they've had them on. I've been very impressed with them. I'd like to get Mateen Cleaves on as well. You just added him. You've surrounded yourself with people that you know, people that you trust. Talk to us about why that's important to you, to have people that have a similar vision in how you want to take this and where you want to go with it.
Yeah, well, that's like in any business, right? So when you come into a business, like, we handled it a little differently. I believe, like we did with the Phoenix Mercury. Let's just talk about them, and I'll talk about the Suns now as well. When I bought the Phoenix Mercury, we were the worst team in the league. We said, okay, let's restructure this. We hired a new GM, a new coach. We got alignment with everyone from there on that side, and we were the worst team in the league the first year. Then we got better last year. Now we're the second best team in the league, and I think what we have is the coach of the year, Nate Tibbetts, along with a lot of great players, and we're going to keep building. That doesn't mean we're done. It doesn't mean we're going to win anything this year. We could have a bad second half of the year, but we are building in the right direction, and the fans love it. We're going to do the same thing with the Suns, and so we have to have people that believe in the same things. And so people want to say, oh, you hired a Michigan State guy. Well, first off, I never met Jordan Ott. I look at Jordan Ott. He's an NBA guy. He's been in the NBA for a long time. Brian Gregory was in the NBA for us, but he's also a coach. And so he's been a coach for 30 years, so he understands coaching. He can help Jordan Ott, help us build the right route, and also have a belief system that's similar to what I think and what we're trying to set here, which is toughness, grit, energy, positive attitude, caring about the game, like just stuff that maybe doesn't happen at every NBA team. And so we're going to do it that way going forward. And Mateen Cleaves is an ultimate winner. We're going to actually, he was at my mortgage company for years, and he was the most valuable person out of 9,000 people. That's how valuable he is in mortgages. He's going to be great in basketball. I know that, but it's not just those people. There's a lot of people that no one mentions that I never knew before, but they're aligned with the vision. People always talk about the people that maybe, Matt might have known some guy, but we are probably 10 other guys that I've never met before, but they have the same type of mentality and mindset. So they're on our organization too, and we're going to go out there and try to compete. And like I said, the fans will enjoy watching this team compared to the last 2 years.
Yeah, they definitely will. I believe that. I'm very excited about the future. I got to ask you about the Mercury. I mean, one of the best records in the WNBA. Massive changes to the roster. Nate Tibbetts might be the coach of the year. Why do you think the Mercury were able to turn it around so fast this year?
Well, I think kind of what we just talked about. We set an identity. The GM has done a phenomenal job, right? He's worked extremely well with Nate Tibbetts and that coaching staff, but also the players. We also built a place. I think actually it just came out. I think it was on that we were voted the number one organization in the WNBA. By the players, that not our players couldn't vote for us, but everyone else voted for us. Like that was in the Athletic the other day. And then people realize that we're building things. So players want to come here. Just like, by the way, people like to think they don't want it, but Phoenix Suns, players want to come here. Players want to be part of our organization. Free agents reach out. It happens more than people understand, but we're going to make sure we set the identity. And what the Nick and Nate did there, a great job is we know that people want to come here, but let's make sure we get the right type of players that are bought into what we're about. And they've done a great job building that roster. They play extremely hard every single night if you watch those games, and they're fun to watch. They're competing. Who knows if we win the championship, but we are competing, and we're a fun team, and I think the fans are loving it.
Matt, we do appreciate the time joining us on a Friday like this, answering all of our questions. We wish you, obviously, the very best of luck. We look forward to future conversations as well. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for talking to us, and we will catch up with you very soon, okay?
Yeah, thanks for the support. We appreciate you guys and excited for all the fans. Thank you for everybody.
Thank you, Matt.
Got it. Matt Ishbia joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We come back. We'll take a break. We'll have a quick reaction to what Matt had to tell us with more coming on later in the show. That is next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
To be in this position, still waiting to see. Are you a buyer? Are you a seller? And we can't really proclaim what we are yet. I think going through the end of the first half, we didn't give ourselves much of a reason to say we are definitely buyers as much as we want to be. I mean, we still want to buy, but we have to be realistic.
The D-backs begin a 6-game homestand tonight versus St. Louis. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction. Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. How about a new 2024 Bronco Sport Big Ben for $30,899? And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STS trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for business. For 70 years, Sanderson Ford to you, 51st Avenue in Glendale, online at sandersonford.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Waltz?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty. The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Arizona sports.
The KD trade was a bust for them. They took back, I'll say nickels on the dollar. I won't say pennies on the dollar. They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that their all in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, a quick reaction here to our conversation with Matt, and then we've got more of that coming up at 5 o'clock. We're kind of moving some things around here on the fly. Om Yamnasuk is going to join us now at 4:45. He covers the Clippers. He covers NBA for ESPN.com, but he mostly covers the Clippers. So we're going to talk with him about Bradley Beal's fit there at 4:45. But we do have a couple minutes here, then we kind of have to get back on schedule a little bit. Number one takeaway from our conversation with Matt Ishbia was...
Got to do it right, and if it takes a year or 2 years or 5, whatever it takes, we have to do it the right way. We can't force feed a championship by trying to put together a super team and just pretending it's all going to work and have the chemistry. Got to do it the right way. Got to be, and I like younger, more athletic, one of the bigger teams in the league. I mean, everything, and I think more important, and one of the other things I took away, he really wants to build a team that the fans will be proud of and enjoy, because for 2 years, the fans and us have hated this team. We've hated the Phoenix Suns.
It's no lie.
I hated watching games. I mean, it became unbearable to watch a basketball game. I mean, it really got to the point where, my God, I just thought the Suns are on tonight. I was like, God, I don't want to watch the Suns. I don't want to watch the Suns. I'm serious. Like, I want the Suns to win as bad as anybody. And I got to the point where I was miserable on days that I had to go home or go to the game and watch this team play, led by Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. And Devin Booker didn't have a great year, but so I am excited about the youth, the athleticism, the direction, and that whatever it takes. If it takes 3 or 4 or 5, we'll do it right. We're not going to try to force feed.
Yeah, that to me is the biggest. The patience that this is going to require is substantial, because I think they're at least 2 years away from being able to, we'll be able to know they're playing hard. We'll be able to see they're competing and doing all the things we like. But in terms of actual success, I happen to subscribe to the idea that we're at least 2 years away from seeing like real actual success in terms of wins and losses. And I'll be really curious to see how Matt Ishbia deals with that. And I will come back to this day again and again. If he gets antsy, if he gets a little shifty, if he gets a little, I want to win, I want to do this, a bright, shiny object, I want to go spend my money on that guy, I want to go spend my money on that guy. Like this is going to require a level of patience that I really do hope Matt Ishbia has. I think this is going to test that a little bit over the next couple of years. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're better than I think. But I think this is going to be a slow process. I really do.
The other thing I think is important is that this Beal buyout is not a big freaking deal. It's not. It's going to be 6% of the cap. And again, if you have an owner that doesn't want to go over the cap and you're going to take $19 million, okay, that matters. As long as he's willing to go over the cap, it doesn't freaking matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
I'm a little more cautious about that one than you are.
Do you think he doesn't want to go over the cap?
No. It's not that. It's just that I think that we had that same kind of reckless attitude when it came to them getting Beal in the first place. We're like, oh, yeah, it'll be fine. No big deal. Everything's going to be okay. It's all right. And it's been a disaster. It's been an absolute disaster, like in ways that we couldn't even foreseen how bad it was going to be 2 years ago.
Because
It's
the
been a
roster
disaster.
was constructed poorly.
And I'm just not going to give this blanket, hey, everything's going to be okay. This is really not going to be a problem at all that they're $19 million against the cap for the next 5 years. There could be unforeseen complications with this, just as there were unforeseen complications when you got Bradley Beal in the first place. And I'll just always believe that. I really will. Because 2 years ago, everything's like, oh, no, we're fine. We're great. This is a great move for us. No problem at all. And we were wrong. We were all really
Can't compound
wrong
mistakes.
2 years
I'm
ago.
glad that they realized they had to get off of those two guys.
Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club. It's coming up Wednesday. The Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. We will send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. Again, that's half to 620-620. When we come back, the Arizona Cardinals. How many games are they going to win this season? We're not going to find that out at training camp, but it's an important year for them to win a lot. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Cards Camp. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Back here to tell you about Global Credit Union, their locations all across the valley. They've got 10 different branches that you can go to. Fantastic mobile app that puts the power of your finances right in your hands. And, of course, all the benefits that come with banking with Global Credit Union. They've got the checking accounts, the savings accounts, the loans. They have a real commitment to low to no fees. They have a real commitment to giving you a better interest rate than you can get at a traditional bank. They also have benefits that others just don't offer. Today's Friday. Today's payday. It's always one of my favorite benefits that comes with Global Credit Union. Not that you're going to need it, but if you have direct deposit set up with your employer, and maybe today was payday for you, you woke up this morning and there was money in your checking account ready to go. Bank with Global Credit Union, you can have access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. You don't have to wait for payday to get paid on that day. You can get that money 3 days in advance if you need it. There's so many other benefits. Check them all out by becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Automation.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers, through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are back from the All-Star break, ready to kick things into high gear. Tonight is the first of a 6-game homestand and a 3-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals. Ketel Marte is going on the restricted list for personal reasons. It was reported earlier in the week that his home was burglarized while at the All-Star game in Atlanta. Sergio Alcantara is here in his place as a free agent signing. In addition, Adrian Del Castillo and Trevor Richards joined the big league roster. Tristan English was sent down to AAA Reno, and Gabriel Moreno was transferred to the 60-day injured list. Kicking off the second half on the mound is Brandon Pfaadt. He will be opposed by Andre Palante. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Luke. Are we going to have some clarity when it comes to the future of the Arizona Diamondbacks after the weekend? We'll talk about it Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
So, taking a break for a moment from all things Suns, all things Diamondbacks, and turning our attention to the Arizona Cardinals, who are at camp next week. They report, I think, on Tuesday. The first practice is on Wednesday. The first practice that's open to the public is on Thursday. You and Tim Ring are going to be out there.
Ringer.
Unfortunately,
you've got this big trip planned.
Unfortunately, it runs right into training camp, and for that, I'm very regretful because I do not like missing training camp. But
live your best life.
I'm
life.
trying to, but at the same time, I do wish I could be out there as well. But you guys are doing a show out there on Thursday, and obviously, I mean, look, there's no. We've got a lot of questions about camp. We've got a lot of questions about this roster. There are expectations. There are beliefs that this is a team that could be a playoff team. I think one thing that is very clear, Gambo, about this team is that whether. Well, let me just say that before I say whether they're a playoff team or not. I think one thing that's very clear about this team is that everyone is expecting them to take another big leap this year. And in the absence of that leap, not saying that puts anybody's job in jeopardy, not saying that means Jonathan Gannon's on the hot seat if they don't take the leap or Monty Austin-Fort's on the hot seat. But when you're going into year 3 of a rebuild, you're kind of out of the excuses, right? Like no matter how deep the hole was that you had to dig yourself out of, no matter how bare the cupboards were, year 3, it's time to deliver, right? Like the expectations are a very real thing, and they need to be a very real thing for the Arizona Cardinals, because if you can't deliver on an NFL rebuild after 3 years, you start to wonder whether you have the right people in place to give you that rebuild. Okay. You can rebuild teams in the NFL in a year, in 2. If you can't do it after 3, those questions are going to come up. It's natural.
The question is, what would a successful rebuild for this year look like? What do they need to do? Is it make the playoffs? Is it win 9 games, 10 games? I mean, be more competitive in games? Like what are those expectations? A lot of it depends on Kyler Murray finally taking that step we've all been waiting for him to take.
Yep.
The defense should be better. The running game should be better. Marvin Harrison Jr. should be better. It's hard to look at the Cardinals and think that they're not going to be a better football team. I think Monty Austin-Fort's done a terrific job, in rebuilding it and taking his time and doing it right. And then this year finally going in and saying, okay, let's go spend some money on free agents and, get that defense pumped up. The Josh Sweat signing was fantastic. I mean, it was a home run. I think he'll be terrific for this team. So I do wonder what it looks like because, again, I mean, the NFC's tough. It's very difficult. But I think that they're poised to be very competitive and challenge for a playoff spot.
I mean, it was 8 wins last year. It was 4 wins in year 1. I mean, I think if we're being reasonable, I think 10 wins is probably the bare bones minimum, right? Now, most people, I don't want to say most people. I don't know what most people would say. I think some would say 10 wins plus a playoff appearance is probably reasonable. Most times when you win 10 games, you go to the playoffs. Not always, but most of the time you win 10 games.
Right.
So I think a reasonable expectation is a 10-win season. I think a reasonable, hey, you're growing, you're evolving, you're moving in the right direction, 10 wins is reasonable. Now, if it fails to get there, quite frankly, I doubt the questions will be about Jonathan Gannon, and I doubt the questions will be about Monty Austin-Fort. The questions will probably be about Kyler Murray, and that's just the gig. That's how it's going to be. Like, has he gone as far as he can go? Has he taken this as far as he can go personally in terms of his ability as a quarterback? And I imagine, if they fail to meet those expectations, it's going to fall on him way more than it's going to fall on Gannon or Monty in terms of their ability.
I agree.
It's him. It's his season.
It'll be like, what's holding this team back? It's Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Like, it won't be Gannon. It won't be Austin-Fort. It'll be Kyler Murray. Let's hope we don't get that. Let's hope that Kyler delivers. All indications are he's working his ass off to be the very best he could be. I truly believe that. I do think that he is putting in the time and the effort to be great. The organization believes in him. He's got good weapons around him. Now it's time to finally deliver, and not stats, but wins.
That's why, and that's why I saw this story yesterday on The Athletic. And look, it's one guy, one opinion, one take. I'm not going to get concerned about it, but it's one of those links that you just click on because you're curious to see. The Athletic, one of their main NFL gambling guy, took a stab at guessing over/under win projections this year.
Yeah.
They have the Cardinals at 8.5, and they have the Cardinals as under 8.5.
Any reasoning why?
Offensively, Kyler Murray has 82 career starts without a playoff win and is hoping something finally clicks with last year's top pick Marvin Harrison Jr. Murray may not always have the time to find him as the offensive line took some hits in the offseason and will need time to gel. That's not good, as the schedule is a lot easier in the first 6 weeks than it is the rest of the way. So they're kind of pointing to the schedule getting tough at the end and the Cardinals not being great at the end.
We kind of like
they
the
haven't
schedule.
been.
We kind of thought the schedule set up very well for them.
I thought it set up well for them early. I'm a little nervous about it at the end. It's the middle where I'm just not sure about. And then their best bets, it's interesting. 2 of the teams the Cardinals play this year, they think are going to be better than what their over-under is. The Texans, they think, are going to be better, and the Bucs, they think, are going to be better.
I think you've talked about this quite a bit. I think that the history of where they have fallen apart every year, it seems like there's a point in the schedule when the leaves start falling, and
well, not here, but
everywhere else.
Leaves don't fall here. Not until
all of a
January.
sudden, it's just like, okay, that's it. That's the Cardinals. They've got to get past that.
Yeah,
they got to get past those struggles.
When we come back, Bradley Beal is now a member of the LA Clippers. How's that going to work out for him and them? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Could you trade Geno because his stock is so high and not wave the white flag? Because if you trade Josh Naylor, you're waving the white flag. Geno, it's like you could trade him and you can just put Jordan Lawler in, but Lawler didn't show anything last time, so it's hard to feel confident that he just steps in. He's not going to be Geno right away. Geno's hitting like an MVP, but can he produce? That's like the one guy maybe you could justify it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
On July 21st, the D-backs host Jose Altuve and the Houston Astros at Chase Field for a 3-game series. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports.
When they entered the offseason, they knew they wanted to make sure their franchise player was locked up, especially as they were preparing to trade Kevin Durant. Booker decided he was going to take it at that time, and I know this because he's been involved with the major decision-making in the franchise in the offseason.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Friday afternoon edition here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Obviously, the Bradley Beal conversation has kind of dominated the news cycles here in Phoenix for the last several days, with resolution finally being there and him being now a member of the LA Clippers and bought out from his contract by the Phoenix Suns. The fit with the Clippers is interesting. There's a lot there to kind of talk about, how it went down and how it's going to work and things like that. And joining us right now, ESPN NBA writer who certainly spends some of his time writing and talking about the LA Clippers, Om Yamnasuk, is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show as we welcome back to the show. Om, welcome back to the show. I'm Dave. This is Gambo, man. Thanks for your time late on this Friday. We appreciate it.
What's up? Thanks for having me.
You got it, man.
Bradley Beal for $5 million is a lot better than Bradley Beal for $50 million. I'll tell you that. I don't think he didn't work here, and he misses a lot of games. But I think for $5 million, I think it's a steal. I think it's a good player to have because if he does miss time, it doesn't hurt you because he's not a $50 million player anymore.
Yeah, this is like a best case scenario for the Clippers. I mean, they what they're doing is they're trying to clear cap space not only for 2 summers from now when Kawhi Leonard's contract comes off and James Harden's contract, his new deal is aligned with that. But they've also kind of cleared cap space for this coming summer. They clearly are trying to gain as much flexibility as possible if basically a star or 2 becomes available. I think maybe, the Luka Doncic trade had a huge impact, I think, on a lot of teams thinking around the league of not only can a superstar that we never thought would become available before his contract was up could be traded, but let's just try to maintain this flexibility. We know we're not going to be built to win a championship now. We can stay out of the second apron, but try to keep as much flexibility. And then looking to Beal right now, along those lines, Norman Powell had wanted a contract extension. And Norman Powell, if you remember, was basically playing like an all-star early in the season when Kawhi Leonard was out for the first 2+ months. Norman Powell had a legit argument to be an all-star. When Kawhi Leonard came back, Norman Powell got injured a couple times, and then it was a tougher fit, and he didn't play as well as he did early in the season. He certainly has earned the right for an extension, but with the Clippers' timeline being that they don't want any big contracts after 2 years, they end up trading Norman Powell to Miami, getting an athletic power forward back in John Collins, somebody they've always coveted, and above the rim target for James Harden, a young guy who can allow Kawhi Leonard to switch a small forward if need be. They were kind of abused down low by Aaron Gordon and Nikola Jokic in the first round. And then they fill that starting 2-guard spot with Bradley Beal, as you said, for basically $5 million, which is basically the perfect fit for them to replace Norman Powell.
In terms of the process that got Beal to the Clippers and ultimately had him choose the Clippers, it's been reported that James Harden had a lot to do with that. What have you been able to kind of ascertain about his role in convincing Beal that the Clippers were the right place to come and kind of resuscitate and revitalize his career a little bit? What role did James play in all of this, Om?
That doesn't surprise me one bit because James Harden, since Paul George's departure, since Russell Westbrook's departure, last season, he really kind of took on more of a leadership role behind the scenes in the locker room. He's had a lot to do with Ivica Zubac's development into a top-tier center on both ends of the floor. He's organized workouts with the young guys, with the old guys, things of that nature. So that does not surprise me at all that he's kind of taken on more of a ownership type of mentality, like a level of ownership with this team of how they're going to do with this roster, trying to improve the roster and things of that nature. So Bradley Beal is a pretty nice guy, gets along with a lot of people. So, look, Kawhi obviously can get out there and recruit too, but Kawhi is obviously more of a quiet guy. Obviously, it doesn't surprise me at all to see James kind of do something like this.
All right, how about Chris Paul? Do the Clippers want him?
I think they're considering their options right now. Chris Paul obviously would do a couple things. One, give them a veteran that they can bring off the bench, a guy who also could be a voice in that locker room because, their leader, Kawhi Leonard, is not really a talkative guy, and they do have Harden. But at the same time, you also have to weigh the type of voice you're going to bring into the locker room. And so, of course, Chris Paul brings a heavier type of voice as well, somebody who is respected, but also, do they need, that many more voices in that locker room? We'll have to see what they do, or they go with somebody like a Malcolm Brogdon or things like that. Obviously, I think Chris Paul, people have always said he wants to return home, be close to his family. It would be a nice little reunion with the Clippers. We'll have to wait and see if he and James Harden are up for a reunion too after, their time in Houston. So I think that's probably the next domino to fall because they have 2 roster spots, I believe. One they have to fill, and another one they probably would keep open.
Om Yamnasuk from ESPN is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo shows. We're talking about Bradley Beal now that he's with the LA Clippers and kind of the fit there. A question that's been kind of bouncing around in my head, and I'm curious about it. Bradley Beal here as kind of the third guy behind Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, and I understand there's a difference with the salary, of course. But Bradley Beal in L.A. as what looks to be like the third guy behind Kawhi Leonard and James Harden. How is this going to be different, do you think, for him being the third guy there as opposed to being the third guy here?
I do think sometimes when guys take they've been bought out and a big deal, and then they come here to like a place like the Clippers on, a $5 million deal, I'm sure like the Clippers want him to be that third guy. Remember, they're going to be nice that Kawhi Leonard doesn't play. So in theory, he could be the second guy or really the number one guy because James Harden sometimes just chooses to distribute and not really shoot. He wants to kind of set guys up. I mean, I would not forget Ivica Zubac. I think Zubac has developed into definitely a role where he could actually be the third guy on many nights. So I think for Bradley Beal, he's probably going to come in and look to restore, basically his reputation and how he can play. I think he has to probably remind some people how he can play. On many nights, sometimes he, could disappear in Phoenix. And I think, look, the worst case scenario for the Clippers would be that if things go bad come playoff time, for example, sometimes James Harden and Bradley Beal, to me, don't shoot enough. Like, they need to be more aggressive, and for whatever reason, they don't shoot. So, I mean, I guess they have Kawhi Leonard for that to do that. But if Kawhi Leonard's not healthy, the Clippers are going to have to rely on Harden and Beal. They're certainly doing more. And I think they're going to need Beal, especially in those nights when Kawhi Leonard doesn't play, to really step up and kind of be a playmaker as well. We know he can distribute the ball. I'd like to see him get back to scoring more and scoring like the guy he was when he was in Washington.
Leave me with this, because when we were going through the whole Kevin Durant's going to get traded, we were focusing on San Antonio, Houston, and Minnesota, but the Clippers were a team that I know had checked in, had some conversations, but obviously they weren't willing to give up Zubac and some of the players that were necessary to get a deal done. Do you think the Clippers had much interest in Kevin Durant? Do you think they were just kicking the tires on it to see what it would take?
The Clippers always check in with everybody. I mean, I'm sure if Kevin Durant had a much bigger interest in the Clippers, then perhaps there could have been some movement there because Kevin Durant is Kevin Durant. But again, I would say that at Kevin Durant's age, despite the fact that I think he still plays like an elite player, the Clippers are trying to, I think they're on this timeline now where they want to try to get 1 to 2 young superstars to come in the next summer or two, basically to join them. So I think, they're probably more along that. Look, if Kevin Durant, though, had said, the Clippers were his number one destination, I think the interest level might have been higher, but the Clippers are always going to check in on every star that's available in the league.
Yeah. We appreciate the time, especially late on a Friday like this. Thanks for coming on for a few. I'm sure we'll be catching up with you soon. Okay, enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Yamnasuk from ESPN, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, Matt Ishbia says this team might require some patience. Does Matt Ishbia have patience when it comes to that? We're about to find out next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time. Liberty GMC, az.com, GMC. The best trucks, the best SUVs, Terrains, Acadias, Yukons, Sierras, Canyons, and they've got them all at Liberty GMC. Deals on SUVs, amazing truck deals right now. The 4th of July weekend, long gone. The 4th of July savings, not going anywhere at Liberty GMC. All month long out there in Peoria. Inventory is strong. They've got a lot to get moved this month. It's a great time to buy. You're looking for a big truck, 2025 Sierra heavy duty, $7,000 in savings or 5.9% APR for 84 months. You're looking for popular Yukons or Yukon XLSs. They're arriving daily. 7-passenger 2025 Acadia, $4,250 off, deal after deal after deal. And it's at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back from the All-Star break, ready to kick things into high gear in the second half. Tonight, it's the first of a 6-game homestand and a 3-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals. Ketel Marte, he is going on the restricted list for personal reasons. It was reported earlier in the week that his home was burglarized while at the All-Star game in Atlanta. So Sergio Alcantara is here in his place as a free agent signing. In addition, Adrian Del Castillo and Trevor Richards joined the big league roster. Tristan English was sent down to AAA Reno, and Gabriel Moreno was transferred to the 60-day injured list. Kicking off the second half on the mound is Brandon Pfaadt. He will be opposed by Andre Palante. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns will have one more Summer League game tomorrow night in Las Vegas. They will play the Portland Trailblazers. That one tips off at 6:30. And that is what's trending now.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona Sports.
First and foremost, I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
We had Matt Ishbia on the show earlier today as you welcome you into the 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show. And our big takeaway for both of us, and we agreed on this about a half hour ago when we had Matt on, and we talked to Matt for almost 20 minutes, was, and this is, I'm gonna use this cut and then play what he said on our show because it just plays off of it perfectly. He was on NBA radio earlier, either earlier today or late yesterday. And in the process of saying he made a mistake by not trying to set the culture here, at the end of this cut, he talked about kind of the new timeline for the Phoenix Suns. Give it a listen.
The big thing I learned is that, listen, you got to start and have the vision and identity day one. And I did not do that with the Phoenix Suns. I thought, hey, let's add some money. Let's give them, they already had a good thing going. Let's untap some resources and it will only get better. And that's not how it works. We have to set an identity. We have to define what we're about here in Phoenix. We have to get those type of players. And I have to be intimately involved with those type of people in our organization, from the front office to the medical staff to the dietitians. Everybody's got to have an alignment of what we're about here in Phoenix. And we didn't do a good enough job. That's on me. I'll take the blame. We are going to do it the right way here in Phoenix for the long term. And the long term could be a year or 2 or 3, or it could be 10. But we are going to build it the right way. We got to make our fans proud. No one's going to question whether I care. I promise you that. And no one's going to question whether I spend. I promise you that. So I'll check those 2 boxes. But it takes more than that to win. And I'm going to try to learn all those things and help lead this organization in the best way possible.
It could take a year,
Terrific
or
answer,
2
though.
or 3 or 10, right?
But
Yeah,
isn't
it
that,
was.
I mean, in many ways, isn't that the answer that we wanted to hear?
Yeah.
Like, you got to do it right. You don't take the shortcuts. You tried, you failed. I mean, it was really everything that you wanted to hear. Don't question my willingness to win or willingness to spend. But when I got here, I'm going to unlock some resources. We'll throw all this money in, and here we go. We're going to win a championship because I'm just going to buy it. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy a championship. And he realized, okay, it doesn't work that way. So now I'm going to learn quickly, very quickly, and we're going to readjust and we're going to do it the right way. I really think that was the answer people were waiting to hear.
So we had him on our show, and we asked him to kind of a follow-up on that. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. Are you okay if you have to wait for this a little bit?
Yeah, well, I don't think anything happens overnight. Anything worthwhile takes a while, right? And so, when like I said, once again, when I bought the team, I tried to stay out of a lot of this stuff and say, let's give, what do we need? They need to go over the salary cap. They didn't go over the luxury tax before. Let me give them the resources, which I was fine doing. but we didn't build the identity and the vision and what we really believe in. We thought, hey, just like make the team a little bit better, follow the basketball minds on some of this stuff. And by the way, to give credit, like I didn't disagree with some of those decisions, and I don't think any fan did. When we traded for Kevin Durant, there were some fans like, oh, bad decision. Oh, we traded for Brad Beal. I mean, if you watch all the reactions, everyone thought it was the best. Now, Monday morning quarterback, you can say that stuff didn't work, and we all agree it didn't work. But we were the favorites to win the West when we traded for Grant. We were the favorites to win, compete for the NBA championship the following year. Like people believed in it. Everybody thought it was going to work. It didn't work, and now I see things differently.
Now I see things differently.
Good.
I mean,
Good.
like that. I'm glad Mitch cut that last line there at the end. Now I see things differently.
Yeah, thank God,
about
right?
this. Yeah,
because the way you saw it, the first 2 years, it was a miserable team. And I said this to you. You know how many times I dreaded having to watch Suns basketball games. I dreaded it.
Yeah.
And now I'm excited about the future. I'm excited about the young players and draft picks. You know this being a Suns fan longer than anybody, maybe anybody is listening, or one of the top. You know, fans embrace the young players who start out and build them the way Booker did. You know,
Mikal, Cam.
Yeah, but go back even further. Go back. Who are some of your favorite players? Dan Marley,
Alvin Adams, Dan Marley.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you go way back. Sure.
You embrace that
even like
team.
a Kevin Johnson, even though he was traded here, he was such a young guy. With Jeff Hornacek,
Malowich,
right?
and Fleming, and Brea, and Ryan Dunn. Build a team that's more homegrown. Get behind those players. Fans appreciate that type of team a lot more.
Well, as long as those players play the right way,
of course.
You know, and I know you know that, but like you can. The Suns went 6 years where they had nothing but young players, and they all sucked. You know, I mean, not all of them, but a lot of them did. The Dragan Benders, the Marquise Chris's, the Josh Jacksons, et cetera, right? I mean, there's a distinct difference between just supporting young guys because they're young and supporting young guys because they're young and good, or young and have potential, or young and have a few. There's a big difference there. But I look, I don't doubt Matt Ishbia when he says, I'm okay to be patient. Maybe it's a 1-year plan. Maybe it's a 2-year plan. Maybe it's 3. Maybe it's 10. The little voice inside my head is telling me it's going to be longer than 2 years. Like the next 2 years are going to be kind of rough, and it's going to be a lot of trial and error. It's going to be rough because you don't have your draft picks to really fix things when things get broken, or to make trades. You don't have a lot of resources. You have money. You have all the money in the world. You're not dealing with the apron anymore. But you don't really have draft picks to go after young guys, and you don't really have draft picks to be able to trade for players, which I just think is going to make it really restricting on their ability. So I think we're going to take Matt Ishbia's patience out for a test spin for the next couple of years and see how Matt Ishbia, the patient, hey, I've changed, I'm doing this differently now, how that version of Matt Ishbia does if they're not good this year, or if they're not good next year. They might play in a way that makes us proud, but are they going to be good? Are the wins and losses going to be there? And when they're not, how does he handle that?
I have a lunch bet with you.
Yes.
You still owe me one lunch, by the way.
Which one is that for?
Oh, you owe me one.
I know, but which one is it for? I don't doubt you. I just want to know what it's
for.
Which one is it for?
Brett Favre staying in... Not Brett Favre. Aaron Rodgers. Brett Favre.
Aaron Rodgers being
playing
in the NFL.
year.
You're right. I do owe you lunch.
Yes.
When I get back from Maine, I'll pay that off. Yes.
I lost my train of thought there.
You were the bet we've got about them winning more games.
I think they're going to win more games than they did last year.
I feel
I really do.
I feel so good about this bet.
I think they're going to.
I think it's going to be a hard year for them next year. I look at this roster. I just don't think it looks like a really good basketball team.
That team quit every time they got down by 12.
I'm not talking about last year. I'm talking about this team now. I look at this team. I just don't think it's a very good roster. I think it's really imbalanced. I think they've got too much of what they've got and not enough of what they don't.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of the Booker Jalen Green pairing in the backcourt. I think we did that for 2 years with Beal and Book, and I don't know if it's going to be dramatically different other than Jalen Green is healthier than Bradley Beal. I think they're going to struggle. I really do. Every time I look at that roster, I think, I just don't think that's... Mark Williams... Yeah, when he plays, he's good. He misses a lot of games. Nick Richards was just okay last year.
But now he doesn't have to be a starter. He could be a backup.
Yeah, but he might have to be a starter if
true. It's true.
Mark Williams misses a bunch of time. Maluach is a kid. He's so young. He's going to really need some time to develop. I just don't think it's a very good roster. I really don't.
Fair. It's fair. We don't know. I just think that they
can play with all
so
the
bad
heart.
last year.
They can play with all the heart and will they want
That's
to.
going to help you.
They're playing in the Western Conference of the NBA.
And teams are going to underlook them.
It's loaded with talent. Underlook. They're going to overlook.
Teams are going to overlook them.
They're going to overlook them. Not underlook them.
They're going to underlook them.
If they underlook them, then that's how
they're going to hit them with an underlook and then hit them with an overlook.
Side look them, side
the underlook and then the overlook and then
Hey, what you looking at?
I get it. I know what you're making the bet based off of how bad last year's team was.
Yes.
I'm making the bet off of how bad I think this year's team is going to be.
I think
That's why I'm doing it.
I think we could all agree on one thing. God, as long as this team plays hard and fights hard, I'm going to enjoy watching the games. Because I hated watching the Phoenix Suns the last year was 2 years ago. Like, it was rough. This past year, I dreaded having to go home and watch a game.
Yeah.
I dreaded it.
Yeah. The sellers market, how is it shaping up for the Arizona Diamondbacks as they embark on the final 12 games before the trade deadline? We'll tell you next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Card scan. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. price. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
D-backs Cardinals live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We had Torey Lovello on the show earlier as we welcome you back to Burns and Gambo. And 12 games before the trade deadline. It's on July 31st, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's going to hit, 1 hour into our show. Gambo, rest up. Be ready. Be ready, because on Thursday, July 31st at 3 o'clock, it's Major League Baseball trade deadline, and it's got the potential to be a doozy this year.
It could be.
Just an
it could
absolute doozy.
Just trade after trade after trade. Suarez gone, Naylor gone, Miller gone, Kelly gone, Gallen gone, Gritchick gone. Now, you're going to have to field the team, but listen, I'm all for it, though. Like, if they're out of it, I'm all for it.
Well,
sell. Let's go. Sell.
And one of the things that's kind of come up while you were gone, and, again, welcome back from vacation. It's great to have you here.
Thank you.
We missed you. It's good to have you back. One of the things that came up was kind of this idea that if they do sell, and Rosenthal has mentioned this, and others have said the same thing, like, the Diamondbacks still have to field a team, right? Like, they can't just put the Reno Aces out there every single day. They're still trying to woo people into renewing season tickets next year, and they're still trying to stay not competitive necessarily, but they just don't want to punt on everybody. So the idea that they're going to trade all of them, like, I understand that, but if you trade Gallen and Merrill Kelly, your rotation is decimated, right? For a bullpen that's decimated because of injuries, you still have to be.
Yeah, who's going to pitch?
Right. Who pitches if you trade both of those guys? Now, you want to talk about the position players? Okay, fine. Lawler, when he's healthy, can play third. You can find somebody to play first base if you trade.
You got Barossa, you got Tawa, you got Blaze
Tristan
Alexander,
English.
you got
plenty
of guys.
You got plenty of guys to play on your infield if you want. I think the rotation is the one where I say you can probably only trade one of them. You probably need to keep one of them just so you can, field a somewhat competitive team and not just call. If you had a bunch of pitching prospects down in Reno that you were excited to see start, okay, maybe you could justify it. You really don't, at least not among starters. So you can't just sell everybody.
But what if you get two really good offers?
I know.
That's the thing. Now if somebody's not
I get
it.
it.
The other thing is you could always give these guys qualifying offers and get a compensatory pick for them.
Yeah.
So, the trade value that you get back has to be higher than the value of that pick.
No question.
Has to be higher.
No question.
The value has to be greater. Because you could always, I'll just give Zach Gallen a qualifying offer. He'll go sign with somebody. I'll get a compensatory pick.
Yep. And if what you're getting back isn't, when the Diamondbacks lost Christian Walker, they got a comp pick. It was the 29th pick in this year's draft. Yeah. They used it on a pitcher out of Louisville, if I remember right, a guy that they're obviously very high on, big power pitcher. It's the same sort of deal. Like, if you're not going to offer me any of your best prospects, I'll just keep him.
I'll keep him.
Offer him a qualifying offer. He'll turn it down. And then I think the other thing that filters into this too is, do you have a chance to keep any of these guys? You've talked about Eugenio Suarez for a while as somebody who's going to be very expensive this offseason, who's probably going to get a big deal, a lot of money, might be out of the Diamondbacks price range. But what we don't know, a lot of money comes off the books next year, and what we don't know is where the payroll's going to be. They've been ultra aggressive in spending money and building this team. If they're going to be ultra aggressive again this offseason, there are avenues to either bring back the guys that you lost in the trade deadline, whether it's maybe not Suarez, but Naylor or Gallen or Kelly.
Montgomery comes off the books.
Or certainly going out in the free agency market and going, okay, let's go shopping. Let's go bring in some pitchers. Let's go do some stuff. So it's all intertwined with who you deal, who are you going to keep, who do you think you can re-sign?
Well, right now, you know,
how
you've
much
got,
money do you have?
You've got Fott, you've got Nelson, you've got Erod.
Yeah.
That's what you can count on for next year.
Yes.
You don't know. Burns isn't going to pitch next year, I don't think.
No.
You don't know about Kelly. You don't know about Gallen.
Nope.
So if you lose Kelly and Gallen, Burns doesn't come back.
Oh, you need starters.
Like, you need starting pitchers.
Either.
Now, the question is, do you go and make a big signing after you just spent all that money on Corbin Burns, or do you just try to patchwork it with two guys for the price of one?
Yeah, and that's where Merrill Kelly comes back into the equation. And,
Love it.
And possibly re-signing him. In a way, and I mentioned this yesterday to Kellen, the key guy in the whole equation is Eduardo Rodriguez. I mean, I really think so. I'm pretty sure Brandon Fott will be okay. It's been a rough year. I think he'll figure out a way to bounce back. There's too much talent there. Ryan Nelson has been a revelation, though he was terrible in his last start against the Angels. If you're talking about the foundation that you've got next year in terms of your rotation, Erod's on the books for another 2 years and like $40 million or
He's
whatever
pitched
it
well,
is.
though, right? Like, when I was going away, he had pitched well.
In June, the numbers were good. In July, the numbers have been awful.
Oh, okay.
He's made 2 starts in July, and it was bad.
Okay.
Bad.
Okay.
So it's like it's like this game changer thing. So like my point in all of this is like, if you're Mike Hazen, one of the smartest guys in the room, you got to weigh all of this. What's my payroll next year? How am I going to fill a roster next year? Do I need to trade these guys to get starting pitching? Can I get starting pitching? There was a Mike Hazen quote. I don't know if you saw this or not. It was on AZ Central. I had it in my email. I thought it was really interesting. It was from Nick Picoro. And okay, here it is right here. I just had to find it for a second. Hazen says, quote, there is clearly going to need to be additions from outside the organization. He said the problem is, quote, unless it's a pitching-rich team, I think the highest level of pitching we might have access to is a double-A pitcher. I may take cracks at those guys because we've got to build up a stable of pitching inventory. And even if that guy doesn't come to the majors until halfway through next year, they're still valuable. But if you're talking about major league ready starting
you're not getting
pitching
an Zach
now,
Gallen deal.
Teams just hold on to those guys so tight. Nick even pointed out in his article, this time last year, teams were calling the Diamondbacks about Slade Ciccone. And they're like, yeah, no, you can't have him.
And Mania, too. Christian Mania.
Right, and
a
Mania,
lot of
too,
calls on him.
Because we might need those guys.
Right.
They're like our insurance policy in case things go bad. You can't have them. Mike, in this column, is kind of suggesting we might have a hard time getting a Zach Gallen major league ready guy to go.
It has to be double-A.
These teams don't want to get rid of those
right.
dudes. You know, so
then you're
it's
stuck
so
with
tricky how you're going to do this.
Then you're stuck with let's go sign the Bronson Arroyo of the world for a year. Let's go get that guy to come in for a year and just pitch for me.
Interestingly dated reference, but yes, I understood what you were saying there. Yeah, the filler, the guy, the arm who can maybe give us some innings and maybe have a decent season that you have to hope does very well. Yeah, and so
Rick Helling.
Are you? Whoa,
you're going way back.
Really going way back on that one.
It was the last guy they signed. Was just like a 1 year guy.
Russ Ortiz. No, I gave him a lot of money.
Oh boy!
But I know what you mean. It's. Can you find if your goal is to stay competitive next year? Can you trade these guys and get players that help you be competitive next year? And if the calls that are coming in are all for players that are 19 years old. You know, you might need to reassess. Hey, maybe we're just better off keeping them and getting the qualifying offer and getting the extra draft pick and doing it that way. You know, it's going to be a really fine line to walk.
I think that there are players the Diamondbacks will trade and they'll take a flyer on some 19 or 20-year-old kid in single A or, you know. But I think the main guys you are talking about getting good prospects back. I think that they would get better offers for Gallen, Kelly, Naylor, and Suarez than what the qualifying offer would be.
Okay.
I think that.
Okay.
Based on my conversations, that they will be able to get top prospects out of an organization for those players.
Yeah, and then we haven't even gotten into this, probably because it doesn't seem very likely. You've got 12 games until the trade deadline. And what they have to do in those 12 games, is it a record that they have to go in the 12 games? Is it where they are in the you and I both think it's where they are in the standings and like how many games out are they and how many teams are in front of them. But Mike has gone on record and said, the time for hoping is done. I can't hope we're going to turn the corner. I need to see we've turned a corner. And for Torrey and the players, the window for them to turn the corner is tight. You've got about 9 games to show Mike Hazen, believe in us, we're good. You've got about 9 games.
That's before the series against the Tigers?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Because you got 3 games against the Tigers, and then it's a trade deadline. So, like, by that Monday, when you're opening up your series against the Tigers, you got to know. You got to know, you got to go. You got to be ready to act on who you are in that moment.
But could you say they're 3 games under 500 right now, right?
Yes, correct.
Lose 2 out of 3 to the Cardinals.
You could, yeah.
Now you're 4 games out. Now you're 4 games under 500. You didn't make up any ground on anybody. You probably lost ground.
Yeah.
Like that. Like it could be over sooner.
No question. It's just, and you're right. It could be over much sooner. But the time to actually sell your players still probably won't come until you get closer.
Like
to
I said,
deadline.
they have not engaged in talks on Gallen and Kelly with anybody yet. They're taking calls, but they haven't engaged on trading either one of those guys because they're going to wait it out a little bit longer.
Yep. So it's something to watch, and maybe they just play well enough this weekend that we're talking about something different on Monday, but hope is not necessarily a strategy here. Take us with you wherever you go. If you cannot catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app or on arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, and it's presented by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. What is next for the Phoenix Suns in this busy offseason? Are they basically done roster building? That's coming up here on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The next man up philosophy to me is really fascinating when you think about it. The teams that say it are the teams that have been faced with injuries, and they have somebody come in and do the job to an excellent level. There was a year where the Cardinals, you couldn't talk to a member of the Cardinals coaching staff or player without hearing next man up, because the guys that they were elevating were doing the job. When you elevate guys or you get hit with a rash of injuries and your replacements don't perform, nobody's talking about next man up. And nobody's talking about that now with the Diamondbacks.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back from the All-Star break and ready to kick it into high gear for the second half of the season. Tonight is the first of a 6-game homestand and a 3-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals. Ketel Marte is going on the restricted list due to personal reasons. It was reported earlier in the week that his home was burglarized while at the All-Star game in Atlanta. So Sergio Alcantara is here in his place. In addition, Adrian Del Castillo and Trevor Richards joined the big league roster. Tristan English was sent down to AAA Reno, and Gabriel Moreno was transferred to the 60-day injured list. Kicking off the second half on the mound is Brandon Pfaadt. He will be opposed by Andre Palante. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns have just one more game on their Summer League slate. It'll be tomorrow night in Las Vegas when they take on the Portland Trailblazers. Tip-off is at 6:30. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening. It's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball back on tonight after the week off for the All-Star break. They're hosting the St. Louis Cardinals, 6:40 first pitch. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports. We'll preview that game. It includes the return of the Keymaster. Oh, boy.
The Keymaster.
That's, I give you credit, man.
Yeah.
It's harder than that looks.
To do the keys?
The keys.
Yeah.
Especially if you do what I do and put it off until the very last minute. And
right.
You're like, oh, crap. I need a key to tonight's game. Start scrolling through the notes as fast as you possibly can.
Well,
to find
they really need to just score more runs than the other team.
Exactly.
So you're just the gatekeeper then? Is that what I'm to understand?
I'm the gatekeeper. He's the keymaster. I'm the gatekeeper. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, it's harder than it looks. Give me credit. It's harder than it looks, for sure. The Mercury are in their WNBA All-Star break. There's baseball games on tonight. There's Summer League action. tonight as well. But
did Caitlin Clark bow out of the 3-point contest? What happened? She hurt or something?
She's recovering from an injury.
Yeah, she hurt her
man,
groin.
that would have been great that she participated.
Couple days ago.
Her teammate, Lexi Hull, I think is replacing her.
Okay. Yeah. Satu Sabali is out of the All-Star game. It's this week. It's Sunday, I think, or Saturday night. Satu Sabali is out of the All-Star
Mercury
game.
are a great story for those who follow the Phoenix Mercury this year. They're a great story.
Yeah, you were gone. They reacquired Dewana Bonner.
And she helped them win a game.
She
helped them win a game.
Phoenix Mercury is back. It's been fantastic to see. So that's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. So the Suns now, and I think, and we've said this a lot while you were gone, okay? We're there now. Kevin Durant's gone. It's over. It's done. Bradley Beal's gone. It's done. It's over.
We want to move on, but those guys won't let us because they keep tweeting stuff out. Like, hey, memo to KD and Beal. We're done with you guys.
Well,
stop tweeting. We don't care. You're not on the Suns anymore. We don't even want to think about you. But you guys keep tweeting. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Go to your respective teams. Leave us alone. Stop tweeting about the Phoenix Suns and responding to tweets.
So no tribute video when they come back, I'm guessing?
God. Durant's going to get one. I don't think Beal will. Although
he'll get a tribute post.
Well, no, I mean, okay, but here's the thing, all right? And read into this however you want.
Okay.
When Matt Ishbia was on with us earlier, he was nothing but complimentary about Brad the person, about Brad the player, about how the conversations went. Hey, he's a good guy. He was a good this. He was a good that. It'll be really revealing if he doesn't get a tribute video and Kevin Durant does. Now, I think Bradley Beal is going to be that guy. Kevin Durant won't be, but Bradley Beal is going to be that guy who gets booed every time the ball is in his hands for the next year. Whether he deserves it or not is another conversation. But
That's a fair conversation, too.
You're right. It is a fair conversation. It's another conversation, but it's a fair conversation. Does he deserve to be vilified like that? I personally don't think so. But, man, you read some
I would lean towards yes.
That he does deserve to be vilified like that?
I don't think the guy cared.
Okay.
I don't think that Bradley Beal, gave two, blanks about the Phoenix Suns and winning.
I don't disagree with that. I just think that everything that was wrong with Bradley Beal, the Suns knew about, and they got him anyway.
Yeah.
So it's way more on them than it's on him. Like everything. His contract, his no trade clause, his injury history, none of these were unknown. These were all, everybody knew that about Bradley Beal. Everybody. And they went out and got him anyway. And he wasn't the only one who played with a lackadaisical effort. Kevin Durant wasn't giving it his all out there every single game. Devin Booker wasn't giving it his all out there. Devin Booker's regression defensively was awful last year. Awful.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Booker now without those two guys.
Too. And Beal, for what it's worth, at no point do we believe that they went to Bradley Beal with a trade and he said no to it. They could. Matt Ishbia said it himself. We couldn't find a trade. We couldn't find a trade for Bradley Beal because his contract was
Nobody
so bad.
was trading for him.
Who traded for the guy who had the contract that was so bad?
Yeah,
you
mistake.
Trade? The Suns.
Mistake.
But I'm just making my case as for why I'm not going to vilify Bradley Beal because he was far from the only problem on that basketball team last year.
Yeah.
Far from. I'm not
Put
saying
up his little peace out sign to everybody. Peace out.
Yeah, that was.
And then Durant had some comments about I hate all the fans. Did you see that one?
It was
Kevin Durant. I hate all the fans.
It was a busy day on Twitter yesterday. There was a lot of beef. There was a lot of beef on Twitter yesterday. It was almost like, you know what? I'm gonna minimize this window for a while.
A little bit of a chuck roast. All sorts.
Oh yeah, we're throwing in some potatoes, some carrots, some onions. It was stewing yesterday.
Here's the Kevin Durant one. Somebody was like, good riddance clowns to Beal and Durant. And somebody said, this guy's hated by every team fan base. He goes, I hate them too. Like, I hate your fan bases too. Really? Okay.
Yeah, Kevin.
Go be you. Go be you.
You know KD on Twitter.
I know.
KD on Twitter is definitely
he's a vibe.
I hate them too. He's a vibe. But yeah, the peace out, the deuces, as we were calling it yesterday, the deuces emoji, everybody was like, oh my God, I can't believe he went there. Anyway, this was not the point of, I drove us right off the cliff in this segment. I apologize. None of this was my point. I was just trying to defend why I don't think it's all Bradley Beal's fault. The question is what's next? And the point I was getting to is that I think we're going to move past Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant. And starting next week, there's just not going to be a ton to talk about with the Phoenix Suns. You know, like they've got a roster spot. They're going to make a move. You've said you think it's going to be a point guard or a combo guard. You said no Chris Paul, no Ben Simmons, no Russell Westbrook, no, who was the other one you said no to?
Malcolm Brogdon.
Malcolm Brogdon. So it's probably not going to be like a big name. Not that those guys are big, but they're bigger. It's probably going to be a fairly moderate player on a fairly moderate deal. And if that's it, they're done, right? Like their roster for now is as set as it's going to be. I think when that happens, there's the Suns will kind of fade and cool off for a month and a half, and there won't be a whole lot to talk about with this because there's just not enough. There's not much left for them to do.
No, I think that they're going to add the guard. They're going to add a guard, either a point guard or a combo guard, not the guys that, we mentioned the guys it's not going to be. I think they'll kick the tires on other things, whether they pull the trigger on something or not, I don't know. I mean, listen, I don't think they're going to light the world on fire and win all these 50 games, but I like the direction they're going with a younger, like how many times did we say that they can't play with younger, more athletic teams last year?
Yeah.
Every single time.
Every single game.
Every single game they played a younger, more athletic team. I was jealous. I was like, I wish we had that. We've got a bunch of old guys who can't run very hard.
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather have a younger athletic team. They blew the doors off the Suns, those teams.
Of course, because the Suns, the age was just, they were horribly exposed.
And
last
now
year
the
with their
Suns are more in line to be able to play with those teams.
Yeah, now the Kuminga thing, you said, you're not going to say no, but we question whether the Suns have the assets to pull it off. So no one's holding their breath for a Jonathan Kuminga trade. And I honestly, I think when we get to that point where they sign that guard, whoever it is, assuming it's not a super big name, and they're kind of done with their roster, it's a break from the Phoenix Suns. And you know what? Based off of the way this season has gone and the way this offseason has gone, maybe we could use a little break from the Phoenix Suns. You know what I mean? Like it's been a painful season, a rough offseason. A lot of people are very angry about how things have gone down with the basketball team. You know what I mean? Like there's just been a lot of angst out there. I think a break would do us all good for a little bit because it's been a long, rough year. It's been a long, rough 2 years for the Phoenix Suns. I'm just saying that I'll be glad when most of the transactions are done and we can kind of put last year completely in the rearview mirror and just be done with it.
Do you agree that it would have been very hard to put last year in the rearview mirror if either one of those two guys came back?
Yes, I do.
I do too.
I do. 100%.
I do too.
I don't. It would have been almost impossible, I think, to put last year in the rearview mirror.
If just one of those guys, they both had to go.
But now, okay, looking forward a little bit, that's fine. But between that contract extension and the fact that both of those guys are off the roster, the onus is on Devin Booker to figure out what wasn't working for him last year and fix it. You know?
He's got to get back to being an all-star player.
Big time.
I agree.
The onus is on Devin Booker. Not just because of the extension, but because that's the expectation of him. Hey, whatever it was that was broken last year, you're gonna fix it. Right? Like you're gonna fix it, right? You're gonna be better than you were
the
last
leader,
year.
it's your team now.
You're the guy.
Yeah, and you're not going to have a coach telling you to keep your voice low because it's my voice that matters either.
Exactly. Join us for the final Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday.
It's the final Half Day Club.
Diamondbacks are taking on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Just text half to 620-620, and we'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets. Again, text half to 620-620. Every time I hear that song, I think of the burrito in the microwave and the insurance commercial. Every single time it's the burrito and the Diamondbacks are back. The St. Louis Cardinals are here. Can the Snakes get revenge given what happened the last time these teams met? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Cards Camp. 4 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from models like Camry, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, and Tacoma. Or check out the all-new 2025 4Runner. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Dill Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, you have nearly 250 trucks in stock. What kind of deals are happening this month?
What's up, Dave? July has some amazing truck deals, and right now we've got $12,500 in savings on a new 2025 Sierra 1500 and $7,000 in savings or 5.9% APR for 84 months on a new 2025 Sierra HD. Inventory is strong right now. It's definitely the time to buy.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
D-backs on deck as the Arizona Diamondbacks taking on the St. Louis Cardinals tonight. The first of three live from Chase Field. The All-Star break is over. And Diamondbacks baseball is coming up next. Today's pitching matchup brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Brandon Pfaadt in kind of the revamped D-backs rotation for the post-All-Star break. He's getting the first start post-All-Star break. The righty is 9-6 with a 5.16 ERA, coming off maybe his best start of the season against the Padres before the break. Andre Palante gets the start for St. Louis. The right-hander is 5-5 with a 4.49 ERA.
Yeah, that start, you go back to Brandon Pfaadt's last start. 8 innings, 99 pitches, 2 runs on 4 hits, 4 strikeouts. Obviously, one of his better starts this season. He's got 3 no decisions and 3 career starts against the Cardinals. So no wins, no losses. Has an ERA of 5.82 against them with 13 strikeouts, 11 earned runs in 17 innings pitched.
Diamondbacks taking on a Cardinals team that swept them back in late May in St. Louis. The Cardinals took 3 straight one-run games from Arizona. Very frustrating series for them. Of course, the Diamondbacks in one-run games, 11-19 on the season. I believe they've lost their last 7 one-run games, so that has been very, very problematic. I'm going to skip right to the injury report because it's long and there's a lot to tell you. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. The good news is that despite getting plunked on the hand in the All-Star game, Eugenio Suarez is in the lineup tonight for the D-backs.
Is in the lineup tonight. They need that. They need that power in the lineup, especially against Palante. We'll talk about that in a second. Interesting note here, the Cardinals, their winning percentage against the Diamondbacks is their best against any opponent, and the highest in the MLB versus the Snakes. They have a .619 winning percentage against Arizona, 112 wins and 69 losses.
There was a lot of transactions for the Diamondbacks today. Here's what happened in a nutshell. Adrian Del Castillo was recalled from AAA Reno. Torey Lovello told us you could see a lot of left-handed designated hitter at-bats for him, especially with Pavin Smith hurt. Trevor Richards, right-handed relief pitcher, selected from AAA Reno, so he now takes a spot in the bullpen. Sergio Alcantara has been signed as a major league free agent as an infielder because Ketel Marte was put on the restricted list. Torey told us earlier today they expect Ketel to miss a couple of games. Torey wanted him to have a little bit of space coming back after his home was robbed during the All-Star break. His family wasn't there. They were all with him in Atlanta, but obviously he needs a little time to kind of figure things out, and Torey wanted to give him that space, so he's going to miss at least a couple games.
Yeah, a couple of games, saw Alcantara there, and just a couple personal days for Ketel Marte. House was robbed, tough situation, but obviously he wants to take a couple days, personal days, and the Diamondbacks have given him that opportunity to do that, so Alcantara will be on the roster.
Tristan English was optioned to AAA Reno. Gabby Moreno was transferred to the 60-day injured list. And while I'm on the topic of Del Castillo, they put him right in tonight's lineup. He is batting 6th as the designated hitter, so they're just throwing him right out there. Raw power, Gambo, pure raw power.
Yeah, I think we had him on in spring training. Do we have him on in spring
Yes,
training,
we did.
Del Castillo?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking. Listen, the kid can rake. The kid can hit. So give him an opportunity. Let's see what he can do. And I expect if the Diamondbacks do make a lot of trades, you're going to see Lawler come up and play third base every day. He's close to coming back. He is close from what I heard today. You're going to see Del Castillo. You're going to see these guys get the opportunities.
The other injury news from yesterday was that things are progressing well for Jalen Beeks, Ryan Thompson, and maybe most importantly, so far they have decided Shelby Miller does not need surgery after he left that game a couple of weeks ago with tightness in his forearm. There was some real concern about his elbow and what that might mean. He underwent a second opinion, and right now he's on a throwing program, an aggressive throwing program is what Torey said, in terms of not on the mound yet, but just kind of seeing how it feels and seeing where it is. They're not out of the woods yet, is what Torey Lovello said, but they certainly are encouraged that they're getting some feedback that maybe Shelby Miller doesn't require surgery, because there was some real fear last week when that went down.
Yeah, it's amazing how much they've had to rely on him this year, and he's kind of got his career back on track. He's pitched really well for the Diamondbacks, and, he's ended up being their closer this season, but I also think if he's healthy, there's going to be some teams that are interested in trading for Shelby Miller.
MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. The Diamondbacks 47-50, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot in the National League with 4 teams in front of them. One of them are the St. Louis Cardinals, 51-46. They're a game and a half out. Gambo's got a key to the game for you tonight.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.